In Tianqing town, the torrential rain had just stopped. Jiang Fan walked home from school, his mind focused solely on reviewing his studies. Tomorrow was the triple examination, which he had originally planned to skip, intending to take the cultural subjects test directly afterward. The triple examination consisted of the martial test, soul test, and beast taming test. The martial test measured chi and blood power. The soul test assessed mental strength, and the beast taming test was the most coveted, involving the awakening of beast taming marks. Each test was extremely demanding, especially the martial test. Even though it was hailed as the path for ordinary people to rise above their station, one still needed to accumulate 0.5 units of chi and blood through beast blood or spirit stones to barely pass. As for the soul test, it was a rich man's game. Mental power treasures were rare and precious, far beyond the reach of ordinary families. The beast taming test was even more exclusive, with only 1 in 10,000 candidates having a chance to awaken beast taming marks and become elite beast tamers. It would be a miracle if Tianqing town produced 5 beast tamers in a year. Jiang Fan knew his constitution and mental strength were merely average, and he dared not even dream of beast taming talent. He had given up on the triple examination early, planning to focus on cultural subjects to get into a good university. Reality was harsh, and so were his choices. When he arrived home, his parents had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Before he could speak, his father, a martial artist, cheerfully encouraged him. "Xiao Fan, don't feel pressured tomorrow. We're just participating for the experience." Jiang Fan was stunned. "But I'm not taking the exam tomorrow, am I?" His father's expression turned stern. "The money's already been paid. If you don't take it, it'll be wasted." "Didn't I say I wouldn't take it? Our family isn't well off." Jiang Fan panicked, knowing how important that 10,000 yuan was to their household. His father waved dismissively. "Though our family faces difficulties, we're not so poor that we can't afford this amount. Old Zhang's kid is taking itho, can our child not go?" His mother also comforted him, saying that with the bonus money coming in, they could manage, and he shouldn't worry about it. Jiang Fan sighed. That bonus money came from his father's dangerous battles against beast disasters. Since the registration was already a done deal, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the triple examination. Deep down, he actually yearned for it. It was every high school student's dream. The next day, Jiang Fan arrived at school early, only to find quite a few classmates already on the playground ahead of him. Shin Pengzi greeted him. "Weren't you not taking the exam? How come you're here?" "My dad registered me, so I'll give it a try. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a miracle." Jiang Fan replied with a smile. The two had been desk partners since elementary school and shared a deep friendship. Shin Pengzi's family was well off. He had consumed beast blood and used spirit stones early on, already reaching 0.5 units of chi and blood. The teacher entered the classroom and explained the important points. Soon, admission tickets were distributed and students were divided into groups by number for the examination. The triple examination proceeded at a rapid pace. The martial test measured chi and blood, the soul test assessed mental strength, and the beast taming test involved awakening beast marks. Each person had to pass through all 3 stages consecutively. As the examination neared its end, over 20 people had passed the soul test, and the school administrators nodded with satisfaction. The martial test had an even higher pass rate, with some students' chi and blood exceeding 1 unit, making them the center of attention. Jiang Hua from the neighboring class achieved 1.5 units of chi and blood, ranking first and receiving numerous congratulations. His future was destined to be bright. Jiang Hua was confident and radiant, yet his gaze constantly followed the most dazzling girl, Su Qingqing. Dressed in blue like flowing water, with stunning beauty, she stood out like a landscape painting among the crowd. Jiang Hua approached her and boldly confessed before everyone. "Qingqing, please be my girlfriend." The entire venue erupted in excitement, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. However, Su Qingqing merely cast him an indifferent glance, offered no response, and walked straight toward the beast taming test platform. She bypassed both the martial test and soul test platforms entirely, placing her delicate hand on the awakening stone and slowly closing her eyes. Jiang Fan watched in a daze from the side. He and Su Qingqing were actually neighbors. She had moved here and transferred to his class 2 years ago. They often encountered each other on the road, but had never spoken. He knew he was ordinary and dared not hope for any connection with the school beauty. Whoosh! The awakening stone suddenly burst into brilliant light. The entire venue held its breath as the first person to pass the beast taming test was born. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, 13 beams of light. Su Qingqing had awakened a full 13 beast marks. She broke the highest record in Tianqing town's history. This meant her beast taming limit could reach 13 spirit beasts. Such talent was worthy of everyone's admiration. The proctor called out Jiang Fan's name. The noisy examination hall instantly fell silent, and everyone instinctively turned toward the testing platform. Jiang Fan stepped forward to the testing area, brushing past Su Qingqing, who had just finished her exam. The girl wore a faint cold smile at the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes seemingly mocking him. Jiang Fan frowned. When had he ever offended this aloof school beauty? Go for it, Xiao Fan. From the crowd, Fatty Chin shouted with his rough voice. Jiang Fan turned back and waved his fist at his friend in response to the encouragement. But what followed, the numbers that flashed consecutively on the device instantly crushed his spirits. Qi and blood detection, less than 0.1 units. Mental power detection, less than 0.1 units. Two glaring red displays flashed in succession, meaning complete failure in both tests. Though Jiang Fan had prepared himself for disappointment, he still couldn't help feeling dejected. He laughed self-mockingly. As expected, all that registration money his father spent was thrown away for nothing. Loser, what are you spacing out for? Isn't this kind of result perfectly normal for you? Jiang Hua stood to the side with his arms crossed, his voice loud enough for the entire hall to hear. He had no real grudge against Jiang Fan, yet he was filled with resentment. Su Qingcheng, who had shown disdain for everyone else, had actually stopped to watch Jiang Fan's test. Why him? Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered with him. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the third stage, the beast taming platform. The pitch-black awakening stone lay quietly on its golden-laid base. He held almost no expectations, just wanting to complete the process. His palm touched the stone's surface with no reaction whatsoever, drawing disappointed sighs from the watching students. Jiang Hua's mouth curved into an exaggerated arc. Loser. Unnoticed by anyone in the crowd, Su Qingcheng's pretty face flashed with complex disappointment. She was about to turn and leave when, boom, the beast taming platform suddenly shook violently, and a thunderous humming swept through the entire hall. Su Qingcheng spun around, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. All the students and teachers seemed frozen. A beam of pitch-black light shot straight toward the ceiling. The black wasn't truly black, but rather countless colors condensed to their ultimate extreme, creating the visual effect of deep, profound darkness. Though it was only a single beam, it was thicker and more brilliant than any of Su Qingcheng's earlier light displays. What is this black light? Su Qingcheng whispered to herself, her pretty face showing bewilderment. Holy crap! Fatty Chen's mouth formed a perfect O. He succeeded in awakening. The school administrators looked at each other in confusion, then collectively erupted in joy. Tianqing First High's beast taming exam this year had produced a second successful candidate. One beam of light meant Jiang Fan had awakened only one beast seal, making his aptitude the lowest grade by standards. But he was still a beast tamer. The entire examination hall instantly erupted. Fantastic, Xiao Fan, you did it. Fatty Chen rushed over and hugged Jiang Fan, shaking him back and forth. The most shocked person, however, was Jiang Fan himself. Not because of his lowest tier aptitude, but because a semi-transparent interface that only he could see had appeared before his eyes. Name, Jiang Fan. Age, 15. Profession, none. Beast seal, unlimited. Host can tame unlimited numbers of spirit beasts with 100 control over them. Spirit beasts, none. Qi and blood power, 0.1 units. Mental power, 0.1 units. Wealth, 0.5. What is this? A game interface. Jiang Fan's heart pounded like drums. Unlimited beast seals. 100 control. He looked up at the towering black light above the awakening stone. Every hair on his body standing on in Su Qingcheng's 13 beast seals had broken Tianqing Town's record, yet his own was unlimited? The sudden good fortune left Jiang Fan feeling both chilled and feverish. As he walked down from the platform with Fatty Chan, he brushed past Su Qingcheng again. Su Qingcheng composed herself and smiled faintly. Heh, not bad luck. Jiang Fan didn't respond, finding it all rather baffling. Fatty Chan, however, was green with envy. Xiao Fan, you're so full of yourself now. The school beauty tries to chat with you, and you completely ignore her. As Jiang Hua passed by, he remained stunned, staring at Jiang Fan in disbelief. This was impossible. Jiang Fan's lips curved into a cold smile, his voice low but cutting enough to pierce through the air. What did you just say? Trash. Jiang Hua was speechless. On the playground, all the teachers and students turned their attention to the two of them. They had all heard Jiang Hua's earlier mockery with their own ears. Jiang Hua's face burned with embarrassment. Someone in the crowd immediately started jeering. Jiang Hua, aren't you the top scorer in the martial exam? Why are you silent now? So what if he's first in the martial exam? Compared to a beast tamer, he's nowhere close. The classmates who had previously praised Jiang Hua now turned to attack him, and he was powerless to fight back. There was only one reason. Jiang Fan was a 1 in 10,000 beast tamer genius with limitless prospects. Making a good impression on someone like this, even getting just a little help from him in the future, would be enough to change one's destiny. 1 second ago, Jiang Hua was a genius surrounded by admirers. The next second, he became the target of everyone's scorn. This was the weight of a beast tamer status. Sorry, I shouldn't have mocked you. Please forgive me. Jiang Hua lowered his head, his voice trembling. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. What? I didn't hear you. I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare me. Jiang Hua raised his voice, drawing even more attention. Shinpengzi also took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Hey, remember to take a detour when you see Xiao Fan in the future, got it? Jiang Fan nodded in humiliation. The teachers and students watched in amazement as this once proud martial exam champion was left disheveled from now on. He would probably have to keep his tail between his legs whenever he saw Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan shrugged and didn't pursue the matter further. Right now, he was more concerned about that panel that had suddenly appeared. The teacher had mentioned that Beast Taming Academy would send people to recruit students, but that was for later. Back home, his parents were still at work and the house was empty. Jiang Fan couldn't wait to bring up the system panel. Ding. Newbie gift package has arrived, please claim it. He clicked to open it. Ding. Granting host first free evolution. Evolution path is arbitrary evolution. Ding. Granting host Spirit Beast Encyclopedia. Can peek into Spirit Beast evolution paths. Ding. Claiming gift package triggers mission. Secretly become a beast tamer. Then amaze everyone. Host must use the newbie gift package within 10 minutes. Otherwise the package will be voided and reclaimed. 10 minutes. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. Without a spirit beast, the gift package would be wasted. Under normal circumstances, people who awaken beast seals would purchase spirit beast eggs or cubs to complete their first contract. But even the lowest grade spirit beast egg cost 50,000 yuan, with hatching fees extra. Not only couldn't his family afford it, but even if they could, 10 minutes wouldn't be enough time. Idiot. Big idiot. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the bald parrot in the cage in the living room, a fire disaster survivor his father had picked up on a rainy day. The feathers on its head still hadn't grown back properly, making it ridiculously ugly, and he had always found it disgusting. But aside from it, there wasn't a second living creature in the house. Can ordinary creatures be evolved into spirit beasts? The countdown ticked away second by second. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth. Desperate times call for desperate measures. System, I want to use the newbie gift package on this guy. Determining creature ownership. Determination successful. A new panel appeared. Bald parrot. Level, 0 grade. Talent. Worthless 5100 every 100. Talent value 10. Species, flying type. Growth value, 1100. Stamina, 10. Strength, 15. Speed, 40. Combat power, 5. Special skill. Taunt can attract 100 enemy aggro against enemies with mental power below 0.5 units. The more Jiang Fan looked, the darker his expression became. Worthless talent. And only 5 combat power? The skill is actually attracting aggro? Are you trying to get me killed? Ding. First free evolution of bald parrot in progress. Jiang Fan's heart stirred right. He still had one free evolution. Ding. Evolution successful. Evolution results as follows. Bald parrot. Level, 1 grade. Talent. Worthless 10100. Species, flying type. Growth value, 11,000. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 80. Combat power, 10. Evolution method, comprehensive evolution. Special skill, taunt can attract 100 enemy aggro against enemies with mental power below 1 unit. Sigh. Jiang Fan held his forehead. That's it. Idiot. Super big idiot. Super big idiot. The bald parrot squawked loudly enough to shake the heavens. Jiang Fan's lips twitched slightly. It really was good at attracting hatred. Jiang Fan's lips trembled slightly. If it weren't for the fact that this was his only spirit beast, he would have strangled the damn thing. He suppressed his anger and let his gaze slide from the top of the system panel all the way down to the bottom, where a button was flashing with a pale blue light. Jiang Fan reached out and tapped it, causing the light screen to instantly display several new lines. Host can exchange wealth points for growth points at a ratio of 10 to 1. Beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. Jiang Fan exclaimed with joy. Then his face immediately stiffened. It would cost 10 yuan for just 1 growth point, meaning he'd need to shell out a full 10,000 yuan to gather 1,000 points. Where would he get that kind of money? He only had 50 cents left on his Feishin account. Besides, his father had already gritted his teeth and scraped together 10,000 yuan for him to take the 3 grade exams. How could he have the nerve to ask for another 20,000? At this thought, he sighed and headed out the door with his trash bag. At the corner of the stairwell, he bumped right into Su Qingcheng, who had just returned home. Jiang Fan froze. Su Qingcheng looked up, puzzled. What's wrong? Right beside her slender figure, a translucent light screen suddenly appeared. Character, Su Qingcheng. Age, 15. Profession, Beast Tamer. Beast marks, 16 top-tier talent. Spirit Beasts, 3. Other characteristics, beauty devastatingly gorgeous. Figure perfect, 38D, golden ratio. Behind the light screen, 3 Spirit Beast panels appeared in sequence. 1. Crimson Flame Fox. Spirit Beast level, 1st grade. Talent, A. Normal evolution paths, 33. 2. Dragon Mastiff Cub. Spirit Beast level, 2nd grade. Talent, S. Normal evolution paths, 7. Special evolution path, 1 extremely hidden, requires Grandmaster level evolution specialist to discover. 3. Thunderwolf. Spirit Beast level, 1st grade. Talent S. Normal evolution paths, 17. Jiang Fan rubbed his eyes, afraid he was seeing things. 38D? Is that for real? It doesn't look like, ahem. His face reddened as he reminded himself that the system was providing a Spirit Beast encyclopedia. Derivative ability should focus on what mattered. But that golden ratio figure, ahem again. He quickly redirected his attention to the main point. 3 Spirit Beasts. Outsiders only knew that Su Qingcheng had exceptional talent, but no one realized she was already commanding 3 Spirit Beasts, including a 2nd grade one. This meant Su Qingcheng was actually already a 2nd grade beast tamer, and a heaven-defying genius with 16 beast marks at that. Figure. A flash of imagery crossed Jiang Fan's mind, nearly breaking his composure. Su Qingcheng noticed his wandering gaze, her pretty face flushing as her delicate eyebrows furrowed. This guy, where exactly is he looking? Pervert. She stepped aside to walk around him, instinctively raising her hand to cover her chest, preventing Jiang Fan from staring. But Jiang Fan was focused on the panel, looking thoughtful. There's actually a special evolution path, but unfortunately, she's taken the wrong route. What? Su Qingcheng stopped abruptly. Ahem, nothing. Jiang Fan mumbled evasively, taking the opportunity to steal another glance to confirm his suspicion, definitely binding them down. Then he hurried downstairs. Su Qingcheng watched his retreating figure with meaningful eyes. Just now, did he see my Spirit Beast panel? What did he mean by wrong route? My Dragon Mastiff Cuban Evolution Grandmaster once said it had special evolution potential. Originally, that Grandmaster promised to create a plan for me, but later sacrificed his life while exploring the wasteland. To find this path, I've searched through every tome about Dragon Mastiffs, thinking I'd found the correct answer, but Jiang Fan says it's wrong? When Jiang Fan came back from taking out the trash downstairs, he found Su Qingcheng waiting for him at his door. What's wrong? He asked casually. What's wrong? What did you mean by what you just said? You know how to find special evolution paths. Su Qingcheng's voice was full of suspicion. Jiang Fan rubbed his nose and thought seriously for a few seconds. 10,000 yuan. 10,000. Su Qingcheng thought she had misheard. Jiang Fan coughed and quickly lowered the price. Well, 5,000. How about 2,000? He understood he was asking for too much. Although she was a genius, she was still his age and spending her family's money, so she couldn't just pull out that much cash. Su Qingcheng stared at him. When an evolution master provides a special evolution plan, it costs at least hundreds of thousands. You only want 10,000. The price is acceptable, but what if the evolution fails? I'll refund your money. Jiang Fan smiled easily. Su Qingcheng's expression froze. Getting the money back wouldn't solve everything. Once a spirit beast took the wrong path, its future potential would be completely ruined. No worries, I'm not forcing you. Jiang Fan shrugged and turned to go inside. Whether you come to me or not is up to you. The security door slammed shut with a bang, leaving Su Qingcheng stunned outside. Leaning against the door, Jiang Fan sighed and couldn't help but shed 2 tears. When would he ever get rid of this habit of showing off? That was a whole 10,000 yuan. His parents still hadn't come home that night, probably because the beast disaster outside town was acting up again. His father was a squad leader in Tianqing Town's guard unit, and his mother handled logistics. Not seeing them for 10 days to half a month had become the norm. Just as dawn was breaking, knock knock knock, sounds at the door woke Jiang Fan up. When he opened the door, Su Qingcheng was standing in the hallway. Is there something you need? He asked, yawning. I want you to create a special evolution plan for me. Now. Yes, now. Jiang Fan stepped aside. Come in. This was Su Qingcheng's first time entering a boy's home, and she seemed a bit nervous, especially since it was just the two of them. Together. Together. The bald parrot on the coffee table suddenly screeched at the top of its lungs. The air instantly became awkward. Jiang Fan glared at it. Where was all that energy when you were calling me an idiot earlier? Su Qingcheng was speechless. What was this ugly parrot shrieking about? The parrot got more excited. Beautiful day. A moment of spring night. Wedding night worth 1,000 gold. Su Qingcheng's cheeks burned. Sure enough, perverted people raise perverted parrots. But Jiang Fan suddenly looked serious and took a cautious half-step back. Dark night, strong wind, a man and woman alone. You're not planning to try anything funny with me, are you? Su Qingcheng's veins bulged. How could this guy be so narcissistic? All right, stop fooling around. Bring out your stuff. Jiang Fan pointed to the empty space in the center of the living room. Su Qingcheng nodded. Golden light appeared in her palm, and a golden beast seal flickered. A spatial rift tore open, and a massive puppy with golden light flowing all over its body walked out proudly. Its golden fur gleamed strand by strand, like molten gold. Beautiful. Jiang Fan praised sincerely it had better breeding than any mastiff he'd ever seen. Premium Dragon Mastiff Cub. Jiang Fan gazed at the Dragon Mastiff, and seeing it in person revealed much more detailed information on the attribute panel. Dragon Mastiff Juvenile. Spirit Beast Grade, 2nd tier. Talent S. Species, Canine. Growth Value, 155810000. Stamina, 355. Strength, 499. Speed, 160. Combat power, 768. Normal evolution paths, 7. Special evolution paths, 1. Tisk. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Truly worthy of its rank, talent, spirit beast. Though only one tier higher than that bald parrot, its attributes completely dominate across the board. He clicked on the soul's special evolution path, and instantly a long list of materials and quantities scrolled across the light screen. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan began reciting. 10 dragon tendon sinews, 100 liters of jade feather water, 5 storm ghost fangs, 1 Buddha's hand flower. The list of materials grew longer and longer, numbering in the dozens. Su Qingsheng had just laid the dragon mastiff flat when she heard this and looked up, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Just one glance, and he'd memorized the complete formula? This was virtually impossible. Even seasoned evolution masters needed to observe spirit beasts continuously for days, pore over references, and carefully deliberate among multiple options with the rigor of conducting experiments. Yet Jiang Fan rattled off the list like he was reading a menu far too casual. But as she quickly jotted down notes, she discovered these material combinations indeed had synergistic evolutionary effects, with clear logic that was even more systematic than her own knowledge. A tremor of shock passed through her heart. This level of expertise was impossible for an ordinary student to possess even, she only knew the basics. Jiang Fan finished listing the final material and fell silent. Honestly, I have no idea how much all this stuff will cost, he thought to himself. But since the system provided the formula, it should be pretty reliable. Surely it wouldn't make Su Qingsheng waste her money. Su Qingsheng finished confirming the list and looked up. That's all. Yep. Jiang Fan nodded. All right, I'll use this formula for the evolution. She decisively tucked away her notebook and turned to leave. Jiang Fan cleared his throat softly. Su Qingsheng stopped mid-step, caught his hesitant expression, and smiled with sudden understanding. Add me on FlyChat and send me your account number. I'll transfer the payment. Okay. Jiang Fan quickly pulled out his phone, managing to score the school beauty's FlyChat contact something worth its weight in gold at Tianqing First High. After adding each other as friends, Su Qingsheng headed for the door again. Jiang Fan suddenly asked, "You don't seem short on money, so why are you living in this old rundown place?" Su Qingsheng froze, a faint blush coloring her pretty face as she mumbled something inaudible and hurried away. Jiang Fan stood there stunned. What did she just say? Arranged marriage? His mind raced. Arranged marriage? With who? Suddenly his expression turned peculiar. In this old apartment building across the way, among people their age, there was only that skinny guy from Uncle Wang's family upstairs, a college graduate who couldn't find work and was living off his parents like a total loser. Damn, there's no justice in this world. His anguished wail echoed through the hallway. Su Qingcheng, who had just reached the community gate, heard it clearly, and a flash of annoyance crossed her bright eyes. Is having an arranged marriage with me really that hard to accept? Dawn was breaking. Ding. Transfer received from Su Qingqing. Wealth value increased by 10,000. The system notification exploded in his mind. Jiang Fan instantly snapped awake, bolted upright from bed, and tossed the tissue in his hand into the trash. I can exchange for growth value now. His spirit beast was different from Su Qingqing's. It didn't have those clearly selectable evolution paths. As he operated the system, he pondered, was this function not yet unlocked, or had the system already planned the optimal evolution path for him? It wasn't clear yet, but his instincts told him this system's capabilities were still waiting to be fully explored. Jiang Fan was quite generous, converting all 10,000 wealth points into growth points. As the last wealth point flowed into the panel, the bald parrot's growth bar instantly filled to capacity. The entire bird seemed to activate some kind of fluorescent mode, with layers of ghostly green radiance seeping from deep within its feathers. The plumage refracted crystalline cold light, bathing half the room in an eerie green glow. The cage was just ordinary wire mesh and couldn't withstand this sudden explosive growth. With a sharp crack, the parrot merely shifted slightly and shattered the birdcage. It shot up to over a foot tall, its jade green eyes flashing with wild, cold gleams. Its dagger-like talons casually scratched across the floor tiles, carving several bright white cracks with a sharpness that seemed to declare its identity. This was a true predator capable of tearing apart enemies. The only disappointment, its head remained completely bald. Jiang Fan immediately pulled up the attribute panel. Spirit Beast, Bald Parrot. Level, Grade 2. Talent, F101000. 10 talent points for every 100 growth points. Species, Flying Type. Growth points, 110000. Stamina, 216. Strength, 199. Speed, 308. Combat power, 288. Special skill, Taunt 100. Chance to attract enemy aggro against opponents with mental power below 3 units. Sigh? Trash is still trash, he clicked his tongue. Compared to Su Qingqing's golden mastiff cub, this creature only barely led in speed, while being completely outclassed in all other attributes. Its talent had at least crawled from worthless to grade, and the taunt ability was more stable, though stably attracting stronger enemies was essentially a death sentence. But on second thought, he wasn't too disappointed. He had already broken through to grade 2 Beast Tamer, which was enough to make waves in Tianqing Town. He'd advanced in less than a ridiculously fast pace. The real challenge lay ahead. Accumulating more growth points would cost 100,000 wealth points. Last time he'd barely conned 10,000 from Su Qingqing. Where could he possibly get 100,000 this time? He remembered one avenue: the Beast Tamer Evolution Materials Trading Center. Every city had an official establishment selling evolution materials, where he'd most likely encounter beast tamers with specific needs. If he could create customized evolution plans for people, he might be able to make quick money. So early that morning, he stationed himself at the trading center in trance and waited until noon. During that time, forget customers, she hadn't even seen a decent beast tamer shadow. Tianqing Town had precious few beast tamers to begin with the one from the Civil Defense Corps being practically the only active member. Making money from evolution plans? In this backwater town, it was pure fantasy. Jiang Fan's stomach began rumbling, but his mind kept scheming. Originally, he considered saving money to buy a proper spirit beast egg. They cost about 10 times less than cubs, but if hatching failed, it would be money down the drain, a high-risk venture similar to stone gambling. Major cities even had dedicated egg gambling districts, but unfortunately, Tianqing Town was too remote for such enterprises. Otherwise, with his reputation as an evolution specialist and egg gambling expert, he could have tried his luck. While pondering this, a striking flash of fiery red appeared in the distance. A long-legged beauty strode forward with crisp, decisive steps, her red combat outfit hugging her graceful curves, her features radiating commanding presence. Though slightly less ethereally beautiful than Su Qingqing, she possessed an additional edge of military sharpness. Her appearance drew every gaze on the street, not just for her looks, but for the giant wolf following behind her. It was a massive red-furred wolf, 3 to 4 meters tall, its coat trembling with each breath like dark crimson flames dancing across its fur. Walking alongside the woman, it emanated natural high-tier pressure, causing pedestrians to unconsciously clear a path. Data streams floated before Jiang Fan's eyes. Yi Chinghua, age 22, profession grade 3 beast tamer, beast seals 5, talent intermediate, spirit beasts 3. Other characteristics: 34C, legs measuring 1.2 meters, excellent elasticity. Blazing demon wolf spirit beast level, grade 3 talent, BA race, canine growth value 325 409 5009 10000 stamina, 1012 strength, 1588 speed, 530 combat power, 1969 normal evolution routes, 11 special status. Injured evolution route error led to evolution failure. A grade 3 beastmaster. Jiang Fan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning in this godforsaken backwater town. A grade 3 beastmaster had actually appeared. Absolutely incredible. Using the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, he scanned through all the data in one breath. Information flooding his mind. The blazing demon wolf's legs were actually 1.2 meters long. Holy cow, that's some serious leg game, he muttered to himself, but quickly discovered the truly devastating number due to evolution failure. The growth value had plummeted from what should have been 95,009 straight down to 32540. His dumbstruck expression didn't catch the attention of the tall woman beside him. She'd seen far too many people like him staring at her long legs. As the woman brushed past, Jiang Fan lowered his voice. "Miss, your blazing demon wolf doesn't seem to be in good condition." Yi Chinghua suddenly stopped in her tracks, glancing down at Jiang Fan with a slight frown. "How do you know?" Her blazing demon wolf had just failed its evolution, suffering serious internal injuries that ordinary people couldn't possibly detect. At this thought, her gaze turned ice cold, sharp killing intent washing over him. "Who are you? Which family spy?" That murderous aura made Jiang Fan's hair stand on end. He looked in amazement at Yi Chinghua, who appeared to be around his age. What kind of life and death experiences must she have endured to forge such an aura? He quickly waved his hands. No, I'm really not a spy. I'm an evolution master. I can tell your blazing demon wolf just failed its evolution and suffered backlash." Before he could finish, Yi Chinghua's beautiful eyes contracted sharply as she immediately surveyed their surroundings. Fortunately, no one was paying attention if anyone discovered the blazing demon wolf was injured. Tianqing Town would be in danger. She immediately grabbed Jiang Fan's hand and rushed into the trading center. The trading center had private rooms in its depths, reserved only for VIP customers. Yi Chinghua was clearly someone of considerable status. Once the door closed, she pressed Jiang Fan against the edge of the bed, staring at him with a complex expression. "Don't try anything funny. I'm a decent man." Jiang Fan gripped his pants tightly, his face resolute, as if ready to defend his virtue to the death. Yi Chinghua paused, realizing her posture was inappropriate. Her ears reddened slightly as she quickly straightened up. Who exactly are you? I told you. I'm an evolution master. Jiang Fan felt a headache coming on. Impossible. An evolution master this young? Even if such a person existed, they couldn't possibly appear in a small place like Tianqing Town. I was born and raised in Tianqing Town. If I don't appear here, where else would I go? Yi Chinghua grew even more puzzled. Tianqing Town had such a figure? She hadn't heard anything about this before coming. The guard captain had only mentioned there was one grade 2 beast master in town, never mentioning an evolution master. You said my blazing demon wolf failed its evolution. How could you tell? Jiang Fan looked at her strangely. Was this girl already getting forgetful at such a young age? Only then did Yi Chinghua react. Right? You said you're an evolution master, but how can you prove it? What if you obtained intelligence beforehand and are trying to deceive me? Jiang Fan smiled. I can directly formulate an evolution plan for your spirit beast. Yi Chinghua was stunned, once again eyeing Jiang Fan suspiciously. So young, yet actually an evolution grandmaster? Only an evolution grandmaster could discern the evolutionary path of a third-grade spirit beast. All right, manifest your spirit beast, Jiang Fan said calmly, his voice carrying undeniable certainty. Manifesting a spirit beast didn't mean fully summoning it, but rather allowing the beast seal to appear as a palm-sized orb of light. As a professional beast tamer, Yi Chinghua knew that manifesting beast seals before strangers was taboo. One careless moment could expose her spirit beast's weaknesses to experts. She studied the young man before her carefully, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and a faint, enigmatic smile playing at his lips. He didn't look like a fraud, yet remained utterly inscrutable. Yi Chinghua's eyes flashed coldly as she snorted. If you dare deceive me, I guarantee there will be no place for you in Tianqing Town ever again. Jiang Fan shrugged, completely unfazed. He was only here to make some money to fund his bald parrot's evolution. With his mind made up, he waited quietly. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chinghua opened her palm. Crimson light instantly blazed forth, condensing within seconds into a palm-sized flame demon wolf with dancing fire patterns and snow-white fangs. The surrounding temperature shot up as the air seemed to twist from the scorching heat, demonstrating her formidable spiritual power. After studying it for a moment, Jiang Fan shook his head slightly. What a pity. Your flame demon wolf was originally approaching 4th grade, but now it's even further from that goal, and its talent has dropped from a rank to rank. Data appeared above the light orb. Talent, B originally A. Growth value, 3254. 010-0000, originally much higher. These two sets of numbers alone revealed the devastating extent of the regression. The talent downgrade was even more heartbreaking than losing over 60,000 growth points. Yi Chinghua's heroic features instantly drained of color as she hung her head in self-reproach, tears threatening to spill. It's all my fault. I trusted lies and caused my flame demon wolf such terrible damage. Her anger grew as she thought about it. The so-called newly arrived evolution grandmaster and simple friendship had all been a trap. They had exploited her desperation to evolve her flame demon wolf, swindled 10 million from her, and worsened her beast's condition. If Tianqing Town fell because of this, the mastermind's intentions were crystal clear. While her thoughts churned, Jiang Fan had already organized the special evolution plan provided by his system. Perhaps because the flame demon wolf was severely damaged, this material list was extraordinarily extensive, over 100 items. Even the well-traveled Yi Chinghua was stunned. This, how much will it cost? Jiang Fan smiled slightly, folded the list, and tucked it into his robes, making no attempt to hide his bargaining gesture. This left Yi Chinghua completely bewildered. What? Jiang Fan took a cautious step back, planning to dine and dash. She finally understood. Oh, you mean payment. Beast tamers never hired evolution grandmasters for free. She glanced down at the densely packed list again, her heart aching. May I ask how much? Jiang Fan held up one finger. Hiss. Yi Chinghua bit her lip and took a deep breath. 10 million. For a third-grade spirit beast special evolution, this price was high but reasonable. Unfortunately, she had just been swindled out of 10 million, leaving years of savings completely depleted. I'm currently short on funds. Could you perhaps? Halfway through her sentence, her face flushed red. Given her personality, such pleading was extremely difficult. What? You can't even come up with 100,000. Jiang Fan's face immediately fell. This was completely different from his expectations. In his mind, beast tamers should be elite figures. How could she not afford even 100,000? He calculated mentally. I only charged Su Qingqing 10,000 for a second-grade spirit beast special evolution plan. For third grade, I should raise the price a bit. 100,000 was just testing the waters, but apparently still too high. 100,000. Now it was Yi Chinghua's turn to be shocked, staring intently at Jiang Fan, suspecting she'd encountered another con artist. Her gaze burned like flames, as if trying to ignite him. Jiang Fan instinctively pulled his collar tighter, his expression resolute. I'm warning you. I don't accept any form of payment other than money, and I'm still just a kid. Yi Chinghua's anger flared, her pretty face stiffening. She suppressed her emotions and wondered to herself, what on earth is going through this guy's mind? She fixed her gaze on Jiang Fan's face, studying him for quite a while before determining he didn't seem like a fraud no scammer would use such crude tactics. As for whether the plan was reliable, she intended to have the trading center's professionals review it. Tianqing Town was merely a remote border town, lacking the qualifications to establish an evolution center that only city-state level settlements could possess, so they had to settle for second best. While the trading center staff couldn't be called evolution masters, they had years of experience handling various evolution materials and possessed decent judgment, similar to how pharmacists could roughly diagnose conditions based on medicinal herbs. Regarding the 100,000 Jiang Fan requested, she didn't consider it excessive. I couldn't even buy 1/10 of that material list. In the end, she only asked, cash or transfer? Transfer. Jiang Fan immediately responded, his voice betraying barely concealed excitement. Ding. A system notification appeared. Transfer received from Yi Chinghua. Wealth increased by 100,000. Another 100,000 earned. Jiang Fan's heart soared with joy. This money was enough for another evolution. Should he continue pushing the bald parrot toward the next stage, or simply buy a spirit beast egg? He quickly calculated. Grade spirit beast eggs cost 50,000, while a grade jumped straight to 500,000, nearly a tenfold increase with each upgrade. If special evolution paths were involved, prices would be calculated separately. People often wondered, how could you determine special paths before the egg even hatched? This relied on an evolution master's expertise, though they couldn't guarantee 100% accuracy. Carried some resemblance to stone gambling. Skilled evolution masters might discern 50 to 60%, but if you hired them for appraisal, they'd still charge full fees even if wrong, which is why few people sought evolution masters for low-grade eggs. Thinking about the sudden windfall in his hands, Jiang Fan couldn't help but imagine. If his parents knew how much money he could make now, they'd probably cry tears of joy. Great. Pleasure doing business, he said with a smile, waving to Yi Chinghua. Jiang Fan's elated expression made Yi Chinghua even more suspicious. Would a proper evolution master really show such delight over a mere 100,000? The evolution masters she'd encountered remained unmoved even by tens of millions. However, with the plan in hand and the cost reasonable, she decided to have someone verify it later. Right now, she needed to rush to support the guard regiment. Jiang Fan didn't leave the trading center, instead jogging straight to the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall. Despite Tianqing Town's remote location, the trading center's overall scale was quite impressive. The Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall was magnificently decorated, with each Spirit Beast Egg resting in its own crystal display case, arranged with even more grandeur than gold, silver, and precious gems. The hall bustled with people, mostly passers-by coming to broaden their horizons. Many students were also conducting social practice under their teacher's guidance, observing real Spirit Beast eggs firsthand. However, actual buyers were few and far between. Jiang Fan moved through the crowd without drawing special attention. High school students in uniforms like him were a daily sight. Popular belief held that frequent exposure to Spirit Beast eggs could increase the probability of awakening beast seals. While unverifiable, students still flocked here whenever possible, finding satisfaction even in just gazing through the specially designed glass covers. Xiao Fan, what brings you here? A melodious voice drifted out from the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall. Jiang Fan looked toward the sound and saw a young woman in her early 20s wearing a sharp, well-tailored business suit waving at him, radiant and full of energy. It was Lu Huan, someone he knew well. Sister Huan, I'm just browsing around, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Lu Huan placed her hands on her hips, her pretty face showing a hint of mock annoyance. Didn't you just finish your exams? I invited you to come before, and you wouldn't, but now you show up trying to catch some luck. Isn't it a bit too late? Before he could respond, she reached out with her slender fingers to pinch his cheeks, then pulled him into her embrace, ruffling his hair with her hand. Jiang Fan had experienced this treatment countless times, but each time he couldn't help thinking, so soft, and she smells amazing. The customers around them turned to look. While Lu Huan might not be devastatingly beautiful, she was certainly an attractive woman with both good looks and a great figure, plus an outgoing personality that made her many people's secret crush. Otherwise, she never could have gotten a job at the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall. The work was easy, but the salary was frighteningly high. The looks directed at Jiang Fan were full of envy and jealousy, especially since he was putting on such a pitiful expression. Several male customers silently rolled their eyes. What's he pretending for? Why doesn't he step aside and let us endure this torture instead? Just then, a well-dressed young man in a suit approached them, his tone cheerful but laced with mockery. I heard that Tianqing No. 1 High School awakened 2 beast tamers this year, so you got inspired too? Jiang Fan opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Huan immediately shielded him against her chest and said coldly, Chao Gang, that's none of your business. Chao Gang shrugged. Don't misunderstand, I'm just reflecting on it. Back in my year, none of us awakened as beast tamers during the 3 major exams. He smiled in a seemingly gentlemanly manner, then turned his gaze to Jiang Fan. Now that the 3 major exams are over, you're probably preparing for the academic tests, right? Don't worry, getting into an ordinary university is fine too. After graduation, you can do some basic work. Life goes on. Jiang Fan was pressed back into Lu Huan's embrace again. Chao Gang. Lu Huan's voice rose sharply. Don't go too far. Several colleagues nearby quickly gestured for them to keep their voices down. Lu Huan lowered her voice, her gaze icy cold. You're not even close to Xiao Fan, so stop trying to act friendly. Me, acting friendly with him? Chao Gang sneered. Huh, as if he's worthy of that. Seeing the standoff between them, Jiang Fan finally broke free, gasping for air. Although Lu Huan's chest wasn't as exaggerated as Su Qingqing's 36D, it had nearly suffocated him. Sister Huan, just ignore him. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. I actually came here to buy a spirit beast egg. You want to buy a spirit beast egg? Lu Huan was stunned. Chao Gang burst into laughter. You think that by frequently handling spirit beast eggs, you can increase your chances of awakening a beast seal? What wishful thinking. A commoner is just a commoner, so ignorant. Lu Huan glared at him fiercely but didn't respond, instead turning to Jiang Fan with a gentle voice. Xiao Fan, I know your family's situation. There's really no need to spend this money. Every year parents come to buy eggs, and the result is always the Samite doesn't help. She and Jiang Fan had lived in the same courtyard since childhood, though her family had moved away from that old residential area 2 years ago. Their relationship remained close, and in Jiang Fan's mind, Lu Huan had always been like a loyal big sister, though there wasn't actually much of an age gap between them. Jiang Fan was about to reveal that he had already become a beast tamer when suddenly, commotion erupted from another part of the shop. The crowd automatically parted as a white-bearded elder leaned against the counter, his face pale and fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet his voice still carried unwavering conviction. From my observation, this spirit beast egg has more evolutionary paths than the others. An evolution master? Jiang Fan's heart stirred as his gaze moved past the wall of people to settle on the old man. Beside the elders stood a family of 4. A middle-aged couple with furrowed brows and conflicted expressions, a somewhat timid teenage boy staring down at the counter, and most notably, a young girl standing straight with confidence that seemed beyond her years gleaming in her eyes. Chao Gang, who had been about to continue mocking Jiang Fan, immediately dropped his sneer upon hearing this and approached with a fawning smile. Master Jiang is Tianqing Town's foremost evolution master. Following Master Jiang's recommendation is never wrong. This A-grade spirit beast egg radiates flowing light, clearly extraordinary at first glance. However, Master Jiang waved his hand with a bitter smile. How could I claim to be an evolution master? In my youth, I barely qualified as a 3rd-grade soul master with slightly stronger mental power. I can only glimpse through the eggshell. My words should merely serve as reference. Chao Gang completely ignored the elder's modest words and continued loudly. Master Jiang is too humble. Last time, the great spirit beast egg you selected for our Chao family revealed a full 17 evolutionary paths. 17. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. That's practically the limit for grade, isn't it? That's the kind of quality you'd have to pay big money to discover after hatching. Getting such a premium find from egg opening, what incredible luck. Amid the discussions, the family's eyes burned with intensity as they stared fixedly at the egg Master Jiang had just indicated. Master Jiang felt even more embarrassed by the praise. There was some luck involved. Please don't exaggerate, Mr. Chao. After closing his eyes to rest for a moment, his spirit seemed to recover slightly. Suddenly, he raised his hand to point in another direction. I actually think that one over there looks promising. Everyone froze, following his finger to see a young man standing on his tiptoes at the back of the crowd. It was Jiang Fan. Lu Huan jumped in alarm, quickly tugging at Jiang Fan's sleeve and signaling with her eyes for him not to speak out of turn. The middle-aged man frowned in confusion. But that spirit beast egg was initially judged by Master Jiang to be the worst one. Is that so? Jiang Fan murmured softly. In his vision, several clear lines of data appeared. Fire spirit rat egg. Grade, E. Evolutionary paths, 3. Quality, low grade. Lightning snake egg. Grade, E. Evolutionary paths, 35. Quality, high grade. The thin eggshells were like nothing before his beast encyclopedia, everything crystal clear. Seeing Jiang Fan step forward, Master Jiang's brow immediately furrowed. Where did this young upstart come from? This lightning snake egg is plain and unremarkable. Without any aura, how could it surpass the fire spirit rat egg? Chao Gang snorted with laughter. Calm down, Master Jiang. He's just a student from Tianqing First High, a failure who bombed all 3 major exams, only good for running his mouth. A student? The expectant expressions around them instantly darkened. A single A-grade spirit beast egg costs 500,000. If you really pick a low-grade one, can you afford to compensate? The middle-aged man's face was grim, anger evident in his tone. The girl beside him crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Fan with a sideways glance, her voice crisp but mocking. Tianxing first high-produced 2 beast tamers? Don't tell me you think you're one of them. Wait until you actually become a beast tamer before opening your mouth. Having just experienced the 3 major exams and successfully awakened her beast mark, the girl was riding high on confidence, naturally displaying a sense of superiority toward Jiang Fan, a failed candidate. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and shrugged. I'm merely sharing my perspective. The choice of which to buy ultimately remains yours. Why the cold mockery? Who do you think you are to have an opinion? Chao Gang sneered mockingly. His words were like sparks hitting dry hay, immediately drawing agreement from those around. A kid like you dares to give advice? If you pick wrong, can you afford to compensate? You're still wet behind the ears, didn't hold us back. Lu Huan sensed trouble and immediately stepped in front of Jiang Fan, her tone urgent yet polite. Please forgive us, everyone. My little brother doesn't understand the business and spoke rashly. Seeing her respectful attitude only fueled Chao Gang's jealousy, and he coldly escalated. Lu Huan, don't let him set foot in the Spirit Beast Egg trading hall again. If he offends customers, can you take responsibility? The trading center was under federal jurisdiction and wielded considerable power in Tianxing town, with several official warriors stationed there permanently. Chao Gang also had backing. While Lu Huan losing her job would be manageable, if Jiang Fan angered the trading center, the consequences would be unthinkable. She lowered her voice and urged, Xiao Fan, listen to me. Let's go back. Jiang Fan knew Sister Huan was looking out for him, but he genuinely intended to buy an egg. He turned to Chao Gang with a smile. How about we make a bet to see whose egg is better? Chao Gang scoffed at the boy's overconfidence. Fine. What's the wager? If I win, you give me this Spirit Beast egg. If I lose, I'll buy the egg and it counts toward your sales. This wasn't an grade egg, but in a grade 1 priced at 500,000 federal coins. Lu Huan's face went pale instantly. 500,000. Neither she nor Jiang Fan could afford that. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Fan grasped her cold hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, signaling her to stay calm. Chao Gang burst into laughter. A newborn calf fears no tiger. Fine, I'll take your bet. If you win, I'll pay for this egg out of my own pocket. In his view, this egg with its dull, lusterless shell most likely had extremely poor aptitude and weak vitality. Jiang Fan was bound to lose. Lu Huan had already started calculating the balance in her account, worried she wouldn't be able to cover for Jiang Fan when the time came. Fearing Jiang Fan might back out, Chao Gang immediately called for an incubation master, secretly sneering. Even if this ended badly for the boy, it was his own doing, and it would show Lu Huan the true worth of commoners. The incubation master wheeled over 2 temperature-controlled incubators and placed both Spirit Beast eggs side by side. A-grade eggs enjoyed free incubation, and the hefty fees were settled instantly. Time ticked by as red lights flashed on the temperature control panel. After about an hour, both eggs trembled slightly, and spiderweb cracks appeared on their shells. The first egg emanated faint flames, while the second burst forth with blinding lightning. Elder Jiang and Chao Gang's faces changed dramatically. How was this possible? The shells shattered and the hatchlings emerged. A flame rat, weak and listless, and a lightning snake, spirited and vigorous, with lightning crackling around its body. Anyone with eyes could see that the lightning snake had superior aptitude, while the flame rat couldn't even be called ordinary. It was nearly inferior grade. The crowd erupted in commotion, and the customer who had originally trusted Elder Jiang's face turned green. Any random pick would have been better than this. Lu Huan covered her mouth in disbelief, looking toward Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan remained calm and composed, as if everything had been under his control from the start. He cupped his hands with a smile. Thank you for your generous contribution, Brother Chao. I'll be taking this lightning snake with me. Chao Gang panicked instantly. 500,000 was no small sum. He had only been working for a few years and was a big spender, so this amount of money would definitely alarm his family. Once they found out about this, they would never let him off the hook. Lu Huan stared at Jiang Fan curiously and asked in a lowered voice, Xiao Fan, when did you develop this kind of ability? Just luck, I guess. Jiang Fan scratched his head with an honest smile. I don't know why, but I just felt this one was good. Everyone was stunned, so it really was just luck. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Chao Gang's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This kid had dared to make such a big bet with him based on pure luck, and had actually won. There was no justice in this world. Someone in the crowd immediately raised their hand to bid. 600,000. I want this lightning snake hatchling. Jiang Fan was stunned, thinking to himself, this is possible? 600,000, and you think you can take it away? 600,000? How shameless can you be? A rough male voice came from behind. A grade E Spirit Beast cub with such good aptitude is worth at least 800,000. The speaker was a burly, rough-looking man. He stepped forward with sharp, menacing eyes, like a butcher who had walked through blood and carnage. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. A martial artist. Most likely a hunter who frequented the wastelands, stealing Spirit Beast cubs and eggs to resell for profit. A desperado who lived with his head on the chopping block. The moment the burly man said, 800,000, the the scene fell silent. 800,000 was already quite high, and no one was willing to compete with such a dangerous character on the spot. Cutting off someone's source of income was like killing their parents, and pushing a desperado too far would only lead to death. Jiang Fan weighed his options. Originally, he had planned to keep the lightning snake as his own spirit beast, but 800,000 was simply too tempting. Carefully recalling the lightning snake's basic stats, all attributes were just average, with its strength lying in its multiple evolution paths. While it was a treasure for ordinary beast tamers, it held little significance for him. The system would automatically plan the optimal evolution for him, and what he truly needed were high base stats. In other words, if the base attributes were high, this hatchling wouldn't be just grade E. With this 800,000, he could completely evolve several common beasts like the bald parrot, and the cost-effectiveness would be incredible. Okay, since this lightning snake is destined for you, brother, I'll transfer it to you, Jiang Fan decided. The burly man immediately transferred 800,000 and picked up the lightning snake hatchling with one hand. Before leaving, he said, "My name is Wang Meng. Come find me if you need anything." Wang Meng. Old Jiang beside them gasped. A somewhat famous third-grade martial artist near Tianqing town. Although martial arts was the most widespread path, third-grade martial artists were still among the elite, capable of fighting 100 opponents. The person who had been outbid by Wang Meng earlier secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't continued to compete, or he would have been in serious trouble today. In Tianqing town, third-grade martial artists were already influential figures. Chao Gang frowned. Such a figure was actually willing to protect Jiang Fan and had bought the lightning snake from him. If it had been anyone else who dared to refuse, the lightning snake might not have left safely today. But Jiang Fan had cleverly sold it, leaving Chao Gang to bear the loss alone. Damn it. Sister Huan, let's go. I'm treating you to a feast. Jiang Fan grinned widely. Combined with what Yi Chinghua had given him, that was a full 900,000. In Tianqing town, that was enough to buy a large 2-bedroom apartment. If he weren't planning to use it for spirit beast evolution, he could completely move his parents out of their old, cramped place. I still have to work, but I'll come find you after I get off, Lu Huan agreed with a smile. Jiang Fan didn't head straight home. Instead, he wandered around the pet market. Along the way, he calculated silently. While others relied on high-quality spirit beasts to win, he possessed unlimited beast seals, so why not adopt a quantity over quality strategy? Any ordinary beast would dote by them back and evolve them all into spirit beasts, the more the better. The pet market was lined with stalls, cages echoing with various animal calls. Common pets were everywhere, along with plenty of hybrid variants: red-furred Tibetan mastiffs like fireballs, green lizards clinging to glass walls flicking their tongues, and fist-sized atide spiders crouching silently, their black shells gleaming coldly. However, these bizarre appearances couldn't change their fundamental nature as ordinary beasts. After asking around for prices, Jiang Fan discovered that the cost difference between ordinary beasts and variants was a full 10 times. For him, the cheaper the better. After all, he was already keeping that bald parrot at home. So could anything be uglier than that? Yes, there really was something uglier. A bald husky was huddled in a corner, its head so smooth it reflected light, with only those pale blue eyes fiercely scanning passers-by, as if everyone owed it millions. A crooked wooden sign hung around its neck. Variant Husky. Special clearance. Only 200. 200 yuan for a variant? Jiang Fan's eyes lit up instantly as he quickly pulled up the system interface. Variant Husky. Level, 0 grade. Talent, worthless 5100. Species, canine. Growth value, 15100. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 10. Combat power, 5. Special bloodline, a grade Flamehound 1. The stats weren't impressive, but that one a grade Flamehound bloodline made his heart race. If he could use the system's evolution to fully activate that bloodline, it would be a true luxury item. Even grade spirit beasts were rare in Tianqing town, let alone a grade ones, which cost hundreds of millions in big cities and were often impossible to buy even with money. Seeing Jiang Fan staring blankly at the ugly dog, the vendor was puzzled. Young man, if you like it, just take it. This is a genuine variant husky. I heard its father had quite the pedigree. Jiang Fan looked up and said expressionlessly, "Make it cheaper. A variant pet for only 200. You won't find this price anywhere else." The vendor spread his hands, pointing at the husky. "It's just a bit ugly." "Too ugly." Jiang Fan remained unmoved. "Your eyes were practically glowing green just now, and you're still complaining it's ugly?" The vendor looked exasperated. The husky seemed to understand, glancing sideways at Jiang Fan with cold disdain. After a half-minute standoff, the vendor sighed. "Fine, 100. I'll throw in a bag of dog food, but no more bargaining. Let me be Clerno returns after purchase." "Deal," Jiang Fan nodded. After paying, he realized the complimentary dog food was actually a massive 50 kilograms bag, its rough hemp rope cutting painfully into his palms. He estimated this bag alone would cost around 100 yuan if sold separately, making him wonder if the vendor had scammed him. Carrying the dog food and leading the bald husky, Jiang Fan dragged his pathetically weak body home. Fortunately, this ridiculously looking husky was quite the attention grabber's turnaround rate, soared all the way, with several beautiful women even asking to take photos, though only with the husky, of course. Jiang Fan mused to himself. Could this dog actually be a chick magnet? Master this dog, and romance awaits? After struggling to drag the dog food upstairs, he spotted Su Qingqing standing at his door from afar. She wore a light yellow dress that outlined her graceful curves, her long, snow-white legs particularly eye-catching. Jiang Fan instinctively looked her up and down. Never mind, she was wearing safety shorts. Ever since Su Qingqing stopped wearing her school uniform, she appeared in a new outfit every time they met. Jiang Fan gazed at her shimmering new dress and silently mused to himself. She's definitely a rich girl. What a shame that such a wonderful girl is already engaged to that boy from old Wang's family upstairs through an arranged childhood betrothal. Su Qingqing had long become immune to Jiang Fan's blatant stares. She glanced directly at the bag of dog food beside him, then noticed the shaved, bald husky with an arrogant expression on its face, and casually asked, "Did you get a dog?" "Yeah," Jiang Fan replied offhandedly as he dragged the bag of dog food upstairs. He had to haul this heavy 100-pound bag up to the last step. The next second, disaster struck. His foot slipped, and both Jiang Fan and the bald husky lost control as the bag of dog food dragged them down, tumbling together down the stairs. "I'm done for." Jiang Fan's heart raced wildly. Being rolled down the stairs by a 100-pound weight, if he hit hard, even second-degree disability wouldn't be surprising. Suddenly, his body was suspended in midair, and then his back pressed against two soft sensations. Based on the experience he'd heard from Sister Huan, this feeling probably had only one explanation. "Are you okay?" Warm breath brushed past his ear as Su Qingqing's voice whispered close to Jiang Fan's ear. Jiang Fan froze. The position was too awkward. Su Qingqing had caught him around the waist, while her other hand effortlessly held the bag of dog food, as steady as carrying a shopping basket. What kind of superhuman strength is this? Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. Chimpanzee's blood energy was only 0.5 horsepower, and he barely passed the martial arts exam. But that guy definitely didn't have Su Qingqing's strength. The seemingly delicate Su Qingqing had actually lifted over 100 pounds of dog food. With one hand, she was genuinely strong as an ox. Su Qingqing, however, had no idea what Jiang Fan was thinking about her at that moment. After being released, the bald husky finally managed to crawl up from the bottom of the stairs, looking completely bewildered, then let out pitiful howls. "Oh, whoa, whoa, why didn't anyone save it? Why was it the only one that rolled down?" Jiang Fan ignored the husky's protests. After Su Qingqing set him down on the ground, he fell into deep thought. "Can I ask you a question?" His expression was serious. "What?" Su Qingqing tilted her head. "Obviously, they're quite impressive. So why do you bind them up?" "Bind them up?" Su Qingqing looked confused, then instinctively followed Jiang Fan's gaze and looked down. When she saw her chest, her pretty face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly raised her arms to cover herself. "Pervert!" Slap. A crisp smack echoed through the stairwell, reverberating. In the living room, Jiang Fan mumbled with his swollen cheek. "You successfully evolved? How did you know?" Su Qingqing's eyes widened. "Obviously, I can see the data panel above your head at a glance." Jiang Fan shrugged. "You're a third-rank beast tamer now." He kept her in suspense, smiling mysteriously. "What do you think?" Su Qingqing nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand. "I came here to thank you." "All right, message received." Jiang Fan said no more. Just before leaving, Su Qingqing suddenly stopped. "Your reaction, that dado, you have objections to the childhood betrothal?" Jiang Fan froze, his mind conjuring the image of that boy from the Wang family smugly holding Su Qingqing's arm. Jealousy surged, and he blurted out, "Of course. Times are progressing now. We advocate free love and free marriage." "What's a childhood betrothal?" "That's just an arranged marriage where parents force their will onto their children. As young people of the new era, we should have a rebellious spirit and not passively comply. Happiness must be fought for by ourselves." Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at him in surprise. Honestly, she really hadn't expected Jiang Fan to be so opposed to their childhood betrothal. No wonder this guy never talked to her. Sometimes after school, she would deliberately walk slowly, hoping to wait for him, but he would stride past her without even glancing her way. This was Jiang Fan's rebellion against their arranged marriage. A bitter feeling swept through Su Qingqing's heart. Clearly in Yuehua City, family alliances and political marriages were everywhere, and many people followed the marry first, love later approach. But she couldn't help mocking. Marry first, love later? I think you've been watching too many novels and TV dramas. How can two people without any emotional foundation be together? It's absolutely ridiculous. In the hallway, Jiang Fan's attitude was as cold and hard as ice. Su Qingqing looked at his firm and resolute expression, her nose tingling as her eyes quickly filled with tears, but she stubbornly held back her grievance. "Fine. I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed the door and left. The sound of the door's vibration hadn't yet faded when Jiang Fan scratched his head, suddenly realizing he might have said too much. Strictly speaking, this marriage arrangement was originally meant for the Wang family's son upstairs and had basically nothing to do with him, and he got along pretty well with the Wang boy's earlier discouragement was somewhat inappropriate. Whatever, let me tame this bald husky first. He shook off these conflicted thoughts and silently commanded, "System, I want to make this bald husky my spirit beast." The next second, a faint red glow appeared on the bald husky's fur, similar to the common beast mark radiance, except as an ordinary beast, its light was noticeably dimmer. Ding. The bald husky has become the host's spirit beast. Attributes are as follows. Bald husky. Level, 0 grade. Talent, worthless 5100. Species, canine. Growth value, 15100. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 10. Combat power, 5. Special bloodline, a grade flamehound 1. Evolution method, complete evolution. Evolve the bald husky. Jiang Fan issued his second command without hesitation. The bald husky was once again engulfed in light, its body seemingly becoming more robust, and the domineering aura in its dog eyes became even more pronounced, as if it could rule the canine world in an instant. A few minutes later, the notification sound rang again. Ding. Bald husky evolution successful. Wealth value 10,000. Evolution results are as follows. Bald husky. Level, 1 grade. Talent, worthless 15100. Species, canine. Growth value, 15100. Stamina, 40. Strength, 60. Speed, 20. Combat power, 20. Special bloodline, a grade flamehound 1. Special skill, intimidation capable of intimidating enemies with mental power below 0.5 units. Pretty much the same as when the bald parrot reached 1 grade, just doubled the 0 grade stats. Jiang Fan frowned after scanning the panel. The key is this skill intimidation, just startling the opponent? Seeing the huskies, looking down on everything, expression makes the enemy scared? This is way too useless. Thinking about his two spirit beasts, one with attract hatred and another with intimidation, one was a living target, the other provided mental deterrency, was simply speechless. Stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Super big stupid dog. Accompanied by piercing shrieks, the bald parrot rampaged across the ceiling. Its wings flapped wildly, colorful feathers scattered everywhere, continuously hurling taunts at the bald husky. The husky being watched lifted its head, its ice-cold eyes fixed deadly on the ceiling. Jiang Fan stepped back half a step with interest, wanting to see what kind of show these two treasures could put on. Woo! The bald husky let out a deep growl from its throat, making the air seem thick and oppressive. Jiang Fan, with only 0.1 units of mental power, was also affected by this pressure, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Stupid dog. Big stupid dog. The bald parrot flew around the room, gaining altitude while machine gun firing taunts like, "Bald dog, so ugly." And come on, stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Come chase me. Woo-woo, the husky kept looking up and growling, its aura becoming increasingly menacing, yet it remained motionless. The parrot's stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Woo, and the husky's a woo, went back and forth, filling the entire room, creating a standoff that lasted a full 5 minutes. Two weirdos. Jiang Fan's veins bulged as fury shot to his head. What attract hatred? What intimidation? Basically just one idiot and one coward. He slapped his thigh hard. Damn it. If they really fought enemies, not only would they get beaten to death, they'd get their corpses desecrated too. System, continue evolving the bald husky. Jiang Fan understood that the money was already spent, so now he could only grit his teeth and push this bald husky to greater heights. No matter how cowardly he felt, he had to build up its strength first and pick on weaker enemies that shouldn't be too difficult. As his command fell, the bald husky's body suddenly erupted with blinding light, as if invisible energy streams were pouring into it from the void. A few minutes later, the brilliant light gradually faded. Ding. Bald husky evolution successful, wealth value 100,000. Evolution results synchronized to panel. Spirit beast level, grade 2. Talent, F151000. Talent value increases by 10 for every 100 growth points. Species, canine. Growth value, 1510,000. Stamina, 366. Strength, 255. Speed, 80. Combat power, 398. Special bloodline, a grade flamehound 2. Evolution method, comprehensive evolution. Jiang Fan let out a long breath. Both were grade 2, but this husky and Su Qingqing's dragon mastiff cub weren't even in the same league. The difference in aptitude was clear as day. The dragon mastiff cub had grade aptitude and could crush most spirit beasts in same level combat, with the gap only becoming more ridiculous at higher levels. No wonder high aptitude spirit beasts commanded astronomical prices, with grade 1s being practically priceless treasures. As for how Su Qingqing managed to get hers, Jiang Fan was completely clueless. But when his gaze fell on the special bloodline entry on the panel, his pupils suddenly contracted. 2. It was clearly only 1 initially. How did it double? He knew that for every 100 growth points gained, talent aptitude increased by 1. But for spirit beasts with special bloodlines, growth value could directly enhance bloodline purity, transforming them toward a grade flame hounds? What was the ratio? He'd just spent 10,000 wealth value for 1,000 growth points, and the bloodline purity increased by 1, meaning every 10,000 could boost it by 1. So burning just 1 million would transform the husky into a true A-grade aptitude flamehound. At this thought, his heart pounded wildly. Was it worth it? Absolutely. In major cities, an A-grade aptitude spirit beast cub cost hundreds of millions, while he could get one for just 1% of that cost. Even more incredible was that as they evolved, the spirit beast's combat power skyrocketed simultaneously. This discovery was earth-shattering. It meant he could collect cheap mutant pets, throw some money at them, and eventually turn them all into high-aptitude monsters. But fantasies aside, with funds currently tight, he needed to be practical. First, push both the bald parrot and bald husky to grade 3. System, continue evolution. Jiang Fan issued the command again. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers outside Tianqing town, a bloody battle was erupting. A guard regiment of about 1,000 men was desperately intercepting an incoming beast horde at a glance. Over 200 fierce beasts pressed forward in dense formation, kicking up clouds of dust. Warriors, charge with me. Everyone else, provide explosive round cover. The thunderous command came from the leading middle-aged general in gray regulation armor. Only decorated officers were qualified to wear such gear. He leaped into the beast tide with his spear, the silver-tipped weapon flashing coldly as it directly impaled and flung a 3-to-form a turtle wolf-like beast, blood raining down and boosting morale. Grade 3 warriors are truly terrifying, someone shouted. Humanity will prevail. Charge. Over 100 warriors tore through the front lines under cover of explosive rounds, determined to break the beast's charging momentum. If it gained full force, the consequences would be unthinkable. Old Jiang was among the warrior ranks. Though he wasn't a formal warrior, the guard regiment had quite a few fighters like him who'd taken up arms mid-career. A legitimate warrior is one who has passed the 3 major examinations and studied at a martial arts academy. Old Jiang wasn't one of them. They called him a wild fighter. Through years of grueling practice and countless life-or-death battles in the guard regiment, he had forged himself into a first-rank warrior. Old Jiang, don't push yourself too hard. There's a second-rank beast ahead. Behind him, Old Jiang's anxious shouts were swallowed by roars and clashing weapons. Old Jiang's face turned a shinth. Violent aura rushing toward him had already warned him that a second-rank beast crouched ahead. But he had no retreat. If no one broke through from this direction, the beast horde's charge couldn't be stopped, and Tianqing town would instantly become a slaughterhouse. He gritted his teeth and slashed horizontally, his blade cutting through the air as he struck down a first-rank beast that lunged at him. Blood splattered as he locked eyes with the second-rank tiger-shaped beast. In that instant, a chill shot up his spine to the crown of his head. For the first time, he truly smelled death. His throat went dry as he swallowed hard, his son's image flashing through his mind. The boy should be preparing for his academic exams in Tianqing town right now. If he could grow up safely, being an ordinary person wouldn't be so bad. The thought passed quickly as he gripped his blade tighter, his eyes resolute as steel. Kill! He roared and charged at the massive tiger with his blade raised. Old Jiang nearly went mad, using every ounce of strength just to hold off the first-rank beast before him, while the captain was locked in fierce battle with a third-rank beast and couldn't spare any help. Everyone knew, a first-rank warrior facing a second-rank beast, Heedin Old Jiang, was doomed. The golden-eyed tiger beast raised its massive head, contempt in its gaze, and let out an earth-shaking roar. It lifted its door-sized claws and struck down viciously. The guard regiment's hearts leaped to their throats, and even the captain's eyes turned red, as if trying to burn Old Jiang's image deep into memory. Old Jiang raised his blade desperately, planning to take off one of the tiger's claws even if he was crushed to pulp, giving his comrades a chance to strike. Just as the claws were about to fall, boom, a blazing flame shot through the air, blasting a charred hole in the second-rank beast's flank. Immediately after, a larger wolf-shaped beast landed, flames rolling as it separated Old Jiang from the tiger. The intense heat scorched Old Jiang's armor, instantly evaporating his sweat. Stand back, I'll take over from here. A voice, not tall but firm, came from behind the wolf-shaped beast. Yi Chinghua had arrived. Beast. Beastmaster, sir. Old Jiang's eyes widened. The captain wept with joy. Reinforcements from Moonlight City had finally arrived. A third-rank beastmaster? No. Everyone realized that the flame demon wolf was unusually large, with a terrifying orate, had broken through to 4th rank. 4th rank beast masters were rare, even in major cities like Moonlight City. The flame demon wolf howled at the sky and spat rose-colored flames again. The sea of fire swept out, leaving scorched earth in its wake amid continuous screams. 200 to 300 beasts crumbled instantly under this crushing assault. In mere moments, the human defense line stabilized, and Tianqing town was saved. Some guard regiment soldiers fell to their knees weeping. Others raised their blades and roared they had thought death was certain, but this beast master's arrival brought them overwhelming victory. This was the revered beast master. One beast master could match 1,000-man guard regiment. Thank you for saving my life, Master Beast Tamer. Old Zhang's voice choked with emotion as his legs gave way, nearly collapsing to his knees. His face was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt still soaked with blood at the chest. The despair of leaving his wife and children behind still lingered in his mind, but now the excitement of surviving against all odds surged through him. Yi Chinghua merely glanced at him with indifferent eyes, offering no response. Though she had restrained her aura, she still emanated the oppressive presence of a mountain, making the surrounding guards afraid to even breathe loudly. At that moment, the captain jogged over, bowing with clasped fists, his voice respectfully polite. May I ask, are you Master Yi Chinghua? A third-rank warrior and a third-rank beast tamer were completely different levels of power, not to mention that Yi Chinghua had likely already stepped into the fourth rank. The captain naturally had to tread carefully. Yi Chinghua nodded. Everyone expected this powerful beast tamer to immediately reorganize the guard unit or even take direct command, but her first words caught them off guard. There's an evolution master in Tianqing town. Why didn't you report this to me? Her tone was calm, yet it struck the captain's head like muffled thunder. The captain was stunned. What? What are you talking about? How could there possibly be an evolution master in Tianqing town? He had been rooted in this remote town for decades and had never heard of such a figure visiting. Is that so? It seems you truly don't know. Yi Chinghua frowned. He's very young, looks only 17 or 18, dressed ordinarily, quite handsome. Have you never seen him? Everyone exchanged glances, looking bewildered. Evolution masters were already rare as phoenix feathers, let alone one so young. The only person in all of Tianqing town who could be remotely connected to evolution was the prestigious elder Jiang, but he was already white-haired and far from having a student-like appearance. Evolution masters were a branch of soul masters, requiring both extraordinary mental power and vast knowledge. Each one was a walking encyclopedia of spirit-beast knowledge, an existence as majestic as mountains. A young evolution master? They didn't even dare to imagine it. Seeing no response, Yi Chinghua didn't press further. Never mind. She thought to herself, if anyone in town truly knew the whereabouts of that evolution master, Yuehua City would have already received intelligence. In that case, she would have to search personally. Old Jiang watched Yi Chinghua's emphasis on that mysterious evolution master and felt dejected. 17 or 18 years old. Wasn't that exactly his son Xiaofan's age? The same age, yet worlds apart. If his son were truly an evolution master, he would laugh even in his dreams. Ding! Bald parrot and bald husky evolution successful. Jiang Fan's eye snapped open. He saw the bald parrot's body had swelled to half a person's height. Its emerald feathers layered magnificently, with fine scales growing over the outer layer that gleamed with metallic light. Especially those claws, they glinted coldly in the sunlight. He quickly signaled the parrot to hover in midair, otherwise, it would have easily torn through the floorboards. Even so, the wind from the parrot's flapping wings still left the room in complete disarray. As for the bald husky, Jiang Fan had already stored it in the system space otherwise. This guy could simply lift its head and punch a hole through the 2.4-meter ceiling. He glanced at the data for the bald husky. Spirit beast level, grade 3. Talent. E. 151,0000 talent increases by 10 for every 100 growth points. Species, canine. Growth points, 151,00000. Stamina, 1050. Strength, 523. Speed, 130. Combat power, 1180. Special bloodline, a grade Flamehound 12. Bald parrot. Spirit beast level, grade 3. Talent. E. 101,000 talent increases by 10 for every 100 growth points. Species, flying. Growth points, 110,000. Stamina, 780. Strength, 330. Speed, 811. Combat power, 516. Special skill, taunt can attract 100 enemy aggro against opponents with mental power below 10. The stats had indeed improved considerably, but compared to Yi Chinghua's Flame Demon Wolf and Su Qingqing's Young Dragon Mastiff, there was still a significant gap. The problem remained their aptitude. Jiang Fan stared at his two bald pets and couldn't help muttering. They've evolved to grade 3, so why are they still bald? Could this really be a chronic condition? The next evolution required a full 1,000,000 growth points, and he only had 780,000 left. It seemed he'd need to wait for more clients. But beast tamers were rare in Tianqing town, and encountering Yi Chinghua last time was already lucky. Who knew when the next one would appear? In the evening, Lu Huan called. Come down for dinner. I'm downstairs. Having someone treat him was certainly good news. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan rushed downstairs and saw a black sedan parked at the building entrance. The window rolled down, and Lu Huan waved at him while wearing fashionable sunglasses. Sister Huan bought a car? Yeah, just for getting around. Nothing fancy. Even an ordinary one must cost hundreds of thousands, right? Jiang Fan got into the passenger seat. Lu Huan proudly made a V sign. 230,000. Wow, Sister Huan struck it rich. Where do I compare to you? You made 800,000 in one go. What do you want to eat later? Whatever Sister Huan wants. Jiang Fan patted his chest. Then I won't hold back. Lu Huan's driving skills were better than Jiang Fan had imagined. She only stalled 3 times at startup. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of a somewhat rundown little shop. Jiang Fan recognized this place. Lu Huan used to drag him here often before college. After 7 or 8 years, the taste was mediocre but cheap. In an era when a bowl of noodles averaged 15 yuan, this place still charged only 5 yuan, and you could add a tea egg. The owner, Old Gua, was in his 50s. His surname was Gua, so Jiang Fan called him Old Gua. The old man had a sharp tongue and loved telling dirty jokes. Jiang Fan used to find him annoying, but after getting familiar, he realized the man wasn't bad. Hee, to me this is the most delicious food. I haven't been here in so long. Lu Huan removed her sunglasses and smiled. When they entered the shop, Old Gua was dozing at the counter. Sleeping on the job. Old Gua. Jiang Fan's voice wasn't quiet. Old Gua looked up, and seeing this pair of siblings, immediately beamed. Oh my. If it isn't little Huan. Getting prettier and prettier. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. He was clearly the one who greeted first, this lecherous old man. Lu Huan also smiled. Uncle Gua, your business is still the same, not many customers. Old Gua sighed. Young people all go to trendy restaurants. Who wants to come to my shabby place? Jiang Fan deliberately teased him. Exactly what I'm saying. How is this shop still standing? Hee, with a big customer like you coming 2 or 3 times a week, my shop won't collapse. Old Gua joked back. All right, bring out the good stuff. I'm treating Sister Huan today. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Coming right up. Old Gua headed to the kitchen. After sitting down, Lu Huan lowered her voice. Xiao Fan, did you hear? The guard regiment won a great victory and completely wiped out 200 fierce beasts outside the city. That impressive? Jiang Fan genuinely didn't know. Uncle and the others should be back soon. I heard a high-grade beast tamer provided support. Lu Huan spoke mysteriously. They say this beast tamer received guidance from a master in Tianqing town and advanced from grade 3 to grade 4. Is that so? Jiang Fan's expression was subtle. Absolutely true. And the guidance happened at the trading center. I work there, so I can hear some inside information. Old Gua brought over 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles and curiously joined the conversation. Our Tianqing town has such a master? Jiang Fan's eye twitched slightly. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Lu Huan leaned closer. Is it that one with legs 1.20 meters? I mean, is it Yi Chinghua with the flame demon wolf? Lu Huan rested her chin on her hands, smiling as she gazed at Jiang Fan. Feeling uncomfortable under her laughing eyes, Jiang Fan quickly searched for a topic to divert attention. Sister Huan. The trading center must have pretty good benefits, right? Not bad, I guess, Lu Huan shrugged. I'm just a regular clerk now, making less than 30,000 after taxes. 30,000. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. You could buy a spirit beast egg in just 2 months. Haha, Xiao Fan, you're so cute. Lu Huan reached out and gently brushed his nose, her voice full of affection. I'm not a beast tamer. What would I do with a spirit beast egg? The gesture made Jiang Fan's face flush slightly, and he could only laugh awkwardly. After a moment, he asked tentatively, Sister Huan, I remember your scores on the 3 major exams were pretty good back then. How did you end up at a regular university? It was all because of my dad. Lu Huan withdrew her hand, a hint of helplessness in her voice. That year I missed the Spirit Soul exam by just 0.1 points, but I passed the martial exam. He didn't want his daughter becoming a warrior though, said it was dangerous and hard work, so he changed my application. Recalling this, a faint regret crossed her brow. If she had entered the martial academy back then, her life might have been completely different. But who knows? Even if I had gone to the martial academy, it might not be better than now. Working in the trading hall is actually pretty nice. She looked up and changed the subject. Enough about me, Xiao Fan. I have to criticize you. Why did you have to offend Chao Gang? He's from the Chao family, that famous Chao family in Tianqing town. You embarrassed him publicly, and he'll never let it go. Jiang Fan pouted and muttered. I'm not afraid of him. Lu Huan sighed, her tone becoming serious for the first time. You haven't really entered society yet, so you don't know how dangerous it is out there. Chao Gang is more vicious than you think. If Chao Gang comes, I'm not afraid. Jiang Fan stiffened his neck stubbornly. As for the Chao family, this is a society ruled by law. Can they really control all of Tianqing town single-handedly? Lu Huan was speechless. After a moment, she shook her head. They might not be able to cover the entire sky, but covering half of it was still possible. The Chao family has deep penetration in the trading center, controlling almost half the business, she explained slowly. Moreover, Old Master Chow and Old Jiang are close friends with extensive business dealings. You just made both Chow Gang and Old Jiang lose Facito. You think they'll let you off easily? You're just an ordinary person. What do you have to compete with them? At this point, Old Gua, who was busy wiping bowls nearby, chimed in. Huan, not to criticize you, but why are you getting more timid? The Chow family only has some influence in town. Outside of Tianqing town, who even knows them? Old Gua, even you're trying to smooth things over. Lu Huan's eyes widened. You've been out of touch with worldly affairs for so long. You don't understand at all. Old Gua laughed heartily and sat down with his bowl. How do I not understand? Worst case, let Fan follow me. I know some martial arts secrets. I can teach him a thing or two. After speaking, the old man puffed out his chest with a proud expression. Jiang Fan understood in his heart. Old Gua had advised him to become his disciple before, and he had refused without thinking. The man claimed to be powerful, but wasn't he still just selling noodles? Lu Huan looked at Old Gua meaningfully. If you really want to take Xiao Fan as your disciple and are willing to protect him, that's one thing, but can you actually manage it? Old Gua opened his mouth, then scratched his head awkwardly. This little shop was packed from morning to night, and it seemed he really couldn't spare the time. Jiang Fan gave him a strange look. Old Gua laughed dryly. My little shop keeps me pretty busy. Fan, listen to your sister. Huan didn't pick fights with people easily, unless you someday have the real strength to beat them. Jiang Fan clenched his fists and muttered quietly. I don't believe they'd dare lay a hand on a beast tamer. Jiang Fan remained defiant. Lu Huan felt exhausted. Even if you are a beast tamer, the Chow family in Tianqing town. Wait, did you just say you're a beast tamer? As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes, which had been half closed from fatigue, suddenly widened. Even Old Gua, who was chopping vegetables nearby, froze, his knife hitting the cutting board with a loud thunk. Jiang Fan rubbed his nose casually and nodded nonchalantly. Yeah, there are two people from Tianqing No. 1 high school who passed the beast taming exam, and I'm one of them. The air suddenly grew thick with tension. The two stared at each other in speechless amazement, their feelings best described as utterly incredulous. What's wrong? Is it really that hard to believe? Jiang Fan feigned confusion. Lu Huan frowned thoughtfully, quickly recalling the school records in her mind. Tianqing No. 1 high school indeed only has two students who awaken beast seals. One is Su Qingcheng with 13 beast seals, and the other is you with just one awakened beast seal. Jiang Fan nodded. Actually, he silently corrected in his mind. The intelligence was wrong on two counts. Su Qingcheng didn't have 13 seals, but 16. She had possessed 3 tamed beasts even before the 3 great exams, and was now a third-rank beast tamer. As for himself, while it appeared as just one black beam of light shooting skyward, he actually possessed unlimited beast seals. But there was no need to reveal these secrets, and Sister Huan and Old Gua probably wouldn't be interested anyway. Xiao Fan, you've really opened my eyes. Lu Huan couldn't help but exclaim. She had practically watched Jiang Fan grow up since childhood and knew he was a good kid, but he had always been ordinary in studies, sports, and socializing. Now he suddenly told her he was a beast tamer. Who wouldn't be shocked? To be honest, I'm pretty surprised myself. Jiang Fan flashed a sheepish grin. Coming back to her senses, Lu Huan remembered something else. Do you have a spirit beast now? Please tell me you didn't sell that premium lightning snake to hunters. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I already have a spirit beast. He opened his palm, and black light flickered briefly. A bright green parrot with a completely bald head fluttered out, circled around Old Gua's small shop once, and finally landed on the table. The parrot raised its head, and its shrill voice echoed through the cramped space. Rip-off joint. Rip-off joint. Rip-off joint. Dirty, broken rip-off joint. Nobody comes here. Going bankrupt soon. Going bankrupt soon. Under the already dim yellow lighting of the shop, Old Gua's face turned red as if burned by fire, and veins began throbbing on his forehead. He instinctively gripped his cleaver tighter, then suddenly loosened his grip, feeling an inexplicable surge of rage. Why did he suddenly want to chop this bird? Suppressing his emotions, he asked in a strained voice. Are you sure this is your spirit beast? Yeah. Jiang Fan answered matter-of-factly. Old Guo examined the parrot closely. Though large in size, it looked like an ordinary common beast in every way, completely lacking the presence a spirit beast should have. He frowned and warned. This looks like a common beast to me. You only have one beast seal once it's occupied, unless the spirit beast dies in battle. Forcibly severing the bond will damage your beast seal. Exactly. Lu Huan chimed in anxiously. This is reckless. My family used to keep a parrot, but that was just a common beast. How could you use your beast seal to contract with it? Old Guo was unusually stern, his tone filled with disappointment. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Huh? Is that so? Jiang Fan scratched his head, putting on an innocent expression. He genuinely hadn't bothered to learn about such things since unlimited beast seals weren't bound by these restrictions anyway. Old Guo was so frustrated he was speechless. Lu Huan let out a long sigh. That was too reckless. You should have at least asked someone first. Seeing that both of them were genuinely worried, Jiang Fan raised his hands to calm them down. I think it's fine, actually. Even though this bald parrot is just a common beast, for some reason it's been evolving incredibly fast. It's already third rank now. As his words settled, the room fell silent once again. What? Both of them uttered in stunned unison. Third rank already? Old Gua's expression was absolutely priceless, as if he'd just heard the most fantastical tale imaginable. Yes, third rank. Old Gua and Lu Huan exchanged glances, both showing a flicker of confusion in their eyes. Could it really be that common beasts evolved more easily than spirit beasts? They quickly reached a reasonable conclusion. Common beasts had shallow foundations, so each evolution brought limited power increases, naturally making it easier for them to break through rank barriers. However, such cases were extremely rare, since almost no beast tamers would waste precious beast seals on common beasts. How strong is it? Old Gua raised his hand to wipe flour from his apron, his tone serious. Jiang Fan smiled at the bald parrot. Show them what you've got. The parrot immediately flapped its wings and stretched its neck with an open beak. Old Gua and Lu Huan both stepped back half a pace almost simultaneously, secretly gathering spiritual energy within their bodies. If this truly was a third-rank spirit beast, even a single cry could blow the roof off. Instead, the room erupted with a string of completely harmless profanity. Flat as an airport. Flat as an airport. Flat as an airport. No one will marry you. No one will marry you. No one will marry you. Lu Huan instinctively looked down at herself, her almond eyes widening instantly as she glared fiercely at Jiang Fan. Am I really that flat? Jiang Fan looked thoroughly embarrassed. I'm not the one saying it. I think you're finny, at least future children won't go hungry. He could see partial body data for Lu Huan and was simply being honest. Lu Huan's pretty face flushed red, her long hair flying up as if about to explode. Old Gua delivered the finishing blow. Well, it's barely adequate. The parrot suddenly changed targets, unleashing a torrent at Old Gua. Scam shop. Scam shop. Bound to go bankrupt. Lonely and miserable, with no one to rely on. Old pervert. Old Gua's smile froze, his face instantly turning dark as iron. Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. That outburst had offended both of them. He had wanted the parrot to demonstrate its abilities, but the creature had chosen to showcase its special skills instead. Old Gua and Lu Huan's chests heaved with anger surging to their brows, the air in the room seeming to grow stifling under the pressure. You too. Jiang Fan spoke up as a reminder. Only then did they snap back to awareness. Feeling even more puzzled, they had actually been stirred to such fury by a parrot's words, which was simply inexplicable. Xiao Fan, does this parrot have any abilities besides cursing? Lu Huan suppressed her anger. Maybe we can find a way to remove that habit sometime. Jiang Fan grinned sheepishly. It really is a waste of the beast seal. Seeing that Jiang Fan offered no further explanation, Lu Huan could only sigh. After finishing the last bite of steaming noodles, Jiang Fan stood to take his leave. Lu Huan said she wanted to sit a while longer. At the street corner, Jiang Fan suddenly looked back, his brow slightly furrowed. When those two had been angered by the parrot earlier, they both seemed to have released considerable blood energy fluctuations. Sister Huan was understandable. She had passed all 3 major martial exams back then and might have encountered opportunities at university. But Old Gua? His blood energy had even faintly surpassed Sister Huan's. Must be my imagination. Jiang Fan shook his head and muttered to himself. If he really had that kind of power, how could Old Gua be content selling noodles in this small town? He remembered this shop being here since he was Yunaful 10 years. Where would so many masters hiding in the world and experiencing life come from? The path of mastery required countless trials and tribulations. Without fame or profit as motivation, who would willingly endure such bitter cultivation? After Jiang Fan left, Lu Huan and Old Gua watched his figure through the window until he disappeared at the end of the street. Who would have thought that kid would awaken a beast seal? Old Gua sighed, then shook his head. But he's wasted his talent. A common beast is still a common beast even at third rank, it won't do. Lu Huan sighed and went on. 7 beast tamers emerged from Tianxing town this year, 2 from Tianxing number 1 high, 1 from Huiwen Girls' School, 2 trained by the Trade Center, and 1 each from the 2 major clans. Under the dim, yellow light, Old Gua smoothed his graying sideburns and nodded. The cult is probably targeting them. What's the Trade Center's plan? Their foundation is mediocre, and there's only 1 Tier 3 warrior stationed in town. But word is, Moonhua City will temporarily send a Tier 4 warrior to escort those 2 prodigies out. If possible, they'll also cover the others, Lu Huan said in a lowered voice. Tier 4 Old Gua mused, his rough knuckles tapping the table. That's no small move. Tier 4 warriors are the backbone in Moonhua City. They raised those 2 themselves, Lu Huan shrugged. One awakened 7 beast seals, the other 5 solid talent. 7 beast seals would be top tier even in Moonhua City, Old Gua said with genuine admiration. No wonder they're sending a Tier 4 to the sticks to pick them up. After a beat of silence, Lu Huan frowned. What about us? The number of awakenings this time is outrageous. I'm worried the cult will pull it off. Old Guo waved a steady hand. Tianqing town is remote. The cult won't pour in too many resources. If they send experts at all, it'll be around tier 4. The real issue is whether they're warriors or soul adepts. If it's a soul adept, that's trouble. They kill without a trace. He paused, then shifted the topic. And there's Su Qingqing 13 beast seals is a shock we can't ignore. 13 Luhuan sucked in a breath. A rare, gentle smile touched Old Guo's face. I held her when she was a newborn. Who would have thought she'd rival her mother on the path of beast taming? Her mother? Luhuan raised an eyebrow. A legendary beast tamer with 15 beast seals. She shook Moonhua City and the entire Xinhua Federation, Old Guo said, voice tinged with memory. Sadly, she disappeared while exploring the western dunes wasteland. No word since. At that, Lahuan's expression turned grave. The western dunes wasteland is the Federation's largest wild expanse, crawling with vicious beasts and lethal zones. Most crucially, it holds a dragon nest. True dragons roam there, a living superbomb that could overturn the Federation at any time. He traced a circle on the tabletop. But it's also rich with chance. Some have picked up true dragon eggs worth a fortune. Some warriors have slain dragons there and vaulted into legend. Far more were swallowed by those endless yellow sands. Reining himself in, he straightened. We have to protect the children of heroes even more. Old Guo nodded, satisfied. Huan, you've matured. When you first joined the Dark Guard, you were a real firebrand. That's ancient history, no need to dig it up, Lu Huan scoffed, then remembered something. Right, why isn't Su Qingqing relaxing in Moonhua City? What's she doing out here in this backwater Tianqing town? Word is, she's here to resolve some tangled karma from the previous generation, Old Guo said with a helpless shrug. Karma from the previous generation? Lu Huan perked up. Revenge? Doesn't sound right. The Su family is full of powerhouses. No way it's her job. Could it be an arranged childhood betrothal? Old Guo almost choked on his tea. Highly unlikely. I know her father's not old-fashioned, and he dotes on his daughter. He wouldn't tie Su Qingqing to a childhood engagement, and he certainly wouldn't be scouting for a son-in-law in a nowhere town like this. Jiang Fan made another trip to the flower and bird market and came home with a cat. It was a completely bald blue cat, skin gleaming with a cold gray-blue sheen, creased with fine wrinkles, and a pair of amber eyes full of alertness. Jiang Fan couldn't help wondering why were the spirit beasts he liked always missing their fur? He had picked this blue cat after carefully comparing more than a dozen stalls. He could recite its stats by heart. Spirit beast rank, unranked. Talent, grade 0, growth 101, 0000, every 100 adds 10 talent. Species, feline. Growth attributes, stamina 15, strength 20, speed 20, combat power 5. Special skill, cat claw deep gouges with a mild toxin. Bloodline, 1 grade Dark Knight Demon Cat. It was only a grade bloodline, but Cat Claw was already far more practical than the bald parrot's mimicry or the bald husky's play dead, something that could actually be used in a fight. With that in mind, he headed home, satisfied, the cat in his arms. As soon as he stepped into the stairwell, he spotted a stranger. The man stood with his back to him, head tilted up at a second-floor window. Su Qingqing's room. The man looked to be in his early 30s, ordinary features, plain clothes, the sort you'd never notice in a crowd. Who are you here for? Jiang Fan asked. The man turned slowly at the sound. His gaze slid past Jiang Fan and landed on the bald blue cat in his arms. His expression hitching clearly had never seen such an ugly cat, enough to make his scalp prickle. He didn't answer, just turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused, looked back, and asked in surprise, I think I've seen your photo. You're a student at Tianqing No. 1 High too? Photo? 2. Jiang Fan's heart skipped. In the whole building, only he and Su Qingqing attended Tianqing No. 1 High. The man had just been staring at Su Qingqing's window, and now he said to his target couldn't be more obvious. Father? No, the age didn't match. Older brother? The vibe was all wrong. Jiang Fan quickly ruled out the options and asked warily, and you are? A faint curl of contempt tugged at the man's mouth. A student is a student, nerves as flimsy as a shrimp. Had already made up his mind. Trash like this wasn't worth lifting a finger for. He'd wipe him out while dealing with Su Qingqing, and if the mission required it, he wouldn't mind slaughtering everyone in the building. The Shang clan's order was explicit. A top-tier prodigy who had awakened 13 beast seals must either submit or die. Su Qingqing was from the Su family of Yuehua City, a clan known for defying the Shang clan. Her mother had offended them and was hunted into the Xisha wasteland. Life or death unknown, likely long since turned into desert creatures' dung. Given that, the clan held little hope at most, they would offer one last choice. The air in the stairwell went still. The blue cat curled its claws and flicked its tail in Jiang Fan's arms. In just a few breaths, both men had their own schemes. What the man would never realize was that Jiang Fan had already marked him. At this moment, data appeared above the man in Jiang Fan's field of vision. Character name, Chao Shuanglong. Age, 33. Occupation, 3rd rank warrior. Other traits, plain appearance, despicable heart, cunning and treacherous, kills without mercy. A 3rd rank warrior? In Tianqing town, this was practically the pinnacle. The captain of the guard unit responsible for defending the town's perimeter was only third rank, and even the director of the town's law enforcement bureau was merely third rank. In other words, third rank was the ceiling in Tianqing town. Now, a third-rank warrior suddenly appeared at his building's entrance, and his target seemed to be Su Qingqing. This was truly intriguing. How powerful was third rank? The textbooks made it clear. Warriors were classified by their qi and blood power. 0.5 horsepower the warrior threshold, eligible to apply to martial arts academies. 1 horsepower standard first rank, equivalent to 10 ordinary people, capable of fighting 10 opponents. 10 horsepower second rank, capable of battling 100. 100 horsepower third rank, capable of fighting 1,000. If such an existence attacked ordinary people, blood would flow like rivers. They could truly be called gods in the eyes of mortals. If Jiang Fan hadn't possessed 2 third-rank spirit beasts, his legs would probably be trembling by now. Uncle, I'm a student at Tianqing First High School. I just took the 3 grade exams recently. Jiang Fan displayed an innocent smile. Oh, the 3 grade exams. How did you do? Chao Xuanglong smiled warmly. Not bad, though I'm not entirely satisfied. While his words were modest, his expression couldn't hide his pride. Chao Xuanglong sneered inwardly. Students were still naive after all, wearing their emotions on their faces. No wonder the Holy Clan people enjoyed taking these jobs. These little prodigies had shallow social experience, revealing everything with a simple test, making them easy to kill. He was even considering whether to act right here. A beast tamer with 1 beast seal wasn't of much value to the Holy Clan, so there was no need to risk recruitment. Better to strike first and avoid letting others steal the credit. The only question was what excuse to use to lure this student to a secluded place. Just as he was pondering this, Jiang Fan lowered his voice mysteriously. Actually, I'm a beast tamer. I just awakened a beast seal during the 3 great exams. Chao Xuanglong remained outwardly calm. I know. So what? You'll be dead soon anyway. This indifference, in Jiang Fan's eyes, became solid evidence the man had clearly investigated him beforehand. If he were an ordinary person, hearing about a beast tamer would shock him like Lu Huan and Old Gua. But this man acted as if he already knew. You don't believe me? Jiang Fan frowned. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Chao Xuanglong maintained his amiable expression. Aren't you surprised? Chao Xuanglong's heart jolted. Right, he should act shocked. Being too calm didn't seem like a normal person's reaction. He hurriedly organized his words. But Jiang Fan acted as if unwilling to give up. It seems you really don't believe me. Let me show you my beast seal. He raised his palm as if to manifest it. Chao Xuanglong immediately held his breath. Jiang Fan then pulled his hand back. Never mind. There are too many people here. Let's find somewhere private for me to show you. Follow me. Somewhere private. Chao Xuanglong was stunned, then overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. He suppressed the excitement surging within him, casually following along while sneering inwardly. Kid, you're about to meet your maker. Watching Jiang Fan stride confidently ahead, his gaze was full of mockery. Once you're underground, you can show off to the ghosts all you want. His home was in an old residential complex, right next to an abandoned construction site that had been sitting unfinished for 3 years. The pitch-black concrete skeleton loomed like a dead giant beast, and few people dared to approach it during the day. Rumors said ghostly lights flickered inside at night. But Jiang Fan didn't care at all. He used to explore the place as a child, and knew every staircase and crack in the building like the back of his hand. The two quickly stepped into the decrepit building. Broken glass crunched under their feet, shattered window frames swallowed light like black holes, and the air reeked of moldy moss mixed with concrete dust, making their throats burn. This spot will do. Jiang Fan stopped in the center of the building. They were surrounded by half-built walls that blocked any view from outside. Perfect. Chao Xuanglong's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Show me quickly. The moment Jiang Fan manifested his beast seal, he would strike, letting this boy meet his death at his most prideful moment. How do I manifest it again? Jiang Fan asked, as if seeking Chao Xuanglong's guidance. Focus your mind, and the beast seal will appear. Chao Xuanglong replied impatiently. Wow, you even know that. Uncle, you're not ordinary, are you? Jiang Fan looked curious. Chao Xuanglong chuckled darkly, no longer bothering to hide anything. 13 beast-taming prodigies have already died by my hand. Including you. You'll be the 14th. Uncle, you've killed people? Jiang Fan's voice trembled, his face turning deathly pale. That's right. Before they died, they all wore the same expression, you have now terrified and desperate. Chao Xuanglong's lips curved into a maniacal smile. The next second, his qi and blood exploded outward, his sleeves billowing as his previously lean frame instantly bulged with terrifying muscle mass. You're a martial artist. Jiang Fan's tongue tied in knots, his whole body shaking like a leaf. I have to say, Chao Xuanglong said mockingly, you're the most cowardly beast tamer I've ever killed. Why do you want to kill me? Jiang Fan asked, trembling. Any genius who refuses to serve our holy clan must die. Holy clan? What kind of clan is that? Which family or lineage does it belong to? Jiang Fan fired off questions. Chao Shuanglong froze for a moment, then flew into a rage. The Holy Clan is human too, and we're the elite among humans, the greatest hope for all humanity. But my teacher never mentioned it, Jiang Fan mumbled quietly. Of course a frog in a well like you hasn't heard of us. Even your teacher might not know the Holy Clan's great name. Qinqing Town is just a tiny speck. The sky here is too low. Chao Shuanglong snorted coldly. I actually made it onto the Holy Clan's hit list? Jiang Fan felt secretly pleased despite himself. Though he didn't know exactly how powerful the Holy Clan was, being seen as a threat by such an organization proved he really was exceptional. Indeed, one shouldn't stand out too much. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Seeing him suddenly lost in self-reflection, Chao Shuanglong's mouth twitched. Only 7 beast tamers awakened in Qinqing Town this year, and you're the weakest one. What's there to be proud of? If it weren't for Su Qingqing, do you think I'd come for you first? Killing you gives the least reward from the Holy Clan. My real target is Su Qingqingjiri, just a side job. A side job? Jiang Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Men have their pride, especially when Su Qingqing only had 1 third-grade spirit beast, while he possessed 2. Chao Shuanglong was done wasting time, his killing intent surging. I'm not wasting any more breath on you. Time for you to die. Chao Shuanglong lunged forward in a flash, charging straight at Jiang Fan with his fist thundering down toward Jiang Fan's head. The punch tore through the air with a piercing whistle, but before it could land, Jiang Fan had already retreated like lightning. At the same instant, the air before him suddenly split open, revealing a deep rift. A threadoform turtle bald husky hadn't even fully emerged when its massive wolf claws struck first. Bang! Fist met claw with a thunderous crash that nearly shattered the air. Chao Shuanglong's body flew backward, carving a clear trajectory through the atmosphere. The moment he hit the ground, he used his agile footwork to flip in midair and land steadily, only to discover in shock that his knuckles were mangled and bloody, with his finger joints slightly dislocated. At the edge of the rift, the bald husky stepped out. Its towering frame moved like a walking wall, its cold and arrogant gaze looking down at Chao Shuanglong with a hint of mockery in its eyes. A third-grade spirit beast. Chao Shuanglong nearly shrieked. It wasn't that he feared third-grade spirit beasts, but witnessing Jiang Fan summon this colossal creature, how could Jiang Fan, who had only awakened his beast seal 2 days ago, possibly command a third-grade spirit beast? What chilled him to the bone was that those eyes, radiating royal authority, made even him, a mid-stage third-grade warrior, afraid to meet their gaze. Only something approaching 4th-grade peak could exert such overwhelming pressure. The bald husky stood motionless, its profound yet slightly dim-witted eyes casually sweeping over Chao Shuanglong as their auras clashed in sudden confrontation. However, Jiang Fan knew this creature's true nature best. The bald husky was forcibly activating its intimidation skill. Though that claw strike had forced Chao Shuanglong back, it had already fractured its own claw bones and was in too much pain to even whimper, relying purely on momentum to maintain its stance. Jiang Fan's heart sank. This opponent was too strong. If the husky, which was weak among third-grade spirit beasts, had been suppressed in a single blow, it meant Chao Shuanglong was nearly at the pinnacle among third-grade warriors. He had still underestimated him. His gaze shifted to the bald blue cat in his arms as Jiang Fan quickly commanded in his mind. System, I want to evolve the bald blue cat. Determining creature ownership. Determination successful, beginning evolution. The blue cat suddenly opened its round eyes wide, looking at its master in confusion, before a gentle light enveloped it. Ding. Evolution successful, wealth value 1000. Evolution results as follows. Bald blue cat spirit beast level, 1st grade. Talent, worthless 20100. Growth value increases talent by 10 for every 100 points. Species, feline. Growth value, 51,000. Stamina, 30. Strength, 40. Speed, 40. Combat power, 10. Special skill, cat claws deep claw marks with mild toxicity. Special bloodline, 1 grade Dark Knight Demon Cat bloodline. Chao Shuanglong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Though he wasn't a beast tamer, as a third-grade warrior, he understood the basics. What he was witnessing was clearly a beast tamer evolving a spirit beast. But Jiang Fan clearly only had 1 beast seal, so how could he control a 2nd spirit beast? Even more incomprehensible was completing evolution in mere moments. What kind of technique was this? Could that third-grade spirit beast have been created the same way? This was impossible. This was the 2nd time Chao Shuanglong had asked himself this question. Jiang Fan's entire worldview had been completely shattered. Beast tamers were hailed as heaven's chosen ones, yet this profession demanded resources with almost ruthless precision. Normally, to evolve a spirit beast, one had to rely on powerful factions with deep foundations, trading loyalty for expensive evolution materials and formulas. But before Jiang Fan, evolution seemed as effortless as lifting a finger. Chao Shuanglong, who had previously called himself Chao Yuanlong, felt a cold gleam flash in his eyes. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. If he could capture Jiang Fan alive and bring him back to the Holy Clan, offering the secret of effortless evolution to the higher-ups, he would enjoy wealth and glory for the rest of his life. Jiang Fan, just come with me obediently, and I guarantee you'll never want for anything. With the Holy Clan's vast resources supporting you, you'll become a legendary beast tamer, perhaps even a beast taming grandmaster. As he spoke, he pressed forward step by step, while the bald husky at his feet bristled its fur and let out a low, threatening growl from its throat. It's useless, Chao Xuanlong sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the bald husky. Third grade, but only weak third grade. It can't hurt me. Rather than let me break your limbs, you'd better come with me willingly. Jiang Fan paid no attention, his mind sinking into the system. Continue evolution. The next moment, light slightly stronger than before once again enveloped the bald blue cat. Chao Xuanlong's steps faltered, the smile freezing on his face. Another evolution? It had just finished moments ago. Ding. Evolution successful. 10,000 wealth points deducted. Evolution results as follows. Spirit Beast, Bald Blue Cat. Level, 2nd grade. Talent, F201000 talent 10 for every 100 growth points. Species, Feline. Growth points, 510000. Stamina, 299. Strength, 199. Speed, 199. Combat power, 400. Skill, Cat Claw Deep Claw marks with mild toxicity. Special bloodline, Great Dark Knight Demon Cat 1. As the data flashed by, the blue cat's body visibly expanded, growing larger and larger. In just a few minutes, it reached half a meter in length. Its fur was glossy and its aura solid had indeed crossed into 2nd grade, and even its aptitude had improved significantly. What? How is this possible? Chao Xuanlong was dumbstruck. The third time, from ordinary beast to 2nd grade in just a few minutes? And it could continue? The answer was self-evident. Yes. The blue cat's body once again burst with brilliant light, the kind of commotion that only appeared when breaking through to 3rd grade spirit beast. This is bad, I need to leave. Only now did Chao Xuanlong truly realize that Jiang Fan had lured him here to kill him. If the blue cat easily stepped into 3rd grade, combined with that weak 3rd grade bald husky, he would most likely be doomed. He seized the moment when Jiang Fan was concentrating on controlling the evolution, suddenly turning to retreat rapidly, only to discover in horror that a bald parrot over a meter tall had appeared not far behind him. Bald parrot, bald husky, bald blue cat. Utterly absurd. Whether real or illusion, he had to leave this place was too terrifying, too bizarre. Moreover, Jiang Fan had repeatedly exposed his trump cards in front of him. His intention was crystal clear, to silence him permanently. Chao Xuanlong moved extremely fast, sprinting 100 meters in just a few seconds. Stop him, Jiang Fan commanded. The bald parrot received the order and beat its wings fiercely, transforming into a colorful streak as it pursued Chao Xuanlong. Chao Xuanlong's heart trembled. Truly worthy of a flying spirit beast, its speed was terrifying. But he had no intention of getting entangled in battle right now. His primary mission was to escape the combat zone and immediately report what he had witnessed to the Holy Clan. Tianqing Town had undergone a tremendous change. Jiang Fan, who had always been treated like air by everyone, now possessed unimaginable power. Idiot. Big idiot. Useless warrior. The Holy Clan is such trash, such utter trash. The bald parrot circled in midair, its shrill voice bombarding Chao Xuanlong's eardrums like rapid gunfire. Chao Xuanlong sneered coldly. Did mere insults think they could make him lose control? Impossible. Even if a third-rank warrior hadn't specialized in mental cultivation, their willpower was as solid as rock. Chao Xuanlong, you big waste. Chao Xuanlong, you piece of trash. Chao Xuanlong is so small. The demonic voice suddenly drilled into his mind, exploding within his skull. Rage flared up in Chao Xuanlong's chest like a blazing fire. He tried to block it out, only to discover that the voice was assaulting his inner consciousness with overwhelming mental force. With his current mental strength, he simply couldn't resist. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Seeking death, he abandoned his escape, channeling his fury into his fist as he threw a heavy punch directly at the bald parrot. The parrot was even faster, easily dodging with a flick of its wingtip. Though third-rank warriors couldn't fly, they could leap dozens of meters. Chao Xuanlong bounded through the air like an ape, pursuing relentlessly. Help! Help! The parrot shrieked as it flew toward the bald husky, with Chao Xuanlong hot on its tail. Jiang Fan sneered coldly. 100% hatred value wasn't just talk. The current bald parrot could bewitch targets with mental power below 10 units. That was the threshold of a second-rank soul master. Chao Xuanlong clearly didn't meet that standard. Warriors were warriors after all, nothing but brutes. Woof! The bald husky saw Chao Xuanlong charging toward it and let out an intimidating growl, but its threatening display couldn't match the parrot's hatred ability and still couldn't stop the incoming fist. Stop growling. Charge forward and bite him to death. Jiang Fan was frustrated with its performance. Left with no choice, the bald husky opened its massive jaws and lunged forward to bite. Chao Shuanglong fearlessly met the attack heat with his fist. Boom! The husky was sent flying backward, spitting blood, but Chao Shuanglong paid an equally heavy price. His entire arm was mangled and bloody, with one of the husky's fangs piercing a bullseye hole through his shoulder. As Chao Shuanglong moved to pursue the bald husky, the bald parrot swooped down with its claws to rescue its companion. Just like that, with two third-rank spirit beasts attacking together, this mid-stage third-rank warrior actually held his ground. The combat zone thundered with the force of his punches, making even Jiang Fan secretly alarmed. So this was the ultimate strength of a third-rank warrior? It was completely different from the outside rumors of weakest in martial examinations. However, Jiang Fan's lips suddenly curved upward. He still had a trump card. Ding! Bald blue cat evolution successful, wealth value 100,000. An even more violent aura rose from beside Jiang Fan, pressing down like a mountain. Puff! Chao Shuanglong's entire body shook as he spat blood on the spot. He looked up in horror. It had actually advanced to third rank? 3 third-rank spirit beasts? How could this be possible? Ding! The bald blue cat's evolution results are as follows. Bald blue cat spirit beast level 3rd grade. Talent E20100000. Growth value increases talent by 10 for every 100 points accumulated. Race feline. Growth value 151000000. Stamina 660. Strength 255. Speed 677. Combat power 1598. Special skill cat claws with deep scratches and mild toxicity. Special bloodline B grade Dark Knight Demon Cat 2. Evolution method complete evolution. Excellent. The strongest combat power. Although the bald blue cat's strength and stamina couldn't match the bald husky's, and its speed fell short of the bald parrot's, its perfectly balanced attributes still secured its position as the top fighter. Yi Chinghua's 3rd grade Flame Demon Wolf only had a combat power of just over 1900, with grade qualifications, but unfortunately suffered injuries from a failed evolution, resulting in diminished strength. In comparison, Jiang Fan was extremely satisfied with this bald blue cat before him despite having only a grade qualifications. It already possessed a combat power of 1598. Though the blue cat's frame wasn't as imposing as the bald husky's, it still measured over 3 meters in length with a shoulder height exceeding 1.5 meters. Except for the smooth, hairless patch on top of its head, the rest of its fur was luxurious and silky, gleaming with a lacquered blue shine. Jiang Fan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed baldness truly was an incurable condition. He'd better take good care of his own hair from now on. With just a glance from its master, the bald blue cat suddenly shattered the ground beneath its paws and lunged directly at Chao Shuanglong. The overwhelming pressure made Chao Shuanglong's scalp tingle as he gritted his teeth and growled. Though you may have unique methods in spirit beast evolution, how long can your mental energy sustain this? Mental energy? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. What does mental energy have to do with anything? Don't try to fool me. Chao Shuanglong explained with a sinister tone. Beast tamers controlling spirit beasts requires enormous mental energy consumption. Releasing 3 third-grade spirit beasts simultaneously creates a terrifying mental burden. Be careful not to die from backlash. Jiang Fan's face showed complete confusion, as if hearing about beast taming requiring mental energy consumption for the first time. Chao Shuanglong was stunned. No need for it? How is that possible? Spirit beasts were still spirit beasts even with beast seals implanted. Controlling them like one's own limbs required powerful mental energy support. Ordinary third-grade beast tamers, even if they possessed 3 spirit beasts, wouldn't dare release them all at once. Mental backlash from the spirit beasts could cause mild disorientation at best, or complete mental breakdown at worst. Moreover, once mental energy was depleted, the spirit beasts would immediately return to their spirit beast space. Forcing them to stay would cause the beast seals to be worn away, and the tamer would lose complete control. Yet Jiang Fan stood there effortlessly, showing no signs of strain whatsoever. Chao Shuanglong's heart turned cold. This Jiang Fan is a monster. A complete and utter, incomprehensible monster. Having barely managed against the bald parrot and bald husky earlier, he was already stretched thin. Now with the addition of the bald blue cat, the situation instantly collapsed. Within mere seconds of the blue cat joining the battle, Chao Shuanglong was sent flying several yards, his body covered in bone-deep claw marks, blood streaming everywhere. Those razor-sharp claws could easily tear through reinforced concrete walls, let alone flesh and blood. Though his vital energy was strong, it mostly manifested in physical strength. Bodily defense could never be harder than building materials. Within just a few minutes, the battle was over. The bald blue cat licked its blood-stained paws with obvious relish, savoring the taste. Chao Shuanglong lay motionless on his back in the dust, his body covered in knife wounds and claw marks. The dust near his nostrils was gently scattered by an almost imperceptible breath, but never drawn back, and he was dead. In the earlier siege, 3 third-grade spirit beasts had torn him to shreds. For a third-grade martial artist to fight spirit beasts of the same rank, defeat was inevitable. This was the first time Jiang Fan had witnessed someone die before his eyes. Though he hadn't killed the man himself, the still-warm corpse made his chest feel tight before this. He had been just an ordinary student, and the concept of killing was worlds away from his reality. Once he calmed down, he realized a more pressing problem. What to do with the body? If Chao Shuanglong's corpse was left to rot in this abandoned building, someone would eventually discover it. Though few people came to this unfinished structure, there was no guarantee that scavengers or homeless people wouldn't seek shelter here someday. If someone reported it to the law enforcement bureau, would he get into trouble? He turned his gaze to the bald husky. The husky shook its head frantically like a rattle drum, its face clearly expressing, "I won't eat it, not even if I die." Coward, Jiang Fan cursed silently. Even as a third-grade spirit beast, it was still so timid. Spirit beasts and fierce beasts differed only in being tamed by humans. Every fierce beast in the wilderness ate meat. He looked at the bald parrot next. The parrot flapped its wings and screeched, "It stinks. It stinks." Finally, only the bald blue cat remained. The cat's eyes instantly blazed with startling brightness, a cold gleam that made one's scalp tingle. Cats were, after all, complete carnivores. You performed well. The corpse is your reward, Jiang Fan commanded. The blue cat pounced on Chao Shuanglong without hesitation, its claws tearing through the clothing. "Only meat, nothing else," it growled softly. As its sharp claws opened the chest cavity, a package was inadvertently clawed out. Jiang Fan picked it up. It was a beast hide pouch, commonly used to record martial techniques and skills, capable of lasting extremely long periods. He unfolded it and saw the first line clearly read, "Basic fist technique." His heart pounded against his chest. This was the essential introductory skill for all martial artists. Under normal circumstances, one could only obtain it by enrolling in a martial arts academy and completing academic requirements. Such manuals commanded high prices on the black market. While it might not be valuable to formal martial artists, for Jiang Fan, an outsider, it was enormous wealth in Tianqing town. Those who possessed this manual could be counted on one hand. "I've struck it rich." He couldn't contain his excitement. Looking back, the bald blue cat had already devoured Chao Shuanglong completely clean, then curled into a ball and transformed into a palm-sized kitten, licking its lips and purring. "It can do that?" Jiang Fan was astonished. The bald parrot and husky had grown massive after advancing to third grade, and could only be stored in the spirit beast space. The blue cat could resize at will. This was practically a mobile combat treasure. Strategies immediately formed in his mind. Carry the cat with him, tell people it was just an ordinary pet, then strike enemies at crucial moments. Devious. No. Brilliant. The only drawback, it was too ugly, being bald. After composing himself, he thought of an even greater concern. Exactly how many people had the Saint Clan sent? Besides Chao Shuanglong, were there other companions? With Chao Shuanglong dead, others might think he had simply disappeared. Would even stronger assassins come? Chao Shuanglong has disappeared? Yes. He left early this morning without saying where he was going. We can't reach him now, and his phone has been turned off. Brilliant Entertainment Club, the second most luxurious venue in Tianqing town after the Evolution Materials Trading Building, and also the flagship business of the Chao family. Though the night was still young, the most luxurious private room on the top floor was already brightly lit. Outside the door, 5 burly bodyguards stood in a line, blocking all access. Ordinary staff weren't even qualified to approach. Even when the club manager delivered drinks and desserts, he had to bow so low his face nearly touched the floor, afraid that breathing too loudly might offend the dangerous figures inside. In the center of the room, several people wore grave expressions. By comparison, the Chao family senior members could only occupy half a seat on the corner sofa, let alone speak up. "It should be nothing serious," the Chao family patriarch said confidently, holding his wine glass. "In Tianqing town, the only ones who could handle our third son are the guard regiment commander and that person from the law enforcement division." Before he finished speaking, he had already switched to a humble smile, looking towards several mysterious guests across from him. Chao Gang stood nearby, busily refilling everyone's drinks. Though he couldn't name a single guest, he was certain they came from the Holy Clan. The Holy Clan's purpose for this visit was simple and brutal: to kill several beast-taming prodigies. The atmosphere grew tense as a red-haired young man looked up with a light smile. "This Tianqing town really is a tiny place. A mere third-rank intermediate can rule with an iron fist." Yes, yes. The Chao patriarch nodded repeatedly. "Tianqing town is just the most remote of the 13 towns under Moonlight City's jurisdiction, naturally weak." "Xiaoran, have you forgotten what I told you before?" A deep, cold voice came from the other end of the room. The speaker was a middle-aged man with profound aura, as if he could freeze the very air. "Oh, I dare not forget Master Uncle's teachings." Upon hearing this, Xiaoran immediately straightened up. No matter when or where, one must never let down their guard. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Though you've entered the third rank. Third rank warriors are not invincible. Xiao Ran respectfully agreed aloud, but sneered inwardly. Third rank warriors have status even in Moonlight City. What could go wrong in tiny Tianqing town? Suddenly remembering something, his eyes flashed with burning intensity. Master Uncle, you mentioned earlier the beast-taming prodigy from the Su family. Where does she live? The middle-aged man glanced sideways at Xiao Ran, cursing the lustful fool in his heart. If not for this nephew's decent abilities, he would have died from romantic deaths long ago. His repeated intrusions into commoners' wedding chambers would have earned him execution if not for the Holy Clan's intervention. I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about Su Qingcheng. The Su family is not an ordinary family. The middle-aged man's voice was extremely low, yet carried unquestionable sharpness. Understood. Xiao Ran nodded with a smile, appearing obedient, but calculating inwardly. This place is far from authority. The Su family won't arrive immediately, and besides, this trip is meant to kill her anyway. If before killing her, he could first. The middle-aged man frowned deeply but ultimately didn't stop him. The Holy Clan's leadership hoped to win over the Su family. If that failed, capturing Su Qingcheng, who possessed supreme beast-taming talent, would be equally meritorious. Conventional methods might not work on such a prodigy. Perhaps allowing Xiao Ran to try once could shatter her pride. Once her dignity was broken, subduing her would become much easier. The Chao family members watched with trembling hearts, having long since wisely kept their mouths shut. They had only one thought, truly worthy of the Holy Clan, so bold as to dare offend even the Su family. The Su family in Moonlight City was like the Chao family in Tianqing Town. Though both were local powerhouses, their levels were worlds apart. Take Su Qingcheng, the Su family's daughter, known as Moonlight City's greatest beauty. Her mother was a legendary beast tamer who had vanished years ago, and her father was a 6th-rank martial grandmaster. From the 4th rank onward, practitioners were called high rank. 5th rank was legendary, and 6th rank was grandmaster, truly invincible beings. Under the night sky, the Chao family's council hall blazed with lights. The Chao family head wore a broad smile as he chatted with an executor from the Holy Clan's Moonlight City branch and several attendants. Executor, I wonder how that matter is progressing. He probed with the utmost respectful tone. Which matter? The middle-aged executor raised an eyebrow slightly. Ahem, the matter of the Chao family joining the Holy Clan's Moonlight City branch council. Still going through the process. It's been quite difficult lately. The executor's voice was flat. Difficult? The Chao family head smile faltered for just an instant. I understand. The approval standards rise every year. We'll prepare more resources to contribute our humble part to the Holy Clan's great cause. Good that you understand. With that, the executor left with his people. As the Holy Clan's convoy disappeared into the night, the last trace of smile on the Chao family head's face also faded. In the hall, Chao Gang muttered under his breath. Are the Holy Clan vampires? Our Chao family has already given so much. Silence. The family head roared quietly, staring at the hall in trance for a full 2 breaths before lowering his voice. The Holy Clan is everywhere. We must never speak ill of them. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan had spent the past 2 days practically turning Moonlight City's pet markets upside down. Apart from a bald blue cat, he hadn't found any mutant pets that caught his eye. Most stalls sold offspring of common beasts crossed with low-grade spirit beasts, carrying only about 1 rank spirit beast bloodline. His 60+ thousand looked like a lot, but for evolution, it would only be enough to push 6 third-rank spirit beasts to the next stage. He desperately needed to find several creatures carrying at least rank bloodlines, preferably comparable to that bald husky and bald blue cat. Su Qingcheng rarely appeared lately, but Lu Huan came by daily to drag him out for meals, always at Old Gua's noodle shop. Jiang Fan naturally didn't refuse. Someone else was paying, and the food was good. Halfway through eating, Lu Huan handed him a stack of documents. These contained several methods for removing beast seals. Xiao Fan, you really should abandon that bald parrot and quickly bond with a real spirit beast. Even starting with a spirit beast egg would work. I only have 1 beast seal, so aptitude is indeed crucial. Jiang Fan nodded, but added silently. With money, evolving to a rank or even rank is just a matter of minutes. Don't take this lightly. Lu Huan angrily pinched his naturally innocent face. Evolution masters can provide rank advancement plans, but no one has ever produced a reliable aptitude evolution method. Jiang Fan suddenly understood why spirit beast eggs with just 1 grade higher aptitude cost 10 times more. Most spirit beasts were trapped at their initial aptitude for life. All right, I'll take these back to look at. Actually, I think the bald parrot is pretty good. He spoke with satisfaction. Lu Huan held his forehead. This guy really hasn't seen top-tier spirit beasts. Jiang Fan also grumbled internally. That day you only saw the bald parrot's sharp tongue, but didn't know it wasn't even serious. 100% hatred attraction was no joke. Chao Shuanglong was a bloody example, a mid-third rank warrior driven to lose all reason. By the way, Xiao Fan, have you seen any strange people around your neighborhood lately? Lu Huan suddenly lowered his voice. Strange people? Jiang Fan immediately thought of Chao Shuanglong. Who exactly were these strange people Lu Huan mentioned? Lu Huan was just an ordinary person who shouldn't have any knowledge of terms like Holy Clan. Her question was probably prompted by the unsettling rumors circulating around the city lately. You haven't seen them, have you? She stared at Jiang Fan. No, I haven't. Jiang Fan replied with such firm conviction and speed that even he was startled by his own response. His heart was racing after all. He had personally dealt with a scumbag in that narrow alley. If his secret got out, forget about being arrested by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Just having Sister Huan and Old Gua find out would be enough for them to consider him dangerous. At this thought, his gaze involuntarily shifted away. Old Gua walked into the room carrying steaming hot noodles, catching this exact moment, and his expression immediately grew serious. He exchanged a meaningful look with Lu Huan. Jiang Fan was lying, and chances were he had indeed encountered them and been frightened. Fan, if something's wrong, just tell us straight. Don't bottle it up. Old Gua softened his tone. Things have been unsettled lately, but we can figure out a solution together. I really haven't seen anything. I didn't see anything at all. Jiang Fan waved his hands frantically, refusing to budge. Lu Huan and Old Gua's frowns deepened. The more Jiang Fan denied it, the more worried they became though he had a third-grade spirit beast. By their assessment, that creature might not be able to defeat even a mid-level second-grade warrior. If the Holy Clan had already set their sights on him, the consequences would be unthinkable. But they knew Jiang Fan's stubborn nature too well. Pressing him would only backfire, so they had to suppress their concerns for now. Jiang Fan kept his head down, gulping down the noodles and soup as if trying to escape from something. After the meal, Lu Huan drove Jiang Fan back to his residential complex. Throughout the journey, she probed indirectly, urging him to tell her immediately if he encountered anything strange. Jiang Fan just nodded silently. When the car stopped at the complex entrance, they happened to run into Su Qingcheng, who was preparing to go out. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. Su Qingcheng had just returned home and was already heading out again. This girl was certainly busy. Considering her age and looks, she probably had no shortage of people wanting to take her out. His mind began to wander. Why had he never seen her with that guy from upstairs? Perhaps they were being discreet to avoid gossip, secretly dating before their engagement or marriage. In just a few seconds, his imagination conjured countless scenarios. Su Qingqing across from them also froze, her gaze shifting between Jiang Fan and Lu Huan in the car. Lu Huan clearly hadn't expected to encounter Su Qingqing here and got out of the car to look. The two young women locked eyes, neither looking away first, as an indescribable complex tension filled the air. Finally, both gazes converged on Jiang Fan simultaneously. He felt uncomfortable all over, as if he needed to explain everything immediately, explain why he was getting out of Lu Huan's car, explain why he lived in the same complex as Su Qingcheng, and most importantly, explain that he and Lu Huan had nothing going on, that Lu Huan was just like an older sister he'd grown up with. He could say that he and Su Qingcheng had nothing to do with each other, that Su Qingcheng was just his neighbor across the hall. Bullshit. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly while forcing a smile on his face. The atmosphere was so awkward you could wring water from it. Steeling himself, he introduced Su Qingqing. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Huan. She used to live in this neighborhood too. Su Qingqing nodded slightly, but kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Fan, clearly expecting him to finish what he was saying. Sweat beaded on Jiang Fan's forehead as he continued reluctantly. Lu Huan, 23 years old, works at the trading center now. 5'7", 106 pounds. Measurements are 32 c, 24, 36. As his words fell, Lu Huan's eyes widened, and she instinctively looked down at her own curves. When did he measure those? She felt both embarrassed and furious. This little punk is up to no good. And why is he announcing my stats in public? Su Qingqing's gaze turned icy cold as she mentally labeled Jiang Fan a pervert. She had already experienced Jiang Fan's ability to see through someone's figure at a glance, and now she was even more certain. Under the intense stares of both women, Jiang Fan laughed awkwardly and quickly turned to make another introduction. Sister Huan. This is my classmate from Tianqing First High School, Su Qingqing. She's the school beauty. Lu Huan didn't respond, only signaling with her eyes. Keep going. Jiang Fan's scalp tingled. Forced into a corner, he blurted out again. Golden ratio, measurements 38D, 23, 38. Lu Huan's beautiful eyes went wide as she glanced incredulously at Su Qingqing's chest. 38D? That's like the size of balls. How does little Fan know that? I can't even tell. Absurd thoughts even popped into her head. Unless, no way. Su Qingqing's pretty face instantly flushed red, then turned ashen. Jiang Fan had gotten her measurements exactly right. Waist and hip measurements might be estimated through experience, but bust size? Even her own mother didn't know the exact number. This was outrageous. The two women's burning gazes felt like searchlights. Jiang Fan's smile looked more painful than crying as he awkwardly suggested. How about we go to my place and sit for a while? No need. Both women said in unison, their voices ice cold. Su Qingqing snorted coldly, turned around, and went into her apartment, slamming the door with a bang. Lu Huan slammed her car door hard, stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward like it had been whipped. Jiang Fan stood there stunned. What's going on? Do they have some kind of grudge? After thinking it over, he could only shake his head. Sister Huan had graduated years ago, and Su Qingcheng had only transferred here 2 years ago. They had nothing to do with each other. It was probably just some petty conflict between women. Either way, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Huan's driving style suddenly turned aggressive. When someone cut her off, she'd honk furiously until they slunk away. The more she drove, the angrier she got, though she couldn't say what exactly she was angry about. She just felt a tightness in her chest. Little Fan Fan isn't some innocent straight, Gui's a little pervert. Su Qingqing also slammed her door shut and leaned against it, her emotions in turmoil. She heard Jiang Fan's footsteps going upstairs in the hallway without even a half-second pause. He opened his door, went inside, and closed it again, all in one smooth motion. This guy didn't even offer a single explanation? Su Qingqing's expression darkened. Getting out of some young woman's car. That woman was obviously trouble. Does he like older women? What a weird fetish. His pet likes bald people, and he likes older women. He's sick, seriously sick. Back home, Jiang Fan opened the basic boxing manual on the beast hide, his eyes full of excitement. The path of a warrior might finally be opening up to me. Beast tamers were certainly powerful when fighting. Their spirit beasts took the front lines while they didn't have to lift a finger. But the fatal flaw was equally obvious: the master himself was too weak. Once someone got past the spirit beasts, they could easily finish him off. At the Su Qingqing residence. In the living room, wisps of incense smoke curled up from a burner in the corner, while an elderly woman in her 70s, Mama Zhang, stood respectfully beside Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing held a hefty tome titled Compendium of Spirit Beasts, a precious volume personally compiled by beast taming masters and circulated only among the upper echelons. Her gaze was focused as her fingertips traced over the intricate illustrations of spirit beasts on the pages. Whether she could successfully cross the threshold of evolution would determine if she was qualified to enter the ranks of true beast tamers. The room was so quiet that one could hear the soft fall of incense ash. After a long while, Mama Zhang broke the silence with a sigh. Miss, what are your thoughts? Would you like to return to Yihua City with me? Su Qingqing gently closed the book, hesitation flickering across her brow. Mama Zhang seized the opportunity to persuade her. That young man called Jiang Fan met him too, and his prospects are mediocre at best. I'll personally report this childhood engagement to the old master and ask him to call it off. Su Qingqing remained silent, her knuckles lightly tapping the book's cover. Seeing this, Mama Zhang continued her persuasion. Miss, you needn't worry. The old master dotes on you and would never truly make you marry an ordinary person. As for young Master Long Hao in Yuehua City, his devotion to you runs deep. After you rejected him last time, he was despondent for quite a while. Long Hao. Su Qingqing's eyes grew slightly cold, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of her lips. While Long Hao was indeed a prodigy of the Dragon God Temple, he had merely borrowed the sect's resources to tame a young dragon. If he could truly contract a dragon on his own in the wilderness, then she might view him with newfound respect. The reason certain family members were pushing this match was simply because the Dragon God Temple had promised a dragon spirit beast egg as part of the betrothal gifts. Mama Zhang, you've watched me grow up. Do you really think I would accept someone as arrogant and domineering as Long Hao? Su Qingqing asked in return. Mama Zhang shook her head with a sigh. What the young miss despised most was precisely Long Hao's conceited temperament, but she couldn't help muttering. Still, he is ultimately a supreme beast-taming genius, countless times stronger than that Jiang Fan. Countless times stronger? Su Qingqing chuckled softly, her voice calm, yet resolute. I'm not so sure about that. Mama Zhang was stunned. Anyone with eyes could see the vast gap between the two. One was a genius dragon tamer from the Dragon God Temple. The other was from an ordinary family with a father who was merely a self-made warrior. By all logic, Jiang Fan couldn't catch up to Long Hao even if he tried for 10 lifetimes. Yet Su Qingqing remained unmoved. Mama Zhang sighed helplessly. If you don't come with me, miss, I fear you'll be in danger. There are rumors that remnants of the evil sect have already infiltrated Tianqing town. The evil sect? Su Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed. She knew well of that evil sect that called itself the Sacred Clan, always operating under the banner of supporting the great world and saving humanity, forcibly recruiting beast-taming talents from various regions and killing those who refused. If the rumors were true, Jiang Fan would be in immediate danger. Su Qingqing suddenly stood up, her expression grave. Mama Zhang was even more puzzled. Why was the young miss so concerned about Jiang Fan? Just because of their childhood engagement? Logically speaking, though they lived across from each other, they rarely interacted. Why worry so much? Miss, I believe the most urgent matter right now is your safety. Say no more, I know what I'm doing. Su Qingqing cut her off, deep thought flashing in her eyes as if she was already planning for the dangers Jiang Fan would face next. Achoo! Jiang Fan rubbed his nosy. It felt like someone was talking about him. He was beginning to understand this basic martial arts technique. It was a body cultivation system composed of 2 manuals and 1 formula. 1. A complete basic boxing manual that detailed combat routines including opening moves, turns, and finishing stances, as well as key points for gathering power, explosive force, and energy dissipation. 2. Several seemingly simple breathing incantations that used spiritual energy to channel external energy into the body, ultimately strengthening blood and qi. Jiang Fan quickly discovered that to truly activate the incantations, one needed beast blood or spirit stones. The sparse spiritual energy in nature simply wasn't enough. With the martial arts college entrance exam approaching, many candidates were stockpiling supplies in advance. Refined beast blood could directly enhance physical constitution, while spirit stones could extract pure spiritual energy. Price-wise, beast blood was considerably cheaper than spirit stones, sold by the milliliter on the market at 100 yuan per milliliter for first-grade spirit beast blood. Fatty Chen's father had already prepared a batch for his son early on. After reading through the entire manual, Jiang Fan confirmed that body cultivation was the core. For martial artists, one eternally correct principle was this: when strength and speed accumulated to their limits, even a casual punch could deliver devastating destruction. The essence of this basic boxing technique was to transform seemingly ordinary movements into devastating killing moves through extreme power enhancement. Therefore, it was more like a simplified full-body cultivation method. The problem was, he had no beast blood or spirit stones. Jiang Fan instantly recalled how Fatty Chun had bragged before. His father knew channel dealers and could get beast blood at low prices. Time to act. The upscale residential complex in the city center featured well-arranged landscaping, clear fountain pools, and an environment several grades better than Jiang Fan's own neighborhood. Fatty Chen's family lived here, in a large flat worth millions of yuan. Chen's father had mixed with street gangs in his youth, later switching to construction contracting, taking on several major projects, and accumulating wealth beyond outsiders' imagination except for Jiang Fan, who knew them best. Jiang Fan often visited and was quite familiar with the Chun family parents. The moment he stepped through the door today, Mother Chun bent down to change her shoes, smiling as she instructed the housekeeper to go shopping for groceries. Father Chun rolled up his sleeves and personally went to help in the kitchen. In less than an hour, a full table of hearty dishes appeared: steamed silver cod, braised lion's head meatballs, and secret tiger bone soup, more lavish than any previous reception. Fatty Chun complained, "This is too much trouble," yet still picked up his bowl and ate heartily. Jiang Fan understood in his heart that uncle and aunt were showing him goodwill. So he picked up a piece of lion's head meatball and said solemnly, "Uncle and aunt, please rest assured. As long as it's within my power, I, Jiang Fan, will definitely help Fatty Chun." Ahem, Xiu. Chun Kaishi. This name was so refined that Jiang Fan couldn't bring himself to say it. He had long grown accustomed to the brotherly Fatty Chun, and over time had almost forgotten the real name. At the dinner table, Father Chun suddenly asked with a smile, "I heard from Xiu that you want to buy some beast blood?" "Yes." Jiang Fan put down his chopsticks. Fatty Chun looked puzzled. "Shouldn't you be going after spirit beast eggs right now?" "I plan to strengthen my body first. Body cultivation also helps improve mental power." Jiang Fan's tone was calm. "Mental power?" Fatty Chun looked confused. "Isn't that only needed by soul masters?" Father Chin chimed in from the side, clearly well informed. "Beast tamers consume mental power when controlling spirit beasts. The stronger the mental power, the higher the degree of control and the longer it can be maintained. A strong physique can support stronger mental power. The two reinforce each other." "Wow, Xiao Fan, you even understand this kind of insider knowledge." Fatty Chun gave a thumbs up. Jiang Fan smiled slightly. These explanations were borrowed from Chao Shuanglong to save face. In fact, he barely needed mental power to control spirit beasts. Body cultivation was simply his desire to practice martial arts to the extreme, and he planned to keep this path as his ultimate trump card. Conventional beast tamers devoted all their time to spirit beast and mental cultivation, rarely practicing martial arts simultaneously. But Jiang Fan's beast control was effortless, freeing up vast amounts of time for rigorous boxing practice. "I want to be the most combat capable among beast tamers, and the best beast tamer among martial artists," he silently vowed. This was the path to invincibility. Embarking on the martial path isn't difficult. You just need money, and talent requirements aren't too demanding. Jiang Fan had originally been reluctant to let his family exhaust all their savings, but now that he had some financial breathing room, he could finally try it himself. When Uncle Chun heard about this, he scratched his head and reminded him in a low voice, "I do know a few hunters who could sell beast blood at a discount, but the thing is, even discounted, it was still expensive." Beast blood was priced per milliliter, with a market rate of 100 yuan per milliliter. Even through hunter channels, it still cost 80 yuan. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but to achieve noticeable physical improvement required massive amounts of beast blood. Previously, to boost Qiushir's blood energy to 0.5 horsepower, they had burned through 2 million yuan. What made it worse was that beast blood couldn't be consumed directly. It had to be absorbed slowly through medicinal baths to draw out the spiritual energy, making the consumption rate terrifying. Uncle Chen knew Jiang Fan's family's financial situation very well and feared they couldn't afford such expenses. He steeled himself. Xiao Fan, I'll give you the hunter's contact information so he can sell to you at the lowest price. Also, our family still has 1,000 milliliters left. Take it first. Jiang Fan's eyes sharpened. 1,000 milliliters was worth 100,000 yuan at market price. Uncle Chen was really going all out to get him to look after Chimpanzee. Chimpanzee was also shocked but didn't voice any objection. He knew beast blood was precious and that Jiang Fan's family was struggling financially. 100,000 yuan wouldn't break the Qin family, and as long as it could help his brother, it was worth it. Uncle, given my friendship with Pongzi, you really don't need to do this. Jiang Fan waved his hands repeatedly. Besides, when Pongzi enters the martial academy, he'll need even more beast blood. You should save it for him. Without waiting for the Qin family to persuade him further, Jiang Fan took the hunter's contact information and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Uncle Chen opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't call out to him, feeling somewhat disappointed. Dad, you don't need to do this, Pongzi muttered quietly. Xiao Fan and I are titled definitely look after me in the future. Uncle Chen sighed. You're both still young and don't understand many things. Even if he thinks the same way you do now, who can say what the future holds? With your martial exam scores, you can only enter an ordinary martial academy and would be lucky to reach second rank after graduation. But Xiao Fan is different, can enter the Beast Taming Academy. Your circles and perspectives will be completely different in the future, and the distance between you will only grow. When you haven't contacted each other for 7 or 8 years, your classmate bond and brotherhood will be as thin as water. Do you think he'll still remember you then? Chimpanzee was stunned. Will it really be like that? At this moment, he had no concept of such things. After a moment, he pouted stubbornly. Xiao Fan isn't that kind of person. Maybe when my opportunity comes, if I become a legendary warrior, I'll be the one protecting him. Uncle Chen said no more time would prove what would happen with the children's affairs. Jiang Fan subsequently added the hunter on Feixin. The hunter profession was dangerous but free, essentially working for oneself with rewards matching effort. Many skilled warriors chose to become hunters. The continent had a vast number of hunters, with hunter guilds in almost every region, and the hunter guild branches actually outnumbered trading centers. Trading centers are only established at the city level at most, but the Hunters Guild also has a branch in Tianqing Town. This branch wasn't very large, so Jiang Fan's first instinct when wanting to buy beast blood was to contact the hunter who operated in town. The response came almost instantly, with a price list popping up along with the message. Grade 1 beast blood, 85 yuan per milliliter. Grade 2 beast blood, 850 yuan per milliliter. Grade 3 beast blood, 8,500 yuan per milliliter. Grade 4 beast blood, 85,000 yuan per milliliter. Everything above grade 4 was blank, showing that even professional hunters had difficulty obtaining higher grade beast blood. 85,000 per milliliter. That's absolutely ridiculous. Jiang Fan stared at the screen and gasped. A milliliter was no bigger than a pinky fingernail, and this was already with a 15% discount. The original price was a full 100,000. The value of just this one drop of blood was enough for him to push a grade 3 spirit beast to its evolutionary threshold. He typed his confusion. Wasn't it 80? That was before. The hunter replied curtly. The market's gone up now, beast blood is in short supply, and various organizations have raised their wholesale prices to 80. What's in it for me to sell to you at 80? I heard you're a beast tamer, so I'm already giving you a friendship price. Others pay at least 90. The price was still eye-watering. Jiang Fan quickly reviewed the information about beast blood baths in his mind. You needed to soak a person in a bucket of water mixed with beast blood, allowing the energy in the blood to be absorbed as evenly as possible through the skin. The industry standard ratio was 1 liter of water to 1 milliliter of beast blood. If you used 100 liters of water, you'd need 100 milliliters of beast blood, costing 8,500 yuan per session. People with decent talent could improve their blood energy by 0.1 horsepower after 10 sessions. Those with average aptitude needed 20 to 30 sessions to barely see results. This isn't taking a bath, this is bathing in money. He couldn't help but click his tongue. To raise blood energy to 0.5 horsepower would easily cost hundreds of thousands, or even over $1 million. The Chen family really had invested heavily in Chimpanzee, but he couldn't afford it. Rather than throwing money into a bathtub, he'd rather save it for spirit beast evolution. Is there any way to get beast blood for free? He asked with a glimmer of hope. Sure, go kill them yourself. The hunter sent back a smiley face. But even though you're a beast tamer, you probably haven't contracted a spirit beast yet, or at most you have a grade 1. Grade 1 spirit beasts are too weak in combat. If you really go into the wilderness, you'd better be careful. Jiang Fan didn't respond to that, instead continuing to ask, where can I hunt spirit beasts? Right outside the city. Isn't there a beast tide threatening Tianqing Town recently? The Guard Corps has issued bounty missions. You get paid for killing fierce beasts, and the corpses are your spoils of war. Hearing this, he quickly opened his terminal to check, and sure enough found the mission details in a joint announcement from the Guard Corps and Law Enforcement Division. Grade 1 Fierce Beast Bounty, 1,000 yuan. Grade 2 Fierce Beast Bounty, 10,000 yuan. Grade 3 Fierce Beast Bounty, 100,000 yuan. The bounties were surprisingly high, but to participate you had to register as a bounty hunter at the Hunters Guild first. The guild was established precisely to manage this group in earlier years. Unlicensed hunters were a mixed bag, who often engaged in illegal activities. Since the official establishment of the guild, anyone unregistered was considered an unlicensed hunter, and getting caught meant jail time. The Hunters Guild building was located in the city center and had been established for decades. Compared to the grandeur of the trading center, this place was obviously much more low-key. The lobby was also quiet. There were originally few local hunters in town, and it had only become slightly livelier recently due to the beast disaster. The receptionist was a girl in her early 20s, her cheapao outlining her slender figure as she lay lazily on the desk, apparently dozing. Ahem. Jiang Fan cleared his throat softly. Only then did the girl lift her head. Hello, is there something I can help you with? Her voice carried the hoarseness of just waking up. I want to register as a bounty hunter, Jiang Fan said flatly. The girl's eyes immediately widened as she looked him up and down carefully for a full half-minute before asking suspiciously, You? Register as a bounty hunter? Yes. She stood up with a mixture of crying and laughing, spreading her hands as if trying to talk a child out of mischief. Well, little guy, let me tell you, bounty hunting sounds cool, but it's really dangerous. Why don't you go home and do your homework instead? What was with that tone? Little kid? Where exactly was he little? Jiang Fan straightened his face and pulled his spine ramrod straight. I understand, but I need to register as a bounty hunter. Big sister knows. The receptionist leaned forward, speaking in an extremely coaxing tone as if addressing a child. Come back when you're all grown up, and big sister will definitely help you register then, okay? The humiliation of being treated like a child shot straight to his head. Jiang Fan exhaled, suppressed his emotions, and added flatly, I'm a beast tamer. Yes, yes, yes. Big sister knows you have dreams of becoming a beast tamer. The girl reached out and pinched his cheeks, speaking in soothing tones. So come back when you're grown up, okay? Jiang Fan's expression instantly froze. Why was someone pinching his face again? Could it be that this handsome face of his made everyone unable to resist? However, the girl before him was sweet-looking with a well-proportioned figure, comparable to Lu Huan. More importantly, she was a 24-year-old second-rank warrior. Just working as a receptionist at the Hunters Guild with this level of combat power showed what kind of standards the guild maintained. It seemed that without showing some real skill, she would never process his paperwork. Jiang Fan raised his hand, and a flash of lightning flickered at his fingertips. A strand of scattered blue light tore open a rift in the air. The next second, a bald parrot flapped its wings and squeezed through. The parrot opened its sharp beak, its voice rising high. Little lady, spend a night with this master. Little lady, spend a night with this master. Little lady, spend a night with this master. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Both Jiang Fan and the girl's faces darkened simultaneously. The girl raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Fan, her eyes clearly questioning. So this is what you're thinking? Jiang Fan quickly waved his hands, laughing awkwardly. It's a bit unreliable and just talks nonsense, haha. Despite being offended by the trash-talking parrot, the girl couldn't help but examine it curiously. The parrot's feathers were glossy all over, but its head was completely bald. The bare bird head looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Third-rank spirit beast? She asked tentatively. Jiang Fan nodded. A flash of shock crossed the girl's eyes. Such a young third-rank beast tamer? When did Tianqing Town produce such a figure? She thought for a moment and asked. It looked strange. Was it evolved from a common beast? Good eye. Jiang Fan gave her a thumbs up. Good eye, my foot. The girl grumbled internally. Anyone who had seen a real spirit beast could tell the difference in temperament was obvious. Suppressing her complaints, she heard Jiang Fan continue. My third-rank spirit beast should be qualification enough, right? Yes, of course. The girl's eyes lit up. Evolving a common beast to third rank was extremely rare, showing Jiang Fan's potential. Although common beasts had limited potential, wasting a beast seal on an ordinary parrot required tremendous confidence and skill, or rather, courage. Perhaps this bald parrot had already reached its limit, with no further evolution path available. Please wait a moment. She pondered while rapidly typing on the keyboard, asking for his name, age, and other information, then raised an optical camera and took a photo of Jiang Fan with a click for the records. A few minutes later, she looked up with a professional smile. Registration complete, Jiang Fan. From now on, you are an officially certified bounty hunter of the Star Moon Federation. Your hunter license is valid throughout the Star Moon Federation. Jiang Fan stood there stunned. That's it. That's right. The girl smiled in response. The process was so quick that Jiang Fan barely had time to react. Unlike the several tedious procedures he had imagined, the receptionist at the entrance had his hunter license ready in just a few minutes. The girl noticed his confusion and stepped out from behind the front desk. Her red qipao was embroidered with cloud-like patterns in fine pale yellow silk thread, gleaming softly under the lights clearly expensive at first glance. Her every gesture exuded elegance. Unlike Su Qingqing's striking brilliance, she belonged to the type that became more intriguing the longer you looked. Jiang Fan, let me introduce myself. I'm Inya, the branch president of the Hunter Guild's Tianqing Town division. She smiled gently. President. Jiang Fan's voice rose half an octave in surprise. Then why are you personally handling reception? Inya scratched her temples somewhat awkwardly. Tianqing Town has pitifully little business. Including me, we only have 3 staff members. And those 2 happen to get married and take leave these past few days, so I have to cover their shifts. Jiang Fan was secretly amazed what a barebones operation. Inya seemed to catch that flash of pity and spread her hands with a wry smile. Can't help it. In this godforsaken place, there are too few registered bounty hunters, so headquarters won't approve more positions. Jiang Fan shrugged. As long as the documentation was legitimate, the rest didn't concern him. Remembering his business, he spoke up. By the way, I want to take on the Beast Disaster bounty mission. I figured as much. Inya nodded. Recently, quite a few hunters from other areas had come to Tianqing Town for this very mission. She handed over an electronic form and solemnly reminded him. Hunters accept missions entirely at their own risk. The guild assumes no responsibility for any casualties during missions. Understood. Jiang Fan signed without hesitation. After completing the paperwork, he pocketed his hunter license, turned, and left the guild, heading straight for the area beyond the city walls. Behind him, Inya watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. What a pity. To save money, he only controls one common beast. Evolving to 3rd grade is already impressive, but that's probably his limit. After accepting the mission, Jiang Fan was automatically added to a group chat in the Bounty Hunter app that Inya had helped him download. Oh, a newcomer? Are you a guy or girl? A message popped up on screen. This outdated greeting made Jiang Fan guess the sender was quite old. Young people nowadays wouldn't talk like that. He typed back, "What's this group for?" "Team formation," came the reply. "You took the Tianqing Town Beast Disaster bounty, right? You can't possibly go into the wasteland solo. People in the group find others they click with and form temporary teams for better survival rates." Jiang Fan understood. No wonder he'd been curious about how strong those bounty hunters had to be to dare venture into the wasteland alone. Most of them worked in teams. The user's handle was confidently ugly, and they couldn't stop chatting. "What's your profession?" "Our team already has 3 people, 2 warriors, and 1 spirit master. We just need 1 more strong member before we can set out." "Beast tamer," Jiang Fan sent back. The group fell silent, and the previously rapid stream of messages stopped abruptly. A few seconds later, a flood of private messages and notifications poured in, all trying to recruit this beast tamer. "Everyone, I contacted this guy first come, first served." Confidently Ugly panicked. His message was quickly drowned in the chat tsunami. Some teams had already begun showcasing their strength. Battle rosters started popping up one after another in the group chat. 1. Teams composed entirely of 2nd-rank warriors. 2. Teams even equipped with 3rd-rank warriors as their backbone. 3. Mixed squads led by beast tamers. Anyone bold enough to reveal their trump cards was clearly no weakling. Just as everyone was secretly competing, a new message instantly silenced the entire chat interface. 2 3rd-rank warriors and 1 2nd-rank soul master. Seeing this line, those who had been showing off immediately backed down. 3rd-rank warriors were already top-tier fighters in Tianqing Town, while the even rarer 2nd-rank soul masters required grinding their mental power to 10 units. To advance the difficulty was unimaginable. Such a configuration could easily crush every team in the group. Jiang Fan felt equally shocked. This team was too powerful. The collaboration benefits would definitely be maximized. So he quickly typed a response. "Okay, I'll join you guys." As soon as the message was sent, the team leader with the username Confidently Ugly immediately opened a private chat window. "Haha, let's chat privately." The other party's laughter carried a hint of smugness. Recruiting a beast tamer was an unexpected windfall, an absolute treasure in hunter circles. Soon after, Jiang Fan received a location, Shangjiang Hotel. It was Tianqing Town's most luxurious chain hotel, reportedly headquartered in the Star Moon Federation, with notoriously high rates. Rich people indeed. Jiang Fan chuckled softly, casually throwing on a hooded cloak that only revealed his jawline. For hunters, identity information was only held by registered guilds and headquarters. Classified as top secretary leak could shake the Hunter Guild's foundation. Being cautious never hurt. Entering the hotel, he glanced up at the lobby's electronic board penthouse presidential suite, 8,800 per night. "Damn, that's expensive," Jiang Fan whispered. Recalling how that hunter had casually thrown out 800,000 to buy the lightning snake cub, He couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. It seemed hunters were the real moneymakers. In contrast, even third-rank beast tamers like Yi Chinghua struggled to scrape together 100,000. Should he consider switching careers? Meanwhile, outside Tianqing town, the battlefield was thick with smoke. Yi Chinghua's nose began to itch, whether from the gunpowder or someone mentioning his name. His flame demon wolf had just pounced forward, tearing apart two third-rank fierce beasts, its flames painting the ruins crimson. At this moment, Yi Chinghua was undoubtedly the war god of the entire defense line. In the distance, the Guard Corps commander watched the coordination between man and beast, his heart surging with amazement. Beast tamers could be this powerful. With spirit beasts charging into battle while the tamer commanded from behind, their combat rhythm was far more organized than beasts fighting purely on instinct. On another side, Old Jiang and Old Zhang crouched behind cover, watching the battle. Old Jiang looked at Yi Chinghua, thinking of his own son still in school, and couldn't help but sigh. Someone the same age had already become a savior. Old Zhang nudged him with his elbow. What are you staring at? Jealous? Bullshit. At my age, would jealousy put food on the table? Old Jiang scoffed, yet still muttered. Beast tamers must have pretty high salaries, right? Old Jiang asked. Lao Zhang thought for a moment. How would I know? But their salary is definitely higher than ours. I heard that hiring a beast tamer starts at 100,000 yuan, he added. 100,000. Lao Zhang's heart skipped a beat. That one job was worth his entire year's hard-earned income. No wonder everyone in town envied beast tamers. As the conversation shifted, worry crept back into Lao Zhang's expression. Speaking of which, I still don't know the results of my son's third major exam. His mother and I have both been on the front lines, and we haven't received any news these past few days. His voice softened when he mentioned his child. Just then, the guard captain strode over, his armor clanking with crisp metallic sounds. Once we deal with this beast disaster, we'll all go home together. Go home together. Lao Zhang nodded vigorously. Who didn't have elderly parents above and young children below? Only by protecting Tianqing town's safety could their families have peace. Otherwise, who would willingly risk their lives charging to the front lines? Jiang Fan followed the attendant to his room door. Just as he raised his hand, the door clicked open from inside. Standing in the doorway was an extremely young man with delicate features that were almost feminine in their softness. Seeing Jiang Fan in his black robe, the man showed no surprise and called out cheerfully. Let me introduce myself. I'm ugly but confident. The one who chatted with you online. Ugly? Jiang Fan was stunned. If this face was ugly, there probably weren't any handsome men left in the world. Clearly, he was deliberately using a misleading username to hide his true abilities. Come in. Let's get acquainted and divide up the work. The man smiled and reached out to pull Jiang Fan into the room. In that brief moment of palm contact, a flicker of subtle surprise crossed his eyes. Firm bones, vigorous blood circulations, young. Such a young beast tamer? Probably first rank at most. Not bad for ordinary people, but perhaps lacking for their team. Better to assess the situation first. Entering the room, Jiang Fan saw that the other two team members were also young and both were girls. They had delicate features, but each carried a sharp edge, clearly possessing an aura that couldn't be cultivated in small places. Including ugly but confident. All of them had extraordinary presence. Let me introduce myself properly. The young man extended his hand friendly. I'm Guo Chao, a second-year student at Yuehua City Martial Arts Academy. Second year? Jiang Fan's heart shook. That meant he was a third-rank martial artist. Were martial arts academy students really this strong? Noticing his surprise, Guo Chao smiled confidently. Don't be fooled by appearances. I'm considered a genius at the academy. I can basically rank in the top 10 of second-year students. Top 10? Not necessarily. A girl nearby munched on snacks while giving Guo Chao a dismissive glance, her eyes carrying undisguised contempt. Though slender, she radiated coiled strength, like a crouching leopard. Guo Chao coughed lightly and introduced her to Jiang Fan. She's Lu Yu, also a martial arts academy student, currently ranked 10th in second year. This surprised Jiang Fan even more. The girl was actually stronger than the guy? But then Guo Chao continued. Last time I challenged the top 10 rankings, I wasn't properly prepared, so I lost to that guy in 7th place. If I had challenged Lu Yu instead. Guo Chao didn't finish his sentence. Lu Yu's delicate eyebrows shot up instantly, her voice clear but carrying a chill. Challenge me. And then what? What would happen? You know the result. Guo Chao let out a cold snort. Lu Yu gently placed the snacks in her hand on the table, straightened up and stood, releasing a surge of blood chi power that swept around like an invisible current, making everyone feel suffocated and short of breath. Guo Chao frowned, forcibly suppressing the churning true chi within him. Lu Yu, we have a mission ahead. I don't want to fight now. Let's settle this when we get back to school. Back to school? Lu Yu sneered coldly, stepping closer inch by inch. No way. I want you to know right now, Yuri. Not. Good. Enough. Guo Chao also stepped forward, his shoulders slightly lowered, clearly unwilling to back down. The two auras clashed like needle against wheat, the air seeming to crackle under the pressure. Jiang Fan watched from across the table, completely baffled. What on earth are these two up to? Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a cool female voice drifted over softly. Please, both of you, calm down. The voice wasn't loud, but it was like thin ice dropped into boiling water. The coolness didn't come from the air, but acted directly on the mental level, instantly soothing their raging anger. Jiang Fan looked toward the voice and saw a serene girl sitting in a chair by the window. She had dark blue hair, clear eyes, and a somewhat frail figure, the kind of malnourished thinness you'd see in someone who spent years buried in libraries. The girl held an open, thick ancient tome in her arms, its cover decorated with ink drawings of spiritual birds and beasts. Jiang Fan's sharp eyes immediately recognized it as a spiritual beast compendium. This type of compendium wasn't an ordinary printed book, but rather written by soul masters using mental power as ink, stroke by stroke. Every illustration and character contained spiritual fluctuations and was extremely valuable. Ordinary people would get dizzy and develop headaches just staring at a single character, let alone reading the entire book. A soul master. While soul masters weren't as rare as beast tamers in this world, they were still far less common than martial artists, with perhaps one born among every few hundred people. The girl's mental wave that had just calmed emotions was quite similar to the enrage ability of Jiang Fan's contracted bald parrot, just with opposite attributes. One ignited emotions, the other extinguished anger. Guo Chao had mentioned that his team included 2 third-grade martial artists and 1 second-grade soul master. In other words, this girl's mental power was at least 10 units or more. Under her gentle mental fluctuations, Guo Chao and Lu Yu finally restrained their auras, both snorting coldly and turning their heads away from each other. The girl smiled warmly at Jiang Fan and explained softly, "Don't mind their bickering. They're actually childhood friends and get along very well." Jiang Fan nodded silently. He had already noticed that despite their apparent incompatibility, the two showed perfect coordination everywhere, classic frenemies. Suddenly, he felt a slight pang of sourness. Childhood sweethearts, the setting so many men dream of. Sure enough, handsome guys with high talent just have special privileges. The girl closed her compendium and politely introduced herself. "My name is Lin Mei, second-grade soul master." Now all three had revealed their identities, leaving only Jiang Fan yet to introduce himself. Guo Chao and the others only knew that a beast tamer had suddenly appeared in their group chat, and they pulled him into the team before having time to ask detailed questions. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Hello everyone, my name is Chun Fan, and I'm a third-grade beast tamer." He had temporarily borrowed the surname from his buddy, Fatty Chun. He absolutely couldn't let that goofball know, or he'd definitely be mocked to the point of questioning his existence. All three simultaneously showed expressions of surprise. A third-grade beast tamer? Guo Chao was astonished. From that brief moment of contact, he had already determined that Jiang Fan was quite young, probably even younger than them. The voice also carried a youthful quality, yet he claimed to be a third-rank beast tamer, which was hard to believe. "Are you also from Yuehua City? Or perhaps another major city? Or even the Star Moon Federation?" Guo Chao couldn't help but press further. Jiang Fan frowned, unwilling to reveal too much. Tianqing Town was so small that once his real name was known, his background could be traced at any time. Seeing Jiang Fan's silence, the three didn't push further. Everyone had secrets, which was perfectly normal. They were secretly delighted to unexpectedly gain a third-rank beast tamer for their team, never expecting such a figure to come to Tianqing Town. "How about we form a standard 4-person team cooperation?" Guo Chao suggested. The two girls immediately nodded, but Jiang Fan remained silent. Under his hood, his expression was peculiar. "Standard 4-person formation? Do you really understand?" Seeing no response, Guo Chao had to explain again. "Brother Chun, I'll handle the charge, maintaining a 100-meter distance from you to draw frontal enemies. But I can't watch over you and Lin Mei's safety, so Lu Yu will patrol within 10 meters of you for protection." Lin Mei is a second-rank soul master who can disrupt opponents within dozens of meters. "Brother Chun, you need your third-rank spirit beast to fight alongside me, maintaining frontline firepower." Only then did Jiang Fan understand. Guo Chao was the spearhead. Lu Yu could advance to support or retreat to defend. The overall formation was quite reasonable. Lu Yu laughed teasingly. "Why are you explaining? He's a third-rank beast tamer. He knows much more than you do." Her words made Jiang Fan want to facepalm as he revealed his third-rank beast tamer identity. Everyone assumed he was an expert. But these three young people weren't simple either. Their talent wasn't inferior to Chao Shuanglong, whom he'd met in the imperial capital. They probably came to Tianqing Town for training. Since they were cooperating, the distribution of spoils needed to be discussed first. "How do we split the loot?" Jiang Fan asked. Guo Chao laughed heartily. "Haha, we don't care about the bounty for killing fierce beasts. We're mainly farming hunter points to exchange for merit points back at the academy. All hunter points go to us, and all mission rewards and spoils go to you." "No problem." Jiang Fan agreed without hesitation. He didn't understand hunter points, but right now the bounty and beast corpses were what he needed most. "By the way, do you know how to extract beast blood?" The three looked puzzled. Lin Mei explained. Usually only warriors extract beast blood. You need to go to specialized institutions that use special refinement methods to process fierce beast corpses. The essence blood obtained is actually beast blood, it's just what people commonly call it. I see. Jiang Fan nodded, silently noting the information. The four got into Guo Chao's luxury car. The engine roared, and the vehicle shot out of the city like an arrow, soon reaching the foot of the mountains outside Tianqing town. This area had once been near a Fora-level tourist attraction, but now it was nearly deserted, with distant sounds of fierce beast roars and artillery fire. Only then did Jiang Fan truly grasp the severity of the beast disaster. Would his parents be safe? His heart pounded, had never been so nervous. Lin Mei seemed to notice his unusual state and asked curiously, Chen Fan, what's wrong? Jiang Fan didn't answer, raising his hand to summon the bald parrot. The third-rank flying spirit beast spread its wings and easily lifted him, flying swiftly toward the battlefield. Guo Chao, Lu Yu, and Lin Mei were simultaneously stunned. Good heavens, it really is a third-rank spirit beast. A genuine third-rank beast tamer. Guo Chao was so shocked he couldn't speak. The young man before him was actually a third-rank beast tamer? And he looked so young. The two female team members had originally planned to catch up with Chen Fan, but when they turned back, they found Guo Chao frozen in place. Lu Yu frowned and urged, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and follow him. After a long moment, Guo Chao finally snapped back to reality, murmuring in a low voice, the youngest third-rank beast tamer in Yuehua City. How old was he again? You're asking about age? Lu Yu thought for a moment. It should be that guy from the Beast Taming Academy, 20 years old. What? 20 years old? Guo Chao pondered silently. Based on bone age assessment just now, Chen Fan was only 17 or 18, with a slender frame weaker than most beast tamers. But beast tamers didn't rely on physical strength for their livelihood when it came to beast taming talent alone. Chen Fan was absolutely top tier, even faintly surpassing that prodigy from the Beast Taming Academy. We picked up a wild beast taming genius in Tianqing town. My god, what exactly is his background? Guo Chao's mind was in turmoil. The battlefield at Tianqing town. The beast disaster had launched its 13th charge, with over 400 fierce beasts rushing forward. The guard regiment was under unprecedented pressure, and fortunately the hunter squads had arrived as reinforcement, barely stabilizing the defense line. Old Jiang and other first-rank warriors charged at the front, knowing that if they retreated, those untrained regiment members would have to fill the gap with their lives. Old Jiang's arm was a bloody mess. The tiger's mouth of his sword hand was split open, and his steel blade was chipped, but still instinctively slashing. His eyes were bloodshot and his vision was already blurred. Old Jiang, fall back. Old Jiang led his men to jointly slay a first-rank fierce beast, then looked up to see Old Jiang staggering and shouted urgently. If Old Jiang fell, he wouldn't be able to face Jiang's wife, nor could he face Little Fan. But Old Jiang seemed unable to hear him. His world contained only the massive fierce beast before him, though both were first rank. This one was already approaching the peak. After dozens of exchanges, Old Jiang hadn't gained even the slightest advantage and was nearly dead several times over. Even so, he refused to retreat, as if killing the monster before him would end the entire beast disaster. However, that first-rank fierce beast was merely an insignificant one among the surging beast tide. The real threat of destruction came from the dozens of second-rank fierce beasts in the distance, several third-rank fierce beasts, and even that fourth-rank fierce beast that was battling Yi Qing's flame demon wolf with earth-shattering intensity. Worse still, dark massive waves were rising again at the horizon. There were no tides inland. This was a new wave of beasts. Here they come again. Old Jiang's eyes showed despair. It's over. Tianqing town is finished. Kill. Old Jiang roared, dragging his injured leg as he charged toward the fierce beast before him, having long cast life and death aside. In just a few short days, he had experienced countless brushes with death and had grown numb to mortality. The only thing sustaining him was ensuring his son could grow up safely. Even if he couldn't provide a better future, he wanted his child to be able to proudly say, when he raised his head, "My father was a hero." For ordinary people to become heroes was both difficult and easy. Old Jiang was also covered in blood, but couldn't care about the pain as he raised his blade and chased after Old Jiang. He absolutely could not let this old comrade who had fought alongside him for decades go to the underworld alone. That first-rank fierce beast also charged toward Old Jiang like a madman. Razor-sharp claws slashed toward Old Jiang's head. At this critical moment, all the guards around were entangled with other fierce beasts, and no one could come to his aid. Old Jiang took a deep breath of the bloody air, ready to fight to the death. Val beast, back off. From above, a piercing screech suddenly descended as a third-grade spirit beast, a bald parrot, spread its black gold wings and taunted the first-grade fierce beast with its sharp beak. Jiang Fan felt relieved. First-grade fierce beasts had weak mental strength, and sure enough, it instantly locked all its hatred onto the bald parrot. It roared and leaped up, but the gap in strength was like a chasm. Slash. Blood sprayed through the air as the fierce beast was torn in half from chest to tail by the parrot's talons, crashing to the ground. Jiang Fan rushed to old Zhang's side, supporting his staggering father. The young man trembled slightly. His eyes quickly reddening. This was the first time he had witnessed his father's work firsthand, dancing with death. Even so, his father still unhesitatingly spent the hard-earned 10,000 coins to register him for the 3 major academies. Old Zhang's vision was clouded with blood, unable to see the person before him clearly. He could only sense the aura of someone who commanded spirit beasts, and quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Beastmaster, for saving my life." "Beastmaster," Jiang Fan was about to say, "I'm your son," when a thunderous roar suddenly erupted behind him. He spun around. Another legion of fierce beasts was charging like a tide, their coordination rivaling that of human soldiers. Everyone's hearts sank. Intelligence clearly indicated this group of fierce beasts should have headed to the neighboring Li town. Why had they turned back midway? Guard Captain Wang Zhen's face turned ashen. Could it really be the evil sect's doing? A few days ago, he had received word that the disturbances in Tianqing town might be connected to the evil sect's machinations. Now it seemed the fierce beast's feint, followed by a surprise attack, clearly showed someone was commanding them. Yi Chinghua clenched her fists, her brow furrowed. Ever since she had set out for Tianqing town, she had been swindled by a fraud claiming to be an evolution master, and her flame demon wolf had been severely injured, nearly dropping to second grade. Now the beast tide repeatedly displayed tactical awareness. If she were told no one was controlling them from behind, she would never believe it. What exactly was the evil sect trying to accomplish? Just to scatter the guards, and then target this year's batch of new beast masters? Was mobilizing an entire mountain range of fierce beasts worth it for that? The evil sect had never made such grand moves before. "Captain Wang, what exactly is Tianqing town hiding?" she asked coldly. Wang Zhen froze, remaining silent. But his flickering gaze had already revealed everything. There was indeed a treasure in the town. Otherwise, the evil sect wouldn't spare no expense to trigger a beast tide. Yi Chinghua quickly assessed the situation. Among the beast horde was a 4th-grade fierce beast that only she could match, but there were over 10 3rd-grade beasts and more than 100 2nd-grade ones. The human defense line could barely withstand such force. Wang Zhen looked conflicted. She suddenly turned cold. "If you won't explain, I have no obligation to continue defending Tianqing town." Wang Zhen's pupils contracted sharply. Absolutely couldn't let her leave. Without Yi Chinghua, the 4th-grade fierce beast would crush their defenses. Once the fierce beasts entered the town, the consequences would be unthinkable. He lowered his voice, almost grinding his teeth as he squeezed out the words. "To tell you the truth, there's a Dragon Clan spirit beast egg in Tianqing town." "What?" Yi Chinghua was stunned. A dragon spirit beast egg. This meant that a dragon spirit beast could be hatched in the future. As a beast tamer, she naturally understood the significance of dragons in the spirit beast hierarchy. They were once the supreme race that dominated heaven and earth, even regarded as the ultimate rulers of all wilderness spirit beasts. Those capable of commanding dragon spirit beasts were revered as dragon masters, absolute elites among beast tamers. Who would have thought that a dragon spirit beast egg had been quietly hidden in Tianqing town? Thinking of how she had just fought desperately on the front lines, Yi Chinghua's lips curved into a cold, mocking smile. So all she had fought to reclaim was merely helping others guard this dragon spirit beast egg. Captain Wang hastily explained that they had absolutely no intention of keeping the dragon spirit beast egg for themselves. They simply hadn't had time to send it to Yuehua City, though the higher-ups had already received word. Yi Chinghua nodded and said coolly, "Heh, though I'm annoyed, I absolutely won't let the evil sect succeed. The dragon spirit beast egg is of great importance. It could create a dragon master, which is ultimately a good thing." With that, she looked toward Jiang Fan and called out loudly, "Brother, where are you from?" At the same time, the blazing demon wolf beside her, standing over 10 meters tall, raised its head and howled. Its fur burned like molten steel, and neither humans nor beasts dared approach. Jiang Fan's gaze swept over the blazing demon wolf, and system data instantly appeared. Blazing demon wolf. Spirit beast level, 4th grade. Talent, A. Species, canine. Growth value, 509-100-0000. Stamina, 4099. Strength, 6,352. Speed, 2,120. Combat power, 7876. Normal evolution paths, 7. Special skills, flame burn, 4th grade. And all its attributes had nearly quadrupled compared to its 3rd grade period. The threshold for a 4th grade warrior's blood energy was merely 1,000 units. Yet the blazing demon wolf's strength had long surpassed this limit. Indeed, spirit beasts possessed far more terrifying natural advantages than humans. Yi Chinghua's gaze then fell on the bald parrot perched on Jiang Fan's shoulder, her expression becoming subtle. This parrot was so ugly. Most beast tamers would optimize their spirit beast's appearance during evolution. Like her blazing demon wolf, wreathed in crimson flames that could be recognized from kilometers away. This imposing appearance was precisely the aesthetic she had deliberately cultivated. In contrast, Jiang Fan's parrot was not only completely featherless, but also sported a shiny bald head that was particularly offensive to the eyes. Sensing that disdainful look, Jiang Fan felt a surge of displeasure and spoke directly. Deal with the fire-poison spider quickly. This commanding tone left Yi Chinghua stunned. While she wasn't one to constantly talk about dignity, the other party was merely a third-grade beast tamer. How dare he give her orders? She suppressed her emotions and replied with a frown. I want to, but the fire-poison spider isn't that easy to handle. The fire-poison spider was the leader beast of this disaster, fourth grade. Though not as large as the blazing demon wolf, standing only a few meters tall, it was covered in thick, jet-black fur that made one's scalp crawl just looking at it from afar. Most terrifyingly, the flames it spewed carried deadly poison. If warriors were touched by it, they would suffer severe burns and disfigurement at best, or dissolve into a puddle of pus at worst. The blazing demon wolf could resist this poison due to its natural flame protection, but others couldn't withstand it. The fire-poison spider kept trying to drag the battle toward the crowd, preventing the blazing demon wolf from fighting at full strength. Yi Chinghua sighed softly. If I could lure it to an open area, I could certainly fight with full force. Jiang Fan's gaze remained firm as he repeated his request. Can you draw the fire-poison spider away from the crowd? Yi Chinghua asked. Jiang Fan pondered for half a second, then raised his hand and said, I'll give it a try. His gaze shifted to the bald parrot perched on his shoulder. The bird instantly understood, spreading its wings and soaring into the air with a graceful arc, casually tearing apart several first- and second-tier beasts along the way. Then it stopped midair and screeched at the fire-poison wolf spider. Sit down. You trash, come here and die. This master is going to crush some noobs. Everyone fell silent, looking up at the bald parrot shouting in the sky. The fire-poison wolf spider merely glanced at the bird indifferently, showing no reaction. According to the information Jiang Fan had, the bald parrot's hatred attraction was guaranteed to hit targets with mental power below 10 units, and would only weaken against those above 10 units. Could this wolf spider's mental power already exceed 10 units? Exceed my ass, the young man cursed inwardly, his eyes practically blazing with anger. Speak bird language. It can't understand human speech. The parrot had obviously copied his usual gaming trash talk word for word, flashy, but useless. The bird tilted its head thoughtfully, then decided to switch channels. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. The scene remained quiet. Had this creature just directly translated that entire speech into bird language? Yet everyone distinctly felt that the fire-poison wolf spider seemed to actually understand. Yi Chinghua's face turned ashen. Could such provocation really agitate a fourth-tier beast? Captain Wang and the others were equally astonished. Just who was this beast tamer? Old Jiang stood frozen in place. The head shape and feather coloring of that third-tier spirit beast looked so familiar. He suddenly remembered the spirit beast cub he had once found the same bald parrot. Looking again at the young beast tamer in the black robe, the build, the voice, were identical to his son's. Impossible. Old Jiang repeatedly denied it in his mind. His son was just an ordinary high school student who might not even pass his 3 major exams. Just when everyone thought the black-robed beast tamer was fooling around, the fire-poison wolf spider suddenly erupted. Its 8 thick legs thunderously kicked off the ground, charging straight toward the bald parrot. The bird reacted extremely quickly, flapping its wings to gain altitude, with the wolf spider following close behind. The two figures instantly left the main battlefield. Yi Chinghua was shocked. Fourth-tier beasts had strong willpower, so why would it be provoked? She suddenly realized mental techniques. The parrot's cries had contained mental attacks that directly disrupted the spider's rationality. If it could affect the fire-poison wolf spider, it could affect her flame demon wolf too. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. Although the wolf spider was fourth tier, its mental power was less than 10 units, so hatred attraction naturally worked. The chase quickly brought them to Guo Chao's trio, who had just arrived. What's happening? A fourth-tier beast is charging at us. The three were dumbfounded, but had no time to think. Defend. Captain Guo Chao made an instant decision, and his teammates immediately responded. Clang. His broad blade unsheathed, Guo Chao channeled his powerful blood energy and slashed at the fire-poison wolf spider. However, the spider's legs were harder than refined steel. The tremendous force rebounded, directly sending the broad blade flying. Guo Chao looked down at his treasured sword forged from 100 refined steel. Had he really only managed to cut off a few leg hairs from the fire-poison wolf spider? The fire-venom tarantula grew even more furious. While losing its leg hair didn't hurt, these humans dared to provoke. Ithi were seeking death. Its 8 crimson legs spread wide, and one of them suddenly slashed down like a sword, stabbing toward Guo Chao's chest. Guo Chao felt a wave of scorching malevolent energy rushing toward him, his hair standing on end. Instantly a fourth-grade fierce beast was absolutely beyond his ability to withstand. Get out of the way. A whooshing sound cut through the air from behind. Lu Yu gripped her gleaming war spear and rushed forward in 3 quick strides, the spear tip crackling with tiny electric arcs as it struck hard at the spider leg's joint. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal exploded as the fire venom tarantula's front leg was forced back half an inch. Guo Chao seized the opportunity to roll away, and just as he left his original position, the spider leg pierced through the ground, creating a hole half an arm's length deep. The two stared at the crater with scattered stones, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. The terror of a 4th-grade beast was completely beyond their ability to handle. Watch out, Lin Mei warned in a low voice. Her pupils suddenly turned crystal blue, like deep-sea ice. She locked her gaze on the fire venom tarantula, and the next second, the fierce spider's form actually stiffened, its rage toward Guo Chao and Lu Yu visibly diminishing. In the next instant, it changed direction and charged straight toward the bald parrot that was watching the excitement nearby. Squawk! The bald parrot shrieked in terror, flapping its sparse gray feathers as it fled frantically. The more miserably it cried, the more frantically the fire venom tarantula pursued it. Lin Mei sensed secretly, surprised in her heart this parrot could actually use psychic techniques. Having escaped death, Guo Chao gasped heavily and sighed. Brother Chun is truly a genius. His spirit beast looks strange, but has rare abilities. Lu Yu curled her lip. Since when do you admire others so much? Don't you always boast about being a first-class genius? Humph. Guo Chao snorted coldly. You don't understand. Jiang Fan is younger than both of us, yet he's already a 3rd-grade beast tamer. Shouldn't that be admirable? A whoa. Suddenly, a deafening wolf howl rang out, and all 3 froze. The flame demon wolf leaped over their heads, treading on flames, its fiery red shadow trailing a long tail of light. On the wolf's back, Yi Chinghua held the reins with one hand, looking down at them with an indifferent glance. The 3 were stunned. Yi Chinghua? She had come too? And she wasn't 3rd grade anymore, but 4th grade? Her breakthrough was incredibly fast. Yi Chinghua recognized them and gave a brief command. Go to the main battlefield. Then she rode her wolf in pursuit of the fire venom tarantula. Guo Chao looked back and saw the bald parrot being chased so far that its shadow was barely visible, frowning secretly without his spirit beast. Wouldn't Jiang Fan lose his combat power? But when he shifted his gaze to Jiang Fan's side, he froze completely. Beside Jiang Fan were now 2 additional 3rd-grade spirit beasts, a bald husky and a seemingly lazy but sharp-eyed bald blue cat. The blue cat was closely guarding a guard-corps warrior. 3 3rd-grade spirit beasts. Guo Chao's mind went blank, suspecting his earlier age assessment had been completely wrong. The 3 exchanged glances, all showing shock. They seemed to have invited an extraordinary beast tamer. Jiang Fan alone was worth their entire hunting squad, perhaps even stronger. At this moment, with Yi Chinghua pursuing the fire venom tarantula, Jiang Fan had clearly become the strongest beast tamer in the battle circle, remotely controlling the bald husky to tear through the beast tide. On the other side, old Jiang's expression was peculiar, and everyone's gazes toward him were equally strained. Beside him, the bald blue cat remained constantly close. Wherever old Jiang went, the bald blue cat followed. Anyone with eyes could see that this powerful 3rd-grade spirit beast had been deliberately left behind by the beast master to protect old Jiang. Old Jiang quietly nudged old Jiang's arm and whispered, "Do you know this master?" Old Jiang shook his head repeatedly, speaking rapidly. "How could I possibly know him? Beast masters are way out of our league, let alone one this powerful. Then why is he specifically protecting you? Maybe he's just protecting everyone?" Old Jiang wasn't sure himself. Old Jiang snorted. "What protecting everyone? You take one less step, we all have to take one less step. You move somewhere, everyone has to move." Earlier, when old Jiang found the bald blue cat too close for comfort and tried to shift aside, the blue cat immediately followed, forcing everyone to move in unison. But with this 3rd-grade spirit beast protection, they felt completely secure. Though the blue cat was shockingly ugly, its combat prowess was fierce, capable of killing a fierce beast with a single swipe, clean and efficient. Envious gazes fell on old Jiang in unison. Yet old Jiang himself felt embarrassed. As a soldier, charging into battle was his duty, but now any approaching fierce beast would be instantly eliminated by the blue cat before he could even draw his blade. He couldn't help but glance deeply at the black-robed beast master. Is he really protecting me specifically? That can't be right, can it? On the other side of the battlefield, the bald husky rampaged under Jiang Fan's command, cutting a bloody swath through everything. Everyone watched spirit beasts flying through the air, gnawing sounds mixed with wails. This spectacle left them marveling at the black-robed beast master's incredible strength. Commander Wang was even more astounded. He had encountered at least 7 or 8 beast masters, but this one was completely different. First, his spirit beasts looked bizarre. Second, his mental power was ridiculously strong, was simultaneously controlling 3 3rd-grade spirit beasts. Even the exceptionally talented Yi Chinghua could only deploy her flame demon wolf alone, as excessive mental power consumption would cause spirit beasts to break free from control. Yet this black-robed beast master seemed completely unconcerned. His 3 spirit beasts coordinated like a military formation, executing every command with precision. Training spirit beasts to this level was unprecedented. Just who was this person? A shadow of unease crept into Commander Wang's heart. While the bald parrot slaughtered fierce beasts like cutting vegetables, Jiang Fan had Guo Chao stuff all the spoils into bags. Guo Chao looked miserable. They could collect them after the battle. But Jiang Fan was adamant, so he had no choice but to become a temporary lackey. Lu Yu sneered mockingly. Aren't you supposed to be a captain? How did you end up doing menial work? Guo Chao's face tightened, his voice resolute. Ensuring our highest combat power has no worries is also a contribution. Highest combat power. Lu Yu wanted to argue, but had nothing to say. It was the truth. Beast masters were enviable not only for their ability to control spirit beasts, but because spirit beasts were inherently stronger than humans. Third-grade warriors typically couldn't match third-grade spirit beasts, so a third-grade beast master could usually dominate most warriors of the same level. Not to mention Jiang Fan controlled 3 third-grade spirit beasts even against late third-grade experts. Victory wasn't guaranteed for his opponents. Under the combined assault of Jiang Fan, Commander Wang, and others, the human battle line once again gained a solid advantage. On another front, the flame demon wolf finally caught up with the fire poison spider. Though not exactly a crushing victory, the flame demon wolf surpassed its opponent in speed, strength, and bloodline-grade aptitude wasn't just for show. Sharp fangs and claws tore through the air as the fire poison spider retreated repeatedly, its poison flames scattered by claws before they could fully form. Trash. Trash. Yi Chinghua noticed that while the bald parrot didn't join the fight directly, it kept circling the fire poison spider, taunting it contemptuously. The fire poison spider roared continuously in fury but remained restrained, forced to retreat steadily under the flame demon wolf's fierce assault. It had to be said that while the bald parrot wasn't participating in combat, it kept taunting the fire poison spider from the sidelines. The ability to suppress the fire poison spider so easily was largely thanks to this bald parrot's contribution. Yi Chinghua felt a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be if she had such a spirit beast. Though her flame demon wolf was powerful, having an additional support-focused spirit beast would give her much more flexibility on the battlefield. But how exactly had that black-robed beast tamer managed to achieve such an evolution for his spirit beast? This reminded her of the young evolution master she had encountered at the marketplace. He had appeared out of nowhere and quietly left Tianqing town after completing the evolution, his whereabouts remaining a mystery. Yi Chinghua suspected he must be an evolution prodigy secretly cultivated by some transcendent force, hiding his identity while traveling the continent. Without an incredibly wealthy background, who would sell a third-grade spirit beast evolution formula worth tens of millions for just 100,000? Market statistics showed that advancing a third-grade spirit beast to 4th grade typically cost over 30 million. This was precisely why evolution masters held such coveted positions. Their clients were all beast tamers, and every beast tamer was wealthy. Lost in thought, she watched as the flame demon wolf tore the fire poison spider apart with a single bite. Yi Chinghua quickly stored the 4th-grade beast's corpse in her storage device. This was her spoils of war and a rare treasure. Anyone who saw her crystal-clear storage box would be stunned. Market price for 1 cubic meter of storage space was 1 million, and this magical device could hold an entire 4th-grade beast, making it astronomically expensive. No wonder the hunters called her Little Rich Girl. After securing her spoils, she led the flame demon wolf back to the main battlefield. Everywhere she looked, the ground was cracked and the vegetation charred. The black-robed beast tamer stood at the forefront, commanding the human soldiers in orderly charges. The beast horde, having lost their leader, was leaderless and being systematically eliminated. Mine. This one's mine too. All mine. Guo Chao, move faster. Amid the chaotic sounds of battle, Jiang Fan shouted at the top of his lungs. Desperate not to miss any spoils, his eyes were bloodshot with urgency. Guo Chao, experiencing his first corpse-looting expedition, was already gasping for breath, while Lu Yu and Lin Mei had to follow along, fighting and collecting simultaneously, overwhelmed with work. The bald era swept through the low-grade beasts like wind. Lu Yu and Lin Mei could only help Guo Chao pack the spoils. The brutal yet efficient slaughter was like a cleaver cutting vegetables. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, but without a moment's hesitation. Yi Chinghua watched in amazement. 3 somewhat renowned talents from Yuehua City had been reduced to mere assistants beside this black-robed beast tamer. Even more shocking was that he was simultaneously controlling 3 third-grade spirit beasts. She knew that controlling her flame demon wolf with full concentration was already her limit, let alone 3 beasts. His mental strength was simply terrifying. In contrast, Captain Wang's group struggled with great effort to kill just 1 third-grade beast with everyone's combined strength, while the bald era deliberately avoided third-grade beasts, hunting only 1st and 2nd-grade ones, yet achieved double the results. Clearly, the black-robed beast tamer's control and coordination were frighteningly precise. The guard regiment, working with the hunter squad, finally defeated the charge of hundreds of beasts. Such a victory was unprecedented in Tianqing Town's history and worthy of military commendation. We won. Captain Wang let out a long breath of relief, wiping the blood from his face. The wilderness was now clear of attacking beasts. Tianqing Town had held its ground. Humanity is invincible. Humanity is invincible. Humanity is invincible. The triumphant cheers echoed through the dust and blood. The soldiers' faces flushed with excitement. They had survived. Jiang Fan glanced at his father, who was moved to tears and couldn't help but smile. A small surge of pride welled up in his heart. What could be more important than protecting his family? Jiang Fan stood in the courtyard, silently clenching his fists. But immediately after, his brow furrowed again. He wanted to persuade his father to quit his job with the guard regiment. That work was too dangerous. Although his father always said, a real man has ambitions beyond home, and protecting the country requires leading from the front, he was ultimately just a son, inevitably selfish at heart, wanting nothing more than his father's safety. However, now was clearly not the time to discuss this matter. The group calling themselves the Holy Clan remained mysterious, and if they set their sights on his parents, wouldn't he be the one putting his family in danger? At the very least, he had to deal with the Holy Clan in Tianqing Town first. The Holy Clan was definitely not benevolent even if they weren't targeting ordinary people right now. They were like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Leaving them in town would inevitably lead to trouble. Having made up his mind, Jiang Fan quickly headed to the open area where the spoils of war were temporarily stored. Guo Chao was crouching beside a pile of blood-stained beast corpses, his robes streaked with mud and blood, the man himself exhausted to the point of near collapse. How much loot do we have? Jiang Fan asked. Guo Chao wiped away sweat, his voice hoarse but unable to hide his excitement. 100 first-grade beasts, 30 second-grade ones, and third-grade. None. Such a massive haul. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he recalled the large-scale battle, the ground covered with beast corpses still making his heart pound like a drum. Jiang Fan nodded and pressed further. How much beast blood can be refined from them? About 1 to 2 drops per beast, which is 10 to 20 milliliters. Guo Chao held up his index and middle fingers to demonstrate. The beasts look huge and have plenty of blood, but what can actually be refined into essence blood is pitifully little. That little. Jiang Fan's eyes widened as he stared at Guo Chao in disbelief. Guo Chao shrugged. Yeah, that's about it. Jiang Fan quickly calculated in his mind. 100 first-grade beasts would yield only 1 to 2,000 milliliters of beast blood total. At the market price of 100 yuan per milliliter, that would only sell for 1 to 200,000. The 32nd-grade ones, with higher prices at 1,000 yuan per milliliter, would bring in 30 to 60,000. Adding it all up, it wouldn't exceed 300,000? Noticing Chun Fan's confusion, Guo Chao explained. Actually, beast blood isn't that valuable, only the high-grade stuff is worth money. Low-grade blood like this first and second-tier stuff floods the market, so prices are rock bottom. Rock bottom, Chun Fan repeated quietly. Low. For an ordinary family, a vial of this essence blood would cost about as much as a down payment on a house. But for wealthy families, this amount of money was pocket change. Guo Chao came from privilege, so naturally he didn't think twice about it. Jiang Fan's expression darkened. This outcome fell far short of his expectations. He'd imagined that such massive beasts would yield hundreds of pounds of blood, never expecting that the actual refined essence would be so scarce. Guo Chao added, but hey, we killed so many beasts today, bounties and hunter points should be pretty substantial. Before he could finish, Lu Yu shot him a withering look. Did you kill them? Guo Chao pretended not to hear. After all, he'd already worked things out with Chun Fan. They didn't want the bounties or spoils, just the hunter points. Based on today's haul, those points would definitely be worth it. Jiang Fan nodded. I'll trouble you to handle this for me. I can give you 10% of the... Guo Chao waved him off. No need for that. We're already getting a sweet deal here. Jiang Fan didn't insist further, and Guo Chao promised to help him find a place to refine all the beast corpses into essence blood. With business concluded, everyone went their separate ways. The guard unit left only a few sentries behind, while the rest returned to Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan gazed into the distance. His father was walking arm in arm, with Uncle Zhang for support. Under his black robe, he clenched his fists. He had to resolve Tianqing Town's crisis as quickly as possible. Once out of sight, Jiang Fan found a secluded spot to remove his black robe before quietly heading home. The moment he stepped through the door and saw both parents had returned, his face lit up with a beaming smile. You're finally back? I nearly starved to death these past few days. Good thing your son has strong survival instincts. His mother looked at him with mild reproach. You're old enough, how could you actually starve yourself? What would you do if we really weren't around someday? Jiang Fan quickly moved closer. Don't worry, I'll protect you both. His mother paused, then smiled warmly. She didn't bring up his test scores. She knew her son's capabilities, and there was no point rubbing salt in old wounds now. After recent events, she felt being ordinary wasn't so bad. Poor perhaps, but safe better than his father's life and death existence. Jiang Fan glanced sideways and noticed his father staring at the empty birdcage on the balcony. He coughed nervously. Dad, that bald parrot seems to have flown away on its own. When I woke up, it was just gone. He knew his father was fond of the bird and worried the old man might be upset. Old Jiang looked up at his son, but said nothing. From the kitchen, his mother emerged with 2 steaming dishes, muttering, "Good riddance. I never wanted to keep that thing anyway. Ugly as sin, always spouting nonsense, definitely not a proper parrot." This made Jiang Fan secretly relieved. Thank goodness for that bird's character. It's what had given it such special abilities. "Auntie, how much soy sauce should I add?" Suddenly, a young girl's clear voice rang out from the kitchen. His mother quickly handed the scalding hot plates to Jiang Fan while hurrying back to the kitchen. "Don't use too much soy sauce, just enough for color. Go easy on it." Jiang Fan froze. Whose voice was that? It seemed like he'd been hearing that a lot lately. Old Jiang glanced at Jiang Fan sitting at the dining table, his expression puzzled. "Doesn't that burn?" The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Fan suddenly let out a sharp cry, quickly setting the scalding plate down on the table. His fingers danced frantically in the air as he blew on them, his fingertips bright red from the burn. "You're a grown man and still so careless," came Mom's scolding voice from the kitchen as she bustled about. Old Jiang sighed, looking at this alto familiar son of his. The suspicion that had just begun to form in his heart completely dissipated. Yes, how could this utterly ordinary young man possibly be that legendary beast tamer? He was getting old, which explained these unrealistic thoughts. The longer one lived, the more one understood that success always left traces. If his parents couldn't pave a smooth path for Jiang Fan, how could they expect their son to become such a remarkable figure? However, Jiang Fan kept his eyes fixed on the kitchen doorway. Sure enough, Su Qingcheng emerged carrying a plate of hot food, wearing the apron around her waist that Mom had washed until it was nearly white. The ordinary fabric somehow looked fashionable on her, accentuating her graceful curves and immediately capturing Jiang Fan's attention. She merely glanced at Jiang Fan indifferently, showing no extra expression. But when she turned toward Mom, her eyes became warm and polite, as if she had transformed into a different person entirely. Next, an elderly lady with silver hair also appeared from the kitchen. Mom hurried over to take the dish from her hands. "Oh my, I told you not to bother, yet you still went ahead and cooked." "It's nothing. This old body is still sturdy." The elderly lady smiled kindly, then turned to Jiang Fan with a gentle tone. "You must be Jiang Fan. You know me." Jiang Fan was taken aback, wondering to himself, "Who is this? Qingqing mentions you often." Ahem. Ahem. Su Qingqing suddenly coughed heavily, a fleeting blush crossing her delicate face. Zhang Ma realized she had misspoken and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Your classmates, she's mentioned you before." Jiang Fan nodded slightly with a wry smile. "I bet she didn't say anything good about me, right?" Zhang Ma's expression froze. "Nothing good?" Quite the opposite. The young miss always gave him a thumbs up, and even said this young man could rival the dragon rider himself. That's precisely why she had come here in person as Su Qingqing's aunt, wanting to see what kind of spell Jiang Fan had cast on her young miss. His mother secretly observed Su Qingqing, her eyes growing brighter by the moment, barely restraining herself from rushing over to call out daughter-in-law. Noticing this, Jiang Fan quickly steered the conversation back to the dinner table. "The food looks quite lavish today. Did Dad get another bonus?" Old Jiang laughed so hard his beard trembled. "Yes, we just repelled several waves of fierce beasts, and the military rewarded us with some money." Zhang Ma chimed in with praise. "Indeed, thanks to you fearless warriors, ordinary people can live in peace." Old Jiang's smile stiffened for a beat before he nodded. "It's our duty." But Jiang Fan frowned. That tone sounded like a superior commending subordinates, subtly condescending. Zhang Ma remained oblivious, and Su Qingcheng didn't pay much attention either. The Su family was already at the top of Yuehua City's hierarchy, with countless military and political bigwigs in their household. Wherever they went, they were surrounded by admirers. Jiang Fan's parents were accustomed to looking up to others and didn't detect anything inappropriate in the conversation's arrogance. Only Jiang Fan himself heard it clearly, and his first impression of Su Qingcheng and her aunt plummeted to rock bottom. Su Qingqing's perception wasn't weak. She instantly caught that flash of displeasure and wondered suspiciously. "He already dislikes me after just meeting? Just because of the arranged engagement?" Thinking of the girl who had walked Jiang Fan home, she unconsciously tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Was she, Su Qingqing, really inferior to that girl? Dishes were served one after another, but no one picked up their chopsticks. His mother warmly urged, "Don't just sit there, eat while it's hot." Zhang Ma took the first bite, her eyes lighting up. "It's been so long since I've had such authentic home cooking. The ingredients are a bit inferior, but the taste is quite good." That single word, inferior, made old Jiang and his wife exchange glances. These were the freshest ingredients they had specially selected from the market today. Su Qingqing immediately kicked Zhang Ma under the table. Zhang Ma looked confused. then met Su Qingqing's cold gaze and finally realized her mistake. Ahem, I didn't mean it that way. We usually eat gourmet cuisine, so? Her words only made Jiang Fan's parents feel more awkward. Su Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Ma was doing this on purpose, trying to make the Jiang family back down. Zhang Ma spoke again. If you can't get used to it, don't force yourselves. Better not to eat these inferior things and have something happen to you. She glanced at Jiang Fan. I'm just speaking the truth. Then please leave. Jiang Fan slammed his bowl down with a bang. Zhang Ma snorted coldly, about to explode. But Su Qingqiang had already stood up, her eyes ice cold. Go back. Zhang Ma thought the young miss had come to her senses and turned to pull Su Qingqiang along. Miss, let's go together. No, you go by yourself. I really enjoy eating this. Su Qingqing shook her off and scooped a large spoonful of food into her mouth. Miss, the master he. Return to Yuehua City and don't come back. Su Qingqing's tone was resolute. Zhang Ma was stunned. She had watched the young miss grow up, and now the miss was turning against her for outsiders indeed. Jiang Fan had bewitched her young miss. His mother quickly stood up to mediate. So you're from Yuehua City. It's normal if you're not used to the food. Su Qingqiang silently lowered her head to eat. Zhang Ma awkwardly sat back down, secretly observing the two, still trying to see just how deeply her miss had been enchanted. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew heavy, everyone eating their own food, and Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Halfway through the meal, his mother's gossipy nature emerged. Qingqiang, I heard you also attend Tianqing First High School, but Xiao Fan has never mentioned you. Do you know each other at school? We don't know each other. We know each other. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Jiang Fan looked at her suspiciously. We don't know each other, was what he had said. Do we know each other? He pressed. We go to and from school together every day? Doesn't that count as knowing each other? Su Qingqiang countered, a hint of resentment in her eyes. His mother's eyes lit up. There's a story here? Jiang Fan scratched his head. I do know of you, since you're the school beauty. But you probably don't know me, right? I don't think we've ever talked. We have talked. Su Qingqing immediately corrected him. We have. Jiang Fan frowned. Once in the morning, you were rushing downstairs and said to me, hurry up, we're going to be late. Jiang Fan's face darkened. That counted as talking? Su Qingqing looked completely matter-of-fact. Doesn't it count? At the dinner table, Jiang Fan's mother's eyes instantly lit up with gossip, as if her mind had just rehearsed an entire youth campus drama. In 1 second, could this girl have feelings for her little Fan? It wouldn't be surprising, really. Her son was handsome and gentle. It was perfectly normal for girls to admire him. Perhaps Su Qingqing had already confessed to little Fan but was gently rejected? All sorts of wild theories flooded her mind. So she lowered her voice, trying to maintain composure as she asked, Qingqiang, how did you do on the 3 grade exams? What are your plans for the future? Deep down, she was almost certain Su Qingqing hadn't passed. After all, in her view, girls who truly passed the 3 grade exams would be too proud to pay such attention to little Fan. You're so beautiful. You must be good at studying too, just like my little Fan, his mother added with a beaming smile. Mom, Jiang Fan quickly interrupted. Zhang Ma, Su Qingqing's mother, who had been quiet for a moment, immediately looked up, so proud she seemed ready to puff out her chest to the table. My Qingqiang is a top-tier beast tamer. She even broke the highest aptitude record in Tianqing Town's history. Beast tamer? Broke a historical record. Jiang Fan's parents were both stunned. For ordinary people like them, beast tamers were already beyond reach, let alone record-breaking. They looked uncertainly at their son. Jiang Fan nodded in confirmation. That's correct. He silently added to himself. Qingqiang is indeed extraordinary, but compared to your son, she's still a bit lacking. If you knew I contracted 3 third-grade spirit beasts in just a few days, you definitely wouldn't envy her. However, until the sacred clan matter was resolved, he didn't dare involve his parents in the crisis, so these thoughts remained buried in his heart. His mother opened and closed her mouth, her expression shifting from relaxed to nervous. Such a genius was already a big shot in Tianqing Town, and serving these simple home-cooked dishes wouldn't that be disrespectful? She hurriedly stood up. Should I prepare something better? These dishes are too ordinary. His father also appeared uncomfortable, his attitude completely different from moments before. Adult instincts and parental nature suddenly made them focus on one thing. If they could gain the favor of such a genius, little Fan's life might be completely transformed. Auntie, please don't worry about it, Su Qingqing said gently. Jiang Fan and I are classmates. Besides, Jiang Fan also passed the beast taming exam. He's one of only 2 beast tamers at Tianqing First High. His parents froze in place, their reaction even more intense than when they learned about Su Qingqing's record-breaking achievement. What? His mother nearly shouted. Jiang Fan's lips curved slightly, keeping his achievements modest. Come on, praise your wonderful son. Old Jiang suddenly stood up seriously, his brow furrowed. Little Fan, tell me the truth, did you cheat? What? Jiang Fan was completely stunned. His mother chimed in. I heard that some students cheat to pass the beast taming exam, but then get caught by the academies. Not only do they get imprisoned, but they're banned from taking the 3 great exams for life. Jiang Fan's face darkened. What was going on? They'd rather believe in Su Qingqing's genius than trust their own son? At this moment, Su Qingqing burst into amused laughter. I have to admit, Su Qingqing looked absolutely stunning when she smiled. She was already exceptionally beautiful, but her usual serious demeanor and the cold, unapproachable aura she carried kept most people at a distance. Only those with strong hearts, or someone like Jiang Fan who harbored no illusions, dared to truly get close to her. The living room was bathed in soft light. Zhang Ma stood nearby holding a fruit platter. Completely mesmerized, this was the first time since the young lady's mother disappeared that she had seen Su Qingqing smile so genuinely from the heart. Su Qingqing gently pressed her lips together and turned to explain to Zhang Ma. Auntie, Jiang Fan legitimately passed the beast taming exam. That loophole from before was already fixed by the officials. As her words settled, Jiang Fan's parents' anxious expressions instantly transformed into pure joy. Xiao Fan, you really didn't let us down, you succeeded. Our family's ancestors must be blessing us from above to have produced a beast tamer. The two were beside themselves with happiness, surrounding Jiang Fan with shoulder pats and handshakes, practically ready to lift him to the heavens. But Jiang Fan's face fell as he looked up at his parents with wounded eyes. You think this makes up for how you hurt me just now? You'd rather believe a stranger than trust your own son? Am I really adopted? He pouted with slightly reddened eyes, looking ready to cry from the injustice. Thinking to himself, I've really fallen out of favor in this house. All because Su Qingqing showed up. Uft. Su Qingqing couldn't help but let out another soft laugh. Jiang Fan glared at her indignantly. What's so funny? It's just really amusing, haha. Su Qingqing deliberately emphasized her tone, as if teasing a ruffled little animal. Jiang Fan grew even more sullen, a cloud of gloom seeming to hang over his head, while his beaming parents beside him created a stark contrast. Su Qingqing covered her mouth with the back of her hand, her bell-like laughter echoing through the living room. Zhang Ma stared at this scene in a daze, her gaze lingering on Jiang Fan. She wondered secretly, could Jiang Fan have given the young lady some kind of magic potion? If such a potion really existed, she wished he'd use more of it. Since the young lady's mother disappeared, the young lady's heart had been locked away. She wouldn't even see the old master who doted on her most. No one knew what she had truly been through. Yet now, it was Jiang Fan who had unlocked the young lady's heart. Jiang Fan felt somewhat dejected. At the dining table, Su Qingqing smiled brilliantly, her radiant expression sweeping away all the gloom in the room like warm sunshine, bringing a touch of comfort to Zhang Ma's face as well. That smile seemed to carry magic. Even the previously sullen Jiang Fan couldn't help but curve his lips upward, and the family atmosphere instantly became harmonious and joyful. This heartwarming scene was being observed in its entirety by someone in a tall building several hundred meters away. At the window, Xiao Ran with his short red hair looked down from above, his gaze sinister and cold. He had gone to great lengths to find Su Qingqing, and now that he had finally locked onto his target, he witnessed a scene that filled him with rage. Su Qingqing, who had always been as cold as an iceberg, was actually laughing so easily and naturally with a man. In Yuehua City, countless elite young talents had been rejected by her. Even Long Hao from the Dragon God Temple, who had come to propose marriage with a rare Dragon Clan spirit beast egg, had been turned away. Everyone assumed Su Qingqing had extremely high standards, and that none of those self-proclaimed prodigies caught her eye. But this scene before him shattered all preconceptions. She had actually set her sights on an utterly ordinary small-town youth? Huh, what an absolute joke. If the prodigies of Yuehua City knew they had lost to such a waste, they could probably think of 10,000 ways to kill him. Xiao Ran stared fixedly at that young man Jiang Fan, a beast tamer from Tianqing First High School who had only awakened a single beast seal. A mere single beast seal was commonplace in Yuehua City, yet he dared to covet Su Qingqing? Su Qingqing is not a woman you can desire, Xiao Ran muttered through gritted teeth, the killing intent in his eyes almost taking physical form. If looks could kill, Jiang Fan would have died countless times already. Xiao Ran secretly decided, before humiliating Su Qingqing, he would first torture Jiang Fan to death. During the family dinner, his mother quietly inquired, Qingqing, we don't really understand, after passing the beast taming exam, does Xiao Fan still need to apply to beast taming academies? Su Qingqing first nodded, then glanced at Jiang Fan before shaking her head, speaking in a steady tone. Beast tamers have 2 paths for academy admission. First, academies actively recruit students with outstanding aptitude, offering generous conditions. Second, academies use allocation-based admission for ordinary candidates, randomly assigning them to academies with available spots. Though she spoke slowly, Jiang Fan's parents still looked confused. Jiang Fan roughly understood. Excellent students would be competed for by prestigious schools, while those with lesser aptitude could only accept assignments. Which one will Xiao Fan be assigned to? His mother pressed. Tianqing Town falls under Yuehua City's jurisdiction, Su Qingqing replied. 3 beast taming academies from Yuehua City will come to recruit. With a single beast seal achievement, He'll most likely be assigned to Yingqing Academy, which is an institution with a long history. His parents immediately beamed with joy. For them, just having Jiang Fan accepted into any beast taming academy would be satisfying enough. Zhang Ma added. Yingqing Academy was indeed founded by a dragon master and once produced countless legendary beast tamers and grandmasters, but it has long since declined. Apart from its still untapped legacy, it's now just a third-tier beast taming academy. Untapped potential that's hard to develop? Jiang Fan wondered. Zhang Ma set down her teacup with a gentle smile. Like I said, the founder of Yingqing Academy was a dragon tamer. Dragon tamers are beast masters who control dragon-type spirit beasts. You might not have heard of them, but among beast masters, they're practically the strongest. That's why Yingqing Academy houses many dragon spirit beast eggs that have been dormant for countless years. She paused, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. The reason I call those dragon eggs dead is because almost no one can awaken them. But if someone manages to do it, they'd instantly become a dragon tamer. The living room fell silent. Jiang Fan's parents felt dizzy just listening. Beast masters were already beyond their reach, let alone legendary dragon tamers. But a glint flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. Dormant dragon eggs? Maybe he could give it a try. Noticing his expression, Zhang Ma maintained her condescending smile. Fearless youth, huh? Do you really think you're some chosen one? Something no one has ever succeeded at. You think you can pull it off? She lifted her chin proudly, her tone dripping with smugness. My young lady Qingqing's already been accepted early admission to Yuehua Beastmaster Academy. That's the top-ranked Beastmaster Academy in Yuehua City, and it's quite famous throughout the entire Star Moon Federation. Jiang Fan's parents' eyes lit up with envy, though they knew better than to compare. Having Xiao Fan possess beast-taming talent was already a blessing. No need to compete with anyone else. At this point, his mother had completely abandoned any fantasies about Jiang Fan having connections with Su Qingqing. Ignorant as they might be, they could see that Su Qingqing was extraordinary, far beyond Jiang Fan's reach. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Su Qingqing suddenly spoke coolly, her words carrying deeper meaning. That's nothing special. Even Yuehua Beastmaster Academy hasn't produced many evolution masters. Her single sentence drew everyone's attention back. Jiang Fan's parents exchanged confused glances, while Zhang Ma was completely baffled. They'd just been talking about Beastmaster Academies. Why bring up evolution masters now? While evolution masters certainly held prestigious positions, with only one stationed in all of Yuehua City, what was the point of mentioning them now? Jiang Fan found it even more ridiculous, muttering to himself. What's she getting at? Trying to intimidate me? Evolution masters are nothing special. If he had to rely on providing evolution plans for others, he'd starve to death sooner or later. The next day, Guo Chao brought news. The Hunters Guild had completed the bounty review. This time, they had killed 30 second-grade fierce beasts, with a bounty of 10,000 each, totaling 300,000, plus 100 first-grade fierce beasts at 1,000 each, adding another 100,000. The total amount was 400,000. According to their previous agreement, all the bounty money would go to Jiang Fan, while all the hunter points would be credited to Guo Chao's team. Besides the money, what was more crucial was the beast blood. 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood, plus 350 milliliters of second-grade beast blood, all stored at the guild awaiting collection. Jiang Fan collected both the money and blood together. As he left the guild, he began pondering the matter of blood bathing. There was no bathtub at home, and his parents would definitely notice something unusual, so he had to handle this elsewhere. In Tianqing Town, any star-rated hotel basically had bathtubs, so he booked the nearest one, stuffed the bottles of beast blood into his backpack, and entered the elevator. Over 1,000 milliliters of beast blood looked intimidating, but the volume was actually just about one large bottle of cola, so no one at the front desk paid attention. According to convention, the dilution ratio for beast blood baths was approximately 1:10. The 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood could be used 3 times. Jiang Fan decided to test the effects first. He filled the bathtub with hot water and poured in the first portion of beast blood. The crimson color quickly spread across the water surface, accompanied by a sweet, fishy steam. With everything ready, he took a deep breath and submerged himself completely in the blood water. Instantly, it felt as if thousands of fine needles pierced every pore, with stinging pain and burning heat shooting from his skin straight into his bones. Within seconds, his skin took on an eerie crimson hue, with blood vessels even crawling across his cheeks. Inside his body, it felt like a violent, wild force was surging in, threatening to burst his frame apart. The incantation. Jiang Fan suddenly remembered the cultivation method from the Beast Hide Scroll. He quickly calmed his mind and concentrated, following the incantation to let spiritual energy flow slowly through 9 acupoints. According to legend, martial arts techniques were ranked by the number of acupoints involved. 9 acupoints was considered the most basic level, yet ordinary candidates couldn't even obtain this. With all 9 acupoints operating simultaneously, the accumulated beast blood power was quickly guided, broken down, and absorbed. After about an hour, he had drained all the spiritual energy from the first pool of blood water. Jiang Fan raised his arm to sense the changes. His muscle definition was noticeably firmer, but his qi and blood power hadn't yet reached the zero point 0.2 threshold. He immediately poured the second portion of beast blood into the bathtub and continued diluting and soaking. This time, having experience with acupoint locations and spiritual energy flow, his absorption speed was significantly faster, yet he still fell just short of a breakthrough. Without waiting for his body to cool completely, he simply poured all the remaining beast blood into the water, the third pool, exhausting all 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood, worth a full 130,000. The blood water churned as he submerged himself once more. The 9 acupoints absorbed and expelled energy as round after round of spiritual power was forcibly compressed into his bone marrow and muscles. Finally, as the last trace of warm current dissipated, Jiang Fan clearly felt his qi and blood power cross the critical threshold of 0.2. Compared to his previous improvement of merely 0.1, the resources and effort required were far more challenging than he had imagined. Yet he still felt fortunate back then. Chunpengzi had spent countless amounts of beast blood and time to push his qi and blood to 0.5, while he at least possessed that most basic incantation. After all, he did have the fundamental technique. No wonder Chen Fatty said his father spent nearly 2 million on him. This consumption-to-conversion ratio was truly staggering. Before Jiang Fan lay a full barrel of deep crimson grade 2 beast blood, its color so thick and viscous it looked like fresh blood gushing from a wound. The higher the grade, the stronger the spiritual energy contained within, but the corresponding backlash would multiply exponentially. Cases of bodies being torn apart by beast blood weren't uncommon, and such deaths were utterly foolish. In mainstream cultivation plans for college entrance exam students, grade 2 beast blood was practically listed as a luxury item, and to consume it safely, it had to be diluted at a ratio of at least 20 to 1. Jiang Fan didn't dare show the slightest negligence, strictly mixing a full pool of dark red bathing water at a 20 to 1 ratio. After completing this preparation, he took a deep breath, shrugged his shoulders, and submerged his entire body into the water. Hiss! Sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. If the previous experience felt like countless hair-thin silver needles, this was like countless steel nails viciously piercing his flesh, even capable of breaking through his skin. Jiang Fan's facial muscles twitched, but he forcibly steadied himself, clenched his molars, and operated the basic cultivation method with full power. Rumble, rumble. As his true qi surged, the air seemed to fill with deep, muffled sounds, his acupoints violently absorbing and greedily devouring the spiritual energy from the beast blood. The spiritual energy in grade 2 beast blood was much thicker than grade 1, causing the water surface to churn with deep red foam. It was hard to distinguish whether it was the color of the beast blood or Jiang Fan's own blood seeping out. The entire process lasted over 2 hours before he completely absorbed all the spiritual energy from the pool. But Jiang Fan didn't stop there. He once again filled the pool with the same ratio of warm water and beast blood, forcing himself through a second round of tempering. When he finally stepped out of the bath, he looked like he was carrying a blood-soaked corpse. His skin had been forcibly torn apart, countless pores simultaneously spurting threads of blood, the terrifying side effect of his blood and qi power surging too rapidly. 0.5 horsepower. Jiang Fan clutched his wildly beating heart, his throat dry and hoarse, yet unable to hide his joy. In just one day, his blood and qi had increased to nearly half a horse's explosive power, with grade 2 beast blood being the key. Its efficiency far surpassed grade 1. After slightly stabilizing his surging blood qi, he grabbed a clean towel and said quietly while wiping himself down, "Not bad. Great progress." Roughly calculating, the resources he consumed today were worth a full 200,000 yuan. For most college entrance exam students, this was practically an astronomical figure. No wonder Chen Fatty would be envious and jealous. If he knew that Jiang Fan had already matched his blood and qi level through cultivation techniques alone, he'd probably cry himself unconscious in the bathroom. At the same time, Xiaoran stood quietly downstairs from Jiang Fan's building. The night wind stirred the hair across his forehead, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. As expected, just ordinary trash from a common background. How could someone like this be worthy of Su Qingqing? Heh, but it doesn't matter anymore. He'll be dead soon anyway. When Jiang Fan arrived home, he saw Su Qingqing and the old lady heading out with a red-haired young man. The courtyard gate was half open, and the setting sun stretched their 3 silhouettes long across the ground. Jiang Fan instinctively took a second look at the red-haired youth, feeling that the man's gaze was like a concealed blade, sweeping over him with a chilling coldness, as if they were natural enemies. Su Qingqing noticed his stare and gently explained, "He's just a friend of mine from Yuehua City." Jiang Fan remained silent, thinking to himself, "Just a friend? What does that have to do with me?" Seeing Jiang Fan's silence and apparent expectation for more explanation, Su Qingqing added, "His name is Xiao Ran, from the Xiao family." He's in his 20s and has some reputation in Yuehua City, though he's not among the absolute elite. After hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression grew even more puzzled. This seemed to have even less to do with him. Even Xiao Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why was she saying all this? The next second, he realized Su Qingqing was afraid Jiang Fan might misunderstand their relationship, so she was being exceptionally detailed in her explanation. I just turned 20 this year. Xiao Ran couldn't help but emphasize his age. 20, huh? That's not young anymore, Jiang Fan commented objectively. In the eyes of a student who had just completed the 3 grade exams, 20 was already big brother territory. Xiao Ran nearly choked on his own blood. Since when was 20 considered old? Among the Holy Clan, he was part of the freshest batch of newcomers. What was even more infuriating was that Su Qingqing nodded, seemingly agreeing with Jiang Fan's assessment. Xiao Ran had no choice but to turn to Mama Wang for help. Mama Wang chuckled and patted his shoulder. In front of me, you're all just kids. This comment salvaged some of Xiao Ran's dignity, but the nameless fire in his heart burned even fiercer. Su Qingqing actually only considered him an ordinary friend, and when she saw Jiang Fan, she explained so earnestly. We're just going out for dinner, Su Qingqing clarified once more. Jiang Fan nodded, somewhat bewildered. Okay, I understand. Though he didn't comprehend why she was being so explicit, he responded politely. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Su Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Well, enjoy your meal. Jiang Fan scratched his head. Su Qingqing frowned. You don't need to act like this, even if you don't like that arrangement. Jiang Fan was completely confused. What arrangement? Before he could voice the question, Su Qingqing had already turned and left. Mama Zhang's expression was cold as she didn't even glance at Jiang Fan, following directly behind Su Qingqing. Only Xiao Ran and Jiang Fan remained at the entrance. The red-haired youth leaned down, lowering his voice so only Jiang Fan could hear. It seems you have some self-awareness, small fry. But you can't change your destiny already on the list. Even if I don't kill you, someone else will. Jiang Fan's confusion multiplied. Xiao Ran strode away, leaving Jiang Fan standing there completely baffled. What was going on? Why did Xiao Ran want to kill him? Just because he was Su Qingqing's neighbor? Anyone with eyes could see that Xiao Ran liked Su Qingqing, but she clearly wasn't interested in him. Was Xiao Ran so petty that he wouldn't even spare Su Qingqing's neighbor? Even more ridiculous, picked the wrong target. He should be going after that kid from the Wang family upstairs. Absolutely absurd. Jiang Fan felt his mental state somewhat shattered by these 3 people, and his previously good mood was considerably dampened. But there were more important matters at hand. Evolving his spirit beast. Guo Chao's bounty had already been deposited, and combined with his original savings, it was exactly 1 million. 1 million could evolve a 4th grade spirit beast. He had already experienced the terrifying power of 4th grade spirit beasts through Yi Chinghua's flame demon wolf. That wolf was wreathed in crimson flames, its claws capable of tearing through stone with casual swipes, and the scorching heat waves it unleashed still made Jiang Fan's heart race with fear. 4th grade strength was enough to dominate any battlefield, and it would be his foundation for navigating the world ahead. Recalling his humiliating defeat against Chao Shuanglong, he became even more convinced that to survive in this chaotic and dangerous world, he needed a 4th grade spirit beast by his side. Moreover, among those who called themselves the Sacred Clan, who could guarantee there weren't beings even more terrifying than Chao Shuanglong? Evolving his spirit beast to 4th grade had become an urgent necessity. Pushing open the door, he returned home to find the living room empty. His parents were out on another mission, though he hadn't heard of any recent beast attacks, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Jiang Fan opened the system interface and stared at the 3 options flickering in the evolution menu: the bald parrot, the bald husky, and the bald blue cat. In terms of combat potential, the bald blue cat was undoubtedly superior with balanced attributes. Combining explosive power and agility, its performance in actual combat was particularly impressive. After careful consideration, he made his decision. System, evolve the bald blue cat. The moment he spoke, the blue cat was enveloped in brilliant light, spiritual energy rippling outward like water. The system prompt immediately followed. Evolving bald blue cat. Estimated duration, 1 hour. The transition from 3rd to 4th grade represented a qualitative leap from low to mid-tier, so the time requirement was reasonable. Jiang Fan wasn't in a hurry. He spread out the beast hide and began practicing the basic boxing techniques inscribed on it. It was a combat style focused on boxing, starting with swift jabs for probing, then suddenly unleashing heavy punches, progressing to 2-hit and 3-hit combinations, incorporating dodges followed by counterattacks, and advancing with punches then retreating. The technique was straightforward, every move brutal, emphasizing the perfect fusion of speed and power. Jiang Fan channeled the meager half-strand of blood energy within his body, concentrating it in his fist before striking out with explosive force. Bang! The air was torn apart, his punch creating a wind that grazed the wall, sending dust cascading down. Though he hadn't tested it in real combat, He roughly estimated this punch carried at least 100 pounds of force. His father, a self-taught martial artist, often boasted about delivering 300-pound punches. Thinking about how he was getting closer to that number, Jiang Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, a smile tugging at his lips. She wondered what his old man would think when he discovered his son was nearly catching up to him. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Fan was drenched in sweat as he finally mastered the basics of this fundamental boxing technique. His punches cut through empty air again and again, tearing through the atmosphere with sharp crackling sounds as he smoothly executed the 3 strikes. One heavy, 4-hit combo, the first 3 punches swift as flowing light, designed to probe and pressure his opponent, followed by a final charge strike with devastating force. If this combination couldn't take down an enemy, it simply meant he was outmatched from the start. Suddenly, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Bald Blue Cat evolution successful. Wealth value 1 million. Evolution results as follows. Bald Blue Cat. Spirit Beast level, 4th grade. Talent. B 2010, 000. Talent increases by 10 for every 100 growth points. Species, feline. Growth value, 151 million. Stamina, 2,099. Strength, 3,352. Speed, 2,000. Combat power, 3,876. Special skill, Cat Claws Deep Claw marks with mild toxicity. Special bloodline, B-grade Dark Knight Demon Cat. Evolution method, comprehensive evolution. 4th grade. Jiang Fan's heart soared with joy as he quickly compared the stats. While its overall combat power still fell short of the blazing demon wolf, it was leagues stronger than the 3rd grade Bald Blue Cat. What excited him most was that the 1 million wealth investment had fully activated its special bloodline, elevating the spirit beast's aptitude to grade. Before his eyes, the Bald Blue Cat's body visibly expanded, its fur gleaming with an eerie blue light, its eyes glowing like 2 cold sapphires in the dim lighting. Fearing its increased weight might collapse the floor, Jiang Fan quickly stored it in his spirit beast space. He licked his dry lips, eager to find an opportunity to test this 4th grade spirit beast's true power. In theory, an early-stage warrior of the same level shouldn't be able to withstand it. His thoughts then turned to the Holy Clan. He'd probably already been added to some mysterious list of theirs, otherwise their people wouldn't have come looking for him. Who else was on that list? Could it be the 7 students who awakened beast seals this year? A list. Jiang Fan recalled fragments from the red-haired youth's words, his heart skipping a beat. The red-haired guy was very likely from the Holy Clan. What about Su Qingqing? She was suspicious too. He'd always harbored doubts about Su Qingqing. Stunning appearance, incredible talent, claiming to have moved from Moonlight City, one of the Star Moon Federation's premier cities, yet choosing to live in a backwater place like Tianqing Town, holed up in a rundown apartment complex. She wasn't short on money, nor did she seem to have any real childhood engagement with the Wong family's son upstairs. Plus, that aunt had once slipped and called her Miss, revealing an unusual background. All these signs pointed to one explanation: Su Qingqing was also from the Holy Clan. A wicked smile curved Jiang Fan's lips as he admired his flawless deduction. If true, Su Qingqing might even be a holy maiden-level figure within the clan. At this thought, a chill ran down his spine. A dangerous person had been living right across from him. Fortunately, he was clever enough to notice in time. Night fell over the city center, where an upscale restaurant blazed with brilliant lights. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, traffic flowed like rivers while neon signs pulsed like tides. Su Qingqing sat gracefully in a window booth when she suddenly frowned slightly, her nose tingling as if someone were talking about her behind her back. She gently rubbed her nose. Across from her, the well-dressed Xiao Ran noticed her subtle gesture and smiled, making casual conversation. Miss Su, you'll be attending Moonlight Imperial Beast Academy afterward, won't you? I hear that certain someone at Moonlight Academy has had his eye on you for quite some time. Su Qingqing remained silent. She was indeed going to Moonlight Academy, but her reasons had nothing to do with that person. Xiao Ran paid no mind and continued. Speaking of which, Tianqing Town has done quite well this year, producing 7 beast tamers. Even without counting Miss Su, that's still 6, and Miss Su's neighbor seems to be a beast tamer too. Haha, what a coincidence. How do you know that? Su Qingqing suddenly looked up, her tone calm, yet probing. Xiao Ran was momentarily stunned, then smiled as he explained, it's hardly a secret. I did some research before coming here. Though the Xiao family can't compare to the Su family, we still need to recruit talent. Talents from small places are the easiest to win over. The Su family surely understands this point as well, right, Mama Zhang? Mama Zhang walked to the table carrying a teapot and nodded kindly. Indeed. Though Yuehua City has many geniuses, most have already aligned themselves with various transcendent forces, making them difficult to poach. Therefore, the rising stars from small towns each year become the prize that all families compete for. As she spoke, she refilled everyone's tea, steam rising as the tea's fragrance filled the room. Setting down the teapot, Mama Zhang frowned. but I do hope this year's talents can safely reach Yuehua City. I heard that last year, 3 beast tamers who left town were killed by those evil sect beasts on the way. Thinking of that incident, her expression turned indignant, her voice rising slightly. Those evil sects are inhuman, committing every conceivable atrocity. Xiao Ran shook his head with a sigh, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Hard to say? With Tianqing Town's outstanding performance this year, the evil sects might truly set their sights on this place. At this point, his gaze fell on Su Qingcheng, his expression complex, especially Miss Su. The Holy Clan will surely want to recruit you, and even if they can't win you over, I'm afraid they might. His words cut off abruptly as he stopped speaking. The air fell silent for a moment before Mama Zhang snorted coldly, her tone resolute. Let them come. As long as this old woman draws breath, Miss will not face the slightest danger. Xiaoran quickly agreed. Naturally. With you, a 4th-rank martial artist, protecting Miss Su personally, she's absolutely safe. After speaking, he raised his cup and took a light sip, the rim concealing his lips as a meaningful smile quietly emerged. The Holy Clan should be starting to move now. Yanqing Town was about to descend into chaos. In his hotel room, Jiang Fan completed his 2nd day of medicinal bathing. He mixed the 2nd-grade beast blood into the bathtub at a ratio of 20:1, creating a milky white medicinal liquid streaked with blood that gently rippled. When he stood up from the water, his qi and blood power had climbed to 0.8 units. As systematically trained, healthy ordinary person would only have 0.1 units. In other words, he could now take on 8 people at once, just one step away from matching his father, who could fight over a dozen men. The mixture of blood and medicinal liquid slid down his lean muscles as the clear bathwater washed away the impurities. Jiang Fan leaned against the tub wall to regulate his breathing and idly scrolled through the news. Suddenly, his finger froze on the screen. A major criminal case: a young girl had been nailed to the lightning rod of the city's tallest building, her death gruesome. Even more terrifying was her special identity, a newly emerged beast taming prodigy from this year's 3 major examinations, who had just awakened her beast seal. Jiang Fan recognized her, the female student he had encountered at the Spirit Beast Trading Hall that day. The news footage switched to show the girl's corpse, beside which a flame rat cub was bound with wire, all 4 limbs severed, the bloodstains shocking to behold. The Enforcement Bureau had fully intervened and issued a citywide manhunt for the killer. The first thought that flashed through Jiang Fan's mind: the Holy Clan. Before his death, Chao Shuanglong had warned that several young beast tamers in Tianqing Town would fall victim to foul play. Now the first case had already appeared. His fists clenched white with tension. There was no time to waste. It was as if an invisible scythe hung over Tianqing Town, ready to fall at any moment. Around the perimeter of the crime scene tower, several streets were heavily cordoned off. White uniforms with golden trim stood in formation. An enforcement bureau had arrived, completely different from ordinary police. They only appeared during major crises, serving as the final barrier protecting the region. People understood. When the Enforcement Bureau mobilized, the situation had become extremely dangerous. The Guard Corps handled external threats while the Enforcement Bureau managed internal security, and now the latter was on full alert. Among the white uniformed crowd, Shadow Division member Lu Huan was speaking in low tones with a middle-aged man. The man's brow showed impatience, his gaze ice-cold. The Shadow Division hoped to join forces with the Enforcement Bureau to eliminate the evil sect threat lurking in Tianqing Town. Since when does the Shadow Division dare to operate openly? The middle-aged man sneered. Lu Huan frowned. She hadn't expected this person, known as the guardian god of Tianqing Town and head of the Enforcement Bureau, to be so difficult to communicate with. This man had defeated countless powerful enemies and solved countless major cases, so his arrogance was understandable. No wonder old Gua had warned her before departure not to get her hopes up too high. Director Jiang, this evil sect attack shows malicious intent, and the crisis may exceed all imagination. If you truly care about the people of Tianqing Town, the Shadow Division is willing to provide full cooperation. Director Jiang didn't respond, his expression remaining cold. Lu Huan saw no point in staying longer and turned to leave. Just as she walked out of the cordon, she happened to encounter Jiang Fan hurrying to the scene. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Lu Huan was momentarily stunned. Jiang Fan appeared even more surprised. I heard something happened, so I came to take a look. But Sister Huan, what are you doing here? I also came to see what happened. Lu Huan laughed awkwardly. She absolutely couldn't tell Jiang Fan about someone targeting you all. Xiao Fan was just a student. If he knew someone wanted to kill him, he'd definitely be scared out of his wits. Jiang Fan nodded and thought for a moment before saying, Sister Huan, things might get a bit chaotic recently. You should avoid wandering around alone. He carefully chose his words, deciding not to mention the news about the Holy Clan's attack on Tianqing Town. Standing at the bustling street corner, he frowned slightly. Lu Huan crossed her arms and hesitated for a moment before suggesting in a low voice, Xiao Fan, why don't you come stay at my place? Huh? What? Jiang Fan didn't react immediately, his mind full of questions. Well, I mean, We haven't seen each other in a long time. We used to sleep together all the time before, and you're about to leave for Yuehua City to study. It'll be hard to sleep together again after that. Lu Huan's voice grew quieter as she spoke. The word sleep caused Jiang Fan's brain to short-circuit momentarily. What kind of suggestive talk was this? People in the crowd also turned to look, and upon hearing, beautiful woman invites to share a bed, their eyes lit up with envy. Lu Huan sensed something was off. Her ears turned red as she quickly waved her hands to explain. I mean, we could play cards all night. Isn't that what we used to do? Play cards. Several young men in the crowd felt their hearts racing, secretly speculating whether this was some kind of code for a threesome. Jiang Fan finally understood, remembering those childhood nights spent around an old tea table with 3 small stools, playing cards until dawn. He smiled and shook his head. That was when we were kids. I don't have the energy for all-nighters anymore. I've been pretty busy lately. Maybe when I have more time. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't give Lu Huan a chance to respond and quickly walked away from the crowd. The wind at the street corner carried a chill. As Jiang Fan walked, he calculated his next moves. The Holy Clan members had probably already figured out where he lived. Chao Shuangran was just the first enemy to strike. She probably wouldn't be the last. With his family in imminent danger, he had to take the initiative. The only leads he had left were Su Qingqing and that mysterious young man named Xiao Ran. Su Qingqing's abilities remained unclear, and the old woman beside her was equally unfathomable. In comparison, Xiao Ran might be easier to break through. All right, he'd go after Xiao Ran first. Jiang Fan suddenly received a call from an unknown number. His phone screen flickered with an unfamiliar number. When he answered, a man with a cold, harsh voice immediately identified himself. Enforcement Bureau. You need to come to the Bureau for temporary residence immediately. The caller didn't explain the reason, but Jiang Fan already had his suspicions the Holy Clan was about to attack the city, and the Enforcement Bureau wanted to gather and protect promising talents like them. Can my parents come with me? Jiang Fan asked. There was silence on the other end, clearly surprised that he didn't even ask for the reason before making demands. After a few seconds, the man sighed softly. Sorry, that's not possible. Only you can come. Then what about my parents? They won't harm my parents, will they? The Enforcement Bureau is doing everything possible to hunt down the evil sect's followers. That kind of talk is useless. You still haven't found those evil sect members, have you? Jiang Fan interrupted bluntly. The caller seemed to have hit a nerve, his tone becoming even harder. The Enforcement Bureau has limited manpower. We can only protect a few beast tamers and can't spare additional resources to protect others. Fine, I understand. I'm not coming then. Thanks. Jiang Fan decisively hung up, his fingers sliding across the screen as the phone went dark. He had been mentally prepared for this. The so-called evil sect was most likely just what others called the Holy Clan. If the evil sect truly feared the Tianqing Town Enforcement Bureau, Chao Shuanglong wouldn't have brazenly broken in. There was only one conclusion: the only one who could truly protect him was himself. Enforcement Bureau, 3rd basement level. Heavy alloy doors were tightly sealed. Under the cold lighting, dozens of armed enforcement officers stood positioned around the perimeter, their gun barrels constantly adjusting angles as they vigilantly swept every possible corridor. Guarding the center were 2 middle-aged men with completely different auras. The first was built like an iron tower, with bulging veins on his sleeves that pulsed slightly with his breathing. Surging blood energy faintly rippled around Hema, genuinely powerful martial artist. The second had a sallow complexion and gaunt frame, as if chronically ill, yet his deep blue eyes were so intense they seemed almost eerie, like profound whirlpools that one dared not look directly into. A soul master of considerable skill. Such a configuration existed solely to protect a group of geniuses who had excelled in this year's 3 grade examinations. Several beast tamers, martial examination honor students with blood energy above 0.8 units, and spiritual talents with mental power above 0.7 units, 15 people in total. Zhang Hua was among them. He looked around and suddenly frowned. Why don't I see Su Qingqing and Jiang Fan? The other talents also whispered among themselves. Tianqing Town had awakened 7 beast tamers this year, with Tianqing First High School claiming 2 of them, yet both were now absent. Zhang Hua snorted coldly. Are they already dead? The burly martial artist looked up, his voice like blunt iron striking stone. Those 2 refused to accept the Enforcement Bureau's protection. They refused. Zhang Hua was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Are they insane? The evil sect will definitely target beast taming talents first. Zhu Miao is already a cautionary tale, and they still dare to refuse. Zhu Miao was the female beast tamer who had been hung from the tower today. The atmosphere instantly grew heavier. Don't worry about others. The burly martial artist, whom everyone privately called Captain Wang, swept his expressionless gaze over the group. While I don't believe this steel-reinforced chamber will be breached by the evil sect, just in case they break through our defenses, you absolutely cannot panic. Remember my instructions. Protect yourselves first, then engage the enemy. Zhang Hua grinned. Don't worry, Captain Wang. My blood energy has reached 1.5 units, so I do have some fighting capability. If the evil sect dares to come, I'll make them regret it. Captain Wang gave him a meaningful glance, but didn't respond. Blood energy of 1.5 units had indeed reached the threshold of a first-grade martial artist. But a martial artist's strength was never measured by blood energy. Alanite also depended on cultivation methods and combat techniques. Jiang probably hasn't obtained the basic martial arts manual yet. His current confidence is nothing more than baseless arrogance. Captain Wang fell silent, his brow furrowed deeply. He weighed the situation in his mind. Could they break through the evil sect's defenses? Intelligence reports indicated that at least 2 fourth-rank experts had arrived this time. As for their classes, no one could be certain. If they were warriors, there might still be room for negotiation, but if they belonged to other classes, Tianqing Town would face complete annihilation. Downstairs, Jiang Fan paced back and forth. Su Qingcheng was nowhere to be seen, while Xiao Ran had appeared alone instead. Su Qingcheng hasn't returned yet, Jiang Fan remarked casually, feigning nonchalance. Xiao Ran nodded, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I know. I'm here for you. For me. Jiang Fan's eyes widened dramatically in an exaggerated performance, though inwardly he remained calm. As his expression fell, he silently criticized himself. Did I overdo it? Will this Xiao Ran notice something's off? Xiao Ran didn't probe further, merely sneering with disdain. People from small places really can't keep their composure. Brother, are you interested in Miss Su? How about I sell you some intel? Absolutely. Jiang Fan grinned, flashing his white teeth. Contempt deepened in Xiao Ran's eyes. A toad in the mud daring to covet a swan in the clouds? Let's find another place to talk. This is classified information. Sure thing. Jiang Fan agreed readily. He led Xiao Ran into an abandoned, unfinished building. Weeds grew wild in the stairwells. Windows were broken and incomplete, and the wind whistled eerily through the gaps. Xiao Ran could barely suppress his smile. What a perfect place, secluded and desolate, ideal for murder. Little did he know, Jiang Fan walking ahead wore the same smile. Fool, he took the bait. Brother, this spot will do. No one's around, Jiang Fan said casually. Xiao Ran could hardly contain his eagerness as his blood and chi surged violently. His red hair was lifted by the turbulent energy waves, resembling dancing flames. His smile turned cold and cruel, had 100 ways to torture Jiang Fan. Meow? Suddenly, a haunting cat's cry echoed from the depths of the ruined building, sending chills down Xiao Ran's spine. A massive shadow engulfed Xiao Ran. Thunder-like breathing echoed from above his head, and the air seemed compressed into a viscous syrup. Xiao Ran stiffly turned around, his Adam's apple bobbing as his face was instantly filled with terror and despair. A fourth-grade beast. His first thought was that Tianqing Town's defenses had been breached and a fourth-grade beast had broken through. But he could never have imagined that such a ferocious creature would actually be Jiang Fan's spirit beast. Impossible, Xiao Ran roared inwardly. His master uncle had never mentioned allowing a fourth-grade beast to enter Tianqing Town early. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, yet couldn't suppress the bone-deep chill rising within him. Jiang Fan stood outside the shadow, his lips curling slightly upward. That smile was like a sharp blade cutting through pretense, so the beast tide really was your doing. His voice wasn't loud, yet it made Xiao Ran's heart skip a beat. These scoundrels from the evil sect deserve to die. Jiang Fan was certain his suspicions were completely correct, his eyes flashing with cold light. Only now did Xiao Ran realize how terrifyingly calm Jiang Fan remained when facing this fourth-grade beast. Cold sweat slid down his neck as he asked with a trembling voice. Could this possibly be your spirit beast? Jiang Fan merely smiled without speaking. Impossible, this can't be. Xiao Ran's voice was hoarse like torn cloth. There were absolutely no fourth-grade beast tamers in Tianqing Town. Moreover, Jiang Fan was just a newly awakened beast tamer who had only recently gained his beast seal. Heh. Jiang Fan raised his hand slightly, as if dismissing a boring excuse. Why don't you explain? How many people from your evil sect have come? What's your real purpose? If it were just to kill a few talents, there'd be no need to launch a beast tide to attack the city. That would only expose your whereabouts and put the enforcement division and city guards on early alert, which would be of no benefit to you. Hit at his weak spot. Xiao Ran's eyes flickered and his chest heaved. He hadn't expected this usually unremarkable Jiang Fan to have such a meticulous mind. In fact, even many in the enforcement division hadn't noticed they had already fallen into the trap set by the Holy Clan. The Holy Clan's grand mobilization appeared to be aimed at assassinating those young talents. But their true target was actually that Dragon Clan spirit beast egg. Its value was equivalent to an entire city. Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment, his voice dropping to barely audible. If I tell you, will you let me go? Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously, his eyes showing no emotion. If you don't tell me, I have other ways to find out. If you do tell me, perhaps you can die more comfortably. That smile was like bone-piercing cold wind. The massive bald head of the fourth-grade spirit beast pressed close to Xiao Ran's face, its dark nostrils exhaling scorching, foul breath while its hoarse roar made the fine sand on the ground tremble. A chill ran down Xiao Ran's spine. Had no doubt this beast had 10,000 ways to torture him to death. At this thought, his legs began shaking uncontrollably. The Holy Clan's true purpose is the Dragon Clan's spirit beast egg. Xiao Ran finally revealed the secret in a state of collapse. It's a priceless spirit beast egg worth an entire city. I see. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, still unable to hide his surprise. This godforsaken Tianqing town actually harbored a Dragon Clan spirit beast egg? He knew well what a dragon egg meant. A dragon rider. Among beast tamers, that was almost a legendary existence. The Dragon Clan had been the continent's overlords until the end of the previous era. With the changing of eras and humanity's rise, the Dragon Clan had retreated to the depths of the wilderness. It was said that even now, they remained kings of the wasteland. Becoming a dragon rider was the highest honor for any beast tamer and would grant power far beyond ordinary people. Countless mysteries about dragon riders circulated throughout the Star Moon Federation. Jiang Fan asked softly, "Is that all? Is that all?" Xiao Ran was shocked to his core, almost doubting his own ears. Are dragons really the strongest? Jiang Fan asked with a half-smile. This question left Xiao Ran completely stunned, but he suddenly seemed to find peace with himself. So young, yet already a fourth-rank beast tamer, surely this honor was no less than that of the dragon riders? Jiang Fan slightly raised his eyes, and the bald blue cat immediately understood, its sharp fangs lunging toward Xiao Ran's throat. Blood flashed, but Xiao Ran suddenly revealed a sinister smile, roaring hoarsely. Even as a fourth-rank beast tamer, you cannot escape being slaughtered. Not just you, everyone in Tianqing Town must die. Your father is a warrior in the city guard. He will be the first to die. Before he could finish, his voice was completely drowned out by the bald blue cat's methodical chewing. This once acclaimed genius third-rank warrior had become nothing more than food for a spirit beast. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. What did Xiao Ran's dying words truly mean? Would the Holy Clan really destroy all of Tianqing Town over a mere dragon egg? Such a massive undertaking. The Law Enforcement Bureau had already intervened, and the city guard was no pushover either. How many experts would they need to deploy? And why specifically emphasize that the city guard dies first? Could fierce beasts truly be planning another assault on the city? An ominous premonition washed over him. Had to find his parents first. The city guard headquarters served as a training and rest facility for members during peacetime, located within a spacious compound in the eastern district of Tianqing Town. Having just concluded a battle, everyone was busy taking inventory of supplies or preparing for the next conflict. This wasn't Jiang Fan's first visit. Many people here recognized him. Xiao Fan, you're here? I heard you became a beast tamer. An acquaintance greeted him with a smile. Jiang Fan merely nodded. Oh my, old Jiang really struck it rich. You won't need to work with the guard unit anymore, right? He wasn't in the mood for banter and asked directly. Where are my parents? They should be organizing the underground storage. Why don't you check there? Jiang Fan immediately headed off. The guard unit headquarters' underground storage was enormous, typically housing cannons and heavy weapons. It was the most heavily guarded area, accessible only to Corps members. Jiang Fan was also stopped at the entrance. This was an important territory of the Guard Corps, so Jiang Fan couldn't force his way in. However, knowing his parents were here brought him some peace of mind. When they came out, he planned to immediately persuade them to leave the Guard Corps. With his current strength as a fourth-rank beast tamer, he wasn't powerful enough to sweep away all obstacles. The evil sect was coming aggressively, and their targets would likely fall on those close to him. This was the real reason he refused the Law Enforcement Bureau's protection. If the evil sect couldn't find him, they would very likely turn to threatening his parents instead. Time passed bit by bit, and the flow of people from the underground warehouse never ceased, yet his parents were nowhere to be seen. By the time night was approaching, most people had dispersed, and the Guard Corps office was even preparing to close. The duty soldiers approached, asking him to leave. Jiang Fan explained he was waiting for his parents to come out of the underground warehouse, to which they replied with suspicious expressions. Everyone from the underground warehouse has come out. There's no one left inside. Jiang Fan's heart suddenly tightened. He remembered the last heavy door was personally locked by Captain Wang. Captain Wang held extremely high prestige in town, and Jiang Fan's father often spoke of his heroic deeds, saying he was a late starter who fought his way up from an ordinary warrior to a third-rank powerhouse, now one of the most prominent figures in Tianqing Town. Due to his father's teachings and example, Jiang Fan also held considerable fondness for Captain Wang. At this moment, Captain Wang strode over, his rough voice carrying its usual heartiness. Little Fan, I heard you awakened a beast seal? Excellent. You haven't let down old Jiang's high hopes for you, huh? It was evident that even with injuries still on his body, the robust physique of a third-rank warrior kept him in high spirits. Jiang Fan smiled and bowed respectfully, then asked, Captain Wang, may I ask where my parents are? Captain Wang was slightly stunned, pausing for several seconds before answering. They're not at the office. Are you looking for them for something? Not here, but after they came, they haven't returned home for several days. Jiang Fan's tone was calm, yet couldn't hide his anxiety. Is that so? Then I wouldn't know. Perhaps they have other important matters. Captain Wang maintained his smile, but his gaze unconsciously swept toward the warehouse door he had just locked, then turned to leave. At this moment, a soldier passed by and said hesitantly, "It seems there are still people who haven't come out." A flash of anger crossed Captain Wang's brow, but he quickly suppressed it, smiling as he explained, "There's no one inside. I gave some people early leave." Though the soldier found it strange, he didn't dare ask more questions and had to leave. Jiang Fan stared at that heavy iron door. The lock was forged from meteoric iron, indestructible, and aside from the key in Captain Wang's hand, no one could open this underground warehouse. He suddenly recalled Xiao Ran's mention of the dragon egg. Rumor if Tianqing Town truly harbored a dragon egg, the most likely locations would be either the Law Enforcement Bureau or the Guard Corps. The Law Enforcement Bureau was busy protecting talents from all sides and had already become a thorn in the evil sect's eye, making it difficult to secretly hide such a treasure. From this perspective, the dragon egg was very likely in this warehouse. Was that momentary flash of anger because the dragon egg's secret nearly got exposed? Or perhaps, precisely because his parents learned something, they were given early leave? Captain Wang's unconscious glance when answering about his parents' whereabouts, combined with his forceful denial that there were still people in the warehouse, made a chill quietly spread through Jiang Fan's heart. His parents were inside this warehouse. Jiang Fan's expression grew grave as he glanced in the direction where Commander Wang had departed, then discreetly followed. He had already marked this man, supposedly a renowned general of Tianqing Town, as a prime suspect. However, tailing a third-rank martial artist was risky. One careless move would expose him, and he'd be the one to suffer. As Jiang Fan maintained his distance, his peripheral vision caught sight of an ant nest in the loose soil by the roadside, surrounded by several common insects. His eyes immediately lit up with inspiration. After walking several blocks, Commander Wang suddenly stopped and whipped around to scan behind him. Seeing no one there, he sneered coldly. "Clever little brat, but no patience gave up after just 4 streets?" As his words faded, a black sedan silently pulled up beside him. The tinted window slowly rolled down, and a pale, slender figure emerged from the shadows, beckoning with a gentle curl. Commander Wang stepped into the car, and the door closed. Not far away, a dragonfly perched on a tree branch captured everything with its compound eyes. Simultaneously, at the other end of the alley, Jiang Fan witnessed the same scene. He hadn't expected that the insects he casually controlled would possess such surveillance capabilities. The dragonfly's tens of thousands of compound eyes provided a 360-degree view with no blind spots. And most crucially, this field of vision was now shared with Jiang Fan. This unexpected windfall made him silently praise himself for stumbling upon a natural tracking treasure. Perhaps no one had ever tried controlling ordinary insects before, which was why this wonderful ability had gone undiscovered. It seemed like a talent that only spirit beasts should possess. The sedan roared to life and accelerated rapidly. The dragonfly nearly lost track, but fortunately, it could take shortcuts through alleys and treetops, barely managing to keep the target in sight. After more than 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of Brilliant Nightclub. The dragonfly landed beside the neon-lit sign, its wings trembling slightly, as over a dozen ants crawled out from between its wing joints and scurried along the wall into the nightclub's ventilation ducts. A few minutes later, Jiang Fan hailed a taxi and arrived at the scene. While the ants couldn't share visual feeds, they were extremely sensitive to routes, and Jiang Fan could clearly sense the movement patterns of these tiny creatures. At this moment, the ants should have infiltrated a private room, the very room where Commander Wang was located. According to his father's description, Commander Wang was an honest and upright man who devoted himself entirely to the Guard Regiment and had never set foot in any questionable entertainment venues. Yet here he was, appearing at this club notorious for its extravagance, immediately setting off alarm bells in Jiang Fan's mind. Jiang Fan had quietly made his way to the private room corridor, but instead of barging in recklessly, he leaned against the door, pretending to be a customer heading to the adjacent room. The corridor lighting was dim and suggestive, and a scantily clad bunny girl swayed past him with a tray, giggling as she brushed by. Just as she pushed open the door to deliver drinks, a muffled voice drifted out from the private room. "That boy Xiao Ran is really causing trouble." Xiao Ran. Jiang Fan's heart jolted. The door slammed shut with a bang, and the soundproofing was excellent, couldn't hear another word. But those few fragments were enough to confirm that the people sitting inside were members of the evil sect. And Commander Wang was actually dining with the evil sect. One of Tianqing Town's guardians had fallen into this kind of web, sending chills down Jiang Fan's spine. Just as he was about to quietly leave, the private room door was pushed open again, and respectful farewell voices emerged. "Director Chow, we await your good news. The transformation of Tianqing Town will begin with you." Director Chow? There was only one Director Chow in the entire town, the highest official of the Law Enforcement Bureau, equal in status to Commander Wang as a guardian, and with cultivation even higher than Commander Wang's. A mighty 4th-grade powerhouse. For the first time, Jiang Fan felt such overwhelming pressure. The two great pillars protecting Tianqing Town were now both consorting with the evil sect. Could the catastrophic disaster Xiao Ran mentioned refer to the evil sect having already colluded with both the Guard Regiment and the Law Enforcement Bureau? Director Chao stepped out of the private room with steady strides and a composed expression, while Jiang Fan forced himself to remain calm, walking forward and trying not to reveal anything suspicious. In terms of strength, he might not fear Director Chao, but this powerful figure's long-standing supreme prestige in the people's hearts made him reluctant to confront him directly at this moment. The elevator was just ahead. Jiang Fan stepped in first and pressed the close button. Just as the door was halfway closed, a pale but strong palm blocked it. The elevator door was forced back open, and Director Chao's cold gaze met Jiang Fan's. Up close, this director was even more austere than the rumors suggested, every hair in place, his crisp uniform spotless, radiating an intimidating coldness. Jiang Fan's spine stiffened, afraid the man had already recognized him. Director Chao merely frowned slightly, studying him deeply for a moment without speaking. After the door closed again, Jiang Fan quietly exhaled. Upon exiting the elevator, he deliberately chose the opposite direction from Director Chao and walked away steadily. But after a few meters, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Director Chao had actually stopped and glanced back at him, a rare playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He actually showed up here. How interesting. Jiang Fan didn't dare linger and quickly left the club, heading straight for the Guard Regiment office. His parents might be imprisoned in that warehouse, and with Commander Wang at the club, this was the perfect opportunity to break in and rescue them. In the darkness, the office compound gate was tightly locked. Though the walls were high, they couldn't stop Jiang Fan, whose vital energy had now reached 0.8 units. He took a deep breath and, using both hands and feet, climbed over the wall like a monkey. The warehouse door was secured with a meteorite iron lock that he couldn't break, but the door itself wasn't made of meteorite iron. The door panels were forged from tempered steel through countless hammer strikes, possessing astonishing hardness that even heavy artillery could barely shake. However, for a fourth-grade spirit beast, it might not be an insurmountable obstacle. At Jiang Fan's signal, the bald blue cat instantly leaped out from the spirit beast space. Though it wasn't as imposing as Yi Chinghua's flame demon wolf, it still stood 5 to 6 meters tall, resembling a moving two-story building. Its massive claws rose and crashed down thunderously on the steel door. Crack! The door panel was torn open with 3 wide fissures, gaps large enough for a person to slip through sideways. Jiang Fan darted inside. The warehouse was even more massive than he had imagined. Surrounded by darkness, he had to raise his flashlight. The thin beam swept across the walls, barely illuminating the outline of one corner. Rows of compartments lined up side by side, each large enough to fit a truck, yet completely empty. At least several thousand rooms. He frowned. Searching alone would take forever. He crouched down and opened another spirit beast space. A massive swarm of black ants poured out, densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Before departing, he had simply moved the entire ant colony, perfect for splitting up the search. In the deepest part of the warehouse, within a dim compartment, lay a spirit beast egg emanating a faint red glow. The eggshell was covered with mysterious patterns, its light pulsing on and off like breathing, each flash more urgent and intense than the last. Through the increasingly dense red radiance, dozens of thin bloodlines could be seen connected to the spirit beast egg. At the end of these bloodlines were people bound on the ground. Blood continuously seeped from cuts on their wrists, drawn by the bloodlines, as if their life force was nourishing this spirit beast egg. Xiao? Xiaoqin. In the darkness, old Jiang let out a weak call, his voice as light as wind, yet carrying heart-wrenching bitterness. No one responded. His breath was barely perceptible, yet tears couldn't stop flowing. He never imagined that Captain Wang harbored such sinister intentions, ultimately seeking their lives. At this moment, he had only 2 thoughts. First, they probably wouldn't survive. Second, he hoped his son could escape safely. He hoped his son could leave Tianqing Town, for Tianqing Town was doomed. Controlling over 1,000 creatures at once was something probably only Jiang Fan could accomplish. Countless ants flowed across the ground almost silently, drilling into every warehouse at incredible speed. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Fan had used this reconnaissance force to sweep through more than 300 rooms. The warehouse area was enormous yet appeared mostly empty. Apart from rows of light and heavy artillery, the most striking sight was the piles of fierce beast corpses, roughly 1,000 of them. If he could refine all of them into beast blood, it would sustain his cultivation for a very long time. Unfortunately, the sheer quantity was too massive for him to move, so he needed to find storage treasures. As soon as the thought occurred to him, he immediately asked, "System, do you have storage space?" The system's cold, mechanical voice exploded in his mind. This system comes with 10,000 cubic meters of free storage space. The host may pay to lease additional capacity. Exactly. Just like inventory in a game, the system had built-in storage. Jiang Fan was ecstatic. I've hit the jackpot. Bald cat, he commanded. The bald blue cat struck with a fierce claw, shattering the nearest door to pieces. Behind it lay piles of fierce beast corpses, which he swept up with a wave of his hand, drawing them into the system space like a torrent. Next room. These rooms were merely for storage and had no defensive formations, so they couldn't withstand the blue cat's claw strikes for long. Under normal circumstances, this place would be heavily guarded, but Captain Wang had sent everyone away, essentially clearing an unobstructed path for Jiang Fan. These supplies should have belonged to the government, but Captain Wang had already betrayed righteousness and oppressed the people. The resources could fall into evil sect hands at any moment, so his raid was actually an act of protection. Dozens of warehouses were emptied in succession, filling the system space to about 70 or 80% capacity, while Jiang Fan's chest burned with a sense of justice. Besides the fierce beast corpses, he also found a small amount of spirit stones. Spirit energy was the purest form, with the highest absorption efficiency, yet even the Tianqing Town Guard only stockpiled a few cubic meters. At market price of 100,000 per cubic meter, the total was only 6 or 700,000. After completing the sweep, Jiang Fan felt somewhat disappointed. The Tianqing Town Guard was even poorer than he'd expected, though for such a remote backwater, having this much wasn't bad. Suddenly, Jiang Fan froze completely. His ant army had discovered a special warehouse in the deepest section, emanating a sinister and terrifying aura. What on earth is in there? He hurried toward it. This warehouse door was different from the others, made of the same material as the outermost warehouse entrance, clearly storing the most precious treasures. Dragon Clan Spirit Beast Egg? Jiang Fan's heart pounded wildly. A single Dragon Clan Spirit Beast Egg was valuable enough to trade for an entire town, and evil sects would even destroy Tianqing Town to obtain one. If he truly got his hands on it, he might even become a legendary dragon tamer. But he immediately shook his head, suppressing the thought. His parents' whereabouts were unknown, and they might be in this very warehouse. After 5 consecutive strikes from the bald blue cat, the heavy alloy door finally exploded. Through the cracks, Jiang Fan immediately spotted the spirit beast egg radiating red light larger than any egg he'd seen at the trading center, as big as a house. The warehouse reeked with an overwhelmingly thick scent of blood. Could it be emanating from this dragon egg? Jiang Fan covered his nose and mouth, his gaze quickly sweeping around the room. Dozens of human figures lay scattered in disarray, almost all of them warriors. At first glance it appeared chaotic, but upon closer inspection, they were arranged in a specific pattern, forming a blood-red ritual array. Blood sacrifice. His heart turned cold. Though he had never witnessed one firsthand, he had heard far too many rumors about evil practitioners using fresh blood to awaken mystical objects. Whoever had set up this formation clearly intended to use these warriors' blood to revive the dragon egg. Father, mother, the thought flashed through his mind, and Jiang Fan nearly went mad, rushing into the pile of bodies to search through them one by one. In a corner, he finally found his parents. Both had ashen faces, with knife wounds on their wrists still seeping blood, their complexions drained of almost all color. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart as Jiang Fan dropped to his knees, his roar hoarse and raw. He raised his head and let out a fierce shout. The bald blue cat responded instantly, its claws striking heavily against the ground, shattering the array's glowing patterns in an instant. Deprived of its blood supply, the dragon egg's previously pulsing light immediately dimmed. Jiang Fan gathered his parents in his arms, grasping their cold wrists as he called out to them with a trembling voice. Neither responded. In desperation, he took out his remaining beast blood and forced it down their throats. Consequences be damned. He only sought a thread of hope for survival. Their lives hung by a thread. His hands shook violently as he supported his parents, his eyes bloodshot and nearly bursting. After a few moments, a weak but familiar pulse returned to his fingertips. His parents' life force was slowly recovering. The first words his father spoke upon opening his eyes were, "Save our comrades." Jiang Fan's eyes reddened upon hearing this. After confirming that his mother was also out of mortal danger, he immediately rushed to the others, using the same method to save them. The tragic reality could not be avoided. Several bodies had already lost their breath, their life force completely drained, their lives withered away. Of the 43 people, only 20 ultimately stepped back through death's door. His mother was not a warrior, so though she had lost much blood, it hadn't reached the critical limit. Otherwise, she likely wouldn't have been able to hold on. These people were groggy and disoriented. As their memories gradually returned, they finally recalled what they had been doing before losing consciousness following Captain Wang's orders to arrange formation materials on the ground. The moment the formation lines closed, Captain Wang suddenly struck from behind, hitting them with the back of his blade before darkness engulfed them. Now, opening their eyes again, everyone felt an unprecedented weakness, as if their inner energy had been completely drained, their limbs limp and struggling even to stand upright. "Dad, you've all been deceived by Captain Wang." Jiang Fan's voice was hoarse but crystal clear. He told everyone what he had witnessed with his own eyes: Captain Wang's collusion with the evil sect and his plot to blood sacrifice the entire guard regiment. Combined with their own experiences of being knocked unconscious and having their cultivation depleted, how could these warriors doubt it? Captain Wang intended to use them as blood sacrifice materials. This was the most cruel method of the evil sect. His father's eyebrows twitched frantically, still somewhat incredulous, while old Zhang and the others were already furious beyond measure, cursing loudly. Wang Dawei is nothing but a beast. We fought alongside him through life and death, yet he wants to kill his own brothers and sisters. Let's report him. Everyone struggled with their weakened bodies, their first instinct being to expose Wang Dawei's true nature to the world. Jiang Fan was equally angry, his fingers trembling, but he remained calmer than anyone else. Report to whom? The Law Enforcement Division, someone blurted out. The Law Enforcement Division is on the same level as the Guard Regiment, and Director Chao's cultivation is higher than Wang Dawei. She can definitely handle this. Jiang Fan countered. But what if the Law Enforcement Division has also been corrupted? With that single sentence, all the commotion came to an abrupt halt. If even the Law Enforcement Division had become lackeys of the evil sect, they dared not imagine how much hope remained for Tianqing Town. In the silence, Jiang Fan sighed softly. If you all trust me, perhaps there's another way. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Even his father couldn't help but tug at his son's sleeve. Xiao Fan, you must be responsible for your words. Jiang Fan nodded with determined eyes. He might not have been confident before, but facing him now were almost all the warriors of the Guard Regiment with all the core fighting power present. His confidence surged. Everyone's gaze fell upon the bald blue cat beside him, whose size rivaled that of a fierce tiger, its surging demonic energy making the air buzz and vibrate. A certain rumor flashed through his father's mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Son, are you that black-robed beast tamer?" Jiang Fan hummed in acknowledgement. The air seemed frozen. Old Zhang's eyes nearly popped out. What? Did I hear that right? Xiao Fan is that beast tamer who owns 3 third-grade spirit beasts. His father and mother looked at each other, both stunned. They should know their own son best. Yet when had he grown to become such a powerful figure? And he had only just finished the 3 major examinations. Old Jiang, you've kept this well hidden. Old Jiang slapped his thigh, his voice dripping with envy. Your son is such a top-tier genius, yet you never mentioned a word. Old Jiang smiled bitterly. He himself had no idea his son had become so powerful, and could only give Jiang Fan a meaningful look. Jiang Fan grinned at his father, clearly not intending to explain further. Old Jiang understood that every strong person had their own secrets. If he knew but couldn't protect them, it would only bring harm to his child. His mother was already dizzy and couldn't keep up with the pace. She wasn't even a warrior herself, only working in logistics for the Guard Regiment. From an ordinary person's perspective, his son had become even more incomprehensible. He opened his mouth, ready to ask more questions, when old Jiang quietly tugged at his sleeve. The father and son exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding as they both smelled a mixture of pride and helplessness crossing their faces. All right, you have my full support. Old Jiang immediately declared, making his stance crystal clear. As soon as he finished speaking, old Jiang nodded in agreement. The others showed no hesitation whatsoever, turning their gazes toward Jiang Fan and unanimously placing him at the center of their group. The reason was simple. A third-rank beast tamer they knew and trusted was worth following. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, feeling as though a tremendous burden had settled on his shoulders. He looked down at the temporarily dormant dragon egg. The egg's color had grown dim, its surface covered with mottled rock dust that had fused with the shell, making it look like a fossil freshly excavated from deep underground. Based on his assessment, the embryo inside would need a massive sacrifice of vital energy to awaken, and even then, success wasn't guaranteed. Lost in thought, he waved his hand and stored the dragon egg in his spatial storage. Let's retreat and find cover, Jiang Fan said in a low voice. I'll provide you with some beast blood to help restore your vital energy. Everyone immediately scattered, quickly melting into the darkness. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan set off to contact Guo Chao, who was still in Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan asked him to refine another batch of beast blood. Guo Chao didn't refuse. In fact, he agreed quite readily. For him, maintaining good relations with a beast tamer brought countless benefits. After making the arrangements, Jiang Fan donned a black robe, his entire figure shrouded by the oversized hood, revealing only half of his somewhat stern profile. The two met at their agreed location. Brother Chen Fan, have you been taking on bounty missions again? Guo Chao made small talk. Jiang Fan remained silent, only nodding slightly. Cloaked in his black robe, he exuded an air of mystery. Guo Chao knew his place and didn't press further. A third-rank beast tamer was skilled and bold enough to venture into the wastelands beyond Tianqing Town. They soon arrived at the refining location, but Jiang Fan froze in place. The place where beast blood was refined was actually a food processing plant. Guo Chao chuckled, having grown accustomed to such questions. In principle, Beast blood refinement can only be done at official institutions, but those places take huge cuts and charge high prices. That's why so many private operations have sprung up. These facilities can't openly refine beast blood, so they have to disguise themselves. Jiang Fan was surprised and instinctively asked, "How do you know all this?" He was a native of Tianqing town, born and raised there, yet had never heard of such things. Meanwhile, this outsider seemed to know everything. Guo Chao waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing special. The authorities know about these private operations too, but to encourage more people to hunt fierce beasts, they turn a blind eye. Those of us who travel constantly as warriors all have a list. We can find channels wherever we go." Jiang Fan had a moment of realization, and a thought sprang to mind. If he could get his hands on that list, traveling would be much more convenient. His hesitant expression didn't escape Guo Chao's notice. Guo Chao smiled. "I'll put together a copy for Brother Chen Fan later. Recently, someone's been trying to set up a query platform and is working on getting the right connections. Once it goes online, you'll be able to search anywhere. I'll help you register when the time comes." "Great." Jiang Fan's expression softened. Having a well-informed friend could indeed make up for his lack of worldly experience. This genius from Yuehua City truly had impressive knowledge. The sky above Tianqing town was indeed rather limited. The two arrived at an ordinary-looking food processing plant. The factory manager, a stocky man in his 40s, was also a warrior, but his chi and blood were unstable. Anyone could tell his strength had been artificially boosted with resources. "Master Gua, another successful hunt so soon?" The manager greeted them with a roguish grin. Guo Chao waved his hand. "Not me this time. It's this brother here. He needs to refine a batch of beast blood. Just give him the same price you give me." "No problem," the manager readily agreed, then turned to the black-robed Jiang Fan with a smile. "How many beasts are we talking about?" Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. 500, 1,000. "How much can you handle here? I need it done quickly." He knew very well it wasn't just for himself. Last time's beast blood hadn't even been enough for him alone, and this time there were 20 warriors, including some at the strong first grade, and even a few second-grade warriors. The demand far exceeded anything before. The numbers 500 and 1,000 left the manager speechless, and even Guo Chao was stunned. Just how many fierce beasts had Chen Fan killed? The manager swallowed hard. "My production capacity isn't that large. For 1,000 beasts, it would take half a month." "Too slow." Jiang Fan shook his head. Whether Tianqing town would even exist in half a month was questionable. The manager quickly waved his hands. "If you're in a hurry, I have some beast blood in stock. I can pay you up front based on the average yield per beast." "What's the average yield?" "About 13 milliliters per beast. Better-equipped factories can get a bit more, but that's what we manage here." Guo Chao nodded. "Advance payments are indeed calculated on average values." Jiang Fan agreed. "Fine. Where should I put the beasts?" The manager instinctively looked around. "You brought them with you? Are the beast transport trucks parked out back? There must be dozens of them, right?" Jiang Fan raised his hand and waved. A massive fierce beast appeared out of thin air, crashing heavily to the ground. The manager's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Storage space. Guo Chao, however, had expected this. All third-rank beast tamers are loaded. How could they not have storage space? He himself owned a 10 cubic meter storage space. 10 cubic meters was already worth a fortune, so who knew how large Chen Fan's storage space might be? Jiang Fan and Guo Chao arrived at the blood refining factory together, escorting a cart of fierce beast corpses. The workshop reeked of metal mixed with blood, machinery roared deafeningly, and the air hung thick and stifling. The factory manager approached them, gave a cursory glance at the first beast corpse being unloaded, and immediately frowned. "These aren't fresh." He gestured with a hint of disdain. "Brother, the price I quoted you earlier was for fresh beasts. If these are old..." He paused thoughtfully, then glanced at Jiang Fan's attire and bearing before softening his tone. "I'll have to cut it in half at least." "Cut it in half?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a note of surprise. The manager quickly explained. "Yes. What we extract is actually the essence blood, but aged corpses have severely depleted essence, so their value drops significantly." Hearing this, Jiang Fan instinctively looked toward Guo Chao. Guo Chao nodded and added, "That's correct." Jiang Fan muttered to himself, suspecting these two had already conspired together, but being an outsider in this business, he could only accept it. "Then count them yourself. Some are fresh, some aren't." With that, he raised his hand and waved. Crack! The air seemed to tear open as beast corpses materialized and crashed to the ground one after another. Shriveled ones, blackened ones still dripping fresh blood, all mixed together, quickly forming a small mountain. The thunderous impacts and bloody stench spread throughout the factory, drawing stares from workers. Guo Chao and the factory manager's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. "Wait!" the manager cried out, his voice echoing through the workshop. "Just how many cubic meters is that storage space?" "Stop, stop, stop! Are you trying to flood my factory?" Jiang Fan paused, gazing at him calmly. The pile of corpses had already reached waist high, with fresh blood snaking across the concrete floor like rivers. The factory manager's expression grew complex as he silently cursed his own ignorance. What was this black-robed young man's background? Such an enormous storage space, he'd not only never seen anything like it, he'd barely even heard of such a thing. Let's change locations. Suppressing his shock, he beckoned to Jiang Fan and Guo Chao, leading them through the noisy workshop toward the underground storage area. Creak, the heavy iron door was pulled open, revealing a hidden world below, an underground space the size of a basketball court, with cold white ceiling lights and smooth walls, no smaller than the Guard Corps' official warehouses. Let's do it here. The manager's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Fan raised his hand once more, his black robe billowing like waves. Corpses crashed down one after another, their dull thuds echoing continuously as if they would fill the entire storage area. Blood splattered everywhere, and the stench was overwhelming. Yet Guo Chao's heart surged with wild joy. This scene was proof enough that Xin Fan was backed by no ordinary force. His eyes widened as his mind raced with analysis. He'd already observed that Xin Fan was young, yet possessed third-rank beast tamer strength. And now, with this absurdly massive storage space added to the mix, it was absolutely certain this was a core cultivation target of some transcendent power. The level of influence far exceeded anything he'd previously encountered. This grade of storage artifact. Guo Chao secretly swallowed hard. I'm afraid only those true giants who tower above all others could possess such a thing. For him to carry it at such a young age shows just how much that force values him. A bold speculation suddenly struck him. Where did he come from? The capital of the Starmoon Federation? Or perhaps somewhere even more elite? The factory manager was drenched in sweat as he tallied the numbers. 1,300 first-grade beast corpses, 285 second-grade, 8 third-grade. The figures piled up on his desk like a mountain, making his chest tighten with each breath. When he looked up at Jiang Fan, his gaze had completely changed. Those third-grade beasts, he distinctly remembered seeing them in the files as the leaders of the recent beast tide that attacked Tianqing Town. Could this person be an expert from the Guard Regiment? The manager wondered silently. When did the Guard Regiment produce such a powerhouse? Could it be Yi Chinghua? Rumor had it that Yi Chinghua had just advanced to 4th-grade Beast Master and was specially sent by Yuehua City to support Tianqing Town. The voice sounded young, but true experts could easily disguise their voices. But here was the problem: Yi Chinghua was merely support personnel. So how could she have the authority to dispose of the Guard Regiment's spoils of war? A terrifying thought sent chills down the manager's spine. Had Yi Chinghua robbed the Guard Regiment? Noticing his strange behavior, Jiang Fan spoke up. What's wrong? The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to stay calm. Nothing. I just finished the calculations. Based on average conversion rates, you can receive 16,900 milliliters of first-grade beast blood, 3,705 milliliters of second-grade, 104 milliliters of third-grade. Jiang Fan did a quick mental calculation and nodded. No problem. To gather this amount of blood, the manager nearly emptied his entire inventory before finally completing the transaction with Jiang Fan. Guo Chao, watching from the side, was wide-eyed with amazement. This was a fortune. As a young master from a prominent family, he considered himself wealthy, but he couldn't even imagine what owning 1% of this wealth would mean. Jiang Fan collected the beast blood and turned to leave, with Guo Chao tactfully taking his leave as well. Their figures disappeared one after another at the far end of the factory grounds, leaving only the manager with an uncertain expression, staring intently in the direction they had gone. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed an encrypted number. As soon as the call connected, the manager lowered his voice. Yi Chinghua seems to have robbed the Guard Regiment's warehouse. That dragon egg might have fallen into her hands. Jiang Fan then contacted his father, handing over the vast majority of the beast blood, especially the first-grade blood, which he gave almost entirely, keeping only small amounts of second-grade and higher essences for himself. His father accepted the beast blood with a solemn expression and nodded. We'll definitely restore our combat strength as quickly as possible. You be careful, and call for your father immediately if anything happens. Don't worry. Jiang Fan smiled. Before long, news that the Guard Regiment's warehouse had been completely ransacked spread throughout Tianqing Town. Some witnessed Captain Wang in his fury, smashing the Guard Regiment's office to pieces just to vent his anger. Discussions erupted in the streets and alleys. Who had the audacity to target the Guard Regiment? The Enforcement Division quickly intervened. Director Chao personally arrived at the scene, crouching at the warehouse entrance to examine the torn opening. The 100-forged steel had been ripped apart like cloth. Touching the cold fissure, he pondered. In Tianqing Town, who could unleash this level of destructive power? Beside him, Wang Daoi's face was dark, barely speaking a word. Outsiders thought he was embarrassed about the Enforcement Division's intervention due to the Guard Regiment's misfortune, but what truly terrified him was that the dragon egg in the warehouse had been stolen, along with most of the warriors meant for blood sacrifice. This meant that those who survived could very likely expose his truth about allying with the Holy Clan. If this were revealed, he would immediately face certain doom. Damn it! Wang Dawei roared, slamming his fist hard against the steel door. The iron gate let out a heavy groan, and the tremendous force rebounded against Wang Dawei's fist, causing excruciating pain. It was hard to imagine that such a sturdy iron gate had actually been damaged. At least fourth rank, he muttered under his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Stay calm. Director Chao's voice remained steady. Calm? The dragon egg was lost on my watch. Wang Dawei shook his numb wrist, his voice trembling. If the evil sect comes after us. Before he could finish, his face suddenly turned deathly pale, as if doused with ice water. Following his gaze, Director Chao spotted a middle-aged man with an imposing presence standing behind the crowd, a Holy Clan executor, the commanding officer of this assault on Tianqing Town. Bold enough to show himself in broad daylight, Director Chao frowned slightly, though his tone remained indifferent. It's fine. We'll just retrieve the dragon egg. Are you certain? Wang Dawei stepped closer, having staked his entire life and fortune on Director Chao. Whoever stole the egg won't escape Tianqing Town. Director Chao replied quietly. Besides, there's only one fourth-rank beast tamer who has appeared so far. Wang Dawei was momentarily stunned, then broke into a sinister smile. So she hasn't left yet, walking right into our trap, he said in a low voice. Let's accelerate the plan. Quite a few people escaped from the warehouse, and I could be exposed at any moment. We can't let all our preparations go to waste. Director Chao nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across the bustling street corner as he secretly coordinated his forces. Tianqing Town was under lockdown. The Enforcement Bureau and the Guard Corps had jointly issued orders. No one was permitted to enter or leave. At this moment, the underground chamber beneath the Enforcement Bureau was brightly lit. In addition to the group of talented youths from before, several prominent figures had been added. A bank president who controlled finances, wealthy merchants who owned mines and medicinal fields, and several local officials. What right does that Chao have to imprison us? Bring Director Chao out here, someone roared, pounding his fist against the iron bars, producing only a dull thud. These people certainly hadn't come willingly. In fact, Enforcement Bureau personnel had just burst into their homes and forcibly brought them to the underground chamber. A beautiful woman in a business suit and short skirt, resembling a secretary, entered and said softly, "Please remain calm, everyone. Gathering you all here is not imprisonment, but protection. We've confirmed that an evil sect has infiltrated Tianqing Town and is plotting large-scale unrest. You would be their primary targets. Rest assured, once the Law Enforcement Bureau eliminates the evil sect, you'll be the first to be released." As soon as she finished speaking, a refined middle-aged man stepped forward and said gravely, "But it's precisely at times like these that we need to step up and maintain order, or the people will surely descend into chaos." He was the supreme ruler of Tianqing Town, someone whom even Director Chao and Captain Wang usually had to obey. But today his authority had become ineffective. The female secretary looked up with a light smile. "Sir, please rest assured. The Law Enforcement Bureau will take over maintaining order in your place. Anyone who doesn't comply will be dealt with. Every revolution is accompanied by massive sacrifices." The middle-aged man's expression finally changed slightly. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. Having reached their positions, they were all shrewd individuals who naturally understood the weight of her words. The Law Enforcement Bureau and the Guard Regiment had betrayed them. What revolution? Jiang Fan and other young talents were completely confused. Earlier, these important figures of Tianqing Town had been pushed in like prisoners. The female secretary couldn't be bothered to explain and turned to leave. The heavy chamber door closed behind her. As footsteps faded outside, several sharp intakes of breath could be heard in the chamber. "This is terrible. We must inform Yuehua City," someone said urgently. The middle-aged man sighed. "I'm afraid that won't be easy. This is a long-planned conspiracy by the Law Enforcement Bureau and Guard Regiment. If I'm not mistaken, Tianqing Town has been sealed. The citizens have become hostages. As long as the people are here, Yuehua City won't dare launch a direct assault. Damn it. This is the evil sect's usual tactic. They've used this method to capture countless border towns. There are millions of people in Tianqing Town." Jiang Fan and his group were completely stunned. Even in their ignorance, they gathered from the fragments the Law Enforcement Bureau and Guard Regiment had betrayed them. These important figures were being held hostage, and Tianqing Town was finished. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan naturally knew Tianqing Town was sealed, but assumed the Guard Regiment was searching for the stolen dragon egg. Since the dragon egg was in his possession, he couldn't be bothered to care. He was staying in a remote hotel, releasing hundreds of dragonflies from his room window, then summoning an endless army of ants. Along the way, he captured every dragonfly he encountered and destroyed every ant nest he found, quickly gathering hundreds of thousands of ants scattered throughout every corner of Tianqing Town. When anything unusual was discovered, dragonflies would immediately fly to investigate and transmit real-time images back. Steam filled the bathroom as Jiang Fan reclined in the bathtub, surveying the entire city through the dragonfly's vision. The lockdown order had been issued. Citizens were forbidden from leaving their homes, and groups of white-robed law enforcers were conducting house-to-house searches. His area would soon be their turn. Even more alarming, he witnessed people who ventured outside being stopped by law enforcers, questioned, and then killed on the spot. The Law Enforcement Bureau had completely bared its fangs, showing no mercy even to innocent civilians. More terrifying still, they had far more personnel than imagined, including many unfamiliar faces, all of whom were martial artists. By rough estimate, the Law Enforcement Bureau possessed over 100 martial artists, with combat power already exceeding the Guard Regiment at its peak. Perhaps from the very beginning, the Guard Regiment's martial artists were merely meant to be sacrificed for the Dragon Egg, while the Law Enforcement Bureau was the evil sect's true trump card. Jiang Fan's scalp tingled. If he were just an ordinary person, he truly wouldn't know what fate awaited him. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. A slightly mature female voice came through. Is this student Jiang Fan? Yes. This is the Law Enforcement Bureau. We went to your home to pick you up, but found you weren't there. Are you still in Tianqing Town? Jiang Fan's expression darkened. After a pause, the voice continued. Student Jiang Fan, don't be nervous. Tianqing Town has been invaded by an evil sect and is very dangerous. Please come to the Law Enforcement Bureau immediately for protection to ensure your safety. Oh, that's not necessary. I'm no longer in Tianqing Town. Is that so? Where did you go? Yuehua City. The other end fell silent for several seconds before responding flatly. I see. Sorry to bother you. Just as Jiang Fan hung up, the phone rang again. The caller ID showed Su Qingqing. Could Su Qingqing have already discovered that Xiao Ran was dead? Jiang Fan answered the phone and sneered coldly before Su Qingqing could even speak. Huh? You think you're guaranteed to succeed? What? A sharp, surprised gasp came from the other end, and Su Qingqing's tone clearly faltered. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Jiang Fan's voice was low and menacing. Ever since learning that Su Qingqing had conspired with the evil sect Xiao Ran, an inexplicable disappointment in his chest threatened to overflow. They had been neighbors for 2 whole years, yet he couldn't understand why he cared this much. On the other end of the line, Su Qingqing's once bright eyes seemed frozen with frost. She took a deep breath. In your clan's eyes, do you really despise me that much? Of course, Jiang Fan replied decisively. You and I were never meant to be on the same side. Fine, have it your way. Su Qingqing's red lips parted slightly, but her fingertips trembled from gripping too tightly. She hadn't expected Jiang Fan to be so ruthless, as if she had committed some heinous crime when this arranged marriage had been personally decided by both their grandfathers. Beep, the call ended, leaving Su Qingqing's face ashen as she sat in prolonged silence. Behind her, Nanny Zhang sighed as she set down the teapot. Miss, you always said that boy was rebellious and untamed, and now I've truly seen it for myself. In all our years in Tianqing Town, no man has ever dared treat you this way. Su Qingqing shook her head faintly, her brow shadowed with indescribable disappointment. It was precisely this rebelliousness that gave the Su family endless headaches. Because of this arranged marriage, clan members had long proposed breaking the engagement, but it had been personally promised by Old Master Su himself. Years ago, when the Old Master was severely injured while exploring the wasteland, he happened to recuperate at the Jiang family home for several years, forming a life-and-death bond with Jiang Fan's grandfather. Since both families were expecting newborns at the same time, they decided on the spot to arrange the marriage. Later, many tried to cancel it, but Old Master Su always scolded them back. Unless the Jiang family refuses, no one else should even think about it. Now it seemed there was no need for the clan to scheme behind the scenes. Jiang Fan himself was utterly opposed. Nanny Zhang glanced at Su Qingqing's slightly downturned profile, feeling indignant on her young mistress's behalf. That brat has no idea what's in your heart. You're only trying to protect him, and he doesn't even appreciate it. Su Qingqing sighed softly. The situation in Tianqing Town is treacherous. I just hope he can keep himself safe. Nanny Zhang nodded in agreement. Miss, while the town is officially investigating the theft from the Guard Regiment's warehouse, there are probably other schemes at work behind the scenes. Colluding with the evil sect? Su Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly. Most likely. Although Director Chao is a 4th-rank warrior, the evil sect surely has other masters hidden away. At this point, Nanny Zhang looked at the contemplative Su Qingqing and lowered her voice. Miss, I know you want to intervene, but it's too dangerous. This isn't Yuehua City, after all. All communications have been cut off, and the outside world has no idea what's happening in Tianqing Town. Isn't there also a 4th-rank beast tamer in town? Su Qingqing asked. Yi Chinghua. She was just sent down from Yuehua City recently, and her situation is probably precarious now. The spirit beast that could break through the Guard Regiment's warehouse doors must be at least 4th rank, so a 4th-rank beast tamer. We can basically deduce it was her. Try to contact her. Su Qingqing looked up, her tone calm, but resolute. Nanny Zhang nodded. Although the Yi family wasn't as influential as the Su family, they were on good terms, so if they could reach her, Yi Chinghua would probably not refuse the young mistress's request for help. Even so, Nanny Zhang couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Even with Yi Chinghua's help, what can just the two of you do? You're outnumbered. Over the next few days, Jiang Fan practically immersed himself in blood mist, using more than a dozen full bathtubs of beast blood. This was all premium blood starting from second-grade beasts, with each tub costing an astronomical amount like throwing stacks of cash straight into a fire. Yet he didn't hesitate for a moment. The hefty price paid off with immediate results. His blood chi power steadily broke through to 1 horsepower. He knew all too well that the difficulty would only escalate from here. By rough calculation, every 0.1 horsepower increase would require nearly a 1,000,000 yuan worth of beast blood. Under normal circumstances, he could easily sell this blood for profit, but with the current tense situation, no amount of money could buy him his life. So he invested everything in himself. Every bit of increased combat power meant better odds of survival. However, beast blood had its conversion limits, so he turned his attention to a more potent alternative spirit stones. The guard unit's warehouse had several pieces in storage, which he swept clean without hesitation. For students preparing for the 3 great trials, spirit stones were practically legendary treasures, only found in deep mineral veins. These ancient spiritual energies had slumbered underground for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years before forming a single stone. As a non-renewable resource, their prices only went up. The fact that the guard unit had managed to accumulate 6 or 7 pieces was remarkable, though Wang Dawei had privately hoarded 80 to 90% of them for personal use. Meanwhile, his Ant Legion and Dragonfly Squad continuously fed him intelligence from the outside. The white-robed enforcers from the Law Enforcement Bureau would reach him in just a day or 2 at most. When that time came, he'd probably have no choice but to fight the Bureau to the bitter end. But before that final battle arrived, Jiang Fan's lips curved into a smile. His father's group hadn't been idle either, frantically absorbing the beast blood he'd sent them and had now mostly recovered. Rather than concentrating in one location, these warriors had dispersed and hidden in 3 or 4 different strongholds, with 5 or 6 people at each site. Jiang Fan had deliberately placed micro-dragonflies and worker ants around them, synchronizing all footage, coordinates, and movements to a private communication group. On the group's latest shared map, 3 white-robed enforcers markers were rapidly approaching one of the strongholds. Here 3 white-robed enforcers are closing in. We could consider ambushing them, he called out in the group chat. Got it. Roger that. Several people in the group chat responded instantly. They didn't question the source of Jiang Fan's intelligence at Ali. Yesterday's victory had proven everything. Following his ambush plan, several comrades had used their concealed positions and numerical advantage to take down 3 white-robed enforcers in one swift strike, leaving the enemy powerless to fight back. After arranging the new operational details, Jiang Fan pulled out 2 palm-sized spirit stones from his chest. The stones were ice cold to the touch, with visible milky white spiritual energy swirling across their surfaces, far purer and more powerful than the pungent, side-effect-laden beast blood. Cultivating with spirit stones eliminated the risk of chi deviation, and he could finally practice the basic techniques without worrying about consequences. Spiritual energy surged through his pores, bringing bone-deep coolness that was gentle and sustained, as if washing his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones with clear spring water. He sat cross-legged in meditation, greedily absorbing the energy. In just moments, both spirit stones dimmed. Simultaneously, his joints began crackling with sharp, pop-pop sounds, as if his entire skeleton was humming in resonance, the harmony of sinews and bones. His teacher had mentioned in class that first-rank warriors' punches and kicks would be accompanied by deep, thunderous sounds and intimidating auras, because their joints were completely opened, multiplying their flexibility and explosive power, allowing them to instantly surpass ordinary human limits. Jiang Fan experienced this firsthand. This wasn't simply reaching 1 horsepower in chi and blood, but truly stepping into the first rank. He suddenly sprang to his feet, moving like a leaping cheetah as he ran along walls and beams throughout the room. His fist cut through the air, which exploded with a thunderous boom, reducing an entire brick wall to rubble. Such power excited even him. His father's years of cultivation hadn't reached this level, simply due to lacking systematic techniques. The simplified combat methods taught by the Guard Corps couldn't compare to orthodox basic formulas. Jiang Fan realized he had surpassed his father. Perhaps every child looks forward to this day, and now his wish had come true. Just then, the Dragonfly Scout transmitted images. To speed up their search, the white-robed enforcers had split up. 2 of them were investigating along the street and had now reached the corner guest house. At this pace, they would search this in within minutes. Jiang Fan immediately had the scout expand its view to a 5-kilometer radius. After confirming no other enforcers were nearby, he revealed a cold smile. Perfect timing to test my skills on you. Previously, he hadn't acted because he worried the spirit beasts would make too much noise and attract reinforcements. Now, he could crush his opponents in complete silence. In close combat, warriors were unmatched. He sat in meditation once more, gathering his energy and focus, waiting for the enemy to walk into his trap before striking like lightning. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open. The Dragonfly Scout stationed across from the inn's main entrance transmitted the latest Fujio white-robed enforcer was pushing through the door. Here they come. Jiang Fan's face stiffened slightly. This was his first time killing an enemy without relying on spirit beasts for ambush. All he carried was a regulation dagger less than a foot long that he had casually taken from the guard unit's armory. In the cramped guest room with its dim yellow lamplight, he crouched low and took several deep breaths, trying to steady his heartbeat, and breathing warriors were extremely sensitive to blood chi fluctuations, and even the slightest emotional disturbance could expose his location. His ears twitched slightly. Thump-thump's faint sound of knocking came from downstairs, transmitted through the wooden floorboard's weak vibrations, which he caught crystal clear. After advancing to the first rank, not only had his blood chi become vigorous, but his perception had also increased several times over. Jiang Fan didn't know the visitor's strength and had to confirm it with his own eyes. The entire small inn currently had few guests, mostly outsiders trapped in Tianqing Town. Is anyone there? Open up quickly. The evil sect has invaded Tianqing Town, and I'm here to evacuate you. Urgent shouting came from downstairs, accompanied by steady yet rapid footsteps. Through the door crack, Jiang Fan saw a white figurio white-robed enforcer going door-to-door checking rooms. People in the inn pushed open their doors and poked their heads out. Once they confirmed the Law Enforcement Bureau's identity, they began asking about the situation in a flurry of voices. The enforcer checked each person's identity one by one before continuing upstairs. The footsteps approached the second floor. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and made his decision. Open the door proactively and lure him inside. The door hinges creaked softly as a harmless young face appeared. Sir Enforcer, may I ask what's happening? The white-robed enforcer looked up and quickly scanned Jiang Fan without responding, seeming about to continue forward. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he abruptly looked down at his phone, then looked up to repeatedly compare Jiang Fan's features. After confirming, a flash of barely suppressed delight appeared in his eyes. Student Jiang Fan, didn't you go to Yuehua City? Why are you still in Tianqing Town? Come with me quickly. The evil sect's invasion of Tianqing Town this time is specifically targeting talented individuals like you. What? The evil sect invasion is real. Jiang Fan put on a shocked expression. The white-robed enforcer waved his hand impatiently. Of course it's real. Do you think the Enforcement Bureau has nothing better to do? The city lockdown and house-to-house searches are all because of this. Doors around them opened and closed as the residents who had hoped the Enforcement Bureau would protect the genius saw what was happening. One by one, they sighed in disappointment and returned to their rooms. Jiang Fan quickly scratched his head. Then I need to pack my things. Why don't you come in and wait with me? Well, of course. The white-robed enforcer's lips curved into a smile as he agreed with amusement, though he sneered inwardly. Once inside the room, it would be easy to make his move. Kill Jiang Fan, then collect the reward from the Holy Clan. Why not? Students were still just students after all. They'd never seen real warfare or walked the edge of death. A few lies and they'd believe everything completely. Besides, although this kid had awakened his beast mark, he hadn't bought any spirit beast eggs from the trading Centera beast tamer without a spirit beast? What a joke. Then hurry up, he urged, stepping into the room without hesitation and casually closing the door behind him. The moment the door shut, Jiang Fan's gaze fell to the man's side, where rows of semi-transparent data flickered in the air. Name, Taizhu. Age, 32. Profession, first-rank warrior late stage. Characteristics, agility type, skilled in claw techniques. Right hand can tear through 5mm steel plates. Jiang Fan's heart sank. No wonder this man was so brazen. If he could tear through 5mm steel plates, crushing someone's skull would be child's play. But this identification ability was quite convenient. It even showed his signature moves. As long as he guarded against those claw techniques, even though his opponent was a latest-stage first-rank warrior, he might still have a fighting chance. Taizhu glanced around the shabby room with disgust. People actually live in places like this? Hey, I'm poor, gotta save money. Jiang Fan grinned foolishly and turned around, pretending to pack. Taizhu couldn't muster any interest in toying with his victim. This kid looked too simple-minded. Torturing him slowly wouldn't even be satisfying. Forget it, better to end this quickly. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly curved, slowly reaching toward Jiang Fan's head. One grab, and he could crush a hole through the sky itself. At that moment, Jiang Fan's seemingly innocent eyes suddenly changed, flashing with vicious intent. Now, a dagger slid from his sleeve into his palm, cold light gleaming. His spine tensed like a bowstring with crackling sounds, every muscle and bone fully activated. His waist muscles drove his arm forward in an explosive thrust. The blade cut through the air, aimed straight at Taizhu's right hand. Only then did Taizhu realize something was wrong. How could a mere student have such speed? But he still sneered. A dagger without chi and blood enhancement couldn't hurt him. The next instant, however, he felt the chi and blood within Jiang Fan's body roaring like a torrent. his muscles and bones resonating in unison. This opponent was also a first-rank warrior. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Squelch. The dagger, driven by Jiang Fan's full strength, pierced straight through Taiju's palm. Jiang Fan didn't hesitate. He unleashed a series of basic boxing combinations, delivering devastating blows to Taiju's body. His fists fell like rain, the dull thuds of knuckles meeting flesh echoing like drumbeats as they literally lifted Taiju half a foot off the ground. Each strike hit like a sledgehammer thud, 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 making the corridor walls tremble. Finishing move. Jiang Fan's nerves were taut as a fully drawn bowstring, not daring to relax for even a moment. While his opponent was still airborne, he yanked the dagger from Taiju's palm. Cold steel flashed as he thrust the blade upward, driving it straight through Taiju's skull. Silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Thump. The corpse crashed heavily to the floor. Wheeze. Jiang Fan's chest heaved, his breathing like an old bellows, his throat parched and burning. He had held his breath through that entire deadly sequence, and now his chest ached from the strain. Hot blood droplets splattered across his face, the metallic stench flooding his nostrils. He had killed. This was his first time taking a life with his own hands, and it was a latest-stage first-rank martial artist. Jiang Fan forced his racing heart to slow down, repeating over and over in his mind, "Stay calm. Stay calm." This was an enemy, a beast from the evil sect. He rushed into the bathroom where cold water gushed, washing the blood from his face into dark red streaks. His clothes were already soaked through with blood, so he stripped them off and threw them aside, changing into a clean school uniform. Just as he raised his head, his ears twitched. Footsteps were rapidly approaching in the hallway. Jiang Fan glanced at Taiju's corpse still lying there. There wasn't enough time. Gritting his teeth, he simply pushed through the door and walked toward whoever was coming. At the stairwell, he came face to face with another white-robed enforcer. The man was clearly startled and had just opened his mouth to say, "You can't wander around freely." When he noticed the water traces on Jiang Fan's face that hadn't been completely wiped clean, his expression immediately softened. "Student, this is an emergency situation. I suggest you don't run around. The evil sect has invaded, and it's dangerous outside. Why don't you come with me to the enforcement bureau?" Jiang Fan struck without warning. His sleeve trembled slightly as the dagger silently slipped into his palm. He swung his arm in a wide arc, driving the blade viciously toward the enforcer's chest. "You!" The white-robed enforcer cried out in terror, clearly never expecting this student to be so ruthless. Squelch. The dagger tore through cloth and flesh, piercing straight to the heart. One strike, one kill. After the recent training, Jiang Fan had become much more skilled. He knew exactly how to exploit his identity as a novice beast tamer who just awakened his beast seal to create a deceptive contrast. Others only saw his emerging talent for beast taming and would never imagine that his martial cultivation had already reached the first rank. At this moment, two white-robed enforcers lay in the puddles of the dark alley, blood streaming from their mouths and staining the gray bricks red. They twitched only a few times before the light in their eyes was completely extinguished, their faces still frozen in disbelief even in death. This was the power of spirit stones. In just a few days, Jiang Fan had burned through millions of resources to reach his current first-rank martial realm. In comparison, Fatty Chun had spent only 2 million over 3 years of high school and could only afford first-rank beast blood, never daring to even dream of second-rank beast blood or spirit stones. Jiang Fan sighed inwardly. When you throw enough money at something, power comes quickly. Indeed, wherever you spend your money, that's where you feel comfortable. However, comfort aside, changing locations was the immediate priority. The smell of blood was strong, and even if he disposed of the bodies where ordinary people couldn't detect it, martial artists had keen senses and would smell it immediately. Moreover, with these two white-robed enforcers suddenly disappearing, the Enforcement Bureau would definitely dispatch more people to search. Once they surrounded him, it would be too late. Before leaving, he quickly searched the bodies, finding several vials of beast blood and 2 diamond-shaped hard objects, which he stuffed into his clothes without time to examine closely. Then, relying on intelligence from his dragonfly scouts and ant army, he silently bypassed the white-robed enforcers conducting house-to-house searches and left the district. Hundreds and thousands of dragonflies and ants acted like mobile radar, monitoring every movement within several kilometers without blind spots, creating an invisible safety net around him. He couldn't return home. Who knew how many people were lying in ambush there? Going back would be walking into a trap. Jiang Fan chose an abandoned courtyard to hide in, and through his dragonfly scouts, he could clearly see several suspicious figures lurking nearby. Although they weren't wearing white robes, their stiff movements clearly marked them as disguised white-robed enforcers. It seemed the Enforcement Bureau had narrowed their suspicions down to him, which was troublesome. Rustle, rustle. The bushes nearby suddenly shook, and Jiang Fan instantly tensed his muscles, his spirit beasts ready for action. Was someone else lurking in the shadows like him? A hidden sentry placed by the white-robed enforcers? Or had they already discovered his whereabouts? He held his breath until a slender figure darted out from the bushes. It was actually Lu Huan. Jiang Fan never would have imagined that his former sister Huan possessed such agile movement techniques. She crossed the street corner in just a few breaths, moving significantly faster than the two white-robed enforcers he had just killed. A martial artist? How was this possible? During the college entrance exams back then, Lu Huan shouldn't have passed the martial arts test. Jiang Fan watched the direction she departed toward Old Gua's noodle shop and suddenly felt an eerie sensation. Su Qingqing's connection to the evil sect remained unclear, and now Lu Huan seemed to be carrying out some secret mission as well. The protagonists of this grand drama were apparently far more numerous than just one faction. Old Gua's noodle shop was still open for business, though the interior was cold and empty. Old Gua dozed by the stove as usual. The white-robed enforcers had already patrolled several rounds, but seeing him as nothing more than an unremarkable old man, they paid him no further attention. Suddenly, Old Gua's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing through his cloudy gaze. The next second, Lu Huan swiftly slipped into the shop. "Anyone following you?" Old Gua asked in a low voice. Lu Huan pressed her back against the door, watching the street entrance for a long time before shaking her head suspiciously. "Should just be my imagination. I was very careful along the way. Even if I was spotted, no one could have kept up." Old Gua nodded with a chuckle. This was his most prized disciple, who should rightfully possess such confidence. "How's the situation?" He lowered his voice. Lu Huan shook her head, her pretty face grave as she took a deep breath. "Not optimistic." Old Gua nodded, having expected as much. "Did you find Xiao Fan?" "No. His house is surrounded by plainclothes enforcers. From the looks of it, they haven't caught Xiao Fan yet, but his whereabouts are unknown. If this drags on, he might be discovered by them first." Old Gua frowned deeply. That boy is clever. He probably sensed trouble early and went into hiding. But with the Enforcement Bureau conducting a citywide search, it's only a matter of time. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils contracted as he looked toward the door. The alert Lu Huan, thinking the white-robed enforcers had caught up, spun around sharply, the soft sword at her waist awakening like a startled viper, its cold light striking directly. Jiang Fan barely had time to react. Lu Huan's speed far exceeded that of the enforcers he had dealt with earlier. "Sister Huan." Jiang Fan called out to identify himself. Only then did Lu Huan see who it was. "Xiao Fan." Both she and Old Gua froze in surprise. "Speak of the devil, and he appears." Lu Huan joyfully threw her arms around him. Though not as voluptuous as Su Qingqing, she was still soft and warm. "You lucky bastard, you were the one following me from behind just now, weren't you?" Lu Huan laughed and scolded. "What kind of talk was that?" No. I just happened to run into Sister Huan earlier and came along with her, but she was walking too fast." Jiang Fan explained while catching his breath, his gaze falling on Lu Huan's tense shoulders. "Sister Huan, you're a martial artist, aren't you?" he asked hesitantly. Lu Huan nodded reluctantly. "At least second rank." She raised her hand with a slight smile, holding up 3 fingers. "Third rank." "Third rank? That's the same level as the Guard Regiment commander." Jiang Fan's eyes widened in genuine shock. 3 years ago, Lu Huan had just taken the 3 great examinations and failed. No one had faith in her then, yet now she was 3rd rank, an unbelievable leap. Lu Huan simply said casually, "Just had some lucky opportunities." "Xiao Fan, where have you been these past few days?" Old Gua placed a steaming bowl of noodles in front of him, but his eyes were fixed on the fluctuations in Jiang Fan's qi and blood. Suddenly, he let out a low growl as if stung by a needle. "You've reached 1st rank?" Jiang Fan was stunned. He had always thought of Old Gua as a lonely old man barely scraping by selling noodles, never expecting him to see through his breakthrough at a glance. Even Sister Huan hadn't noticed. "Really 1st rank?" Lu Huan's voice was sharp with excitement. "Yeah." Jiang Fan nodded. The 3 of them stared at each other as the air seemed to freeze. Honestly, Old Gua was the most surprised of all. He clearly knew Jiang Fan's qi and blood foundation was pitifully weak, yet in just a few days he had made such rapid progress. Could there be a master behind him? Each had discovered the others weren't simple. All their identities exceeded original expectations. Uffed. No one knew who broke first, but all 3 suddenly burst into laughter, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. After the laughter, the conversation turned to Tianqing Town's lockdown. It started with thieves stealing from the Guard Regiment, but now it's escalating. Lu Huan frowned. "We believe the Guard Regiment and Enforcement Bureau have defected to the evil sect." "Your guess is correct." Lu Huan and Old Gua both froze. "Why are you so certain? Don't you think it's absurd?" Jiang Fan shook his head. "I saw it with my own eyes." He then recounted his experiences at the Brilliant Club and the details of the evil sect's collusion. "Just as I thought." Old Gua snorted coldly. No wonder they wouldn't let the Shadow Division interfere from the start, even trying every means to expel them. Shadow Division? Jiang Fan didn't quite understand. Old Gua explained readily. The Star Moon Federation's order is maintained by multiple parties. The Enforcement Bureau operates openly, the Shadow Division in secret, with supervisory authority over the Enforcement Bureau. These past few days, I can sense the Enforcement Bureau secretly investigating Shadow Division members hidden in Tianqing Town. The Shadow Division is that powerful? Jiang Fan was surprised. In his understanding, the Enforcement Bureau was the Federation's largest official security organization, yet now a Shadow Division that could rival it had emerged. If the Shadow Division is so strong, why let the Enforcement Bureau run wild? Old Guo was stumped. Lu Huan rolled her eyes. You bragged about it. You explain it. Old Guo coughed awkwardly. The Shadow Division's main forces are concentrated in city-level districts. They wouldn't assign strong fighters to godforsaken places like this. Jiang Fan looked deeply at Old Guo. What about you? Cough. I have a mission. I am an exception. Jiang Fan said nothing, but his expression clearly asked. Really such a coincidence? Lu Huan simply tore away his fig leaf. There are only two of us from the Shadow Division in Tianqing Town. We're no match for the Enforcement Bureau. Xiao Fan, you're a first-rank martial artist with a third-rank spirit beast. Why don't we work together? At least don't let the evil sect run completely rampant. Lu Huan's tone was sincere. But you two would hold me back. Jiang Fan's bluntness left them speechless. Hold back. Lu Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm third rank, and Old Guo is. Old Guo suddenly raised his hand to stop her, looking meaningfully at Jiang Fan. You have arrangements? Sort of. Jiang Fan nodded. How many people? 20. 20. Old Guo's breathing hitched. All martial artists. Jiang Fan nodded again. 20 martial artists. That was already formidable. Possibly even stronger than Tianqing Town's Enforcement Bureau. Old Guo immediately made comparisons in his mind. Jiang Fan saw through his thoughts and smiled bitterly. Far inferior to the Enforcement Bureau. The white-robed enforcers currently appear to have at least 100 people, all martial artists. 100 people. Old Guo and Lu Huan both gasped. Though they had been mentally prepared, they hadn't expected such an exaggerated gap. How do you know? Lu Huan couldn't believe it. Despite using her movement techniques to track them multiple times, and nearly being discovered several times, she still couldn't determine the white-robed enforcers' numbers. Maybe I was just lucky they didn't spot me. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Your luck really is good. Lu Huan gave him a thumbs up. Jiang Fan nodded lightly. Thinking to himself the hundreds of dragonfly scouts he had deployed had long since monitored the entire Tianqing town without a single blind spot. If they could still discover him despite that, he'd be truly foolish. However, if you're willing, you can join me in this operation. Jiang Fan said while casting his gaze toward the two people before him. Sister Huan was a genuine third-rank martial artist with formidable combat prowess, and although Old Guo's cultivation level remained unclear, various past signs indicated he was no less capable than a third-rank warrior. If these two were willing to join, his chances of success would at least double. Lu Huan opened her mouth as if to say something, but held back. Old Guo pondered for a moment before getting straight to the point. What about those 20 helpers of yours? How strong are they? Most are first-rank martial artists. Jiang Fan replied without concealment. First rank. Old Guo frowned, his heart sinking. He knew well that most first-rank warriors were half-baked practitioners who hadn't even mastered basic cultivation techniques, completely incomparable to the elite white-robed enforcers. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment, then added, well, there's also a fourth-rank beast tamer. At these words, both Old Guo and Lu Huan's expressions immediately brightened, surprise written across their faces. A fourth-rank beast tamer? Lu Huan's first thought was of a name. Yi Chinghua? Jiang Fan paused, confused, and shook his head. No. He's a beast tamer who constantly wears a black robe. It's him. Lu Huan's eyes instantly lit up. She had heard rumors about this mysterious black-robed beast tamer so many times her ears were practically callous. Supposedly, he was a ruthless character who came to Tianqing Town for bounty missions. He's still in Tianqing Town? Yes. Jiang Fan nodded. Lu Huan's smile stretched from ear to ear, her whole being like a lit firework. That's amazing. I heard he has 3 third-rank spirit beasts, but who knew he was hiding 4th-rank capabilities? With him around, our chances are excellent. Her excitement earned her 2 unforgiving eye rolls from the men. Old Guo reminded her, wipe your drool. Lu Huan paid no mind and pestered Jiang Fan with more questions. How old is he? Is he handsome? Jiang Fan could only shrug helplessly. I haven't seen him in person either. I can only guarantee he'll help us fight. But everything else, I know nothing. Great. Then we'll join. But you have to introduce him to me. As she spoke, Lu Huan pressed herself against Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan instinctively backed away. Watch your drool. This is my only set of clothes, and I don't have a change. After a few jokes, the three formally reached an agreement. Jiang Fan casually added Lu Huan to his communication group. The group name had already been changed to Hunting Group. Hunt who? Lu Huan casually asked in the group. White-robed enforcers, Jiang Fan replied before exiting the chat interface. Only instructing. Pay attention to messages, there will be surprises. Lu Huan and Old Guo exchanged glances, feeling like they had become the prey. What kind of grand scheme was Little Fan plotting? While the two were still in a daze, a real-time location popped up in the group sent by Jiang Fan. 2 white-robed enforcers will pass through here in 2 minutes. Be careful. Take them out. Roger. 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 Over a dozen concise responses instantly flooded the screen, showing remarkable efficiency. Lu Huan and Old Gua had more question marks floating over their heads. What's happening? 3 minutes later, several photos were uploaded to the group. 2 white-robed enforcer corpses lying in an alley entrance, with clean wounds showing no hesitation. They really took them out. The spoils from searching the bodies were also photographed and uploaded to pitch-black diamond-shaped crystals. Others might not recognize them, but Old Gua and Lu Huan immediately saw that these were evil sect identification tokens. So these are the evil sect's tokens. I thought they'd be some kind of treasure. Lu Huan muttered. Immediately after, Jiang Fan also sent a photo, showing 2 identical black crystals, the results of his own handiwork. Lu Huan's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Jiang Fan actually took out 2 people too? With white-robed enforcers everywhere outside. How did he manage it so quietly? This wasn't just about strength, this was about intelligence. Could Xiao Fan and his team really have access to such a massive intelligence network? One even larger than what over 100 white-clad enforcers possessed? It seemed almost impossible. The next second, Jiang Fan dropped a new map location in the group chat, with a red dot precisely marking the narrow street next to Old Gua's noodle shop. He quickly followed up with text. In 1 minute, 4 white-clad enforcers will pass through this area. No reinforcements within a 5-kilometer radius. Target confirmed for elimination. Move fast and keep it quiet. Lu Huan and Old Gua locked eyes, both holding their breath simultaneously. Was it already their turn to strike? Lu Huan glanced up questioningly, and Old Gua nodded steadily, signaling they could proceed. Lu Huan replied, Roger, in the group chat, her tone calm, yet carrying hidden bloodlust. Someone in the group still hesitated. All 4 white-clad enforcers are first-rank warriors. A frontal assault is too risky, and even a sneak attack might not succeed. Less than 60 seconds on the countdown. Under the dim yellow streetlight at the corner, 4 white-clad enforcers walked side by side, completely unaware that danger was closing in. At the alley entrance, Lu Huan and Old Gua emerged one after another, moving so fast they almost left after images. A flash of cold steel in less than 3 seconds, 4 bodies lay neatly on the ground, with every drop of blood precisely controlled on the blade edges. Exactly 1 minute later, Lu Huan posted a photo in the group chat. 4 bodies on the ground, positioned uniformly, as if struck down simultaneously by an invisible giant hand. The group chat exploded instantly. That was way too fast. Who made the move? That skill is insane. Where did Xiao Fan find such deadly experts? Lu Huan looked at her screen, feeling a subtle surge of pride for her and Old Gua. This was nothing more than an effortless cleanup. For completely unprepared first-rank warriors, eliminated before they could even cry out, with the scene handled with equal precision. That rush of satisfaction made her grip her blade handle tighter. Old Gua was equally amazed. Logically, with the Enforcement Bureau's recent increased activity, they, the heretics, should be the ones constantly facing ambushes. Yet now Xiao Fan had completely reversed the situation. The same thought echoed in his mind. Xiao Fan was simply incredible. After a brief calm, Jiang Fan sent another new location. All 22 people in the group held their breath, eyes glued to their phone screens, hoping the next hunt would fall near them. They had been completely ignited by that intoxicating thrill. Inside the Enforcement Bureau, lights blazed brightly. Director Chow had just sat down when he received another report of missing personnel. His stern face creased slightly. Again? What exactly is happening? He sensed something ominous, but couldn't pinpoint the source. Looking up toward the window, he noticed a dragonfly, perched motionless on a high tree branch. Had this dragonfly died on the branch? Jiang Fan had called out several waves of targets, and the white-robed enforcers taken down had already exceeded double digits. This was a victory worth boasting about, but Jiang Fan didn't indulge in the joy. He was still controlling a flying dragonfly scout, closely tailing 2 white-robed enforcers, trying to figure out their destination. As soon as the pair turned the street corner, he immediately had the dragonfly skim along the wall. The next second, 2 blinding white lights slashed down from above. His vision instantly went black. Why did they suddenly attack? Jiang Fan's heart jolted. There was no way they would attack an ordinary dragonfly for no reason, right? Although this dragonfly wasn't ordinary, to outsiders it looked like just another common summer insect. He quickly checked the count of his other dragonfly scouts, and nearly gasped aloud. The numbers had plummeted, dropping by half. When he switched to the remaining dragonflies' perspectives, he caught several being destroyed by sword beams and palm strikes from white-robed enforcers, clearly an organized extermination. This is deliberate. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Had he been exposed? But who would think a beast tamer would control ordinary street insects? Even the dragonfly he had planted outside the Enforcement Bureau's office window, hidden so carefully, had been precisely destroyed. A beast tamer. The realization flashed through Jiang Fan's mind as he quickly pieced together a possibility. Within the Enforcement Bureau, or lurking in the shadows, there was very likely another beast tamer. He thought of that dragon Egwang Dawei had once sacrificed all the warriors of the guard regiment in a blood ritual to awaken it. After the egg's revival, it would definitely need a beast tamer to control it. If the evil sect had truly arranged for a dragon controller, that beast tamer's talent must be terrifying, making it no surprise they could see through the dragonfly scout's secret at a glance. With this thought, Jiang Fan immediately left a message in the intelligence group. Suspected beast tamer in the Enforcement Bureau, rank unknown, but strength is considerable. Lu Huan quickly responded. Expected as much. Taking out nearly a fifth of their combat power first is already good. Prepare for full-scale war next. Jiang Fan typed back, no rush. Indeed, there was no rush. Tianqing town was in the midst of rainy season, with swarms of dragonflies everywhere in the low air. Even if the enforcers attacked every dragonfly they saw, he could control another batch anytime. Except for that beast tamer, no one else could tell which ones were his. Taking it a step further, even if all the dragonflies were lost, he still had his trump card: hundreds of thousands of ants. The ants couldn't provide visual feeds, but their antennae were extremely sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations. When he compiled all the ants' positions in his mind, a massive radar map unfolded. On the map, dense red dots his ant colonies. Scattered blue dots spiritual energy sources. He had memorized his allies' coordinates. Any blue dots not at those locations were all considered enemies. After detecting anomalies, he immediately sent screenshots to the group. 3 people are approaching the stronghold here. Evacuate immediately. Then came a series of voice commands. Eastern Squad, retreat from Furong Road toward Donghua Road. Leave Donghua Road within 2 minutes. Southwest corner, 2 people are heading your way. No other enemies around, but strong spiritual energy fluctuations likely experts. Don't act rashly. While issuing commands, Jiang Fan himself began moving. Sister Huan was right, the enemy had become alert. Now the weaker white-robed enforcers mostly moved in groups of 4 or 5. Those still daring to act alone or in pairs were likely powerful elites, possibly deliberately setting traps. So there was no point in trying to play it safe anymore. He needed to strike like lightning and take down as many as possible before they could fully react. Jiang Fan's mind was consumed by a single thought: kill every blue dot in sight. The blue glimmers on his sensing map marked the positions of the white-robed enforcers, and he sprinted toward the nearest one. With the speed of a first-grade warrior, he could cover 100 meters in 3 seconds, sweeping through the narrow alley like a hurricane, his robes flapping against his body. As he rounded the street corner, his dagger was already thrusting forward. The movement was impossibly fast. The white-robed enforcer at the other end of the corner didn't even have time to raise his hand before the gleaming black blade plunged deep into his chest. Terror froze on the enforcer's face, as if he never understood why he had been ambushed here, even until his death. After eliminating his target, Jiang Fan didn't pause for a second, stepping over the bloodstains as he melted back into the shadows. More than 10 seconds later, another white-robed enforcer arrived to find his comrade lying in a pool of blood, his expression both alarmed and bewildered. Just as he was about to raise his communicator to report back, before the distress signal could reach headquarters, a shadow suddenly fell over him. The bald era plummeted from above, its massive jaws snapping shut with a crunch, giving the victim no chance to scream as it swallowed both man and blood whole. After gulping down the last drop of gore, the giant beast wagged its tail and vanished back into the spirit beast space. While the enemies had yet to regroup, Jiang Fan continued tracking the blue dots, launching another surprise attack. In just a brief moment, he and the bald era had worked together to eliminate 3 white-robed enforcers, including 1 second-grade warrior. Though the third-grade spirit beast era might not be considered top-tier, dealing with first and second-grade warriors was still effortless. Time flew by during the hunt. An hour or 2 later, Jiang Fan looked down and counted what he held in his palm: a handful of cold, gleaming black diamond-shaped crystals, the identifying tokens left behind by each slain evil sect member. He didn't understand their purpose yet, but since they could serve as trophies, they might well be some kind of rare material. After all, the identifying tokens of evil sect members couldn't be too shabby, right? First-rank white enforcers wear black insignia, while second-rank white enforcers wear red ones. The badge colors clearly represent their rank and authority. At the edge of the wasteland, several intense spiritual energy fluctuations were rapidly approaching. Jiang Fan sensed the aura and immediately withdrew without hesitation. Moments later, 4 white enforcers landed at the scene. The leader crouched down, gently running his fingers over the deep claw marks on the ground, then glanced at the scattered bloodstains nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. Apart from these traces, there was nothing else. The bodies had obviously been disposed of completely. The work of a beast tamer, one of them stated with certainty. After killing, they usually have their spirit beasts devour the corpses, leaving not even bones behind. The group exchanged glances and immediately uploaded the intelligence to headquarters. Inside the Enforcement Bureau headquarters, Director Chao's office was brightly lit. The air trembled slightly as a young man in his early 20s appeared silently. Beneath his black hair, his eyes were deep and cold, as if mental storms were churning within them. Soul Master, what's your assessment? Director Chow put away the light screen and turned to inquire. Having already investigated multiple missing persons' locations before arriving, the young man spoke in a steady tone. Ants. Ants. Director Chow raised an eyebrow. The young man explained. Beast tamers have specialized subprofessions. The most famous are dragon tamers, but there are also insect tamers, those skilled at controlling vast numbers of insects. Using precious beast seals just to control bugs? Director Chow found it hard to understand. Isn't that like using a cannon to kill cockroaches? The young man smiled and shook his head. Insects are essentially no different from spirit beasts. Given sufficient resources and time, even ants can evolve into spirit beasts. Insect tamers can first cultivate one insect-type spirit beast, then use it to control thousands upon thousands of ordinary insect swarms, creating a surveillance network spanning entire regions. Director Chow suddenly understood, shocked. No wonder our operations are constantly being monitored. That dragonfly perched on the branch earlier was one of their eyes, the young man added. Following the method I provided, after large-scale elimination, their network immediately went silent. Director Chow silently marveled. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities that were nearly unsolvable. Yet once the insect swarms were destroyed, the insect tamer would become a beast without claws. Leave the ant cleanup to us, several officers said eagerly. The young man's gaze turned cold. That insect tamer I'll handle personally. He took my dragon egg and must pay the price. As his words fell, a sharp wave of mental energy exploded outward, like invisible blades cutting through the air. Director Chow gasped. This mental power intensity was approaching that of a second-rank soul master. Yet this young man's true profession was beast tamer. It was precisely for this reason that the Holy Clan spared no effort this time, seizing an entire town. First, to turn Tianqing Town into a Holy Clan stronghold, and second, for this beast taming prodigy whom the higher-ups held in such high regard. The dragon egg discovered in Tianqing Town was supposed to be submitted to Yuehua City. If they refused to comply, Tianqing Town would have to break free from Yuehua City's control. At that moment, Yuehua City would certainly deploy its strongest forces to ruthlessly suppress any signs of what they deemed rebellion. To make their opponents think twice, the Holy Clan decided to hold the entire population of Tianqing Town hostage this way. Even if Yuehua City was enraged, they wouldn't dare to easily start a war. The entire scheme was terrifyingly meticulous, and when he first heard it, he was completely stunned. The Holy Clan had been lying dormant for years preparing for this day. First infiltrating the Chow family, the town's most prominent household, then winning over the Guard Regiment and the Enforcement Bureau, each step intricately connected. In the shadows, numerous Holy Clan warriors disguised themselves as white-robed enforcers from the Bureau, scattered and hidden, waiting for the signal to launch a lightning strike. The Holy Clan firmly believed their plan was flawless and shouldn't be shaken by any unexpected developments. Jiang Fan was now huddled in the corner of an abandoned factory, with rusted iron doors creaking and dim twilight filtering through broken windows onto his furrowed brow. His ant army was disappearing in droves. News had just come through the group chat. Large numbers of white-robed enforcers carrying pesticide spray tanks were moving from street to street, spraying powerful pesticides clearly targeting the ant army. Obviously, the enemy had identified their methods, and someone was directing them from behind. Suddenly, another panicked message popped up in the chat. Someone's found us. They're coming this way to kill us. Very strong. Can't escape. You must succeed. The message cut off abruptly, followed by harsh static noise, like a phone being violently smashed. The screen went silent. Lao Jiang immediately asked, "What's happening?" but never received a reply. Then he urgently asked Jiang Fan, "Why aren't you calling out positions?" Jiang Fan's chest tightened, with no time to explain. Guerrilla warfare had become ineffective. Without intelligence, they were like blindfolded fools. Worse still, the enemy had likely pinpointed their location from the recent commotion. If they continued operating separately, they would only be picked off one by one. They had to regroup, gather at the central tower in the city, and make it fast. Even if someone's chasing you, don't worry about them, just get to the rendezvous point first. Jiang Fan shouted in the group chat. Donning his black robe, he mounted his bald husky and galloped along the wide cobblestone streets, deliberately making a spectacle as he weaved through the crowds to draw as much attention as possible. He was the first to reach the tower's base. Within just a minute or two, others began arriving one after another. Some were being pursued by white-robed enforcers, so Jiang Fan immediately signaled his bald husky to strike. With a flash of bloodthirsty fangs, several white-robed enforcers collapsed instantly. Head count 16 people present. Jiang Fan scanned the group and didn't see his mother, understanding that his father had likely placed her somewhere relatively safe. When his eyes met his father's, old Jiang nodded, signaling that all was well. Everyone looked toward the black-robed figure with a mixture of surprise and relief. When this mysterious black-robed beast tamer had driven away the beast tied earlier, they hadn't known his true identity. Now it was an unspoken understanding the black-robed beast tamer was none other than Xiao Fan. Old Jiang gazed at his son through the crowd with pride. This child had truly become capable of standing on his own, perhaps even more promising than his old man. Everyone, please report your cultivation levels, Jiang Fan announced. First rank mid-stage, old Jiang reported first. First rank early stage. First rank late stage. After everyone of the same level had reported, Jiang Fan had a clear picture. One second rank early stage martial artist, with the rest, all being first rank. Including himself, that made 16 first rank cultivators and one second rank. A few moments later, Lu Huan and Old Guo arrived. Anyone who hadn't shown up by now likely wouldn't make it. Everyone understood this unspoken truth, but no one voiced it. Even the person in the group chat who had only half reported was no longer mentioned. They had probably already fallen. Dwelling on it now would only shake their resolve. All they could do was face life and death together. If they won, they'd honor the fallen heroes together. If they lost, they'd fight side by side in the next life. Let me share the intelligence. Jiang Fan lowered his voice. So far, we've eliminated 33 white-robed enforcers. 33. Old Jiang's eyes widened. When did we kill so many? Jiang Fan pulled out a handful of diamond-shaped crystals from his pocket and smiled faintly. Just took out another batch. Everyone gasped in amazement at his prowess. Lu Huan and Old Guo were particularly astonished. Killing might not be difficult, but quickly identifying targets and executing consecutive kills was another matter entirely. However, Jiang Fan didn't elaborate on the details and continued. Currently, there are at least 100 enemies remaining in Tianqing Town, and there might be soul masters and beast tamers among them. At the mention of beast tamers, Old Jiang frowned. Doesn't the guard regiment have a second-rank beast tamer? Where is he? He's cut from the same cloth as that Wang Dawei. Old Jiang snorted coldly. He's probably working with Wang Dawei now. Wang Dawei. This name made rage surge through Jiang Fan's chest. This man had nearly killed his parents, and he wouldn't rest until he dealt with him personally. When we encounter him, I'll handle him myself, Jiang Fan said grimly. Then two other figures flashed through his mind, Su Qingcheng and that old woman. These two were still in Tianqing Town, and both possessed formidable strength. However, there's a huge gap between rank and strength. Maybe we really wouldn't be able to defeat them. Just what? Lu Huan pressed for an answer. She had already sensed several approaching auras, knowing that someone was heading their way, yet the black-robed figure before her was still being mysterious. The black-robed beast tamer's voice was deliberately altered, making it impossible to distinguish gender or age, but judging by their well-proportioned figure, they at least didn't look like an elderly man. The black-robed figure only added in a low voice. Nothing much. It's just that in the enemy camp, there might be a third-rank beast tamer, plus another expert of unknown strength. Why do you say that? Lu Huan frowned. Jiang Fan hesitated for a long time, thinking about how he had personally pushed Su Qingcheng to the third rank, and finally lowered his voice. Su Qingcheng and that old man beside her might also be from the evil sect. Su Qingcheng. Both Lu Huan and Old Guo were stunned. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Huan asked tentatively. Jiang Fan shook his head. There shouldn't be any mistake. Su Qingcheng is originally from Yuehua City, with exceptional talent and an extremely wealthy family. Lu Huan nodded, as she had heard all of this before. Jiang Fan continued questioning. Don't you find it strange then? With her background, why would she come to Tianqing Town and live in that rundown little building? Lu Huan replied. I heard she has a marriage arrangement, so she specifically came to Tianqing Town. That's even more impossible, Jiang Fan denied without hesitation. How could that good-for-nothing from the Wang family upstairs possibly have a marriage arrangement with Su Qingcheng? He thought of that Wang family kid. After graduating from college, he couldn't find a decent job and spent every day at home mooching off his parents and playing video games, even more worthless than himself. Would Su Qingcheng really be interested in someone like that? Lu Huan looked at his indignant expression and felt even more confused. She also knew that chubby good-for-nothing, but still didn't understand. Then why are you so certain that Su Qingcheng has a marriage arrangement with him? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. There are only two young men in that building, him and me. If it's not that kid, could it possibly be me? Jiang Fan said sarcastically. Everyone fell silent. How did this suddenly turn to a marriage arrangement? And who was Su Qingcheng anyway? Could she possibly be stronger than Little Fan? The onlookers had already crowned Jiang Fan as the ultimate powerhouse in their minds. Even if Wang Dawei showed up, he'd have to bow down in defeat. Wait, you're Jiang Fan. Lu Huan finally realized, freezing in place, too shocked to speak. Old Guo remained composite, had figured it out earlier, but had been quietly marveling to himself. This black-robed beast tamer was actually Jiang Fan, and he had 3 third-grade spirit beasts. Such growth was simply incomprehensible. Forget this backwater town of Tianqing in Yuehua City. Such talent would be rare. Had Little Fan been playing the fool all along? Yet, didn't I tell you? Jiang Fan asked awkwardly. You told me. Lu Huan's eyes widened as she yanked off his black robe. The fabric fell away, revealing a youthful face to everyone. A harmless appearance beneath the robe created a stark contrast with the calm, decisive, ruthless figure from moments before. Just looking at his face, who would imagine Jiang Fan could be this dangerous? It really is you. Fearing someone might be impersonating him, Lu Huan ran her slender fingers across Jiang Fan's face several times before reluctantly accepting reality. I told you it was me. Jiang Fan rubbed his reddened face, looking ready to cry from grievance. Well, I had to be careful. First verification procedure puts everyone at ease, right? Lu Huan laughed nervously, sticking out her tongue. She hadn't even noticed that her attitude had subtly shifted from her former big sister demeanor to that of an adorable, admiring girl next door. A third-grade beast tamer with 3 third-grade spirit beasts. If such a configuration joined the Shadow Division, his status would rival Old Gua's. Old Gua's eyes lit up. Talent? Premium. No, absolutely premium. Who would have thought Tianqing Town harbored such a figure? Special talent for evolving common beasts, he pondered silently. It sounded like a joke, but the continent was vast and full of wonders. The Shadow Division had a beast tamer who was weak as a chicken on land, but became a sea battle king in water, simply because he could only control marine spirit beasts. Specialists diagnosed it as a condition with no cure. Could Jiang Fan have a similar condition? Only able to control common beasts but capable of pushing them to ultimate evolution? If this talent could apply to spirit beasts, wouldn't he be invincible? Jiang Fan noticed Old Gua's increasingly strange gaze. Why was this old guy looking at him like he was some kind of patient? He cursed inwardly. You're the one with a condition. Speaking of marriage arrangements. Old Jiang suddenly spoke up, his expression hesitant. Your grandfather did arrange a childhood engagement for you. As his words landed, Jiang Fan froze, and everyone turned to stare at old Jiang, making him somewhat uncomfortable. When did this happen? Jiang Fan stood there bewildered. About 3 years before you were born? Or was it 5 years? It was so long ago, I can't quite remember. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Old Jiang thought for a moment, then said to Jiang Fan, well, because we never took it seriously. That arranged marriage came about when your grandfather won a drinking game against that old gentleman. We originally planned to find an excuse to call it off, but then he casually mentioned it as he was leaving. He scratched the back of his head and added, I don't know much about it either. That man stayed at our house for a while, and once his injuries healed, he left. After all these years, I figure he's probably forgotten all about it. Besides, even if it were real, it couldn't possibly be that Miss Su. Old Jiang's tone was absolutely certain. Why not? Jiang Fan pressed. That Miss Su is clearly no ordinary girl. You're not in her league. Old Jiang shook his head. Jiang Fan was speechless and about to argue when Lu Huan interjected. That's not necessarily true. A third-rank beast tamer is formidable anywhere, including Moonlight City. Exactly. Sister Huan makes perfect sense. Jiang Fan nodded enthusiastically. Stop calling me Sister Huan. With you saying it over and over, people will think I'm much older than you. Lu Huan pouted. We're actually the same age. Everyone's expressions grew subtle as they all turned to look at Lu Huan. We bring up age at a time like this? Before the atmosphere could get too awkward, Old Gua suddenly said in a low voice. Enough. They're here. As his words fell, several whooshing sounds approached from all directions. Dark figures darted between rooftops and eaves, moving as nimbly as a troop of monkeys. All second rank and above. Old Gua squinted as he assessed them. The leader wielded a long spear, its fierce gleam intertwining with the night. Jiang Fan immediately recognized the familiar figure, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Wang Dawei. He's here too. From even higher up, a figure descended through the air. The man appeared to have invisible steps beneath his feet. Each stride suspended in midair. Only mid-tier warriors could project their spiritual energy outward and use the air for leverage. The man walking on air was none other than Director Chao, the most powerful man in Tianqing Town. Moreover, countless white-robed enforcers surged toward them like a tide from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a circle of people. Leave Chao Jingguang to me. Old Gua stepped forward, his voice hoarse but resolute. Old man, perhaps we should handle this instead? With your old bones and all. Someone whispered in dissuasion, but before finishing the sentence, Lu Huan couldn't help but snicker. Old Gua's face immediately darkened like the bottom of a pove was indeed skeletal and dark-skinned, with wrinkles so deep you could squeeze water from them, looking quite pitiful, which was why Jiang Fan jokingly called him a lonely old man. Old Gua was about to explain when Jiang Fan's voice interrupted. Leave Director Chao to me. Everyone's gaze turned to him in unison. At this moment, Jiang Fan had put his black robe back on, his eyes calm beneath the hood. Old Gua frowned. Xiao Fan, I know your trump card 3 third-grade spirit beasts are indeed formidable. But Chao Jingguang isn't an ordinary 4th-grade cultivator. He reached 4th grade years ago, and by now he's at least mid-4th grade, possibly even latest stage. I want to try. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Fan charged straight toward Chao Jingguang. This wasn't recklessness, but strategy. Jiang Fan had already exposed his identity while resisting the beast tide, so the enforcement division likely had intelligence on him. Conversely, Old Guo had remained hidden in the shadows. Since Old Guo was confident he could match Director Chow, he needed to remain as the ultimate trump card, delivering a fatal blow at the crucial moment. Old Guo, can Jiang Fan handle this? Lu Huan asked in a low voice. Old Guo's expression was grave. Probably not. Jiang Fan's 3 third-grade spirit beasts, unless they're mid to late third grade, might not be able to defeat Chao Jingguang even working together. But he's already charged out, so I can only wait for an opportunity to support him. I mean if Xiao Fan can entangle Chao Jingguang for a moment, I'll suddenly strike and assassinate Chao Jingguang. As he spoke, the bald husky roared woof, with such fury that the sound waves rolled out, making nearby window frames buzz. The roar of a third-grade spirit beast could carry for several kilometers. Chao Jingguang snorted coldly. Annoying. He raised his blade horizontally and brought it down in a devastating slash. The air was torn with visible cracks, the blade's aura howling as if to cleave Jiang Fan in half from 1,000 meters away. Jiang Fan felt his skin being scraped by invisible blades, his heart shaken with terror. This was indeed the strongest man in Tianxing Town. His reputation was well-deserved. However, his eyes suddenly locked onto Wang Dawei racing between the buildings. There was his real target. Deal with this lackey first. The bald husky suddenly changed direction, avoiding the blade's aura, and charged toward Wang Dawei with scorching canine breath. Having witnessed the terrifying control of this black-robed beast tamer during the beast tide battle, Wang Dawei's face changed dramatically as he touched his toe to a rooftop, attempting to flee. Without hesitation, bite. Jiang Fan's command was like a military order, and the husky opened its massive jaws. Wang Dawei quickly summoned his spear and roared, seeking death. As a latter third-grade cultivator, he believed he could match any spirit beast of the same rank. How could he be underestimated? Blazing Wave Spear. Old Jiang and the others couldn't help but exclaim that was Wang Dawei's signature technique. The power of this spear could pierce through an entire third-grade, fierce beast. The fiery spear light instantly struck the bald husky. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. Crush it. The bald husky lunged forward and bit down hard on the spear's blazing tip. The flame-like spear light seemed to take on physical form, locked tight between the dog's fangs. Hiss! The searing heat instantly scorched its mouth, sending white smoke billowing out as the metallic taste of blood mixed with the acrid smell of burning flesh. True to its stubborn nature, the husky refused to let go. You're asking for death. Wang Dawei roared in fury, violently shaking his wrist as the spear tip trembled into violent waves of red energy. The metallic vibrations mixed with the sound of tearing flesh as the husky's mouth was torn to shreds. Hell! Even the usually dim-witted husky was now completely enraged, growling like a wild wolf. Crack! With a sharp snapping sound, the blazing spear light was actually bitten clean through. The spear's glow shattered into countless sparks, exploding with fierce spiritual energy. Hiss! Wang Dawei sucked in a sharp breath, his chest tightening as his face turned deathly pale. Spiritual energy backlash. But the husky hadn't come out unscathed either. Blood poured from its mouth, and it was missing a broken tooth from its lower jaw. The pain sent it spinning in circles, its agonized howls heart-wrenching. He can't be beaten? The onlookers' hearts all sank simultaneously. Wang Dawei's fearsome reputation was once again etched into everyone's minds. Old Jiang's face darkened, veins bulging at his temples. If even a third-grade spirit beast couldn't stop Wang Dawei, what hope did his son have? Lu Huan's eyes also dimmed. Though Wang Dawei was self-taught, he had proven his true skill with his blazing wave spear. His spiritual energy was overwhelming, clearly surpassing her by a significant margin. Could Jiang Fan really withstand this? But an even more terrifying turn of events was about to unfold. Director Chow suddenly emerged like a ghost from behind Jiang Fan, forming a pincer attack with Wang Dawei, clearly intent on killing Jiang Fan in one decisive strike. Despicable. Old Jiang's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed forward without regard for anything else. But in Director Chow's eyes, he moved as slowly as if in slow motion, unable to even touch the man's afterimage. At this critical moment, Old Guo suddenly stepped forward, despite his graying temples. Once he moved into action, his steps were like a dragon's stride and tiger's pace, his robes billowing in the fierce wind as he instantly closed in behind Director Chow. Director Chow was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised by how quickly the old man had moved. With just a glance from the corner of his eye, he swept over Lu Huan and instantly understood. This person must be a master from the Shadow Division. The Enforcement Bureau operated in the open, while the Shadow Division lurked in darkness. When the Shadow Division took action, even the local Enforcement Bureau was often kept in the dark. Rumors spoke of the Shadow Division being filled with masters, yet few could name them, as they always appeared masked. Even though Director Chow had served in the Tianxing Town Enforcement Bureau for over 10 years, he had never figured out Old Guo's true background. However, None of this prevented him from continuing to target Jiang Fan. His blade tilted, less than a few dozen meters from his target. With their skills, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. Arrogant. Old Guo roared angrily. His opponent dared to expose his back while being pursued. His palms sank, and what appeared to be an ordinary rolling pin materialized. It was a tool he commonly used when making noodles, still bearing dried bits of dough. However, the moment spiritual energy surged, the dough scraps were swept clean, revealing a dark blue-black rod that gleamed with flowing light. A sharp beam whistled forth, its cutting power no weaker than Director Chao's long blade, with equally earth-shaking momentum. I am your opponent. Boom. A mansion below suddenly exploded, tiles flying everywhere. A silver streak of light shot up through the air, and a 3-foot sword met Old Guo's rolling pin Hedon. Old Guo's heart shook. There was another master hidden below, and his aura was no weaker than his own. Looking closely, his opponent wore ordinary robes, had a buzz cut, and plain features only. His sword light was cold and sharp. Old Guo recognized him, the evil sect's grand executor, Li Gong. The evil sect had strict hierarchies. Above instructors and executors were the grand executors. Each grand executor was a terrifying powerhouse. That the evil sect had dispatched someone of this caliber made Old Guo's heart sink. He wasn't afraid of Li Gong, but he worried for Jiang Fan's safety. Xiao Fan's bald husky had already been injured by Wang Dawei, and Xiao Jingguang Director Chao was charging in for the kill. He's dead for sure. Li Gong sneered coldly, his sword trembling slightly. Having just blocked the rolling pin, the tremendous force had numbed his arm and split his palm, showing Old Guo's strength. And Xiao Jingguang was probably no match for Old Guo either. Xiao Fan, Jiang Fan's father on the other side, was nearly losing control. The battle situation changed in an instant, and Xiao Fan was already in mortal danger. Lu Huan had followed closely behind Old Guo, but due to her inferior speed, she was only just arriving. She wanted to bypass Li Gong to rescue Jiang Fan, but realized there simply wasn't enough time. Li Gong's movements were far too quick for her, and in this moment, no one could stop Director Chao's fatal strike. Meow? A furious cat's cry suddenly burst through everyone's eardrums. From a crack in the void, a massive figure darted out, swiping a claw toward Director Chao. Clang! The blade's light instantly shattered under the cat's claw. Director Chao retreated several steps, staring in disbelief at the enormous spirit beast before him. The spirit beasts of the black-robed beast tamer were not difficult to identify, as they were all bald. The bald blue cat gazed quietly at Xiao Jingguang. A claw had lost a nail, with blood dripping steadily to the ground. A 4th-grade spirit beast. Everyone suddenly realized that this black-robed beast tamer actually controlled a 4th-grade spirit beast, which meant he himself was also a 4th-grade beast tamer. This discovery not only shocked Director Chao's side, but even Lu Huan, Old Guo, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Fan was actually a 4th-grade beast tamer? It's him. He's the one who stole the dragon egg. Wang Dawei suddenly shouted, instantly directing all suspicion toward the black-robed figure. They had originally thought the mastermind was Yi Chinghua, but now discovered that Yi Chinghua had never even set foot in Tianqing town. The culprit behind the warehouse's destruction was very likely this bald blue cat, before them that 4th-grade spirit beast. Jiang Fan chuckled softly, his voice hoarse yet exceptionally clear. At this point, when you're about to die, you're still obsessing over that dragon egg? Wang Dawei's heart skipped a beat as he quickly surveyed the battlefield. Xiao Jingguang was being tightly entangled by the bald blue cat, while Executive Li Gong was also locked in confrontation with an elderly man. At this moment, only he was facing this black-robed beast tamer directly. The instincts honed from years of battlefield combat told him, flee. He spun around abruptly, but just as he took a step, a razor-sharp claw tore through the air and ruthlessly pierced his chest. The bald parrot. He recognized that vicious bird, but had no time to react. Immediately after, the bald husky pounced forward, bit down on his arm, and violently shook its head, brutally tearing the entire hand clean off. Chunks of flesh scattered in all directions as Wang Dawei let out an agonizing scream. The bald parrot folded its wings, about to extend its claws to pluck out his heart, but was stopped by Jiang Fan's raised hand. His black robe swaying slightly, Jiang Fan slowly walked up to Wang Dawei, his lips curving into a sinister smile. You wanted to use my parents' lives for a blood sacrifice to that dragon egg? Wang Dawei's face was drained of all color. Even with his late 3rd-grade cultivation, he was now firmly suppressed by 2 3rd-grade spirit beasts, combined with his severed arm and pierced chest, with his heart ready to be torn out at any moment. He had absolutely no power to fight back. He finally realized that when he saw the black-robed beast tamer summon a 4th-grade spirit beast earlier, thinking the opponent had revealed all his cards was an extremely careless mistake. Wait, your parents, who exactly are you? What kind of person are you? Jiang Fan slowly crouched down and lifted a corner of his hood, revealing half of his profile. Wang Dawei's pupils contracted violently, his entire body feeling as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. Jiang. Crack! Jiang Fan's fist slammed down, completely shattering Wang Dawei's mouth. Blood mixed with broken teeth splattered everywhere as Wang Dawei's face turned deathly pale, unable to even scream. I won't let you die so easily. Jiang Fan's lips curved into an ice-cold smile that made Wang Dawei tremble all over. At this moment, how desperately he wanted to expose the true identity of this black-robed beast tamer Jiang Fan. But his mouth was full of blood and foam, unable to utter a single word. Should you be devoured alive, or slowly tortured to death? Jiang Fan drew his dagger, his tone casual as if making small talk, yet it chilled Wang Dawei to the bone. Wang Dawei struggled frantically, but Jiang Fan pinned his chest with one foot, rendering him immobile. He shook his head desperately, only for Jiang Fan to press the dagger down, nailing his head to the ground like a fish on a cutting board, completely unable to move. Third-rank warriors possessed strong vitality and wouldn't die unless vital points were struck. Jiang Fan wanted him to suffer longer. Squelch! The dagger was pulled out and thrust down again, piercing deep into Wang Dawei's shoulder blade. Jiang Fan channeled his blood energy, making the blade vibrate, and instantly shredding the shoulder muscles to pulp. MMPH. The excruciating pain made Wang Dawei convulse all over, only able to emit heart-wrenching whimpers. Jiang Fan's expression remained indifferent as he struck blow after blow like chopping vegetables, until he tortured Wang Dawei to death. His great revenge was finally complete. The piercing screams still echoed, making everyone's scalp tingle. Lu Huan and Old Guo exchanged glances, their eyes showing both relief and amazement. They approved of Jiang Fan's decisive action, but his methods were far more brutal than they had anticipated. The Guard Regiment warriors, however, were all fired up with excitement, raising their arms and cheering in their view. Jiang Fan had done something immensely satisfying. Only after Lu Huan's inquiry did they learn that Wang Dawei had actually used his comrade's blood to sacrifice to dragon eggs. Such a villain indeed deserved no mercy. Though Jiang Fan's ruthlessness exceeded everyone's imagination, Wang Dawei's countless pleas for mercy couldn't change his fate. Who told him to not only provoke Jiang Fan, but also nearly kill Jiang Fan's parents? This enmity was irreconcilable. Meanwhile, Li Gong watched Jiang Fan with a cold smile curling his lips. This person would be perfect for our holy clan. He'll surely become a god of slaughter in the future. Li Gong, you're about to die yet still worry about the evil sect. What a loyal dog, Old Guo sneered. Li Gong remained unfazed, his gaze falling on the weapon in Old Guo's hand, his expression shifting. Are you the one from Yuehua City who killed the Moonfire Grand Executor? Moonfire? I think there was such a person, but I have no impression of him. Old Guo replied indifferently. Li Gong smiled contemptuously. That's right, killing Moonfire isn't much. That kind of newly promoted Grand Executor isn't worth mentioning. With one sentence, he completely dismissed Old Guo's achievement. Old Guo looked up with an indifferent expression. Doesn't matter. All evil sect trash looks the same to me. Everyone's hearts shook. This was even harsher than Jiang Fan. The implication was that whether Moonfire or Li Gong, they were all worthless. The smile on Li Gong's face instantly froze, and a sinister killing intent surged forth, seeking death. A silver longsword shot out like lightning, its radiance piercing the sky with ear-splitting sword cries, as if ready to tear heaven and earth apart. Clang! Metal clashed against metal, shaking the very air. Everyone was astonished. This was the true power of a fourth-rank warrior. Even Lian Jiangfan felt somewhat dazed. The path of martial arts was called the most accessible of all, the lowest strategy among the three great examinations. Yet how many could truly reach this level? This battle before them would overshadow any ordinary beast tamer. Huh? Flashy nonsense. Old Guo roared, his voice like thundering drums. The rolling pin, barely over 2 feet long, was swung with explosive golden light, its overwhelming aura forming a golden staff shadow hundreds of meters long that stretched across the sky, matching the opposing silver giant sword blow for blow. Boom! The staff shadow and sword light collided heat-in with a thunderous crash, as if tearing a hole in the heavens. The thick cloud layer was scattered, blasted into a vacuum hole thousands of meters in diameter. Heaven and earth trembled as if immortals were battling. One staff, one sword, one black, one white. Wild winds swirled, torrential rain poured down, and the very elements changed color. Jiang Fan was stunned speechless. There truly was a qualitative chasm between fourth-rank and third-rank martial artists. Fourth-rank warriors could travel through the air and project spiritual energy hundreds of meters, each move containing earth-shattering power. No wonder third rank and below were called the lower 3 ranks only. By stepping into fourth rank, could one enter the middle 3 ranks? You are? Jiang Fan. Chao Jingguang, shielded by the bald blue cat, asked in a volume others couldn't hear clearly, yet his tone was conversational. Jiang Fan, cloaked in black robes and thinking his identity concealed, couldn't help but be surprised that he'd been recognized. That night at the Brilliant Club, was that you too? Chao Jingguang pressed. Jiang Fan remained silent, his expression graviso that night. Director Chow had indeed seen him. Chao Jingguang seemed unbothered and continued as if talking to himself. I never expected Tianqing Town to produce such a prodigy as you. Unfortunately, your luck is poor. Jiang Fan suddenly smiled. I think it's your luck that's poor to encounter me precisely when you're carrying out your operation. Chao Jingguang paused, then also smiled. Perhaps. Do you know why the Holy Clan wants to seize Tianqing Town? Because they want to use the million civilians here as hostages. Jiang Fan answered. Chao Jingguang nodded approvingly. Correct, very clever. But he narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping low. Do you know why it's specifically Tianqing Town? Jiang Fan suddenly froze. Yes, why Tianqing Town specifically? The dragon egg could only be considered one reason. Clearly there was an even greater secret hidden beneath. Dragon nest? Chao Jingguang whispered the answer. Jiang Fan's heart shook. Beneath Tianqing Town lay buried an ancient dragon lair. The dragon egg he had taken before was merely one of many. There were still more remaining inside. A complete dragon nest was of immeasurable value throughout the vast Star Moon Federation's 28 major cities and hundreds of satellite towns like Tianqing. Not a single dragon nest existed. If this news were confirmed, Tianqing Town would immediately become the focal point of the entire Federation. No wonder the evil sect was willing to take such enormous risks. Their true purpose was to conceal the dragon nest's existence. What an audacious scheme. Jiang Fan frowned. Why are you telling me this? Chao Jingguang shrugged with a faint smile. Perhaps you're doomed anyway, so what harm is there in telling you? Jiang Fan remained secretly vigilant. Since Chao Jingguang had already discovered him taking the dragon egg that night, he should have pursued and killed him on the spot. Why wait until now to speak? Was this a trap? Or did he have other calculations? Chao Jingguang, quickly kill that beast tamer and come help me. Li Gong's urgent plea for aid came through the communication ring. Jiang Fan looked up to see the usually arrogant Li Gong being overwhelmed by old Gua, with a rolling pin-like giant shadow in the sky, firmly suppressing the silver sword phantom. Only now did he truly see old Gua's hidden depths even superior to Li Gong, who prided himself as a fourth-rank expert, quite possibly at fourth-rank peak. The secret department had actually planted such a master right under his nose. Chao Jingguang sighed lightly, seemingly with helplessness. You should go. You shouldn't die here. This sudden kindness left Jiang Fan momentarily at a loss. Could Chao Jingguang's betrayal have hidden circumstances? But his father and the guard unit were heavily surrounded. The numerical disparity was overwhelming, with each guard facing 2 or 3 enemies simultaneously. Even the second-rank captain was covered in blood. On the perimeter, more white-robed enforcers and evil sect followers were rapidly converging. His father fought most fiercely, charging directly at strong enemies others dared not approach, currently under attack by 2 second-rank warriors with his life in constant danger. Jiang Fan shouted, "Make the white-robed enforcers withdraw." Chao Jingguang shook his head. They are the sacred clan's trusted followers and don't obey my commands. His tone seemed even more powerless than before. Then there's no choice. Jiang Fan hesitated no longer and sprinted toward his father's direction. Just as Chao Jingguang was about to move, the bald blue cat growled huff huff and blocked his path. Chao Jingguang glanced at Jiang Fan's retreating figure, the helplessness on his face instantly dissipating, replaced by a contemptuous cold smile. Students will be students put on any random act, and they'll believe it. The next moment, he launched into motion, but chose the opposite direction from Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan. Old Guo witnessed this scene and was suddenly shocked. Jiang Fan had actually withdrawn his focused attention from Chao Jingguang, granting Chao Jingguang freedom on the spot. Although he left the bald blue cat to watch him, a spirit beast was ultimately just a spirit beast. Li Gong's lips curved upward in the distance. Well done. He didn't know what methods Chao Jingguang had used, but the black-robed beast tamer's vigilance had indeed been pried open. A fourth-grade martial artist completely unleashed on this battlefield was like a trump card. The bald blue cat had received only one command: keep an eye on Chao Jingguang. It barely hesitated before dragging its round, plump body forward. But the next moment, Chao Jingguang suddenly changed direction, touching the ground with his toes as his figure traced an arc like a whirlwind, easily shaking off the lazy cat and appearing behind Jiang Fan in the blink of an eye. This scene made the hearts of all spectators skip a beat. Without the bald blue cat, Jiang Fan could never block Chao Jingguang. Jiang Fan instinctively turned around, meeting a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. Young man, sometimes talent alone isn't enough. Chao Jingguang sneered coldly in a low voice. People without brains don't live long. Dead geniuses have no value whatsoever. The blade light in his hand gleamed sharply. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. Then his lips curved into a playful arc. Chao Jingguang couldn't be bothered with his opponent's expression. They were now within arm's reach, the bald blue cat far behind, and he was certain no more surprises could arise. Everyone knows that a beast tamer's body is their weakness. Chao Jingguang's voice was cold and hard. Stop playing mysterious. I bet you don't have a fourth-grade spirit beast. If you did, you would have released it already. Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. Fourth grade? Indeed I don't have, but Before he could finish speaking, Chao Jingwang's body suddenly froze. Excruciating pain and itching instantly swept through his limbs and bones, as if tens of thousands of ants were tearing and biting beneath his skin. Ants. His heart jumped at his level. How could mere ants break through his defenses? Rip. A black-armored ant over a foot long tore through his clothing, its sharp mandibles biting his muscles repeatedly, blood spattering everywhere. This was no ordinary insect, but an ant clan spirit beast. Second grade. Chao Jingwang roared in disbelief. How is this possible? How could a second-grade spirit beast burrow into his clothes? Chao Jingwang's heart turned ice cold. His steel-like body, befitting a fourth-grade warrior, had become a buffet for the ant-type spirit beast. The black-armored spirit ant gnawed with crunch, sounds that penetrated through his flesh straight to his skull, making his scalp crawl. He dared not lose focus, sweeping out with his palm force. Yet because the spirit ant scurried wildly across his body, he couldn't unleash his full power, inadvertently creating openings for his opponent. Rip! A chunk of flesh was torn from his shoulder, the searing pain like fire. Yet he was helpless against the spirit beast clinging to his body, couldn't very well swing his blade at himself. The onlookers, including Lu Huan, simultaneously gasped. A second-grade spirit beast could silently infiltrate a fourth-grade warrior's clothing. What kind of technique was this? A monster. Jiang Fan was simply a monster. A student who had just completed the 3 major examinations was now suppressing numerous veteran powerhouses on the battlefield, leaving them unable to raise their heads. Lu Huan's soft sword flickered like a serpent's tongue, instantly piercing through the forehead of a third-grade warrior before her. With a flick of her wrist, blood exploded and the head shattered completely. She sheathed her sword and stood still, her gaze falling on Jiang Fan with complex emotions as she recalled their interrupted conversation. Su Qingcheng had come to Tianqing Town because of an arranged marriage from the Su family's past, and that partner was very likely Jiang Fan. Previously she had doubts, given their vastly different statuses, but seeing this now, perhaps the Su family had recognized Jiang Fan's exceptional potential, even considering him superior to that dragon rider from the Dragon God Palace. Everyone knew about the dragon rider from Yuehua City pursuing Su Qingcheng, but Jiang Fan? Humph. Even if it was the Su family, she, Lu Huan, might not necessarily show them respect. Her thoughts racing, the soft sword transformed into lightning once more, instantly claiming the lives of several white-robed enforcers while rescuing 2 comrades from the guard regiment. However, the 2 didn't dare thank her immediately, as Lu Huan's current cold expression was truly terrifying. On the other side, the bald blue cat had caught up to Chao Jingwang. Meow. Within the sharp cat's roar, a claw struck swift as lightning. Even as Chao Jingwang dodged desperately, 3 bloody gashes were torn across his back. The cat's claws contained mild poison, not lethal, but causing nerve-shredding mental agony. The ant-type spirit beast was poisonous. The blue cat was poisonous too. This double torment made Chao Jingwang question his very existence. Jiang Fan glanced at him briefly, his assessment clear. Leave him for now. The next moment, he flashed to his father's side, iron fists thundering toward 2 second-grade warriors. The pair instinctively leaped back. No one dared underestimate this black-robed beast master. Given the current battlefield situation, his strength ranked among the most formidable. A 4th-grade beast master held significant influence even in Yuehua City. Moreover, regardless of a beast master's personal combat ability, when a black badge beast master charged forward to kill, second-grade warriors would only instinctively fear and retreat in panic. Useless. He's a beast tamer without any beasts. How can you not kill him? Li Gong was furious. That was clearly the perfect opportunity. After being berated so harshly, the 2 second-rank enforcers who had been standing there dumbfounded finally snapped back to reality. Right. The black-robed beast tamer currently had no spirit beasts by his side, making him as helpless as a man with both arms severed. In the center of the battlefield, the bald husky, bald parrot, bald blue cat, and ant-type spirit beasts had Chao Jingwang completely surrounded, forcing the black-robed beast tamer to retreat step by step. This was precisely when his combat power was at its weakest. The 2 enforcers exchanged a glance, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Kill him. In the next instant, both men stomped the ground hard and lunged toward Jiang Fan from left and right, bringing with them the fierce wind of their charge. Son, run. I'll hold off these bastards. His father's expression changed drastically as he raised his staff to block, but Jiang Fan remained completely motionless, merely raising his hand and giving it a light flick in the air. Everyone was bewildered. What kind of technique was that supposed to be? Li Gong sneered coldly. Has he run out of options and started performing some mystical ritual? Shut your mouth. You're asking for death. Old Gua swung his staff down, striking Li Gong so hard he saw stars, though he too was secretly puzzled. What exactly was Jiang Fan doing? As a beast tamer, even if he had advanced to 1st rank, without spirit beasts, how could he possibly stop 2 second-rank warriors? Jiang Fan ignored the mockery, holding his breath and concentrating as his perception spread out rapidly. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Had sensed them. On each of their shoulders, there happened to be two tiny black ants. System, evolve these two ants into second-rank spirit beasts, he commanded silently in his mind. Evolution in progress. Ding. Evolution successful, wealth value 100,000. Evolution result. Name, iron-eating ant spirit beast. Level, second rank. Talent, F101000 talent value 10 for every 100 growth points. Species, flying type. Growth value, 110000. Stamina, 116. Strength, 199. Speed, 308. Combat power, 303. Special skill, venomous bite carries mild toxicity, capable of causing severe pain. Evolution method, comprehensive evolution. Success. Jiang Fan's heart tightened as he immediately repeated the same, processing the exact same method. He had replicated the technique he had just used on Xiao Jingguang. These warriors, overconfident in their strength, showed no caution toward the ants and ordinary beasts around them, which gave Jiang Fan the perfect opportunity. Earlier, when Xiao Jingguang was distracted, he had quietly flicked an ordinary ant onto the man's shoulder. When Xiao Jingguang thought victory was assured and his guard dropped for just a moment, Jiang Fan evolved that ant into a second-grade spirit beast, an iron-devouring ant. The verbal sparring with Xiao Jingguang was merely a facade. The real purpose was to make this fourth-grade beast tamer completely lower his defenses. The moment his opponent thought Jiang Fan had been deceived was the moment of death. Now, Jiang Fan employed the same tactic, allowing another second-grade iron-devouring ant to silently crawl onto another enemy's armor. The white-robed enforcer glanced down, and his blood instantly turned to ice, had witnessed the terror of these creatures before. The iron-devouring ant's exaggerated mandibles, like two black iron pincers, pierced his carotid artery with a sharp crack, sending blood spurting. Compared to Xiao Jingguang, this newly advanced second-grade enforcer was inferior in both reaction time and physical constitution. With his vital point torn open at close range, he immediately screamed, "Save me!" Another second-grade enforcer had no choice but to abandon his assault on Jiang Fan and rush over, intending to punch the ant beast away and at least drag his colleague to safety. Second-grade powerhouses were already scarce resources, and any loss would shake the foundation of the Enforcement Bureau. However, Jiang Fan stood in place, eyes slightly narrowed, watching the situation unfold exactly as he had planned, perfectly to his liking. Just as the rescuer stepped within 3 paces of his companion. Ding. Evolution successful, wealth value 100,000. Evolution results as follows. The second iron-devouring ant completed its transformation. It emerged from a gap in the rescuer's sleeve, a full foot long, its transparent wings beating rapidly as it viciously lunged at the target's neck. The iron pincer-like mandibles clamped down again, blood spattering everywhere. The rescuer's eyes filled with shock. Who could have imagined that the black-robed beast tamer had hidden yet a third iron-devouring ant? Just how many spirit beasts does he have? 6. 6 beast seals. The enforcer's minds thundered with alarm. Someone who had awakened 6 beast seals should be renowned throughout Moonlight City, yet no one could match this description. Could this black-robed figure be from a major city in another province? But why would he travel tens of thousands of miles to interfere in this matter? As questions swirled, the 2 second-grade enforcers had already been torn to death by the iron-devouring ants. Being newly advanced to second grade, they were inferior to the spirit beasts in both strength and speed, not to mention being ambushed, leaving them virtually no chance to resist. As the 2 corpses fell, the battlefield instantly fell into deathly silence, everyone's scalp tingling as they instinctively shook out their sleeves, fearing these sinister insects might be lurking on them too. Iron-devouring ants were not uncommon in the wasteland, with numerous varieties and diverse appearances, but who could have imagined someone would silently deploy them onto their opponents? Even more terrifying was the question how many more were lying in ambush. Each additional second-grade spirit beast would completely reshape the battle. The disparity on the Enforcement Bureau's side immediately became apparent. Though numerous, most were barely first-grade cultivators with combat abilities hardly different from the ragtag warriors of the Guard Regiment. They originally had fewer than 20 second-grade powerhouses, and now with 2 lost, the death of even 2 represented a massive loss. The key issue was that the black-robed beast tamer's performance was far too shocking, which terrified them all. Even third-rank powerhouses admitted they might not be able to kill faster than the black-robed beast tamer. Lu Huan, Old Gua, and the others stared wide-eyed, with only one question racing through their minds: just how many spirit beasts was Jiang Fan hiding? Moreover, each one was of considerable rank. Any single beast he released would be enough for most beast tamers to boast about for a lifetime. Such strength and unfathomable methods. On the other side, Xiao Jingguang had just broken free from the iron-eating ant's bites when he looked up to see 2 second-rank beast tamers lying dead on the spot. His heart suddenly sank. Jiang Fan. What exactly was going on? Ridiculously young, yet terrifyingly powerful, was like a legendary, innate beast tamer. Innate beast tamers, as the name suggests, awaken their beast seals from birth and can control spirit beasts much earlier than ordinary people, resulting in astonishing combat power. Once the major factions of Yuehua City learned of an innate beast tamer's existence, they would fight to the death to claim them. Even the young beast tamer sent by the Holy Clan was an innate beast tamer. Yet strangely, that person still hadn't appeared. What exactly was he waiting for? In the ruins on the other side, Li Gong was nearly spitting blood. He wildly swung his long blade, but couldn't suppress old Gua, who wielded a rolling pin. That seemingly ordinary rolling pin whistled through the air as old Gua wielded it, each strike carrying heavy whooshing sounds that shattered Li Gong's blade energy to pieces. If his judgment was correct, old Gua was at least a late 4th rank warrior, possibly even peak 4th rank, just half a step away from the legendary realm. Crack! The rolling pin struck heavily against Li Gong's shin. He screamed in agony as the clear sound of cracking bone could be heard, and his entire leg went limp. Li Gong forcibly gathered his true qi and drove back old Gua with one slash, then retreated in panic while dragging his broken leg, roaring, "Reverse Ghost, you old bastard! Why aren't you making your move? Are you really going to watch us all get defeated?" Old Gua's heart trembled. Reverse Ghost? That Reverse Ghost? The Grand Executor of Yuehua City's evil sect, the terrifying 4th rank Soul Master. Low-rank Soul Masters might pose limited threats, but once they stepped into the middle ranks, their true terror began to manifest, enough to crush warriors of the same level. Ha ha ha. Cold, sinister laughter suddenly echoed from the depths of the black mist, like awls piercing everyone's eardrums, making all present break out in goosebumps. Li Gong, you're becoming more and more useless. You might as well retire to the countryside. The voice rang out like a demonic incantation, descending like a ghostly blade from the netherworld, its sharp, bone-chilling malice piercing straight into everyone's hearts. Immediately after, a bottomless black vortex tore open in midair, resembling an endless abyss that violently tugged at the threads of spiritual energy, causing everyone's consciousness to go blank in an instant. As if struck by lightning through the brain, this was the terrifying power of a soul master. Where old Gua and Li Gong faced off, a pitch-black wind column suddenly rose, thick as roof beams and seemingly woven from dense ink. Old Gua snorted coldly. Cheap tricks. His rolling pin struck with tremendous force, the wooden staff transforming into rolling thunder that shattered the dark tornado into scattered mist. Lu Huan shouted excitedly upon seeing this. We did it. In her view, soul masters weren't so formidable after all, especially with old Gua wielding that rolling pin excavated from ancient ruins. It could both block spiritual attacks and crush spiritual essence. However, old Gua showed no sign of relaxation, his brow furrowed even deeper. It's not that simple. The figure across from them was none other than Ni Gue, the highest-ranking Grand Executor of the evil sect in Yuehua City. Though everyone in the city knew his identity, they were powerless against him. Old Gua had expected the evil sect might send a few executors, but he never imagined encountering this old villain Ni Gue. Get out of here quickly, I'll hold him off. The usually confident old Gua suddenly appeared as if facing a mortal enemy, urging everyone to retreat with an expression of desperate resolve. Before anyone could move, the sky churned once more. A second dark vortex appeared, directly swallowing the entire heavens as darkness silently descended. Jiang Fan gasped in horror. What kind of technique is this? He can change the very color of heaven and earth. According to his knowledge, soul masters should primarily focus on spiritual research rather than directly altering the world itself. His teachers had said that soul masters excelled at studying cultural texts, the evolution of fierce and spirit beasts, and wilderness secrets, more like scholars who rarely faced danger. The scene before him completely shattered his understanding. Hiss! A tearing, high-frequency buzzing suddenly exploded into everyone's eardrums, a brutal assault on the spiritual plane. Under the shroud of darkness, everyone suffered excruciating pain, as if poisoned by neural toxins. Old Gua, closest to Ni Gue, bore the brunt of the attack, his eyes flooding with blood vessels as he clutched his head and groaned. Ni Gue sneered, warriors? Nothing but a bunch of brutes. He conjured a black dagger in his palm and stepped into the air, each step seeming to land on invisible stairs as he advanced toward Old Gua. But Old Gua was locked down by the spiritual pressure, barely able to lift his hands. Jiang Fan's heart raced. Old Gua was in danger. Yet Ni Gue had sealed Old Gua's fighting ability with a single move. Lu Huan, despite the splitting pain in her head, endured the wave-like agony and leaped forward, her slender sword flashing like a cold beam of light as she struck at Ni Gue, desperate to save Old Gua. Ni Gue glanced sideways at Lu Huan, his talisman-covered face breaking into an eerie smile. With a flick of his black robe, invisible ripples instantly swept over Lu Huan. The next moment, her determined eyes suddenly grew vacant and lifeless, and she lost all control, plummeting straight down from the great height. A fall of several hundred meters would surely kill or severely injure her. even if she survived. Sister Huan. Jiang Fan couldn't jump as high as Sister Huan. He could only signal the bald parrot to fly over and rescue her. As the fastest among all of Jiang Fan's spirit creatures, the bald parrot transformed into a streak of green light and shot skyward, causing his previously relaxed heart to leap into his throat. The rescue position was dangerously close to the reverse ghost. In the sky, the reverse ghost squinted with a smile, his gaze following the bald parrot's movement, yet he didn't strike immediately. The bald parrot flapped its wings to disperse the air currents, steadily gripping Lu Huan with its sharp talons, then turned around and frantically flew toward the distance. Jiang Fan stared intently at the reverse ghost's reaction, and only when the two sides had opened up a distance of over 1,000 meters did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Mental attacks generally have a shorter range than chi and blood projection, he calculated silently. A fourth-rank martial artist can project chi and blood over 1,000 meters, so a fourth-rank soul master's mental power should be even shorter. 1,000 meters should be enough. Screech. A piercing shriek suddenly exploded in the high sky. Jiang Fan jerked his head. A massive silver falcon had already swooped to the bald parrot's flank. Claws raked across, blood splattered, and the bald parrot's wing was torn with a long, bloody gash. On the falcon's back stood a tall, upright young man with handsome features and a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Compared to the bald parrot, this falcon was several times larger, with a wingspan of about 20 to 30 meters. It barely needed to flap its wings as powerful wind currents rolled beneath them, allowing it to hover steadily in midair with an overwhelming sense of oppression. On the ground, the bald blue cat's fur bristled as it let out low, threatening growls. Its beast eyes locked onto the falcon above that was a fourth-rank spirit beast. Jiang Fan's heart sank. The evil sect had actually sent a fourth-rank beast tamer. What was worse, this person appeared equally young, around 18 or 19 years old, similar to his own age. Gao Yu, that beast tamer is yours to handle. The dragon egg might be on him. The reverse ghost squinted and instructed softly. The young beast tamer, named Gao Yu, looked down at Jiang Fan, his gaze sweeping over the bundle in his hands before returning to his face, saying with a half-smile, "Brother, if you hand over the dragon egg, I might consider sparing your life." Jiang Fan froze. The others also stood stunned in place. The young man across from them spoke, as if he already had Jiang Fan completely figured out. To outsiders, this guy called Gao Yu seemed inexplicably confident, but Jiang Fan understood the reason in the next second. A virtual panel materialized beside Gao Yu, with attribute data as clear as if carved by a blade. Character name, Gao Yu. Age, 18. Class, 4th rank Beast Tamer, 2nd rank Soul Master. Beast Seals, 4. Talent, Top Tier. Spirit Beasts, 3. Other traits, 2nd rank Mental Power level. Mental Power can simultaneously cover over 10 Spirit Beasts. Excels at temporal control with extremely high mastery over Spirit Beasts. Spirit Beast Data. Name, Silverwing Demon Hunter Eagle. Spirit Beast level, 4th rank. Talent, S. Type, Flying class. Stamina, 6,055. Strength, 6,984. Speed, 10,001. Combat power, 13760. Evolution path. So strong. Jiang Fan exclaimed inwardly. Apart from Su Qingqing's dragon mastiff, this was the 2nd strength talent spirit beast he had ever seen. Comparing the Silverwing Demon Hunter Eagle's stats with his own bald blue cat, nearly every attribute showed a 3 to 4-fold difference. The Hunter Eagle's combat power exceeded 10,000, while the blue cat only had 3,800. By this calculation, Gao Yu's arrogance was indeed justified. What made it even more troublesome was that Gao Yu himself was a 2nd-rank Soul Master. While a Soul Master's personal combat strength might not be particularly high, that level of precise control over spirit beasts was enough to stack multiple advantages in actual combat. Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Fan in unison. At this moment, he seemed to be the only one left who could truly hold up the battle situation. Old Gua had recovered some consciousness, but he was simultaneously dealing with Li Gong and the reverse ghost, unable to spare any attention. Among the others, Lu Huan, who was relatively stronger, was clearly no match for Gao Yu. Jiang Fan's mind raced through calculations. If he used the old trick of throwing ants again, he would probably be detected by Gao Yu's keen beast taming senses the moment he made a move, and his trump card of instantly evolving spirit beasts would be completely exposed, not worth the cost. He caught sight of his father's worried expression and gave Gao Yu a faint smile. "We're only at the same rank. Where does your confidence come from?" This single sentence acted like a tranquilizer, immediately slowing down the chaotic drumbeat in their sides' hearts. His father's tightly furrowed brow also relaxed a bit. Since they were both beast tamers of the same rank, Xiao Fan couldn't possibly lose easily. Gao Yu's response carried grating contempt as he looked down dismissively at the bald blue cat. Such ghost stories might fool these amateurs, but they won't change the battle situation. A bunch of clowns. Go, Hunter Eagle, kill them. With the command given, the silver-winged demon hunter eagle flapped its wings, creating a clear sonic boom in the air as its massive form suddenly dove down. That perfect coordination of command and response was something Jiang Fan had only seen in himself, yet now it was replicated in Gao Yu. The hunter eagle's first wave of attack wasn't aimed at Jiang Fan, but at the warriors in the guard unit. Gao Yu clearly planned to clear out the nuisances first, then slowly deal with Jiang Fan. Blue cat. Jiang Fan issued his command as well. Without need for elaboration, the bald blue cat shared his thoughts, its fur bristling on all four limbs, muscles instantly tensing as it transformed into a gray-blue blur lunging toward the sky. Cat catching bird, it was natural law. But this time, Jiang Fan knew better than anyone in his heart this wasn't an ordinary bird, but a hawk. An eagle that hunts animals for sustenance. Screech. The demon-hunting eagle's piercing cry echoed through the air, accompanied by hurricane-force winds from its beating wings. The sound wave struck like an invisible giant axe, and the resulting gale instantly uprooted several massive trees, sending trunks tumbling through the air while branches and leaves scattered wildly. Nearby warriors couldn't steady themselves in time and were caught up in the wind column, lifted dozens of meters into the air as they screamed in terror. Meow. A blue shadow pounced forward. The bald blue cat leaped into midair, striking at the hurricane with its claw. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking cut through the howling wind with startling clarity as one of the cat's claws snapped off, transforming into a cold gleam that shot through the air like an arrow, tearing through the airflow and instantly piercing the chest of a white-robed enforcer in the distance, pinning him dead to the ground. That was a mighty second-rank expert. Just the residual force alone had easily claimed the life of a second-rank warrior. The onlookers felt chills run down their spines, as if death itself had grasped them by the throat. However, even more terrifying was the demon-hunting eagle itself. The bald blue cat had paid the price of a broken claw to shatter the hurricane, yet the demon-hunting eagle's wings remained as lustrous as ever, not a single feather lost. It beat its wings again, stirring the air currents, but this still seemed like nothing more than a casual stretch. The real attack had yet to begin. The gap in power between the two sides was enormous. No matter how reluctant they were to admit it, no matter how confident Jiang Fan's smile remained, this was the reality before their eyes. Xiao Fan. Old Zhang's Adam's apple bobbed as he showed worry on a battlefield for the first time. He could tell that his son's composed expression was merely a facade, a deliberate act to reassure everyone and prevent his family from worrying. Jiang Fan snorted coldly, his gaze locked on the giant eagle in the sky. At this moment, the only combat force he could freely deploy was the bald blue cat. On the other side, the bald husky, bald parrot, and 3 iron-eating ants were all being held down by Qiao Jingguang, unable to break free. The situation was clear. In both high-end and mid-tier combat power, the enemy held complete superiority, and they were being thoroughly suppressed. Though old Guo was stubborn, and his rolling pin could indeed shatter psychic attacks, allowing him to hold his own against either Li Gong or Ni Gui in single combat. Ever since taking one of Ni Gui's psychic strikes, he seemed shrouded in a thin mist. His eyes occasionally grew unfocused, his movements became half a beat slower, and he began retreating step by step. His reactions had grown sluggish, and he was steadily losing ground. Lao Guo took 3 sword strikes from Li Gong, leaving 3 bleeding wounds on his body. The reverse ghost psychic attacks followed immediately after, wave upon wave, forcing Lao Guo's movements to repeatedly falter. The outcome was almost certain. What can we do now? Jiang Fan's heart raced with anxiety when suddenly bang. The ground exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. He jerked his head up, pupils contracting sharply. Lao Guo had been smashed into the street by Li Gong's sword. Through the rolling dust and smoke, Li Gong pressed his advantage with the reverse ghost's psychic suppression, his long sword raised high, ready to deliver the final blow that would end Lao Guo's life. This is bad. If Lao Guo falls, we won't even have a chance to fight back. Jiang Fan's breathing quickened, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. There was no way out. It was time for a desperate gamble. 7 or 8 dark shadows burst from the ruins and shadows, racing toward where Lao Guo had fallen, moving so fast they left afterimages. Someone in the stands with exceptional eyesight cried out in shock. Iron-eating ants. So many iron-eating ants, 7 of them? How is that possible? Qiao Jingguang is already tied up with 3 of them. It turned out that Jiang Fan had spent 100,000 points earlier to evolve, not just those 3. He had cultivated 10 iron-eating ants in total, with 7 remaining hidden underground as his final ambush. To save Lao Guo, he had no choice but to reveal all his cards early. The ant swarm had clear division of labor. 3 grade 2 iron-eating ants took flight, directly confronting Li Gong's gathering sword energy, while the remaining 4 used the brief opening to rush toward Lao Guo. A mantis trying to stop a chariot? Li Gong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Fan from the corner of his eye, both shocked and furious. Clever strategy. You saw I was building up power and threw 3 grade 2 spirit beasts at me to force an early strike? What a ruthless waste. For beast tamers, every spirit beast was hard-won. Moreover, once a spirit beast was killed, the contract seal would shatter with it. Jiang Fan was literally gambling with his foundation. Li Gong burned with rage, but had no choice but to deal with the 3 iron-eating ants charging at him. Clang! The sword's cry pierced the heavens as a terrifying sword energy fell like thunder, instantly tearing apart the 3 iron-eating ants. The remaining force continued unabated, sending hundreds of sword blades through the ground, carving a 100-meter-long fissure. On both sides of the crack, an old residential building's foundation collapsed, crashing down and burying hundreds of defenseless residents along with their screams under dust and rubble. Wails echoed briefly among the debris before falling into deathly silence. Jiang Fan's body trembled. His heart turning ice cold had only wanted to buy a moment's time, never expecting Li Gong could so easily slaughter civilians. But with the situation pressing, he could only focus on saving Laoguo first. Taking advantage of that brief window, the 4 iron-eating ants dragged the badly wounded Laoguo to safety. Without this intervention, Laoguo would already be a corpse. Seeing his sword had failed to claim a life, Li Gong's face twisted into a cold smile of frustrated rage. Is this the justice your righteous sects speak of? For the sake of one friend, you're willing to fill the gap with ordinary people's lives. In the evil sect's vocabulary, ordinary people were no different from ants, to be crushed at will. Qiao Xingguang's gaze swept over the collapsed residential building and the bodies buried under rubble, his brow furrowing slightly. Don't involve innocent people. Li Gong sneered. Qiao Xingguang, since you've joined the evil sects, you should understand these mortals are obstacles to humanity's supernatural evolution. No matter how many die, it's not worth lamenting. Qiao Xingguang said nothing more. Human transcendent evolution? On the other side, Jiang Fan confirmed that old Guo was temporarily out of mortal danger. He withdrew his gaze and coldly mocked Li Gong. You're nothing but a bunch of alien races rejected by humanity, yet you dare spout nonsense here? Li Gong's face instantly turned ashen, his hoarse voice filled with rage. What do you know? The righteous cause of the Holy Clan, how could someone of your lowly bloodline possibly understand? Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to waste more words and turned to Qiao Xingguang. Director Qiao, you've always been the guardian deity in the hearts of Tianqing townspeople. Now that the citizens are in danger, are you really going to stand by and do nothing? Qiao Xingguang remained silent, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Jiang Fan couldn't grasp his true thoughts at the moment, only sensing that his emotions seemed to be pulled by something. Perhaps it wasn't Qiao Xingguang who defected to the Holy Clan, but the entire Qiao family. He himself was merely forced to cooperate? In Tianqing town, Qiao Xingguang commanded great respect, always dutiful and responsible. This much Jiang Fan knew clearly. But now, the townspeople were being used as hostages in the confrontation between the evil sect and humanity. Jiang Fan's tone turned cold. Can you really turn a blind eye to such despicable tactics? Qiao Xingguang's brow furrowed even tighter. Jiang Fan's heart stirred. There's hope. At least the last trace of justice in Qiao Xingguang's heart hadn't been extinguished. As long as Qiao Xingguang was willing to turn against them, they still had a chance. Kakik. The reverse ghost's eerie laughter suddenly rang out, cold and piercing. Your words are quite smooth. The reverse ghost licked his lips. But would Director Qiao really abandon his own family for the sake of so-called righteousness? Jiang Fan was slightly stunned, an ominous premonition flashing through his mind. He looked around, scanning several circles, but never saw a single member of the Qiao family. The reverse ghost clapped his hands lightly, his voice carrying cruel amusement. Hee. As long as he dares betray the Holy Clan, the Qiao family will cease to exist in this world. In that instant, Jiang Fan completely understood. The evil sect was using the lives of the entire Qiao family to force Qiao Xingguang to serve the Holy Clan. The Qiao family members were most likely already under house arrest somewhere. If only they could rescue the hostages, perhaps Qiao Xingguang could truly switch sides. Meanwhile, at the Law Enforcement Bureau building, the entire structure was so empty that even echoes rang clearly through the halls. Nearly all the white-robed enforcers had been deployed, and those who remained had long since hidden away after catching wind of trouble. At this moment, only 2 figures, Su Qingqing and Mama Zhang, stepped through the main entrance, their footsteps echoing in the vacant corridors. The people captured by the evil sect should be imprisoned here. Su Qingqing gazed into the pitch-black depths. But we just searched the entire building and didn't find a single soul, Mama Zhang muttered under her breath. A vital location like this in Tianqing town must have hidden chambers. Su Qingqing nodded and raised her hand to summon the dragon mastiff cub. Its golden fur seemed to emit its own light, illuminating a section of the silent corridor. Mama Zhang gasped. Young miss, the dragon mastiff has actually advanced to 3rd rank. Su Qingqing simply nodded again. Mama Zhang's mind reeled in confusion. Just days ago, the young miss had been searching for an evolution master to devise a plan for the dragon mastiff. Had she suddenly succeeded? Dragon mastiffs were shrank creatures, already rare, and possessed noble bloodlines to boot. They weren't simply mastiffs with traces of dragon blood, but legendary spirit beasts that ranked alongside true dragons without any inferiority, making their evolution extremely difficult. The Su family had originally planned to ask a friendly evolution master for help, but that master had disappeared while exploring the wasteland, putting the plan on hold. Later, the young Mrs. Mother had also gone missing during a wasteland expedition. Fearing that his daughter might recklessly venture into the wasteland to rapidly increase her strength, the master had deliberately suppressed the dragon mastiff's evolution and refused assistance from other evolution masters. But now, the young miss had accomplished it herself? Either someone had secretly helped her, or the young miss had already become a third-rank beast tamer? Mama Zhang's heart churned with these thoughts, yet she couldn't voice a single word. The dragon mastiff twitched its nostrils, its keen sense of smell working like radar as it quickly led them toward the deepest part of the building. There lay an underground structure. Several narrow corridors crisscrossed each other, and freed from the constraints of the surface building. Each corridor stretched endlessly into darkness, with lighting so dim that only shadows remained at their ends. Found it. The dragon mastiff stopped before an alloy door and let out a low growl. The door was locked. Mama Zhang raised her palm and struck. As the iron door shattered with a thunderous crash, red warning lights suddenly blazed from the corridor ceiling, their piercing glow mingling with sharp alarms. Damn, we've triggered the alarm. Mama Zhang cursed in frustration. It's fine, just move quickly. Su Qingqing's gaze remained steady. She glanced at the dragon mastiff, and the massive cub instantly smashed through the doorframe, squeezing into the cramped room. After sniffing the ground twice, it locked onto a corner position and struck down with one claw. The tiles shattered instantly, but the exposed brown metal only trembled slightly. Meteoric iron. Mama Zhang recognized the material and frowned. It requires at least 4th-rank destructive power. Young miss, step back. She dove into the room, pressed her palms together, and unleashed her force with tremendous power. The meteoric iron plate was struck with a deep dent, but remained solid as a rock. Remembering how the bald blue cat had clawed and torn its way through the meteoric iron door in the deepest part of the guard core warehouse, she struck 10 more times in succession, finally cracking open a large fissure. Though her breathing was now labored, her thoughts turned to whoever had been able to smash through meteoric iron doors and steal guard core supplies. Their strength was truly terrifying. At least a 4th-rank spirit beast. Initially, they suspected Yi Chinghua was behind this, but after contacting him, they discovered he wasn't even in Tianqing town. However, the muffled sounds from below the passage grew increasingly urgent, still sending chills down their spines. After the 16th heavy blow struck, the thick meteorite iron door finally shattered into pieces, and through the flying debris, a fist burst through the opening. Zhang Ma was ready. Blocking with her arm and forcefully deflecting the punch, the opponent was clearly a 3rd-grade martial artist. She snorted coldly. How dare you act so brazenly? With that, she launched a straight punch of her own, and the sound of cracking bones like muffled thunder immediately echoed from behind the door, followed by a piercing scream that quickly faded into the corridor. Miss, please wait. Zhang Ma called out before charging alone into the refined iron passage that could barely fit one person. The dragon mastiff's massive frame got stuck at the entrance, unable to squeeze through, so Su Qingqing led it to guard the secret chamber's entrance, waiting for anyone who might try to escape. With the dragon mastiff's strength, virtually no one could break through. From deep within the dim passage came the sounds of fierce combat mixed with roars, the constant clash of metal against metal. After about several minutes, the first group stumbled out. The first to emerge was a middle-aged man whose clothes were disheveled, but who still maintained his composure. Their eyes met, and he urgently clasped his hands together. I am the commander of Tianqing town. Thank you all for the rescue. You are the benefactors of Tianqing town. Following him were several young people, their faces showing the dazed expression of those who had narrowly escaped death. With Jiang Hua appearing most affected, his face was bruised and swollen from having talked back a few times while trapped below. After all the trapped individuals had climbed up, Zhang Ma also emerged, dragging several unconscious enemies behind her, and briefly reported, no one else is down there. Su Qingqing's brow suddenly furrowed. Where is Jiang Fan? Zhang Hua was stunned. I don't know. Who cares about him? Qingqing, do you know that Tianqing town is in danger right now? Chow. Before he could finish speaking, Su Qingqing had already grabbed one of the people Zhang Ma had dragged up, her eyes sharp and fierce as she demanded sternly, where is Jiang Fan? The man was clearly terrified, trembling as he hurriedly replied, Jiang Fan didn't come. He seems to have gone into hiding. The enforcers searched the entire city and said he'd already left Tianqing town. He claimed so himself. Left Tianqing town. Su Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly. She knew Jiang Fan too well. As long as his parents remained in town, he would never leave alone. Qingqing, stop worrying about that kid. He's either hiding or already dead. Right now Zhang Hua's persuasion was cut short mid-sentence, this time by Su Qingqing's bone-chillingly cold stare. Zhang Hua couldn't understand why Su Qingqing remained so concerned about Jiang Fan. Tianqing town was now fraught with danger. The Enforcement Bureau and Guard Regiment had betrayed them, the evil sect had entered the city, and the entire town was shrouded in darkness. They could very well become bargaining chips in negotiations between the evil sect and Yuehua City. With their fates in others' hands, what was the point of still looking for Jiang Fan? Su Qingsheng couldn't be bothered with Jiang Hua anymore, turning her gaze to the Chao family members. Has the Chao family betrayed us? The name Chao family members all trembled simultaneously. The family head hesitated for a long time, still not daring to reveal the truth. Just then, a disheveled young man stepped out from behind him. If Jiang Fan and Lu Huan had been present, they would have immediately recognized him as Chao Gang from the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall at the Exchange Center. We were deceived by the Holy Clan. No, the evil sect. Chao Gang ignored his family head's attempts to stop him and revealed the truth in one breath. The evil sect promised that if we helped them take Tianqing town, they'd make the Chao family the true rulers of the town, managing everything on their behalf. But they never treated the Chao family as partners, only kept delaying appointments while frantically draining our clan members' blood. Just now, that guy called Gao Yu even forcibly stripped my brother's beast seal. Stripped his beast seal? Su Qingqing's expression darkened. Forcibly removing another's beast seal from a living body to enhance one's own markings was a cruel method classified as a capital crime by the Star Moon Federation. Yet it was precisely the evil sect's usual tactic. They had long hunted beast-taming prodigies in remote areas for exactly this purpose. The evil sect must be destroyed, the Tianqing town commander said through gritted teeth. Mama Zhang glanced at the commander with a slightly suspicious expression, but said nothing. Su Qingsheng gave brief instructions. You all leave here and find somewhere safe to hide. She turned to go. The commander suddenly called out to her. Are you going to support the city center? I'll come too. Su Qingsheng turned back. How do you know there's fighting in the city center? This is underground in the enforcement bureau. Outside sounds can't reach here. The commander was obviously stunned for a moment, then smiled. I believe the townspeople all have backbone and would never bow to the evil sect. There must be fighting there. This reason was barely acceptable. But you're not a martial artist. You wouldn't be able to help even if you went. I'm the Tianqing town commander. In times of crisis, I should stand with the warriors. Suit yourself. Su Qingsheng responded in different light. Perhaps Jiang Fan really was in the city center, which would put him in danger. Miss, I think this. Mama Zhang was about to voice her suspicions in a low voice when Su Qingsheng waved her hand to interrupt. The two immediately quickened their pace and rushed out of the enforcement bureau, with the commander panting as he followed behind. Meanwhile, the battle in the city center had reached a fever pitch. Guard regiment martial artists kept falling, leaving only 10 remaining, barely making up the numbers even with Lu Huan included. Jiang Fan stuffed all the third-grade beast blood he'd scavenged to Old Gua. Though limited in quantity, it was enough to barely restore Old Gua's fighting strength. Using beast blood to forcibly sustain oneself was essentially burning through one's lifespan, but Old Gua couldn't care less die anyway if he didn't fight, so might as well gamble. He didn't know where Jiang Fan had gotten so much beast blood, but since it wasn't his own, he consumed it without any heartache. Jiang Fan, however, was heartbroken and kept sucking in sharp breaths. I emptied the entire guard regiment warehouse for just this little bit of third-grade beast blood, and Old Gua crunched through it all like candy beans. That's at least 1 million. Hiss, are you still good to go? Jiang Fan couldn't help but question him. The third-grade beast blood is finished. Old Gua weakly shook his head. Got any more? I'm badly injured, cough cough. Jiang Fan was at his wit's end. Are all 4th-grade martial artists this wasteful? 3rd-grade beast blood can't even sustain you. He searched around for a while, then shrugged. Want some spirit stones? Spirit stones. Old Gua's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Fan looked puzzled. With that energy level, are you sure you're really lacking? Cough cough cough. I'm too badly injured. But I feel like spirit stones might save me. Jiang Fan's gaze turned sharp and piercing. He clearly sensed that Old Gua was scheming against him, but he lacked concrete evidence. The problem was that Old Gua looked absolutely terrible, his face ashen gray, wheezing like a broken bellows, appearing ready to drop dead at any moment. Jiang Fan genuinely feared the man might collapse right then and there. After weighing his options, he reluctantly pulled out his last 5 spirit stones and handed them all over. Old Gua had been waiting eagerly on the sidelines. Seeing that Jiang Fan wasn't producing anything else, his face immediately fell with disappointment. That's it. When Jiang Fan turned to put the spirit stones away, Old Gua quickly reached out to stop him. Wait. Sure, it's not much, but something's better than nothing. I'll take you to see the reserves in the Shadow Division someday. Hiss. Jiang Fan found something oddly uncomfortable about those words. As the two continued their little performance, Li Gong nearby furrowed his brow. Could you two make your stalling any more obvious? Just moments ago, Jiang Fan and Old Gua had been openly exchanging resources and healing each other right in front of everyone, even trading verbal jabs, as if the surrounding crowd didn't exist. Now, Jiang Fan recalled all his spirit beasts, arranging them in a defensive perimeter around himself and Old Gua. This temporarily secured the safety of the Guard Regiment members, and Lu won because Jiang Fan had just agreed to an unequal treaty. He would face Gao Yu in single combat. If he lost, he'd have to reveal the location where the dragon egg was hidden. If he somehow won, they would release the hostages. These people appeared magnanimous on the surface, but deep down, they didn't believe Jiang Fan stood a chance. With Gao Yu's strength 4th-tier spirit beast, the silver-winged demon hunter eagle, he was virtually unbeatable among beast tamers of the same level. They could extract information about the dragon egg while avoiding unnecessary killing. Why not? That dragon egg from the dragon's nest was brimming with life force, extremely easy to revive, and worth far more than Jiang Fan's insignificant life. Jiang Fan understood perfectly well that even if he obediently handed over the dragon egg, he'd most likely still end up dead. Old Gua, do you have any money on you? Jiang Fan suddenly lowered his voice. What? Old Gua was taken aback. What do you mean? Those beast blood samples and spirit stones I gave you, they are worth at least 2 or 3 million, right? About that. Actually, you're underestimating. At market prices, they're worth at least 4 or 5 million. That much? Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Old Gua continued devouring the resources while giving a thumbs up, as expected from someone who stole. Took from the Guard Regiment's warehouse. Such generosity. Jiang Fan extended his hand. Old Gua was confused again. What for? Pay up. Don't tell me you're planning to dine and dash. Old Gua was completely speechless. You're about to die. What do you need money for? You're the one who's about to die. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. What's our relationship anyway? Don't I just eat noodles at your place all the time? If it weren't for your cheap noodles, would I have spent all these years choking down that inedible slop? He sighed at this point. Normally I wouldn't care, but right now I urgently need the money. He needed to evolve his spirit beasts. Against Gao Yu, he wasn't entirely without hope. Though his opponent had in strength 4th-tier beast, Jiang Fan had the advantage in numbers. If he could quickly create 1 or 2 more 4th-tier spirit beasts and catch them off guard, he might just be able to turn the tables. Jiang Fan's mind raced through calculations, though his expression remained calm and composed. To Old Gua's eyes, however, he looked troubled and worried. Suddenly understanding dawned. Perhaps Xiao Fan wasn't asking for money for himself. Perhaps he wants to secure an inheritance for his parents so they can live comfortably in the future. Xiao Fan, I never realized you had such filial piety. Old Gua was deeply moved, his cloudy eyes instantly filling with tears as he stared at Jiang Fan, looking as if he might rush over and embrace the young man at any moment. Jiang Fan was completely stunned, his face clearly expressing, how does this make me filial? This had absolutely nothing to do with filial piety. The awkward atmosphere lasted less than a second before the two began a series of operations that made everyone's scalp tingle. The old phone that had been shattered by sword energy was completely destroyed, making transfers impossible. Old Gua turned to Lu Huan nearby. Let me borrow your phone. It's urgent. Lu Huan nearly dropped his phone. At a time like this, you're still thinking about logging into payment apps? Despite his grumbling, he obediently handed over his phone. Old Gua quickly entered his account information, his weathered fingers sliding across the screen. When the payment interface fully loaded, Jiang Fan's eyes widened like saucers. Wait, how many accounts do you have? Each person can only register 1 account. You should know that already. Even the Shadow Division isn't an exception. Old Gua replied without looking up. But then Jiang Fan became even more confused. The balance was only 800,000. He had assumed that Old Gua, a top-tier expert who had lived most of his life, would have staggering wealth, but it turned out he only had this much left. Just 800,000, he blurted out. Old Gua shrugged with a carefree smile. At my level, money doesn't mean much. I pursue resources that money can't buy. Everyone felt a pang in their hearts. In plain terms, he was poor. Old Gua quietly sighed, also stung by this harsh reality. Nevertheless, he transferred out all the remaining 800,000 plus from his account. Ding. A system notification appeared. Transfer received from Old Gua. Wealth value increased by 830,000. The money had arrived. Jiang Fan looked at the jumping numbers on his panel. Combined with his original savings, he now had over 1.3 million in wealth value. That's enough. A barely perceptible smile crossed his lips as his mind began calculating. If used cleverly, Gao Yu wasn't impossible to kill. Hearing this whisper, Gao Yu's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, is it enough? Jiang Fan looked up and said coolly, I'll let you off easy this time. This amount of money is nowhere near sufficient. Old Gua was stunned. Lu Huan was stunned. Everyone around them was frozen in place. What on earth was this guy talking about? Dense black lines appeared on Gao Yu's forehead, and his previously graceful, amiable smile instantly crumbled. He was the one who had asked, is it enough? And Jiang Fan had already worn away every last bit of his patience. Old Gua was starting to feel awkward, as if he couldn't stall any longer. Only then did Jiang Fan seem to snap back to reality, flashing a smile at Gao Yu. All right, but I think we should change the location for our duel so we can really let loose. What's this guy up to? Gao Yu immediately grew suspicious and was about to refuse when Jiang Fan added, "We're both people with secrets. I'm sure you'd agree." That one sentence left Gao Yu completely cornered if he refused. Wouldn't that be admitting he had no secrets? In truth, he really had nothing to hide. Everything about him was already out in the open. Most top young prodigies only poured all their resources into one or two areas to have a chance at standing out, leaving them with shallow foundations. But he absolutely refused to let anyone see his predicament. A true genius should appear effortlessly confident with endless tricks up their sleeve. Fine, Gao Yu agreed boldly. Jiang Fan silently called out, "System, evolve the bald parrot to 4th grade. Evolution in progress." The arena he proposed was a private golf course mountain far from the city center. Gao Yu initially disagreed, it was too close to the city walls, giving Jiang Fan too convenient an escape route if he wanted to flee. But Jiang Fan won him over with just a few words. The open vista, the commanding view of all the mountains below, a battle between masters, deserved such an extraordinary setting. The mountain had originally been just a barren peak that several developers fought over, until the Chao family finally bought it and turned it into a playground for the wealthy. Gao Yu, absolutely not. That place is. Li Gong's words cut off abruptly, as if touching on classified information. Gao Yu chuckled lightly. No matter, those things are buried deep enough they won't be blasted out. Li Gong's expression darkened, sighing inwardly that geniuses were indeed difficult to control. In the crowd, Jiang Fan caught Chao Xinggong's eye, who gave an almost imperceptible nod, so the dragon's nest really was beneath the golf course mountain. It seemed the Chao family had deliberately acquired this land, and the official who approved it. Jiang Fan had no time to think further. The moment they reached the foot of the mountain, Gao Yu gave the command. The demon-hunting eagle spread its wings and soared, its talons tearing through the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. If the bald parrot hadn't swooped in time to pull Jiang Fan away, that single strike might have ended the battle. Jiang Fan glanced at the bald blue cat beside him. The cat let out a low growl, sprinted several hundred meters, then leaped powerfully upward, its massive paws whistling through the air toward the demon-hunting eagle. Dodge! Gao Yu commanded instantly, and the demon-hunting eagle banked to avoid the attack. The demon-hunting eagle was already top tier among spirit beasts of its class, with its only weakness being a relatively fragile body. It excelled at surprise attacks and killing blows, while close combat was its fatal flaw. Good targeting. Old Gua and the others exclaimed in delight. The black-robed beast tamer had precisely identified his opponent's weakness. Li Gong frowned slightly. This person's combat experience was actually no less than Gao Yu's. Just as everyone thought the bald blue cat would capture the demon-hunting eagle, Gao Yu sneered coldly. Naive. Rise. At the command, the demon-hunting eagle's wings exploded outward, soaring 10,000 meters high in the blink of an eye. The explosive power of a 4th-grade spirit beast was terrifying. The bald blue cat struck empty air, landing with frustrated paw movements. The next moment, the demon-hunting eagle dove from the heights like a silver lightning bolt, accompanied by intense wind-breaking sounds as it came crashing down. Jiang Fan's heart raced with alarm. This appeared to be the hunting stance of a demon-hunting eagle. The air whistled as razor-sharp talons sliced through it, creating a continuous line of sound. Wherever they passed, the very fabric of space showed faint cracks as if shattered by a hammer, while the accompanying eagle's screech made eardrums throb with pain. The bald blue cat sprinted frantically through the mountain forest, its gray-blue form darting past bushes at breakneck speed, kicking up dirt and fallen leaves in all directions. Using thick tree trunks as cover, it tilted its head to calculate the demon-hunting eagle's diving angle, yet dared not slow its pace for even a moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ground and sky seemed to blur into two racing trajectories, both sides matching each other's incredible speed. Damn, too slow. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. He could clearly see the demon-hunting eagle in midair, slightly flapping its steel-like wings, somehow managing to change direction at high speed no matter where the blue cat ran. Those piercing eyes remained locked onto it. Crash! The demon-hunting eagle plummeted into the forest with devastating force, snapping thick trees at their trunks with the shockwave, instantly leveling vast swaths of green canopy. Blue cat! Jiang Fan roared, immediately commanding his iron-eating ants to surge forward like a tide for support, while directing his bald husky to attack Gao Yu in the chaos. Gao Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold sneer playing at his lips. Trash is trash. Send a whole army, and there's still trash. Swoosh. The very next second after dust exploded outward, the demon-hunting eagle had already broken free from the cloud, streaking forward like black lightning, close to the ground. Even on the surface, its charge remained terrifying, reaching the bald husky in what seemed like the blink of an eye. With a single wing beat, its feathers hard as refined steel, it struck the husky's neck with a sharp crack. The dog's vision exploded with stars as its body was sent flying hundreds of meters, carving out a series of deep craters along its path before finally tumbling heavily down the mountainside. The crowd watching from a distance felt their hearts sink. Gao Yu's spirit beast, is this powerful? The gap was so vast it left their throats dry. Xiao Fan, does he have any hope of winning? Lu Huan asked old Gua in a lowered voice. She had originally thought that as fellow fourth-rank beast tamers, even if there was a difference between them, it wouldn't be like heaven and earth. Yet now Jiang Fan's two creatures combined seemed utterly powerless to fight back. Sigh. Old Gua could only let out a weary breath. The chance of victory is less than 1 in 10. For Gao Yu to be sent by the evil sect as a dragon controller, his talent went without saying. Combined with the evil sect's endless resources, he was like a tiger with wings. To reach the 4th rank at such a young age was itself an almost inexplicable anomaly. For Jiang Fan to even put up a fight was already remarkable. How could he possibly hope to win? Old Gua's expression was grave as he watched. That boy Jiang Fan was risking his life to buy them time. He had to recover quickly and rush in to save him the moment Jiang Fan was defeated. Even if Tianqing Town ultimately couldn't be defended, he had to at least protect these young talents and help them break through. Hee, how foolishly overconfident. Li Gong, Ni Gui, and other evil sect powerhouses appeared leisurely and confident at this moment. Gao Yu's strength was undeniably a top-tier genius who had received massive resources from the evil sect, more than capable of crushing a mid-grade beast tamer. As long as Gao Yu killed that black-robed beast tamer, they would reap the benefits without effort. If they truly pushed the mid-grade beast tamer to a desperate last stand, they would pay a price too. This expedition had already cost the evil sect many instructors, and further losses might even collapse their defensive capabilities. The bald blue cat wasn't dead, but it was covered in wounds, with large patches of singed fur falling off and flesh exposed. One paw had been brutally broken during the demon-hunting eagle's dive. The bald husky appeared to have only taken one strike from the demon-hunting eagle, but its internal injuries were actually more severe. Is this all the strength you have? Gao Yu sneered mockingly. Jiang Fan shot back. Hee, your weakness is pretty obvious too, isn't it? Only that demon-hunting eagle of yours is useful. Gao Yu's expression stiffened slightly. Though he possessed 3 spirit beasts, all his resources had been invested in the demon-hunting eagle, while the other 2 remained at first grade. Once the demon-hunting eagle charged out and couldn't return in time for support, he himself would be like fish on a chopping block. The demon-hunting eagle is more than enough to deal with you. He remained domineering, confident in the demon-hunting eagle's power and speed. It could cross 1,000 meters in an instant with a single wing beat, absolutely foolproof. Screech. The demon-hunting eagle dove again, and the bald blue cat and bald husky had almost nowhere to dodge. Jiang Fan snorted coldly, pulling his 2 spirit beasts into a desperate flight, rolling and crawling without any regard for dignity. Kakik, this is what you're relying on. Ni Gui's sinister laughter echoed through the air. Old Gua's side was filled with worry. Old Zhang's eyes were going dark, and he would have collapsed on the spot if old Zhang hadn't supported him. Usually, he taught his son that a good man should aspire to travel far and help the weak against the strong, but now he only wanted his son to survive. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point when old Gui suddenly moved. His rolling pin crackled with lightning as he strode toward Gulf Mountain. In the next instant, a dark vortex opened before him. Ni Gui, old Gui growled. There's a fair duel taking place over there, so let's not interfere, Ni Gui said mockingly. Fair my ass, you old ghost. Old Gui swung his staff. Lightning exploded, and the dark whirlpool was instantly shattered. But just as he was about to take another step, a new vortex appeared behind him, and Ni Gui stepped out unharmed, his eerie methods chilling to the bone. This old woman will assist. In the distance, an elderly woman approached through the air, arriving in just a few steps. Old Gua looked over and realized he didn't recognize her, but watched as she raised her fist and smashed the dark vortex to pieces. Go save them over there. Old Gua urged anxiously, but the old woman continued walking straight toward him, saying slowly, someone is over there. In the crowd, old Jiang squinted and looked several times before daring to whisper. Su Qingqing's aunt? Su Qingqing. Lu Huan was stunned. Su Qingqing didn't leave. Shouldn't she have been taken away by the Su family already? The intelligence from the Shadow Division clearly stated that the Su family had sent people to Tianqing Town to take Su Qingqing away. Roar. A piercing beast's howl suddenly echoed from Gulf Mountain, rolling through the valley like muffled thunder. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to look. A mastiff with a golden coat and a body the size of a small truck appeared on the mountainside. Its fur gleamed like metallic armor, with 2 horn-like bone protrusions jutting backward from its head like dragon horns, glaring furiously at the circling demon-hunting eagles in the sky. Though merely a 3rd-grade spirit beast, it emanated an imposing aura capable of dominating the wasteland, like a sovereign wearing an invisible crown. Su Qingqing is here? Jiang Fan's heart suddenly turned cold, his reaction completely different from the others. Everyone assumed Su Qingqing had come for the arranged marriage, but he had personally witnessed the familiar relationship between the evil sects Xiao Ran and Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was definitely on the evil sect's side. Even worse, that ant was also a fourth-grade warrior, double the trouble. One crisis after another, this battle could not be delayed any longer. Jiang Fan immediately shouted, "Go! Stop that dragon mastiff!" Several fist-sized iron-eating ants immediately spread their thin wings, buzzing as they soared into the sky. Originally, Jiang Fan had prepared them as cannon fodder to distract the demon-hunting eagles, but now they had to block the dragon mastiff first. Don't underestimate the third-grade dragon mastiff. Its level aptitude guaranteed formidable combat power. If it joined forces with the demon-hunting eagles in a pincer attack, the situation would collapse instantly. Su Qingsheng had just reached the foot of the mountain and hadn't yet grasped the situation when she saw 3 iron-eating ants cutting through the wind toward her. In the wasteland, encountering swarms of these flying insect spirit beasts meant disaster unless there was an insect tamer present. But when had Gao Yu become an insect tamer? She called out loudly, "Hold on for a moment. I'll deal with these little bugs first, then help you." Hearing this, Gao Yu frowned. Su Qingsheng was actually still alive? Previously, Xiao Ran had confidently vowed to eliminate her, but now Xiao Ran was missing while Su Qingqing appeared unharmed. Xiao Ran had failed. Glancing at Su Qingqing's dragon mastiff, everything suddenly became clear. So that's how it was. Su Qingqing had actually succeeded in evolving her dragon mastiff. No wonder Xiao Ran was no match for her. I've long heard about the Su family's runaway princess with extraordinary talents. A natural beast tamer, born with an awakened beast seal and a 90% compatibility rate with spirit beasts, Gao Yu said with half-closed eyes, his voice dripping with mockery. Too bad the Su family head won't let your spirit beast evolve too quickly, doesn't want you running off to the western sand wasteland to find your missing mother, right? Su Qingsheng remained silent. She knew Gao Yue frequently appeared at the Xiao residence and had a good relationship with Xiao Ran. "I never expected you to be from the evil sect," Su Qingsheng said coldly. "Does this mean Xiao Ran and even the entire Xiao family are the evil sect's lackeys? Why pretend to be confused?" Gao Yu laughed casually. "Miss Su should have known the moment she killed Xiao Ran." "Killed Xiao Ran?" Su Qingqing frowned. "Was Xiao Ran dead?" "She had no idea." "Hmm? You didn't kill him?" Gao Yu was stunned. Before he could ask further, a heart-wrenching screech from the demon-hunting eagle echoed overhead. Everyone looked up to see a massive iron-eating ant, over 10 meters long, black as ink with a shell gleaming with dark light, gripping the demon-hunting eagle's wings tightly, while its sharp mandibles snapped frantically. The demon-hunting eagle tried to use its skilled techniques to soar 10,000 meters high, but the iron-eating ant, also a flying type, pursued relentlessly, ascending just as swiftly. A fourth-grade iron-eating ant? And it appeared out of nowhere. Gao Yu's heart raced as his gaze fell on the black-robed beast tamer, Jiang Fan, not far away. "This guy actually has 2 fourth-grade spirit beasts. I killed Xiao Ran." Jiang Fan lifted a corner of his black robe, his voice dominating the scene. "Also, stop pretending you're all in this together. Did you think I wouldn't know?" He turned to look at Su Qingqing, clear disappointment in his eyes. Su Qingqing's heart stirred. Even though Jiang Fan's face was hidden by the black robe, she could still catch that hint of disappointment and instantly understood. The iron-eating ant was his spirit beast, and Jiang Fan had mistakenly thought she was in league with the evil sect, which was why he attacked first. Meanwhile, the dragon mastiff was biting a lone iron-eating ant, crunching away and nearly crushing its steel-like shell. Su Qingqing quickly ordered the dragon mastiff to release it, then urgently explained, "I'm not from the evil sect. I came to support you." "You're not from the evil sect?" Jiang Fan frowned. "But I saw you getting close to Xiao Ran with my own eyes." "Xiao Ran is from the evil sect. How could you not know?" "I truly didn't know, or rather, couldn't be certain," Su Qingqing said honestly. "The Xiao family has considerable influence in Moonlight City. Even if I had suspicions, I couldn't rashly question them." "You're really not from the evil sect?" "No." Jiang Fan's gaze fell on the half-crippled iron-eating ant, his voice suddenly rising. "Then why did you bite my iron-eating ant?" "You attacked first." Su Qingsheng felt a headache coming on. This guy was both reckless and straightforward, exactly like a certain old acquaintance. But Jiang Fan stopped dwelling on it and pointed at Gao Yu. "Then what are you standing there for? Go kill Gao Yu. Leave the demon-hunting eagle to me." Gao Yu's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected the black-robed beast tamer to control 2 fourth-grade spirit beasts. Although the two together were still slightly inferior to the demon-hunting eagle, the flying fourth-grade iron-eating ant was more than capable of holding off the demon-hunting eagle, while the bald blue cat watched menacingly from the ground. The moment the demon-hunting eagle descended within range, the bald blue cat would leap up to claw at it with desperate fury. Seeing the crisis approaching, Su Qingqing acted without hesitation and commanded sharply, "Dragon Mastiff, attack!" Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the dragon mastiff lunged at Gao Yu, its massive claws striking the ground and sending shattered stones flying in all directions. Gao Yu reacted even faster, crushing 2 blood-rune spirit talismans between his fingers. Light flashed instantly as two first-grade spirit beasts materialized: a steel-armored bristle boar and a red-finned rip lizard. The moment they appeared, they charged straight toward the dragon mastiff. Gao Yu shouted fiercely, "Stop it! Gue, save me!" The suicide squad only needed to buy him a moment, as he had already turned to flee desperately. Gue swept out from the flank, his figure flickering between solid and ethereal. He brushed past Zhang Ma's side with ghostly speed, leaving a trail of afterimages as he rushed toward Gao Yu. Gao Yu could not die. He was a genius favored by the great figures of the evil sect, a future dragon tamer who absolutely could not perish here. On the other side, Old Gua spat out a mouthful of blood and roared angrily. "What happened to the fair duel? When youngsters are competing, how shameless of you old folks to interfere." He swung his rolling pin in a wide arc and charged through the air with thunderous force. Li Gong was about to intercept him when Zhang Ma blocked his path. Zhang Ma's gaze was sharp as she shouted to Cao Zhengguang, "Go stop that old man." Cao Zhengguang frowned. "I'm no match for him." Zhang Ma raised her voice. "If you can hold him back, I'll release your Cao family members." As her words fell, Cao Zhengguang's eyes instantly hardened, and he charged out without hesitation. Three fourth-grade powerhouses engaged in aerial pursuit, their figures cutting through the sky as fierce winds slashed like blades. The white-robed enforcers on the ground forced themselves to remain calm while joining the effort to surround Old Gua. The whistling sound of breaking wind was clearly audible, and each collision sent shattered stones flying. Gao Yu glanced back and felt his heart turn cold. Those two first-grade spirit beasts hadn't even lasted a minute before being torn to bloody mist by the dragon mastiff. The dragon mastiff's fangs dripped with blood, its fierce presence surging like a tide. Its combat power rivaled that of weaker fourth-grade spirit beasts, and its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had closed in behind Gao Yu, roaring with a bloody wind. Gao Yu's scalp tingled as he knew all too well. Beast tamers themselves were very weak, so without his spirit beasts, he had virtually no combat ability. Roar! The dragon mastiff opened its massive, blood-stained maw. Gao Yu gritted his teeth and raised his arm to block crack. His sleeve exploded under the terrifying bite force, revealing arm guards forged from rare metals and high-grade beast bones. Such armor was worth a fortune. There were only a few sets in all of Yuehua City, proving that Gao Yu had indeed received substantial resources from the evil sect. The dragon mastiff couldn't bite through, but clamped down tightly and began shaking its head violently. Thud, thud, thud. The rapid pounding sounds cracked like firecrackers as Gao Yu was slammed against the ground like a sandbag. Without his armor's protection, he would have been reduced to pulp. Even so, excruciating pain spread through his limbs, his bones feeling numb from the battering. Just then, Gue arrived. His eyes were hollow and emotionless as he gently placed a palm on the dragon mastiff's forehead. The seemingly powerless touch caused the beast to freeze momentarily. Gao Yu seized the opportunity and desperately broke free from its jaws. Mental attacks left no visible wounds, but often determined victory at crucial moments. The moment the dragon mastiff regained its senses, Gue had already pulled Gao Yu into a dark vortex, and they vanished, instantly appearing from nowhere and disappearing without a trace. This was the method of a soul master. "Xiao Fan, watch out!" Lu Huan's warning suddenly rang out. Jiang Fan felt a chill down his spine as the vortex formed behind him without any warning. How was this possible? Behind the vortex stood Gue, and in front was Gao Yu with a vicious expression. Gao Yu gripped a silver dagger, its cold blade reflecting an icy gleam. Go dot! He knew well the weakness of beast tamers themselves. Though their spirit beasts were fierce, beast tamers were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They invested most of their time and resources into spirit beast evolution and control, neglecting martial arts. Even when they had spare capacity, they mostly chose to cultivate their souls, since mental power directly determined how long and precisely they could control their spirit beasts. Ordinary beast tamers achieving 60% control was already decent. Excellent ones reached 70 to 80%, and only geniuses could approach 90%, all relying on mental power. In comparison, arduously training martial arts was both time-consuming and expensive, far less practical than purchasing evolution materials. Therefore, Gao Yu was certain this sudden strike would take the black-robed beast tamer's life. Gue shared the same belief, merely instructing. Just severely wound him. Don't forget to make him reveal the dragon egg's location. Gao Yu understood perfectly severe injury was enough. Even stabbing 10 or 20 times was fine as long as he didn't die. The silver dagger thrust forward, everyone's hearts tightening. Xiao Fan had been approached. It was over. The other spirit beasts couldn't provide support in time. Old Gua's eyes widened. Others might not know, but he understood, though hard to believe. Xiao Fan was a first-grade warrior. Was Gao Yu a first-grade warrior? Absolutely not. How could he possibly injure Jiang Fan? Old Gua's heart pounded wildly. If Jiang Fan was bold enough, perhaps he really could. Jiang Fan was stunned for only an instant. In the next moment, he turned, seized the blade, and and struck with lightning speed that Gao Yu couldn't even track. The blade came away easily only because Gao Yu was completely unprepared. The silver dagger instantly pierced Gao Yu's throat, the only vital spot on his body unprotected by armor. Gao Yu's pupils contracted sharply as blood gushed along the blade. The entire sequence took less than a second, too fast even for Ni Gui to react. Only then did Ni Gui realize that Jiang Fan possessed tremendous vital energy, was a genuine first-rank martial artist, even surpassing many of the white-robed enforcers who had come to the path later in life. Save me. Gao Yu's voice trembled. With his carotid artery pierced, his powerful survival instinct made him shake uncontrollably. In the distance, the demon-hunting eagle, which had been battling the fourth-rank iron-eating ant and the bald blue cat, shrieked as it swooped toward them, only to have one wing severed by the ant's pincers. It crashed heavily to the ground, and the blue cat tore a chunk of flesh from its belly, spattering blood across the golf course grass. In spirit beast combat, defeat almost always meant death. The demon-hunting eagle fluttered weakly, its breath growing faint. At the same time, Gao Yu's convulsions began to subside, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. A genius sent down by the evil sect's high command had been killed right before his eyes, and Ni Gui flew into a rage. This responsibility was more than he could bear. You're asking for death. He struck out with his palm toward Jiang Fan, the force identical to what he'd used against the mastiff earlier. The mastiff had been stunned for several seconds. If Jiang Fan took this hit, his head might not explode, but his mind would certainly be shattered. Get out of the way. Su Qingqing's shout came from behind. Jiang Fan instinctively ducked as a jade pendant shot forward, meeting Ni Gui's palm strike heated. Ni Gui snorted coldly. A mere jade pendant dares to block me. He pulled back his palm force and released it again, shattering the pendant to pieces. But the fragments suddenly vibrated, and spiritual power, as vast as the ocean, burst forth from within, instantly forming an invisible shield around Jiang Fan. When Ni Gui's palm struck the shield, it only made Jiang Fan's head spin without causing any real damage. Some distance away, Zhang Ma, who was facing off against Li Gong, stared in shock. The young miss had actually brought out a spiritual power shield pendant. This is a priceless treasury, a shield robe forged by a legendary soul master. It can withstand one mental attack from a peak legendary soul master, but can only be used once. Such treasures are never seen on the market, because no soul master would be foolish enough to exhaust their mental power creating something they could never use themselves. The Su family of Moonlight City only obtained this one because the legendary soul master Su Xingshan resided in their household, and he crafted it specifically for Su Qingqing. No one could have imagined that Su Qingqing would directly drape this rare shield robe over a complete Strandra black-robed beast tamer. Jiang Fan remained dazed, the mental barrier around his body glowing with pale blue light, holding steady. Ni Gui was knocked back dozens of steps, his face pale as death, his eyes filled with undisguised terror. That familiar mental energy signature belonged to Su Xingshan. Su Xingshan, one of only 3 legendary soul masters in Moonlight City, held an exalted position and was said to be only half a step away from becoming a soul grandmaster. He was one of the few people Ni Gui truly feared. The combination of the shield robe and the black-robed beast tamer was completely beyond his expectations. The dragon mastiff had already turned its beast eyes and charged forward with another roar. Against spirit beasts, soul masters had limited means. While the earlier mental assault had momentarily stunned the dragon mastiff, a second attempt would be far less effective. The dragon mastiff moved with shocking speed, its 4 limbs stirring up sand and dust as it landed, while Ni Gui fled even faster, retreating while laughing loudly. A mere spirit beast, what can it do to me? Though the dragon mastiff moved with agility, it could never quite catch its target. Ni Gui's mental perception almost always anticipated its landing spots, allowing him to escape the battle circle entirely. On the other side, Old Gua battled fiercely with Chao Jingguang. Chao Jingguang had been holding back earlier, preserving most of his strength. Old Gua, however, had consumed beast blood and spirit stones continuously, causing his energy to stagnate. His face was flushed red, and his attacks grew increasingly labored. Jiang Fan and Su Qingqing locked eyes. You know who I am? He asked in a low voice. What do you think? Su Qingqing smiled lightly. I'd recognize you even if you were reduced to ash. Though the words didn't sound particularly kind, her tone carried a hint of teasing. The timely arrival of Su Qingqing and Mama Zhang, combined with the sudden appearance of Jiang Fan's second 4th grade spirit beast that defeated Gao Yu and the demon-hunting eagle, completely reversed the battle. In terms of high-level combat power, their side now had Old Gua, Mama Zhang, and Jiang Fan's 2 4th grade spirit beasts. The opposing side only had Ni Gui, Li Gong, and Chao Jingguang, who had been holding back. The scales of victory clearly tilted toward Jiang Fan's faction. Old Gua suddenly struck with his staff, forcing back Chao Jingguang, then charged straight at Li Gong. He knew he had to kill Li Gong first. This man had the strongest fighting spirit, and if he fell, and Yi Chinghua would likely not fight to the death, since the people of Moonlight City wouldn't necessarily risk their lives for a mere starfall town. Mama Zhang also attacked simultaneously, and the two surrounded their target. Li Gong was already severely wounded and no match for Old Gua. Bang! Old Gua swept his staff horizontally, directly shattering half of Li Gong's body into bloody fragments. Blood surged from Li Gong's throat as he surveyed the chaotic battle situation, then turned to flee, burning his remaining blood essence to instantly leap several thousand meters away. Just as he was about to escape Starfall Town, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The moment this newcomer manifested, brilliant light burst forth like the blazing sun, dazzling and awe-inspiring. With just one strike, Li Gong left with only half his body was instantly annihilated. A legendary warrior. Old Gua's pupils contracted sharply. The small town of Tianqing was actually connected to a legendary warrior. At this moment, even the air seemed to tighten, leaving everyone feeling suffocated. Who could it be? Could it be reinforcements sent from Yuehua City? Useless fools. You can't even handle a mere Tianqing town, forcing me to take action myself. The furious roar thundered like rolling waves, as if muffled thunder exploded in everyone's eardrums, causing sharp pain in their ears. Jiang Fan felt his mind shake from the impact. The owner of that voice was none other than a commander of Tianqing Town. Ever since he had speculated about a dragon's nest hidden beneath Gulf Mountain, he had harbored suspicions about the commander who had approved the land deal for the Chao family. Now his suspicions were finally confirmed. Blood energy erupted explosively. The figure stood suspended in midair, surrounded by surging blood qi that rolled like tidal waves, with crimson clouds rapidly shrouding the entire sky. The crowd below looked up in terror, as if being swallowed by waves of blood. So this was a legendary warrior? How much stronger than a 4th-rank warrior? 4th-rank warriors could fly through the air, but 5th-rank legends were like deities suspended in the heavens, too imposing to look upon directly. Reverse Ghost frowned, lifting his eyes to gaze at that mass of blinding blood light. Who are you? As the top leader of Yuehua City's forces, he had never heard of a legendary powerhouse hidden in Tianqing Town. The figure merely chuckled softly. Through the rolling radiance, his features remained unclear, but that laugh alone was like ice water poured over one's heart, sending chills down their spines. Beast God Temple, Xiongqi Division, Wu Daong. Beast God Temple. The crowd erupted in shocked cries. If citizens were to vote on the most evil organization they wanted eliminated, this vicious group would undoubtedly claim first place. Even the evil sect would have to settle for second. The evil sect at least operated under the banner of promoting overall human evolution. But the Beast God Temple, they simply pursued pure destruction. The Fiend Temple consists of 4 divisions: Taotai, Hundun, Xiongqi, and Taowu. They exclusively recruit villains, and only those who have left irrefutable evidence of evil deeds like murder, arson, and robbery are qualified to don the black armor. Therefore, wherever the Fiend Temple passes, nothing survives. Corpses litter the ground, and their methods are far more brutal than even the evil sects. Attack! Wu Daong commanded. In an instant, the white-robed enforcers shed their robes in unison, drew their blades, and turned to strike down their comrades beside them. Gleaming steel pierced flesh, and when the blades were withdrawn, they dripped crimson. The orderly formation of white-robed warriors instantly became a battlefield of carnage. Within mere moments, dozens of corpses lay fallen. When the chaos settled, only 20 or 30 black-armored warriors remained standing, their murderous aura rising. Nigue's pupils contracted sharply. These white-robed enforcers were supposed to be reinforcements secretly sent by the evil sect. When had they been replaced by the Fiend Temple's black armor? His heart sank as he demanded harshly, "Li Gong betrayed us." Only realizing this now? Too late. Wu Daong smiled mockingly, then shook his head with apparent regret. What a pity I arrived a step too late. I never expected someone could actually kill Gao Yu. Gao Yu betrayed us too? Nigue's voice was hoarse, a chill running down his spine. The Holy Clan had schemed for years, intending to make Gao Yu the greatest beneficiary, only to nearly become a wedding dress for the Fiend Temple. Wu Daong shook his head lightly. Or rather, Gao Yu was our pawn planted in the Holy Clan from the very beginning. This revelation nearly shattered Nigue's understanding. He remembered that Gao Yu had joined the Holy Clan at a young age. How could he have already been an enemy spy? Enough. You all die now. I thought your Holy Clan could at least take Tianqing Town, but you're utterly useless. Since you're worthless, there's no need to keep you alive. Wu Daong raised his hand again. The black-armored warriors moved in perfect formation, their auras surging as they charged in all directions. They had deliberately restrained themselves while disguised, but now their revealed strength showed even the weakest was at the 2nd rank. Old Gua couldn't spare time to continue fighting Chao Jingguang. He raised his iron staff and smashed the helmet of an approaching black-armored warrior. The black armor troops were the Fiend Temple's elite. Once formed into an army, they could even destroy great cities. This single blow only made them pause momentarily. Nigue seized the chaos to transform into black smoke and flee, but he faced a legendary warrior. Wu Daong snorted coldly and vanished like a phantom. The next moment, 2 or 3,000 meters away where Nigue's smoke was escaping, a horizontal kick shattered the black smoke, and Nigue tumbled out missing half an arm. A mere 4th-rank soul master dares show off before me? Bring Niming here. Wu Daong's gaze was ice cold. Niming, that was Nigue's father, a high-ranking member of the Holy Clan and a legendary soul master. Being addressed by name so directly, Nigue showed fear for the first time. The chaos in the sky reflected in Jiang Fan's eyes, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, his father was temporarily safe under the protection of Lu Huan and Old Gua. Though the black armor was strong, most were only second rank. The truly unfortunate ones were the white-robed enforcers. Chao Jingguang hesitated to advance, and the black armor didn't attack him either. The evil sect's schemes had ultimately fallen into the Fiend Temple's calculations. Su Qingxing seemed to be talking to herself, yet also explaining to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan asked quietly, "What do we do now?" Wu Daong is nearly invincible. Nigue can't even escape. His methods were beyond even Old Gua's comprehension, yet Wu Daong broke through instantly. Wait. Su Qingxing smiled brilliantly, breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Fan stared in slight bewilderment. Was there really a childhood betrothal? But even if there was, as a top-tier beast taming prodigy, how could she possibly be interested in a small-town youth? Not to mention Gao Yu, who was equally smitten with her. If Gao Yu hadn't been distracted and just evolved his second 4th-rank spirit beast, Jiang Fan knew he would have surely lost. Su Qingxiang had probably grown tired of genius suitors long ago. He was utterly unremarkable. Though the Fiend Temple is strong, within the range covered by Moonflower City, they cannot overturn the heavens. Su Qingxing spoke with certainty, clearly having other contingencies. In just moments, Nigue's right hand was also mangled and bloody from the impacts. His mental attacks had no effect on Wu Daong whatsoever. Every attempt at casting resulted in being kicked back to his original form. A legendary warrior's cunning methods were no less formidable than those of soul masters. Nigue spat blood and roared, "Wu Daong, what benefit is there in offending the Holy Clan? Do you really think the Fiend Temple is invincible?" "Shut up." Wu Daong's slap twisted the reverse ghost's mouth instantly, blood trickling down his cheek. Riding the momentum of that strike, he sneered coldly. "The Beast God Temple isn't invincible. But would the Holy Clan really go to war with me over you? They've always been timid and hesitant, kidnapping so many talents, training so many experts, only to waste them all in the end." He pointed at the corpses beneath his feet. "Just like this time, afraid of failure, afraid of being wiped out by Moonlight City in one strike. So they only dared send low-grade warriors to put on a show. For mid-grade, they sent Reverse Ghost and Li Gong, yet couldn't even take down a small Tianqing town. If word of this gets out, the Holy Clan will lose all face. Haha. Would they declare war on my Beast God Temple over a mere Reverse Ghost? Absolutely impossible." Reverse Ghost's face turned deathly pale. His heart freezing was completely finished this time. Old Gua and the others nearby just watched coldly. Both sides were scum anyway. Better if they destroyed each other. Wu Daong kicked dozens more times, reducing Reverse Ghost's already broken body to near pulp. The once somewhat famous Reverse Ghost of Moonlight City met such a miserable end. The evil sect instructors who had accompanied them were also slaughtered almost entirely, leaving only Chao Jingguang barely clinging to life. "Where's my family?" Chao Jingguang asked in a trembling voice. Wu Daong gently wiped the blood from his palm, smiling confidently. "Don't worry, they're all safe. Since I promised you, I won't break my word." The crowd erupted again. Even Chao Jingguang was a spy Wu Daong had planted beside Li Gong. The Chao family members who were supposedly held hostage had been safely in Wu Daong's hands all along. This move was truly devastating to both body and spirit. Jiang Fan suddenly laughed out loud. "The notorious evil sect got their eyes pecked out by your Beast God Temple today." Wu Daong squinted at him and laughed along. "You're all about to die. What's so funny? Don't you want to know where the dragon egg is?" "I do, but you won't tell me," Jiang Fan replied bluntly. "If you're willing to leave Tianqing town, I might consider giving you the dragon egg," Wu Daong said casually, yet his words were shocking. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw back his head and laughed maniacally, the sound making the air buzz. "Not many people dare negotiate with me. You're one of them. Of course, also the only one still breathing." He grinned and added, "Also someone who's about to die." However, he didn't attack immediately, instead shouting loudly, "Black Armor, go deal with those old fools first." Jiang Fan snorted coldly, glancing sideways at the bald parrot on his shoulder. "Idiot. Big idiot." The parrot, emboldened by its indirect participation in killing the demon-hunting eagle earlier, flapped its bare wings while its shrill, grating voice echoed across the battlefield, mockingly taunting Wu Daong. Wu Daong's gaze sharpened, radiating bone-chilling coldness, seeking death. He immediately ordered Black Armor to turn its weapons and slaughter this noisy bird first. "Can't catch me. Can't catch me." The bald parrot flew away frantically while continuing its chatter. Wu Daong was, after all, a legendary level warrior with considerable mental strength, so the parrot couldn't completely draw his hatred. Just a bunch of trash, Jiang Fan spoke again, his tone even colder than the parrot's. Your black armor is the same level as those evil sect instructors in my eyes, all weaklings. This statement made Wu Daong even angrier. Su Qingqing was astonished. Was Jiang Fan really planning to draw all of Wu Daong's hatred onto himself? She thought he was being both foolish and overconfident. Legendary warriors were among the most powerful figures in Yuehua City, and even the Su family had few who could match them. What made matters worse was that her uncle still hadn't appeared. Hadn't he sensed the jade pendant breaking? That protective jade pendant, which had carried all her hopes, came with his chest-thumping promise. The moment it breaks, I'll come for you from the ends of the earth. Looking at the current situation, Su Qingcheng felt that promise was nothing but a joke. At the street corner, 20 to 30 black-armored warriors came charging forward in a thunderous mass, their iron boots drumming against the ground. Jiang Fan glanced over and immediately called for his fourth-grade iron-eating ant to carry him in swift retreat. His black robes billowed in the wind as he plunged toward the wilderness beyond Tianqing town, calculating in his mind. In town, Wu Daong is invincible, but in the wilderness, that might not be the case. If I can lure him out there, at least father and the others will be safe. The wilderness outside Tianqing town wasn't as boundless as the western sand wasteland, but it harbored equally ferocious beasts. Jiang Fan understood that once they left the town's defensive formations, both sides would face the same dangers, and his chances of victory would actually improve. Wu Daong naturally saw through the plan. After a slight frown, he revealed a mocking smile. How presumptuous. He stomped his foot, and his body transformed into a blazing streak of light as he gave chase. Su Qingqing wanted to follow, but Mama Zhang grabbed her arm. Miss, you mustn't act rashly. Mama Zhang lowered her voice. The wilderness hasn't been peaceful lately. The evil sect deliberately lured fierce beasts to attack the town a few days ago, and we fought several hard battles. There are rumors that fifth-grade beasts have wandered over from elsewhere. Fifth-grade fierce beasts. Those were city-destroying monsters. Mama Zhang's heart turned cold, yet she couldn't help but secretly admire the black-robed beast tamer's courage. Could it be that Jiang Fan knew this all along, so he deliberately chose that battlefield? She murmured, unable to help but worry for him. But wouldn't he be putting himself at tremendous risk? Jiang Fan. Mama Zhang suddenly froze, turning to look at Su Qingcheng with shock written across her face. Miss, are you saying he's that boy Jiang Fan? Su Qingcheng's face reddened as she huffed softly. How is he still a boy? Zhang Ma was speechless. The young lady had changed during her 2 years in Tianqing town. But right now, she was still too shocked to speak. Jiang Fan, a fourth-rank beast master? 2 fourth-rank spirit beasts, and possibly an insect controller as well. How could such a genius emerge from this godforsaken Tianqing town? Su Qingqing wanted to chase after them, but Zhang Ma grabbed her wrist. Miss, Jiang Fan deliberately lured Wu Daong away to protect everyone. If you follow, you'll only cause trouble. She added in a low voice, with difficulty but honesty. Even if you don't want to admit it, Jiang Fan is indeed more capable than you right now. The brief battle replayed in everyone's minds. Jiang Fan had summoned spirit beasts one after another, killed Gao Yu at the crucial moment, completely turned the tide, and became the core of the entire battle. Zhang Ma took a deep breath and bowed. Please stay here, Mississippi. This old servant will go assist young Master Jiang. Everyone's gaze turned to Chao Jingguang. The former war god who once guarded Tianqing now stood with his hands behind his back, his face grim. Don't look at me. I won't take action proactively now. Whether you win or Wu Daong wins, I only want the Chao family to be safe. If you win, I'll accept my punishment. His resolute words showed his backbone, but no one pitied the Chao family. They deserved their fate. The wasteland was almost untrodden by humans. Except for occasional bounty hunters venturing into the shallow areas to hunt, ordinary people were rarely seen here. Jiang Fan had never set foot in this place, but as soon as he rushed out of Tianqing town, he didn't hesitate and randomly chose a direction to charge straight ahead. Gray-yellow wild grass and jagged rocks flashed past at high speed. Along the way, several weak fierce beasts hiding behind bushes, sensing the pressure from the 2 fourth-rank spirit beasts, only dared to emit low, defensive roars. The black-armored assassins led by Wu Daong pursued relentlessly. This team's overall combat power was even stronger than Tianqing town's guard regiment at its peak. With Wu Daong commanding them, they were fearless. Both sides moved extremely fast, but the fastest was still Wu Daong. His figure was like a crimson lightning bolt, even swifter than the flying fourth-rank iron-eating ant. After running only 7 or 8,000 meters, Jiang Fan could already feel scorching flames from behind. That was the high temperature of Wu Daong's radiance, blazing like being near a fire. Warriors above the 3rd rank could match attributes and absorb corresponding spiritual energy, making their combat power more refined than those without chosen attributes. Though Wu Daong's name contained water, What he truly matched was fire. Fire attributes were always known for their fierce offensive power. Boom! He threw a punch like a volcanic eruption, with crimson waves surging. Jiang Fan was only grazed by the force, but his spine immediately burned with pain, and his whole body was flung dozens of meters like a projectile, crashing into the wasteland forest. His so terrifying. Jiang Fan rolled to the ground. The burning pain urged him not to linger, and he pressed close to the ground, frantically running toward the deeper mountain forest. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The dense sound of leaves being forcefully parted came surging from behind, mixed with the crisp sound of breaking branches, as if some enormous creature was charging through recklessly. The oppressive feeling made Jiang Fan's scalp tingle and his heart turn cold. He had indeed thought too simply. He originally believed the wasteland was large enough that as long as he was fast, he could fight guerrilla style and maneuver using the terrain. But he hadn't expected to be caught up after running just 10,000 meters. Wu Daiyang's speed was terrifying. His black robe was charred by the flames, with fist-sized holes burned through the fabric on his back, revealing patches of reddened flesh underneath. The searing pain drove him to run frantically. In the depths of the dense forest, the bald blue cat was the absolute king. Jiang Fan rode on its sturdy back, hearing only the whooshing of wind as the blue cat darted and leaped between towering trees like a phantom. In contrast, Wu Daiyang's pursuit was brutally straightforward. When tree trunks blocked his path, he punched through them with his fists, sending wood chips flying. When bushes tripped him up, he simply kicked them aside. Through sheer brute force, not only did he avoid being left behind, but he gradually closed the distance between himself and Jiang Fan. They had no idea how far they had charged, only that the surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate. The ground was overgrown with weeds, trampled and scattered in all directions, while dark red bloodstains seeped faintly through the soil. A pungent smell of beast blood churned through the air. Clearly, a fierce battle between wild beasts had recently taken place here. In the wilderness, it was commonplace for beast packs to tear each other apart over prey, territory, or even mates. Scholars had long calculated that across the entire continent, fierce beasts outnumbered humans by 100-fold. If they ever stopped their infighting, established order, and organized attacks against humanity, humans probably wouldn't last more than a few days. In fact, over the years, the vast majority of beast corpses littering the wilderness had died at the hands of their own kind. To end up in a place like this, have I already ventured into the heart of the wilderness? Jiang Fan felt uneasy and couldn't help but look back. Within his line of sight, Wu Daiyang was nowhere to be seen among the trees, nor could he hear any footsteps. Hey, where did you go? Why aren't you chasing anymore? He shouted at the top of his lungs, but received only the sound of wind in response. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma had been frantically following the trail from Tianqing town, her expression growing increasingly grim. Just how far had these people run? The wilderness wasn't a place to venture into carelessly. Besides the rampaging fierce beasts, there were even more dangerous special terrains here. These were zones that could create chaotic fields, and once entered, one might lose their sense of direction and fall into the infamous ghost wall phenomenon. Even grandmasters could get lost. Jiang Fan had his fourth-grade iron-eating ant carry him into the air. Looking down at the surroundings, he saw endless wilderness and dense forest stretching as far as the eye could see, with no trace of Tianqing town anywhere. During his earlier frantic escape, he had been focused solely on fleeing for his life and hadn't paid attention to how far he'd actually run. When he first left the town, a fourth-grade iron-eating ant had carried him in flight. At that ant's top speed of at least 500 kilometers per hour, they had flown for a full 10+ minutes. Then he'd had the bald blue cat carry him in a mad dash. Combined, the two legs of his journey covered at least 200 to 300 kilometers in a straight line. 200 to 300 kilometers didn't sound too extreme, but Jiang Fan was now completely disoriented. He remembered looking around when he first took to the air, but after landing, his mind felt drained, and even the direction he'd come from was a complete blur. Just as Jiang Fan was silently fretting, a deep beast roar suddenly echoed from the distant forest. Roar! The sound waves remained fierce even through the jungle, and his instincts told him this was definitely more than fourth-grade, fifth-grade fierce beast. Theoretically, the probability of encountering a mid-grade fierce beast on the wilderness outskirts was extremely low, but if he really did encounter a fifth-grade one, it would be far more terrifying than Wu Daiyang from before. Where on earth is the way home? Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and signaled the fourth-grade iron-eating ant to follow his intuition and fly in some random direction for a while. But before long, a lake he'd never seen before appeared in his field of vision, was completely off course. His face stiffened as he realized he couldn't even find the vague direction he'd had before. Left with no choice, he released his bald husky, hoping to use this spirit beast's keen sense of smell to find his way. However, after the husky led him in circles for a while, it too became lost and ended up bringing him into an even more primitive area. Vegetation grew wildly, leaves gleamed bright green, sunlight was abundant, and every inch of land seemed to be breeding danger. The more lush a place was, the more terrifying the fierce beasts that often lurked within. Jiang Fan forced himself to slow down and steady his emotions first. He recalled all the large spirit beasts like the bald husky into his space to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble with their strong auras, leaving only a few second-grade iron-eating ants to stand guard around him. He simultaneously focused on underground ant holes, tree beehives, and every other living creature he could see, bringing them all under his control. These little fellows had limited combat power, but they were perfect for scouting. Soon, he spotted several dragonflies, immediately captured and contracted them as spirit creatures, then directly evolved one of them to first grade to make it more resilient. The dragonfly's compound eyes allowed him to monitor movement in multiple directions simultaneously, which was especially important for his current predicament. Suddenly, Jiang Fan shouted sternly, "Who's there?" He raised his blade, pointing it directly at a certain spot in the dense forest ahead. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, and after a moment with still no movement, he had to lower his weapon, though he muttered to himself. Could fierce beasts understand human speech? Maybe they couldn't understand, but they could definitely sense emotions. The wilderness was silent, with trees so dense that even wind could barely penetrate, and this deathly quiet made him thoroughly uncomfortable. He could only talk to himself to ease his taut nerves. "Come out. I can see you," he shouted sternly again. Several minutes passed with still no response. It seemed to truly be a safe area, but being alone in the wilderness only made his nerves more tense. Just as he was about to relax slightly, a flash of light suddenly streaked overhead. Almost instinctively, his hair stood on end as he leaped sideways. Whoosh! A subtle sound of something cutting through air passed right by his ear. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted instantly as he pushed off with his feet and charged frantically toward the distance. Swish, swoosh, swish, swish. However, a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air. White arrows tore through the atmosphere from all directions, accompanied by ear-splitting shrieks as they shot straight toward Jiang Fan. In the center of this arrow storm lurked a massive dark shadow. Without time to think, Jiang Fan focused his mind and quickly summoned his bald parrot. The half-human-sized bird spread its wings and intercepted the attack, blocking the dark shadow completely. Only then could he see his enemy clearly, and his heart nearly stopped. It was a giant spider, 2 to 3 meters long. Its entire body gleamed jet black, with 8 furry legs thick as spears supporting it on the ground. Its head was pitifully small, as if someone had stuck a chicken's head onto an elephant's body. The creature's dark, swollen abdomen churned and writhed, constantly spewing thick white webbing. Each strand shot out like a sharpened javelin, thudding into the earth with wet, thunk sounds, its powerful adhesive properties instantly sealing off large patches of ground. Compared to this monstrosity, even the iron-eating ants from before seemed adorable. Jiang Fan had previously found the ants' bulging bellies disturbing, but now he'd rather roll around fighting an ant swarm than look at this abomination for another second. While many beast tamers took pride in subduing fierce wilderness creatures, he wouldn't capture something like this even if it meant his death. "Eat it." Jiang Fan steeled himself and commanded. The bald parrot pressed one claw down on the giant spider and lowered its head for a closer look. Its feathers stood on end as it shook its head repeatedly. It simply couldn't swallow this thing. It was too disgusting. Jiang Fan suddenly remembered that this creature normally only pecked at birdseed, occasionally eating a few green caterpillars at most. To properly feed it, he needed to buy countless bags of feed and catch endless insects. "You eat it." "No eating means no food," he threatened. "I can't afford to feed a bottomless pit." The parrot blinked pitifully, glanced again at the twitching black spider beneath its feet, and resigned itself to its fate. If it kept being stubborn, it really would go hungry. Crunch, crunch, accompanied by wet tearing sounds, the bald parrot reluctantly tore apart and swallowed the massive furry creature, making Jiang Fan feel so nauseated he wanted to retch. Just as the bald parrot finished eating, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to be mobilizing en masse. The commotion was astoundingly loud, with the earth trembling in waves. If there weren't any rushing rivers in this area, Jiang Fan would have almost thought a dam was releasing floodwater. Thunderous roars echoed one after another, and he immediately deployed his newly recruited dragonfly scouts, sending them through gaps between the high altitude and shrubs to investigate. Not far away, a mountainside suddenly bulged as if about to erupt, but the lava that emerged was an eerie black color. Jiang Fan frowned and had the dragonflies move several yards closer. In the next instant, the vision from multiple scouts was simultaneously swallowed by darkness. Through the final frozen frame, he finally saw what that surging black tide was: spiders. From palm-sized ordinary beasts to spirit beasts radiating spiritual energy, they formed a dense mass stretching beyond sight. Jiang Fan's scalp instantly tingled. This formation was like the apocalypse arriving early. Even more terrifying was that these spiders bore striking resemblance to the one previously devoured by the bald parrot, clearly from the same lineage. For a clan to reproduce to this scale, how many years must they have existed? Full retreat. Jiang Fan urgently ordered the dragonflies to withdraw. Spiders naturally countered insects, and dragonflies already lacked combat capability. As the scouts retreated through shrubs, vines, and thorn forests, they unexpectedly captured a familiar figure Wu Daong. The man was crouched low, hiding among the low shrubs. If the dragonflies hadn't specifically navigated through low vegetation, he would have been nearly impossible to spot. When one door closes, another opens. Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. Since Wu Daong hadn't escaped either, he was temporarily safe. But just how powerful was the leader of that spider nest? If it faced Wu Daong Heiden, who would survive? This was a double-edged sword. Once out of control, even he, Jiang Fan, might perish. While pondering, Wu Daong suddenly looked up, his gaze locking onto a dragonfly scout, his lips curling into a sinister arc as if saying, "Got you." Through the shared vision, Jiang Fan also smiled with amusement. Then let's see who survives in the end. Tianqing town remained deathly silent. Though the gunfire had ceased, no one dared step outside. In the open area at the town entrance, Chao Jingguang and the captured Chao family members were bound tightly, with guards keeping strict watch nearby. At this moment, several cultivators who had rushed from Yuehua City arrived, with several among them clearly being old acquaintances of Su Qingcheng, exchanging courteous greetings. Did Zhang Ma go as well? The leading refined middle-aged man frowned slightly, turning to look at the burly man behind him. The latter's entire body shimmered with radiant light, and with just a nod, he shot straight into the sky. Another legendary warrior. The foundation of the Su family from Yuehua left everyone present secretly amazed. They had brought two legendary powerhouses just as escorts. The middle-aged man himself was a legendary soul master. Soul masters advanced far more difficultly than warriors, and legendary rank was almost unheard of beyond, making them extraordinarily precious. With just these two, destroying the entire Tianqing town would be effortless. If the intelligence Chao Jingguang provided was accurate, then a dragon's lair was hidden beneath those mountains. Tianqing town was about to become the storm center of the Star Moon Federation. Su Xingshan's expression was grave. The appearance of a dragon's lair was it fortune or disaster. Tianqing town belonged to Yuehua City, and Yuehua City couldn't possibly stand aside. The Su family would inevitably be drawn into this. Very troublesome. Even the heretical sect and the savage beast temple are bound to return, and every other power will try to carve off a share. The Star Moon Federation may look monolithic, but its grip on the cities and major factions has long since loosened. In recent years, beast tides have crashed in one after another, and the borders of the Xisha wasteland keep expanding. The Federation's territory has been steadily eaten away, stretched to the limit. It's been forced to pull its troops back and gradually abandon those outlying cities. Lincheng, 20 years ago, is a bloody case in point. The city requested aid from the Federation several times, and nearby major cities also dispatched support. But to preserve its main force, the Federation not only delayed showing up, it even withdrew its own personnel stationed in Lincheng. In just a few days, the lines collapsed into a vacuum, and 32 satellite towns, including Lincheng, all fell to the Xisha wasteland. Almost no one made it out alive. After the tragedy of Lincheng, some major cities began to toy with the idea of breaking from the Federation, with Yuehua City the most prominent example. Yuehua City hasn't paid a single resource levy to the Star Moon Federation for 7 full years. Now that the matter of the Dragon Nest has come to light, the Federation will surely seize on it to suppress Yuehua City. When that happens, how will Yuehua City survive? Trouble is closing in step by step. Su Xingshan's expression turned grave as he snapped at Su Qingcheng. Qingcheng, return to Yuehua City at once, and don't linger another moment. They'll find a way to handle Madame Zhang. If we can't find her, she's likely already been killed. Ice flashed in Su Qingcheng's eyes. I'm not leaving. If we can't find Madame Zhang, and that man, I won't go. Nonsense. Su Xingshan thundered, his sleeve flicking hard. Your value far outweighs theirs. How can you risk your own safety for them? Value is it? Su Qingcheng let out a cold laugh, her voice like a blade scoring ice. Su Xingshan's brows knit tighter. He knew all too well that the word value was the one thing Qingcheng could not abide. 2 years ago, she insisted on venturing into the Xisha wasteland to search for her mother. However, the family elders told her that her value was far greater than her mother's. Therefore, they not only forbade her from setting foot in the Western Sands wasteland, but also confined her to the depths of the clan territory. Unwilling to be restrained, the girls secretly instructed her personal attendant, Mama Zhang, to plan an escape. On the night of her flight, she climbed over the walls under cover of darkness and vanished without a trace. It wasn't until months later that the family learned she had appeared in Tianqing town, quietly enrolling at Tianqing No. 1 High School. Qingcheng, that's not what I meant. Su Xingshan tried to soften his tone, though urgency still showed in his expression. We'll spare no effort to find Mama Zhang. As for that boy, if he truly has 2 4th-grade spirit beasts, his chances of survival might be even greater than Mama Zhang's. You needn't worry. Yet in his heart, he calculated. The arranged marriage the old master had set up years ago turned out to involve a beast-taming prodigy as well, but no matter how brilliant, he couldn't outshine the might of the dragon clan. Qingsheng bore the family's mission, and two fourth-grade spirit beasts ultimately couldn't compare to the single dragon in Longhouse possession. Only by aligning with the Dragon God Temple would the Su family have the confidence to turn the tide when catastrophe struck. That young man's foundation was too shallow. Compared to the mountain-like Su family, he remained insignificant. I don't care. I must see with my own eyes that they're safe before I. Su Qingxing stubbornly raised her head, but before she could finish speaking, her pupils suddenly contracted. She stared at Su Xingshan in disbelief. Then her body went limp as she lost consciousness. Her uncle had actually launched a mental attack. On the other side of the Tianyuan mountain range, Jiang Fan was retreating steadily. The entire mountain ridge was covered with spider armies, webs crisscrossing everywhere, dark shadows surging. From deep within the cave that had been torn open at the mountain peak came low roars, which he immediately recognized as the furious howls of the fifth-grade Spider King. If captured by a fifth-grade fierce beast, his fate would surely be miserable. After retreating nearly 10 kilometers, he completely lost his sense of direction, feeling only the emptiness of the wilderness around him. Likely the Spider King's rampage had frightened all the surrounding fierce beasts into fleeing. In the silence, the sound of clashing weapons suddenly burst into his ears. Jiang Fan crept along the ground, following the sound, and pushed through the bushes to witness the aftermath of an intense battle between Wu Daong and Su Qingqing's aunt. The dense forest had been slashed to pieces, scorched earth mixed with broken branches. At this moment, Su Qingqing's aunt was pierced through the abdomen by a long sword, pinned against a stone tablet beside an ancient tree, blood dripping from the blade to form a pool below, her breath so weak it was barely detectable. Wu Daong wiped the blood from his face and sneered as he looked down. I originally feared the Su family and still harbored some mercy, but if heaven wills your death, then die you must. When the fierce beasts riot, not even your bones will remain, and no one will know I was the one who killed you. Mama Zhang struggled to lift her eyes, her breathing erratic, multiple bones throughout her body shattered. If not for the sword barely supporting her, she would have already collapsed. Even if Wu Daong walked away now, she wouldn't last much longer. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Fan's eyes turned ice cold. He slightly raised his right hand, and suddenly rustling sounds came from deep within the forest. A dark tide surged toward the battlefield from all directions. Wu Daong turned his head, initially thinking the spider swarm had caught up, his heart chilling, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a sea of ants so dense their edges couldn't be seen. These ants were individually smaller than fingernails, yet their terrifying numbers covered every plant and tree. As they crawled and flew, the entire forest buzzed with their movement. A name immediately flashed through Wu Daong's mind: Insect Controller. Although he hadn't personally witnessed Jiang Fan controlling insect swarms earlier, having seen those two fourth-grade iron-eating ants, it wasn't difficult to guess who was behind this. He gripped his long blade tightly and growled through gritted teeth. Petty tricks. Wu Daong threw a punch, accompanied by scorching heat that instantly killed a large swath of ants. The charred insect corpses fell at his feet, yet they couldn't even scratch the surface of his shoes. Even if he lay flat on his back and let these ants tear at him, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his head. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhang Ma's previously dim eyes. She hadn't expected Jiang Fan to rush out to save her, but unfortunately, it was too late. Her internal organs had already been crushed by Wu Daong's force, her meridians severed inch by inch. At this moment, she was only sustained by the last remnant of vital energy from a fourth-grade martial artist. Even if Jiang Fan truly possessed miraculous abilities, he could only save a shell that was about to turn cold. Quick, run. Don't worry about me. Zhang Ma screamed with all her remaining strength. Wu Daong sneered coldly and stepped forward. Since he dares to show himself, he shouldn't expect to escape. In the next breath, he caught Jiang Fan's aura and shot into the dense forest like a cannonball. Branches and leaves flew everywhere as he appeared before Jiang Fan in the blink of an eye, looking down from above with eyes that regarded him as nothing more than a walking corpse. On the other side, the bald parrot flapped its wings and screeched piercingly, "Fool! Fool! Big fool! Idiot! Idiot! Big idiot!" accompanied by waves of mental attacks. Anyone with mental strength below 10 units would inevitably be affected. However, Wu Daong was a fifth-grade martial artist with a powerful physique and mental strength that had also surpassed 10 units. Though the parrot's taunts made his temples throb, they failed to completely divert his hatred. "Do you think I'll fall for that again?" Wu Daong grinned, revealing a cruel smile. It was precisely because he had underestimated Jiang Fan earlier that he had been forced to chase this far, even falling into a ghostly maze-like predicament, and now rage burned in his chest. His fist once again blazed with crimson spiritual energy, the heat waves causing the edges of surrounding leaves to curl and yellow. With this punch, Jiang Fan would surely die. Jiang Fan sneered coldly. Are you sure you haven't been tricked? What? Wu Dayang's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh whoosh swish. Several sounds of air being sliced followed closely behind. He spun around abruptly, only to see a thick, milky white spider silk the width of a forearm stuck firmly to his back. You led the spiders here? Fourth grade ones at that. Wu Dayang's face turned ashen. Hey, if we're going down together. Jiang Fan laughed recklessly, his entire being radiating the desperate madness of someone ready to take everyone with him. You maniac! Wu Dayang roared. He had deliberately hidden in this dense forest to avoid those terrifying spiders, only to have Jiang Fan expose their location in one fell swoop. All his efforts wasted. Roar! From deep within the forest came an earth-shaking howl. Dark shadows surged as a massive black creature the size of a small mountain charged out, its menacing giant legs crushing small hills and tearing through tree trunks. That fourth-grade spider has attracted the fifth-grade Spider King. Wu Dayang's scalp tingled with fear. We can't stay here. In an instant, he steeled his heart. No longer caring about Jiang Fan, he grabbed the other man's collar and swung him around in a wide arc, hurling Jiang Fan straight toward the Spider King. Damn, you can actually do that. Jiang Fan's expression changed drastically midair. He immediately got a clear view of the Spider King's true form. Dozens of meters tall, with over 10 segmented legs rapidly tapping through the forest, its pitch-black shell like rock and iron. Wherever it passed, small hills were crushed to rubble. Buzz the iron-eating ant's wings vibrated as its fourth-grade aura erupted. It charged from behind, embracing Jiang Fan and trying to drag its master away from danger. However, the fifth-grade Spider King merely trembled slightly before shooting out a strand of silk like lightning, instantly wrapping both Jiang Fan and the iron-eating ant in layers. The sticky silk coiled around them, and in the blink of an eye, both were sealed into a giant cocoon. Fifth-grade fierce beast, impossible to defeat. Jiang Fan's consciousness was swallowed by darkness. When he awoke again, cold, slimy sensations covered his entire body. Jiang Fan found himself lying horizontally in a dark cave, his body so soaked in spider webs and mucus that he could barely move. Countless spiders crawled up and down his limbs, making his hair stand on end. Deep in the cave, a spider the size of a house crouched in the center, its 8 gleaming golden eyes fixed on him. Surrounding it were packed crowds of its kin of various sizes, all agitated and seemingly ready to tear their prey apart at any moment. What's going on? Jiang Fan's throat was dry, sweat streaming down his face, his heart feeling like it might stop. He quickly figured out the pattern. These spiders liked to marinate their prey, first soaking them in saliva before slowly enjoying their meal. But they hadn't made a move on him yet, clearly finding his flesh too low grade. Jiang Fan's eyes darted around before he pulled out several bags of precious beast blood from his collection, hurling them toward a corner of the cave. The sweet, metallic scent spread, and a swarm of spiders immediately rushed over. But his supplies were limited after all, not enough to satisfy so many gaping maws. At the critical moment, the Spider King let out a low growl. Roar! Instantly, all the smaller spiders retreated like a receding tide. The Spider King spat out a thin strand of silk, rolling back the remaining beast blood from the ground. Its dark mouthparts sipped lightly, as if savoring the taste. Then, countless compound eyes turned in unison toward Jiang Fan. I'm out. I really don't have any more. Jiang Fan's mind buzzed. He understood that the Spider King refused to act because it was waiting for higher quality spiritual energy food. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly channeled the weak spiritual energy within his body, making his fingertips glow faintly. The cave fell silent again. The spiders stared, and the Spider King stared too. The spiritual energy lasted only a brief moment before dissipating. That's all there is. Jiang Fan was embarrassed to his core. As a first-grade cultivator, the spiritual energy he could produce was truly pitiful. The Spider King was clearly disappointed. It obviously hadn't expected that a two-legged creature venturing deep into the wasteland would be so pathetically weak. Jiang Fan could only remain frozen there, unsure how to communicate. Though people had studied beast languages in earlier years, they eventually gave up. There were simply too many types of fierce beasts. According to statistics, the documented species of fierce beasts that humans have recorded so far account for less than 1% of all the savage creatures roaming the wilderness. Jiang Fan leaned against the cold stone wall, but a bizarre thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could spirit beasts actually communicate with fierce beasts? Had anyone ever conducted such experiments? Was beast language universal, or did it vary across regions and cultures like human languages? He looked down at the iron-eating ant at his feet, which was playing dead. As fellow insects, it would have a much better chance of communicating with the Spider King than he would. Jiang Fan kicked the iron-eating ant. Stop pretending. Get up. The iron-eating ant was forced to open its compound eyes and reluctantly came to. Go tell the Spider King to let me go first. I promised to bring it a much stronger prey to feast on. The iron-eating ant's antennae nearly drooped to the ground. Negotiate with that thing? Was he trying to get it killed? Go on, Jiang Fan urged. Left with no choice, The iron-eating ant tremblingly shuffled toward the depths of the cave. Sticky spider silk hung in the air, blocking most of the light and casting everything in dim shadows. Only the Spider King's compound eyes gleamed coldly in the darkness. Chirp, 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 chirp. Sharp, continuous insect sounds echoed off the stone walls. Jiang Fan couldn't understand a word. The Spider King's 8 compound eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie light. Roar! It let out a low, questioning growl. The iron-eating ant turned back and looked at Jiang Fan with its eyes. It was asking how strong this prey would be. It can communicate. Jiang Fan nearly clapped his hands. This was his unique advantage. While other beast tamers could only give commands, he could understand his spirit beast's true meaning through the system, almost like telepathy. He immediately provided an answer. Tell it, a legendary human warrior. Wait, it might not understand human rankings. Just tell it as strong as itself. Chirp, 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 chirp. The iron-eating ant relayed the message again. Upon receiving this response, the Spider King's compound eyes grew even brighter, and its 8 thick legs trembled with excitement, shaking dust from the entire cave. Roar! This low growl carried a heavy threat. What if you run away? The iron-eating ant conveyed the meaning back. Jiang Fan immediately delivered the final blow. Tell it I'll leave you here as a hostage. Once I bring Wu Daong here, I'll trade Wu Daong for you. The iron-eating ant instantly froze, its compound eyes glistening with moisture as it nearly broke down on the spot. Was this something a human being would do? Trust me, I'll definitely come back to save you after all. You cost me 1,000,000 to evolve. The iron-eating ant tearfully relayed the message to the Spider King. The Spider King nodded. Fine. I'm not interested in that weak human anyway. Having just emerged from the mountains, it needed vast amounts of spiritual energy. It was more interested in that other human who seemed as strong as itself. The Spider King slowly crawled out from the depths of the cave, its razor-sharp claws scraping against the iron-eating ant's body. The message was clear: if Jiang Fan couldn't bring back Wu Daong, the iron-eating ant would become dinner. The poor ant was on the verge of tears. Jiang Fan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back for you. After all, you're worth 1,000,000. Despite struggling with all his might, Jiang Fan couldn't break free from the sticky pool. Unable to watch any longer, the Spider King simply plucked him out. Jiang Fan scrambled and tumbled toward the exit, passing numerous spiders that eyed him hungrily along the way. There were even some 4th-grade spiders among them. Roar! The Spider King's furious bellow echoed through the cave. Immediately, all the spiders backed away from Jiang Fan. His heart still pounding with fear, Jiang Fan didn't feel safe until he emerged from the cave, only to discover that several nearby mountain peaks were occupied by spiders. Terrifying, this was a massive army. He had to find Wu Daong quickly. Despite the wasteland's vast size, the search wasn't impossible. First, Wu Daong had also been caught in the ghost wall illusion, so he couldn't have gone too far. If someone truly got lost in the wasteland, they might never find their way out. So Jiang Fan found a strategic location and released a large number of ant and dragonfly scouts. While he couldn't achieve the Spider Clan's mountain-covering density, he managed to create a comprehensive network within a smaller area. He tossed the ants into the air, letting the wind carry them to various mountain peaks. These ants formed a densely distributed radar network for him. Scanning the area, he detected numerous powerful spiritual energy signatures. However, none of these beings paid attention to the ants and dragonflies. It was like how dragons soar where mountains are blessed with spiritual energy and abundant life. The stronger the beast, the less it cares about weaker creatures. Wu Daong's spiritual energy fluctuations would definitely be intense. A 5th-grade spiritual signature should appear as a very large dot on his radar map. After searching for about 2 hours, the sun was nearly setting. Just as Jiang Fan was about to give up and wait until dawn to resume his search, he suddenly spotted an enormous light signature in an inconspicuous wetland pit to the west. It was unprecedentedly large. 5th grade. Was it Wu Daong or some other fierce beast? Jiang Fan couldn't be sure. 5th grade meant king status. Logically, the Spider King shouldn't allow other beast kings in this territory. But the current situation was that the Spider King had arrived later. Had there been a beast king here originally? Hard to say, better be cautious. He sent dragonfly scouts toward the wetland. The area was heavy with moisture, and ordinary dragonflies would have their wings stuck together if they got too close. He could only send 1st-grade dragonfly scouts to carefully fly in for reconnaissance. The wetland was located in a low basin, making visibility and lighting even dimmer. The dragonfly scout moved with great agility, weaving through the wetland's tangled branches and roots. Its pace was steady and measured as it gradually approached the location of the massive light signature. When Jiang Fan saw the true form of the light source, he smiled. It really was Wu Daong. This Wu Daong was quite the coward, a legendary warrior hiding in such a damp, humid place. What a disgrace to the human race. Jiang Fan recalled his dragonfly scout. He needed to plan carefully how could he lure Wu Daong before the Spider King. Wu Daong wasn't stupid and would never obediently follow orders. The only way was to provoke him into pursuing on his own initiative. With this thought, Jiang Fan deliberately rolled several times across the ground covered in rubble and mud, letting the spider web slime mixed with putrid dampness stick to his clothes until he looked disheveled and wretched. Perfectly looked pathetic enough. Next, he limped down into the damp basin, deliberately stepping on dead branches and kicking stones to create loud crashes and bangs, making himself appear like an unlucky fool who had just escaped from a beast's jaws. Sure enough, he sensed that faint presence behind him suddenly withdraw. Wu Daong was watching warily from the shadows. Jiang Fan pretended to be completely unaware, cursing loudly as he ran. Damn, what kind of beast was that? The school teachers never taught us about this. That thing nearly killed me. Wu Daong, you bastard actually used me as a human shield? Next time I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Deep in the wetlands, Wu Daong's brow furrowed slightly. This kid actually escaped alive? A 5th grade beast, a beast king level spider, king even, he wouldn't dare force his way through. Yet this guy managed to break free from the spider silk bindings? How did he manage that? What rotten luck! Wu Daong cursed silently. To escape, he had sacrificed many spirit beasts. Fortunately, his expertise in insect control allowed him to evade the Spider King's detection. Over there, Jiang Fan continued his feigned lament. Sacrificing so many spirit beasts just to barely escape with my life. What a heartbreak. Only then did Wu Daong understand. This person had sent his spirit beasts to die as cannon fodder, forcibly holding back the Spider King. What ruthless tactics. However, when one's life was at stake, keeping spirit beasts served no purpose. A cruel smile curved his lips. What difference was there between a beast tamer without spirit beasts and an ordinary person? Killing him now would be effortless. After all, he had already killed members of the Su family and been witnessed by this kid. If he didn't eliminate all traces, there would be endless trouble. He had to kill him to conceal his actions. A flash of malice flickered in Wu Daong's eyes. His footsteps made no sound as he stepped across the wet moss, his figure nearly melding with the darkness of night as he slowly closed in on Jiang Fan. At that moment, the black ants hidden in the crevices of the ground grew restless, and waves of spiritual energy surged like rising tides from this. Jiang Fan immediately confirmed. Wu Daong had made his move. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, struggling to keep his breathing steady. He knew that if he showed even the slightest abnormality and Wu Daong became suspicious, there would be no second chance for this plan. A thought raced through his mind. The greatest difference between himself and other beast tamers was spiritual power. Although ordinary beast tamers couldn't match spirit cultivators who specialized in mental arts, they still needed spiritual power to maintain control over their spirit beasts. So each possessed considerable mental strength. Gao Yu was like this, and so was Su Qingqing. Strong spiritual power meant strong perception. However, Jiang Fan was an exception. He required no spiritual power expenditure whatsoever, as spirit beasts were naturally 100% loyal to him. So he had never specifically trained his spiritual power. The problem was, what exactly was the spiritual perception range of a normal 4th grade beast tamer? How close would Wu Daong need to get before he should reasonably be able to detect him? The ants grew increasingly agitated, indicating that the spiritual energy fluctuations were becoming more pronounced. Though Jiang Fan appeared calm on the surface, his back was already soaked with sweat, and large beads of perspiration rolled down his chin from his forehead. Legendary warriors could kill with a single strike from 1,000 meters away, and the scene of Wu Daong slaying the vengeful ghost was still vivid in his memory. I can't wait any longer. I need to leave now, and let Wu Daong mistakenly think I'm a strong spiritual power user. Jiang Fan steeled himself, suddenly jerking his head up with feigned shock as if he had sensed killing intent from 1,000 meters away. Immediately after, he cast a terrified glance toward the depths of the wetland, instantly summoning the bald parrot and leaping to grasp its thick talons. Full speed. Wu Daong let out a low, cold snort. I already knew this black-robed beast tamer had decent spiritual power, but I didn't expect him to be this sharp alert from 1,000 meters away. He stomped his foot, spiritual energy surging like a tide. Too bad. Without your spirit beast, what waves can you possibly make? You can't escape. Today you must die. His roar exploded in midair as his figure shot forward like a projectile, pursuing Jiang Fan directly. In the rushing wind, Jiang Fan looked back and spat. Bah, you old fossil, I'll definitely outlive you. That single sentence made Wu Daong so furious that his spiritual energy trembled. A mere 4th grade beast tamer dared to insult him to his face. Seeking death, he channeled spiritual energy into his legs, taking great strides through the air, instantly closing the distance. Only then did Jiang Fan truly panic. He had thought the bald parrot's speed wouldn't be inferior to a legendary warrior's, but the harsh reality was, the parrot was clearly flustered, its wings beating frantically, but in complete disarray, wasting much spiritual energy while still falling behind by half a beat. Can we make it to the Spider King's cave entrance? At most 5 seconds before the parrot gets caught. Jiang Fan calculated silently, feeling a chill down his spine. In desperation, he shouted at Wu Daong. Stop chasing. Ahead is the Spider King's territory. If we go in, we'll both die. As his words fell, Wu Daong suddenly halted, actually stopping in his tracks to carefully examine the terrain below. It didn't look like there were any tall mountains, just some low hills. These barren hills were riddled with countless caves across their surfaces, burrows excavated by spiders. Wu Daong stared at those pitch-black cave entrances, his heart pounding with unease. Were there really so many spiders? He harbored serious doubts. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned and fled long ago, but Jiang Fan showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, he was running even faster. What had originally been just a few seconds gap between them had stretched to over 10 seconds in the blink of an eye. Dare to deceive me? You must die. Wu Daong flew into a rage. He wasn't a fool. Every word of Jiang Fan's earlier muttering had reached his ears. As an insect master, Jiang Fan could sense the Spider King's location and surely knew where it was safe. If there truly were powerful spider beasts here, that guy would never dare charge ahead so recklessly. This realization only strengthened his conviction that Jiang Fan was trying to use him as a pawn. Jiang Fan kept glancing back from the corner of his eye. Seeing Wu Daong accelerating to catch up again, a cold smile tugged at his lips. The fish had taken the bait. The distance closed back to within 5 seconds as Wu Daong unleashed his full legendary warrior-level spiritual energy, his speed terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he would never be so brazen, but with Jiang Fan scouting ahead, he felt completely uninhibited, convinced that Jiang Fan wouldn't lead him into a death trap. Spider King, my lord, I've brought you prey. Jiang Fan shouted as he ran, his voice echoing through the empty mountain valley. Humph, do you think I'll fall for the same trick twice? Wu Daong sneered coldly, his spiritual energy erupting violently as his speed increased another notch. The gap between them shrank to less than 1,000 meters, well within striking range for a legendary warrior. Scorching waves of heat rolled behind Jiang Fan as Wu Daong's towering fury transformed into blazing spiritual energy, making his hair stand on end. Yet he still didn't dare stop calling out, Spider King, my lord, I've brought you food. A 5th-rank warrior with abundant spiritual energy enough for you to feast. If you don't appear soon, he'll escape. As he ran frantically, cold sweat poured down Jiang Fan's body, anxiety gripping his heart. What if the Spider King can't hear me? Or perhaps it sensed that Wu Daong was not someone to mess with, so it chose to play dead? Very likely. He had overlooked one crucial point earlier. The Spider King was only a 5th-grade fierce beast. Could it really defeat Wu Daong? Not necessarily. He couldn't see through Wu Daong's true cultivation level. If the man was at the late 5th-grade stage, he could indeed clash head-in with a 5th-grade fierce beast. Oh no, had he just played himself to death? Jiang Fan felt a chill run through his body as he gripped the bald parrot's feathers tightly. The bald parrot was already gasping like an ox, flying purely on survival instinct. Without the 4th-grade iron-eating ant's cover, they couldn't possibly outrun Wu Daong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several thick milky white spider webs shot out from the low mountain below, cutting through the air. They bypassed Jiang Fan and struck directly at Wu Daong. The latter was staring intently at Jiang Fan, completely unprepared. Fear and confusion instantly flashed across his face. The boy hadn't lied. There really was a Spider King hiding here. But why did the webs bypass the black-robed beast tamer and target him alone? He hastily dodged to the side, but was still firmly caught by 3 strands of spider silk. Jiang Fan was all too familiar with this stuff, the death binding that even 4th-grade iron-eating ants couldn't break free from. Oomph. Mere beast. Wu Daong roared angrily, throwing a punch that actually shattered 2 of the silk strands. Jiang Fan's heart trembled. This was the physique of a legendary martial artist. The severed silk completely enraged the Spider King. Rumble. The mountain shook and the earth drummed. Earthquakes, landslides, mudslides, and lake dam bursts erupted simultaneously, as if heaven and earth were being overturned. Jiang Fan's face went pale. A single casual strike from a 5th-grade fierce beast brought world-ending destruction. No wonder they were called Beast Kings. More spider silk burst forth, layer upon layer binding Wu Daong. Blazing spiritual energy burned but couldn't shake it loose. Instead, the bindings grew tighter. Blazing flames. Boom. The spider silk expanded like a sponge under the red light before exploding. Wu Daong burst out from the cocoon as Jiang Fan quickly moved away. This was true, immortals fighting, attack, and defense flowing back and forth. Without the Spider King personally taking action, probably no one could withstand even half a move from Wu Daong. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountain wall crumbled as the Spider King's massive black shadow leaped out, its steel-like legs piercing down through the air. Wu Daong roared and met it head-in with a punch. Bang! The Spider King shrieked as its leg was knocked back, but Wu Daong's fist was a bloody mess and his body was sent flying hundreds of meters, smashing into a deep crater. A 5th-grade martial artist's flesh was comparable to refined steel. The earth was nearly pierced through. The Spider King gave him no respite, spitting out a strand of spider silk as thick as a chain. It whooshed out and dragged Wu Daong back. then viciously slammed him against the ground repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The ground thundered with each impact. Wu Daong was hurled between rocks and dirt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though he was a legendary warrior, he had almost no experience fighting Beast King's Heathen, and now he faced a Spider King at least at the late 5th grade level, possibly even at its peak. The overwhelming pressure was so intense it seemed to tear the very air apart. Jiang Fan crouched behind nearby bushes, not daring to blink. Good heavens. This Spider King's power was absolutely ridiculous. If his own spirit beast could evolve to 5th grade someday, wouldn't he be able to dominate the wasteland? Unfortunately, advancement required tens of millions in resources, far more than he could afford, unless he raided several more garrison warehouses, but that was just wishful thinking. Bang, bang, bang. The Spider King's 8 iron-like legs hammered down repeatedly, smashing Wu Daong between the ground and cliff face hundreds of times. Even though Wu Daong's body was as tough as refined steel, cracks began to appear under the relentless assault, his bones emitting faint cracking sounds. Finally, the Spider King ceased its brutal pummeling. Its massive legs danced through the air as sticky silk burst forth, layer upon layer wrapping around Wu Daong like an enormous white cocoon, suspending him firmly in midair. Each layer of webbing contained countless fine strands, far more resilient than steel cables. The fire attribute's spiritual energy only produced a few wisps of smoke against it, unable to burn through. The web tightened progressively, and the strange suction force within the silk threads frantically drained the spiritual energy from Wu Daong's body. Within mere breaths, his resistance visibly weakened, his limbs becoming as limp and powerless as deflated hide. In the next instant, the Spider King's sharp mouthparts pierced the cocoon, completely draining the last traces of spiritual energy before crunching down and swallowing the entire cocoon along with Wu Daong in one gulp. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Fan remained completely silent. The Spider King's feeding scene was both sinister and gruesome. He couldn't even imagine the terror Wu Daong must have endured before being devoured. The wasteland was the true ruler here. Humanity were merely struggling invaders clinging to survival. In this moment, Jiang Fan truly understood the wasteland's ruthless nature for the first time. Snapping back to reality, his heart sank. What was he waiting for? He had to rescue that 4th grade iron-eating ant immediately. Couldn't count on a fierce beast to honor any agreement. While the Spider King's attention was entirely focused on devouring Wu Daong's remains, Jiang Fan held his breath and stealthily crept along the rock wall into the spider's lair. Since the Spider King had intimidated them earlier, the other spiders dared not block his path. The 4th grade iron-eating ant crouched obediently in a corner. Upon hearing footsteps, its pitch-black compound eyes suddenly lit up, and seeing Jiang Fan, it leaped up excitedly, its sturdy legs scraping tiny sparks against the rock wall. Jiang Fan raised his hand to press against its wing joint, signaling for silence, and together the man and ant slipped quietly out of the spider's cave along the dark tunnel walls. Outside the cave, the sound of chewing from deep within could still be heard. The Spider King was busy devouring its prey, and completely consuming a legendary warrior was proving more time-consuming than expected. Jiang Fan looked back to see the massive creature's fur had transformed from dull gray to lustrous black, its surface now covered with what looked like a thin metallic film. With light gradually seeping through Wu Daong's flesh and blood were clearly premium nourishment for the beast. After confirming he hadn't been detected, Jiang Fan began searching for Zhang Ma. The swarm of iron-eating ants he had sent out earlier had left scent markers in the distance, and psychic microwaves guided him forward. Soon, he detected that nearly extinguished psychic rhythm extremely weak, yet stubbornly persistent. The 4th grade iron-eating ant spread its thin wings and carried Jiang Fan through the air. Wind howled past as yellow sand and scorched earth flew beneath their feet. Moments later, they landed beside a cracked boulder. Zhang Ma was leaning in a crevice behind the rock, her clothes bleached white by wind and sand, her lips pale as paper. Seeing Jiang Fan, she first showed surprise, then opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Jiang Fan already knew the answer. Wu Daong is being devoured by the Spider King. He's as dead can be. A glint of vindictive satisfaction flashed in Zhang Ma's eyes, as if to say, serves him right. Never mind him, we need to get out of this wasteland. Jiang Fan crouched down to examine her injuries. Even without being a doctor, he could see that Zhang Ma was hanging on by her last thread of life force. Once it dissipated, her vitality would be gone. Zhang Ma appeared calm, as if she had already accepted her fate. She gazed gently at Jiang Fan, a stark contrast to the cold, scrutinizing look she had given him when he first arrived at the Jiang household. She struggled to open her mouth, her voice barely a whisper. Jiang Fan leaned in close to listen. You must treat the young miss well. She is someone I watch grow up. Jiang Fan remained silent for a moment, then voiced the doubt in his heart. Do Su Qingqing and I really have a marriage arrangement? Zhang Ma's gaze was firm as she gave an affirmative answer. Jiang Fan scratched the back of his head with a bitter smile. Honestly, this kind of thing is too hard to imagine. A faint smile crossed Zhang Ma's lips. Anyone would be equally bewildered if a marriage contract suddenly intruded upon over a decade of ordinary life. But she was pleased that Jiang Fan didn't become conceited like other young men might, instead thinking first of responsibility. The young miss has something she wants to do, go to the wasteland, find her mother, the Su family. Won't allow it, so she needs someone's support. Zhang Ma spoke in broken fragments, her breath growing weaker. Jiang Fan understood and nodded solemnly. Please rest assured, regardless of how she sees me, I will help her. Even if we're just friends, I'll do my best. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ma suddenly seemed urgent to explain something. No, it's the young miss. She feels for you. Before she could finish, a violent coughing fit interrupted her, blood spattering into her palm. Don't speak anymore. Let me get you out of here first. Jiang Fan quickly lifted her into his arms and called for the iron-eating ant to prepare for takeoff. But Zhang Ma still frowned, her lips trembling. She understood the young miss better than anyone. That proud and stubborn girl would never voluntarily reveal her feelings. Zhang Ma wanted to tell Jiang Fan this, but despite all her urgency, she couldn't overcome her failing life force. She could only use her last bit of will to gaze at Jiang Fan, her eyes full of entrustment. Jiang Fan held her tightly and quickly mounted the iron-eating ant's back, turning toward the edge of the wasteland. In the distance, the sound of chewing from deep within the spider's cave still echoed. The young miss was definitely not someone who expressed herself openly, so she could never tell Jiang Fan her true feelings on her own. If she didn't speak now, she might never get another chance. But Jiang Fan had no attention to spare. His focus was entirely fixed on the gleaming sword piercing through Zhang Ma's abdomen. Pulling out the blade was the most urgent matter of life and death. Zhang Ma's back was pressed against a stone monument about half a person's height. The surface was covered with wind-eroded cracks, and the blurred inscriptions looked like fragments crushed by time, making it impossible to determine which era they came from. Yet they exuded an unimaginably ancient sense of vicissitude. This was what made people suspicious. Tianqing Town was merely a new settlement on the outermost edge of Yuehua City, established only a few hundred years ago. Before that, the area had always been wasteland where not even a ghost could be found, let alone any man-made structures. Yet this stone monument was clearly far more ancient than Tianqing Town's history. Could it be that in the distant past, human settlements had once existed here? Or had someone deliberately erected this monument in this location? This wasn't the first time Jiang Fan had encountered such puzzling questions. In earlier years, when exploring the wastelands, people had continuously discovered scattered remains of ancient buildings. Some had seen the ruins of a massive city deep in the wasteland just from the broken walls and foundations. One could deduce how prosperous that city had once been, far surpassing any of the largest cities in the Star Moon Alliance. Yet now, that place had become the heart of the wasteland, where even setting foot was a matter of life and death. Experts theorized from this that perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, humanity had experienced an unprecedented golden age. Of course, all of this remained mere speculation for now. Zhang Ma, please bear with me. I'm going to pull out the sword. Jiang Fan called out in a low voice, gripping the sword hilt with both hands. He first applied tentative force, but the sword didn't budge an inch. He increased his strength, yet there was still no sign of loosening. Even when his blood boiled within him, his muscles and bones resonated, his joints cracked and popped, and he even triggered the distinctive harmony of sinews and bones. The sword hilt remained as if welded into the stone monument. The sword hilt still wouldn't move at all, and the blade embedded in the stone monument showed not even the slightest tremor. Jiang Fan suddenly realized that a sword driven in by a fifth-rank warrior was beyond his ability to pull out. He immediately summoned the bald husky and bald blue cat, along with two fourth-rank spirit beasts. The four creatures surrounded the sword hilt, muscles bulging and fangs clenched tight, exhausting all their strength until they finally yanked the sword out along with the surrounding dirt. At the same time, Zhang Ma was hurled away by the tremendous force, thrown dozens of meters before hitting the ground and losing consciousness. Jiang Fan rushed over to check on her, finding her breathing extremely weak but still clinging to a thread of life. He turned back to examine the gleaming sword in his hand. The blade bore subtle dark patterns and felt heavy and sharp, clearly no ordinary weapon. Jiang Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. Wu Daong was indeed powerful, but the Spider King that could devour Wu Daong must be even more terrifying. They had to leave this place immediately, but the wasteland stretched endlessly in all directions. They had already traveled at least 1,000 kilometers, and excluding the Spider Cave and lake directions, there was a 270-degree fan-shaped area that could lead home. Jiang Fan ruefully admitted his poor math skill. She couldn't calculate the area, but relying on his ant army and dragonfly scouts to explore would take forever, and Zhang Ma wouldn't survive that long. As he anxiously pondered their situation, the stone tablet suddenly hummed, followed by tremors in the earth. The vibrations were comparable to when the Spider King had awakened. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. Damn, had another fifth-rank beast emerged? Or had the Spider King finished eating Wu Daong and come after them? But he soon realized it was neither, seemed to have triggered some mechanism within the stone tablet. The rumbling continued as the tablet shook violently, the ground rising and falling by half a meter, practically a super earthquake. Just as Jiang Fan was about to have the fourth-rank iron-eating ants carry them to safety, the earth beneath their feet suddenly split open. A tremendous suction force erupted from the crack, instantly pulling Jiang Fan, his spirit beasts, and Zhang Ma underground. After they disappeared, the tremors ceased, leaving fallen trees, cracked earth, and devastation everywhere. Only the stone tablet remained standing alone. Due to the violent shaking, moss and rust fell from the tablet's surface, revealing 3 gleaming golden characters: Dragon Corpse Pit. At that same moment, distant rumbling sounds approached. A massive black shadow of Spider King came racing toward them, stopping abruptly several thousand meters from the stone tablet. Its enormous head, disproportionate to its body, slowly lifted to meet the golden light from the tablet. In just an instant, bang! The Spider King's head exploded on the spot, followed by a chain reaction of explosions throughout its body, with the force of continuous heavy artillery bombardment. The infamous Spider King died just like that. With its demise, the golden light on the stone tablet also dimmed. Ow, what's going on? Jiang Fan groaned as he got up, surrounded by complete darkness that felt damp and stifling. His right hand touched the bald husky's coarse fur, while his left found the soft, fluffy bald blue cat. He confirmed that all his spirit beasts had fallen with him. Where's Zhang Ma? Jiang Fan's heart tightened. The bald husky obediently crouched low, and only then did Jiang Fan discover that during the fall, the husky had protected Zhang Ma, letting her lie safely across its back. But the problem remained: there wasn't a trace of light here, as if they were buried alive deep in the earth's crust. Jiang Fan had no choice but to release what remained of his ant army and dragonfly scouts to explore their surroundings. But then he realized that the dragonfly scouts' vision was useless. No, if he couldn't see, neither could they. Even the bald blue cat was nowhere to be seen. Underground, it was pitch black, and Jiang Fan could only rely on his spirit beast's abilities. The dragonfly scouts flapped their transparent wings, serving as transport planes for the ant army, airdropping them in batches ahead. The ants were too small and slow if he let them spread out to scout on their own. Who knew how long it would take? Jiang Fan simply stopped in his tracks, letting these little creatures map out the surroundings first. Who knew if there was a cliff beneath his feet? The world below the Earth's crust followed no rules. Perhaps there were even deeper fault lines below. Soon, a radar map, pieced together by the ants, appeared in his consciousness. Clusters of blue light dots densely packed together, all representing the scattered ants. There wasn't a trace of red spiritual energy fluctuation on the map, indicating no living creatures were present for now. Even more reassuring was that the terrain feedback from the ants showed entirely flat ground. After a while, the blue light dots had spread to the edge of his vision. Strangely, they formed a straight, band-like trajectory, as if a wide and long corridor stretched ahead, definitely an artificial structure. But how could this building be completely buried underground? And its scale was astonishingly massive. Some ants carried by dragonfly scouts several kilometers away were still within the same corridor. If this was just part of the building, wouldn't the entire structure rival an imperial palace? With no other exits available, Jiang Fan mounted the bald husky and led his spirit beasts deeper into the corridor. Above, he had already sent the 4th-grade iron-eating ants and the bald parrot to take turns scouting, but they couldn't find any openings, nor could they figure out where he had originally fallen in from. Jiang Fan bent down to check Zhang Ma's pulse. It was so faint it was barely detectable. The situation was critical. If they delayed any longer, Zhang Ma might not make it. Meanwhile, Tianqing town had become desolate due to continuous tremors and battles. Since the first wave of Su family members arrived, many more people had poured in over the past 2 days. Someone had begun organizing the orderly evacuation of the townspeople. Most residents remained confused, unclear about what was happening, yet no one opposed leaving. The aftershocks of that great battle 2 days ago still left people terrified. Word was that many unfortunate souls had been caught in the crossfire, with several thousand deaths. How is the civilian evacuation progressing? In the conference room of Tianqing Town's Law Enforcement Bureau, 6 heavy metal chairs formed a semicircle, with several distinguished officials seated around them. At the door, a young military officer wearing shoulder boards 2 fingers wide stood at attention and saluted sharply. Reporting to the deputy director, we have successfully evacuated 30% of the civilians and can complete the full evacuation within 2 days. The deputy director nodded slightly, his gaze steady and composed. Outside the conference room, footsteps echoed continuously in the corridor, punctuated by the intermittent beeping of radio communications, highlighting the urgency of the evacuation operation. In the main hall of the Law Enforcement Bureau, a squad of white uniformed enforcers marched past in formation, their silver-white badges gleaming coldly under the lights. The badges prominently displayed the twin moon emblem of Yuehua City. The Yuehua City Law Enforcement Bureau was vastly different from the makeshift organization of places like Tianqing Town. Every white uniformed enforcer was at least a first-grade warrior, while Tianqing Town's old establishment still included many ordinary people. Yuehua City's Guard Regiment also belonged to the Star Moon Federation's regular establishment, a classification that only extended down to the city level naturally. Tianqing Town's self-established Guard Regiment and Law Enforcement Bureau could hardly compare. Now, the deputy director of Yuehua City's Law Enforcement Bureau had personally taken command. According to Federation convention, city-level Law Enforcement Bureau directors were typically fifth-grade warriors. Even if a deputy director wasn't a martial artist, they would be at least at the peak of fourth grade. At this moment, he waved for the young officer to withdraw, then turned his attention to Su Xingshan, who sat nearby with eyes closed in meditation. This legendary soul master wore plain robes with dark gold Su family crests embroidered on the sleeves, and subtle soul energy fluctuations unconsciously created gentle ripples in the surrounding air. The deputy director smiled and spoke. I never expected the Su family to send 2 super-level warriors at once. Quite an impressive display. Su Xingshan opened his eyes, his gaze gentle yet unfathomably deep. We're here to bring the young miss home, so naturally, we must be cautious. The deputy director raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Oh? Is Qingcheng really in Tianqing Town? Is this about that arranged marriage? Su Xingshan nodded helplessly. The deputy director laughed heartily, shaking his head. Fascinating. The Su family's young miss eloping for love. It wasn't an elopement, Su Xingshan corrected. She simply came to Tianqing Town to study. Once this matter is resolved, I'll bring Qingcheng back to Yuehua City. All right. You're the expert, whatever you say goes. The deputy director waved dismissively, his tone relaxed, clearly indicating their close personal relationship. Otherwise, who would dare casually tease a legendary soul master? He then grew serious. Once Qingcheng returns, Long Hao can finally rest easy. However, I hear Long Hao himself is planning to come here. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xingshan and everyone present frowned simultaneously. The Dragon God Temple was coming? Long Hao was not only the Su family young Mrs. Fiancé, but also a dragon tamer prodigy that the Dragon God Temple was intensively cultivating. Among Yuehua City's younger generation, he was also among the most powerful. The deputy director sighed, stroking his carefully groomed mustache. There's no helping a Dragon God Temple has always been extremely interested in anything related to dragons. With a dragon lair suspected to have appeared in Tianqing Town, how could they possibly restrain themselves? A gray-robed middle-aged man seated at the end spoke up. Currently, the Dragon God Temple's stance remains unclear. They may not necessarily side with us. Another person added, exactly. What if the Dragon God Temple turns to support the Star Moon Federation instead? The deputy director raised his hand to calm everyone. We needn't worry too much about that. I just received intelligence. The Star Moon Federation is also dispatching a talented beast tamer. These words caused even the usually gentle Su Xingshan to furrow his brow. The Star Moon Federation, how dare they be so bold? The deputy director's lips curved into a cold smile. We haven't officially seceded from the Federation yet, so they're confident we won't dare break relations completely. The Dragon Lair is of critical importance. They absolutely won't let this opportunity pass. The beast tamer they're sending is reportedly innate level with an extremely high beast seal grade, very likely to advance to dragon tamer status. Everyone's hearts grew heavy. Exploring the dragon's lair would undoubtedly benefit beast tamers the most. The council chamber was brightly lit, and everyone's attention was firmly captured by this statement. According to tradition, beast tamers with higher-level beast seals were more likely to gain recognition in the dragon's lair and even ascend to become dragon lords. The deputy director suddenly remembered something and frowned, speaking in a low voice. By the way, wasn't that dragon egg taken away by that so-called black-robed beast tamer? As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into brief silence, with everyone exchanging glances. Even Su Xingshan was stunned, hadn't heard anything about a dragon egg. The deputy director surveyed the crowd and decided to reveal everything he knew. It seems you don't know yet. The evil sector, more precisely, the fierce beast temple, has been causing such a commotion recently, all for the sake of a dragon egg. That egg hasn't awakened yet, and it's uncertain whether it ever will. They turned Gao Yu to their side, probably promising to let him control the dragon egg and become a dragon lord. The deputy director had just been transferred to Moonlight City, yet he managed to piece together the situation quickly through his subordinates' intelligence. It turned out he had secretly planted informants in Tianqing Town long ago, but the evil sect's information blockade had prevented the intelligence from getting through earlier. If that dragon egg were brought into the dragon's lair, the chances of it awakening would be much higher, the deputy director added. At the thought of a real dragon egg, everyone's eyes instantly blazed with fervor. It was far more tempting than an empty dragon's lair. Su Xingshan shook his head to suppress the restlessness. That black-robed beast tamer's fate is unknown. I sent Xingwu to search for him, but Xingwu hasn't returned yet. Just as he finished speaking, Footsteps echoed from the doorway. A burly man with dark skin and bulging muscles pushed through the door. It was Su Xingwu, the Su family's legendary warrior and one of the two fifth-rank powerhouses who had come to Tianqing town. Did you find him? Su Xingshan asked, though he already knew the answer. Su Xingwu shook his head, his voice deep. A spider beast clan has appeared in the wilderness outside Tianqing town, led by a fifth-rank beast king. What? Someone shot up from their seat, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. A fifth-rank beast king? You've got to be kidding. Everyone present was elite, but none would dare guarantee they could defeat a beast king. If a beast king attacked the city, ordinary defenses would be as fragile as paper. Beast kings were, in a sense, invincible. Even the deputy director's expression had turned grave. It seemed they needed to build defensive fortifications, or else when the beast king emerged from the mountains in its ravenous state, it would most likely come to slaughter the city for food. The air in the conference room grew thick with tension. Su Xingshan remained calm, raising his hand to signal for silence. Su Xingwu brought forth a dark brown stone, presenting it to everyone with a solemn voice. Take a good look. Everyone exchanged glances. A stone? What was the point of bringing this? Su Xingshan's gaze immediately locked onto the stone, purple light flickering in the depths of his pupils as he drew a sharp breath. Is this the remains of that fifth-grade beast king? Su Xingwu nodded. Yes, the beast king is dead. The cause of death is unknown. Recalling the scene in the mountains earlier, with massive chunks of the Spider King's corpse scattered across the mountainside, even he had been too shocked to speak. The deputy director frowned. Was it Wu Dayang's doing? Su Xingwu shook his head. He doesn't have that capability. As fellow legends, I know his limits. Unless he's already transcended the legendary realm and achieved grandmaster status, which is clearly impossible. Su Xingshan chuckled softly, though with a chilling undertone. It seems this expedition will be more thrilling than we anticipated. Upon hearing this, everyone felt their scalps tingle. In such circumstances, he could still laugh. Where's Mama Zhang? Su Xingshan suddenly asked. Su Xingwu's expression darkened as he gently shook his head. Su Xingshan sighed. Qingqing will be heartbroken, having lost her mother, and now Mama Zhang too. In the pitch-black space, Jiang Fan walked alone. He had traveled quite far, with only the intermittent sound of dripping water echoing around him, likely underground water seepage. The wilderness above was lush with vegetation, and there was a large lake in the distance, indicating abundant water sources. Jiang Fan thought that if he could follow the underground water flow to find that lake, he might be able to escape this place. But soon, he dismissed this idea. First, he had completely lost his sense of direction. Second, even if there truly was an underground river, its tributaries would surely branch out in all directions. Third, this was clearly a massive artificially constructed building, so there had to be an exit somewhere. Suddenly, the radar map in his mind appeared. Several ants had been led away from this long corridor by dragonfly scouts estimated to be dozens of kilometers long. What lay beyond the end was an even more spacious area, as if entering the main courtyard of a building complex. Jiang Fan was stunned. Based on the structure he had traversed, this seemed like a long corridor leading to the front hall of a palace. If his speculation was correct, this building complex was so massive it rivaled a small city. Even more terrifying was the realization that he had likely entered through the main entrance, which had long been buried under thick layers of earth and stone. With no way back, he could only continue exploring deeper. The darkness remained impenetrable. The prolonged absence of light made him feel uncomfortable all over. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and pulled out the remaining first-grade beast blood from his pouch, about 20 milliliters left, having given all the second and third-grade blood to Old Gua. Fine, waste it if I must. I'll use some beast blood as lamp oil. Beast blood itself was a high-energy substance that ignited easily. Spiritual energy was, after all, the most advanced form of energy in this world. He scraped Wu Dayang's sword against the ground a few times, creating several sparks that ignited the beast blood. The sparks fell into the bloodstains with a hissing sound, producing tiny flames. Jiang Fan immediately scooped out a milliliter of beast blood and dripped it onto the sword tip. As the beast blood met the fire, a half-meter-high column of flame instantly shot up. Though the temperature was moderate, the light was brilliantly blinding, with circles of illumination spreading outward and lighting up an area of dozens of meters around him. Seeing his surroundings clearly for the first time, Jiang Fan discovered he was standing in a massive underground space built with smooth black bricks. Beyond the reach of his light lay complete darkness, with the outlines of walls completely swallowed by shadows, revealing the vastness of the space. Looking down at his feet, the brick surface was eerily pristine. Not only was there no moss, but there wasn't even a trace of fine dust, as if someone had been diligently cleaning throughout the long years. Cleaning. This thought sent chills down Jiang Fan's spine. He crouched down and gently wiped the brick joints with his fingertips, but didn't pick up even a grain of dust. How is this possible? A cold dread filled his heart as he forced himself to smile, the expression as stiff as a mask. Could there really be someone here? The chill crept up his spine like an icy wind blowing against the back of his neck. There can't be any living people. He shook his head inwardly, even speculating whether this might be an ancient tomb, but he didn't dare think too deeply about it. He could only let out a few dry laughs to suppress his fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strange sounds, barely audible, crept into his ears, and the air grew colder. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, suddenly raising the flame high and widening his eyes to scan his surroundings. Everything within his sight appeared normal. If there truly were living creatures, their spiritual energy fluctuations couldn't possibly escape his ant army's detection weight. Only living things have spiritual energy fluctuations, but what about those that are non-living? His thoughts nearly spiraled out of control, and he shook his head violently. Don't overthink it. You're scaring yourself. Jiang Fan took a deep breath to bolster his courage. There were absolutely no living creatures in this place, and even if there were, he had 2 4th-grade spirit beasts and 2 3rd-grade spirit beasts at his side. Whether human or ghost, he could fight them all. However, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strange sounds came again from deep within the building complex, clearer than before. Jiang Fan's scalp instantly tingled. Something was wrong. The sounds grew louder and more frequent as he ventured deeper, and his heartbeat pounded like drumbeats. Just then, several red dots suddenly flashed at the edge of his ant army's radar map. Something was approaching. Underground beasts? This is trouble. I can't even figure out the killers above ground. And now there are creatures emerging from below. I need to hide. This thought flashed through Jiang Fan's mind like lightning as he immediately surveyed his surroundings. The black brick walls of the corridor were mottled and ancient. On the left side, he spotted where some bricks had cracked. More precisely, a vertical fissure had appeared. Similar cracks weren't uncommon. The ancient building complex was riddled with such scars. The fissure was barely wide enough to squeeze a person through. Without time to think, he repositioned the unconscious Zhang Ma on his back and hunched down to squeeze inside. He recalled all living creatures into his spirit beast space. Even the ant and dragonfly scouts weren't left behind. In this godforsaken place, insects were completely expendable. Leaving them outside would be sending them to their deaths. Just as he squeezed into the crack, eerie wailing sounds rose again, accompanied by the rustling of sand and stone scraping against walls. The creature seemed so large it had to press against the walls just to barely pass through. Good heavens, what kind of massive beast is this? Jiang Fan's spine went cold as beads of sweat dripped from his hair. Even the previous Spider King hadn't been this terrifying. What exactly were these underground beasts? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strange sounds grew closer. When they were near enough, Jiang Fan realized the noise wasn't from a single entity, but countless ghostly howls layered together. Could it be an entire pack? He forced his heartbeat to slow. If these creatures had lived underground for long periods, their deteriorated vision would likely be compensated by terrifyingly enhanced hearing and smell. He pressed himself deeper into the wall crack, trying to merge with the cold brick surface. Zhang Ma's breathing was already barely detectable, so there was no worry about exposure there. The wailing suddenly pitched higher at close range, transforming into sharp, dense bird-like calls, yet more withered and piercing than ordinary bird songs, making one's scalp crawl. No wonder it initially sounded like ghostly wails. These sounds seemed impossible for any earthly creature to produce. It was as if countless strange birds were swarming toward them. Rumble, rumble. Dense rustling sounds overlapped, converging into a roaring torrent like an angry river, causing the entire corridor to vibrate slightly. Trapped in the fissure, Jiang Fan held his breath in complete darkness. Without the light from burning beast blood, he could see nothing. Yet he could clearly sense numerous creatures sweeping past the crack opening. Bang! Several creatures that had veered off course crashed directly into the black bricks, falling near his feet. Jiang Fan reacted swiftly, stepping on one of them. It felt hard to the touch, about the size of a rat, with bones as solid as stone. Based on the outline under his foot, he judged it more likely to be a bat, and bats particularly favored such dark spaces. Suddenly, a powerful gust swept past the fissure opening, as if trying to suck him out entirely. That was a massive creature, definitely reaching beast level. It seemed this group was similar to spider colonies, composed of a mix of ordinary and fierce beasts. Darkness blocked his vision, but the oppressive presence alone was comparable to the bald blue cat, definitely 4th grade. 4th grade beast tamers are already rare as phoenix feathers. Aren't 4th grade spirit beasts supposed to be very strong? How is this wasteland crawling with 4th grade fierce beasts everywhere? Jiang Fan groaned inwardly, yet his body dared not move an inch. If the bat's ultrasonic positioning swept over him, he'd be immediately exposed. He continued holding his breath, making himself as rigid as stone. Bats confirmed obstacles by emitting ultrasonic waves and receiving the rebounding sound waves, a principle humans had also adopted, often using them to explore the hidden and dangerous caves deep in the wastelands. Jiang Fan knew without a doubt that the slightest movement would immediately alert the countless bats to his presence. He froze in place, sweat trickling down his temples and seeping into his collar, causing an itch he dared not scratch. If these monsters lurking in the darkness came charging at him, they would tear him to shreds in the next second. His chest grew increasingly tight. Although his chi and blood power granted him superior oxygen capacity beyond ordinary people, he hadn't taken a deliberate deep breath before holding it. Now his cheeks bulged as he held his breath, and even his eardrums buzzed with ringing. 1 minute, 3 minutes. Time stretched endlessly and became distorted. Occasional soft fluttering sounds came from the stone walls, each one like claws scraping down his spine. Jiang Fan forced himself not to even blink, as if the slightest muscle contraction would startle thousands upon thousands of dark shadows. A full 10 minutes passed before the depths of the cave finally fell silent, with no more winged beats echoing in the darkness. After confirming that the creatures had completely departed, Jiang Fan suddenly exhaled a breath of stale air. His lungs ached as if pounded by heavy hammers, but the feeling of being alive still lightened his heart. Phew! Looking down, he discovered that the unfortunate creature beneath his feet had been nearly flattened like paper. Jiang Fan immediately lifted his foot and quickly ignited the beast blood he had earlier soaked with petroleum. The dancing flames illuminated the surroundings in red light, clearly revealing the half-dead creature he had trampled. It was indeed a bat, but its appearance differed drastically from common species. A gray-white horn protruded from the center of its small head, and 2 strands of dark black hair hung from either side of its mouth, resembling whiskers. Its skeleton was obviously more robust, with sinews bulging beneath its wing membranes like steel wires. Jiang Fan stared at it for several seconds as familiar semi-transparent information appeared at the edge of his vision. Dragon Bat. Level, Grade 0. Talent, Inferior 3100. Species, Flying type. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 40. Combat power, 5. Special bloodline, 110000 Dragon Bat King bloodline. Other description, fierce beast clan guarding the Dragon Corpse Pit, frequently patrolling around the Dragonstone Pit in cycles. Dragon Bat? Just the name alone sounded formidable. Wait, Dragon Corpse Pit? Jiang Fan's eyes widened in shock. This place was actually a site specifically for storing dragon corpses? An absolutely ominous location. His mind raced with questions. Could the crevice beneath his feet be connected to that dragon nest in Tianqing Town? Or perhaps what lay beneath Gulf Mountain wasn't a dragon nest at all, but another dragon corpse pit? Jiang Fan had never heard of dragon corpse pits before, but the literal meaning alone indicated it was a forbidden zone of death. If the people of Tianqing Town truly mistook that place for a treasure site and rashly explored it, not only would they suffer devastating losses, but if the Dragon Bat clan burst forth from the mountain, the entire town of Tianqing could be massacred. At this thought, Jiang Fan's back was once again soaked with cold sweat. His parents were still in Tianqing Town. I need to get back quickly. When leaving the Dragon Corpse Pit, Jiang Fan casually captured the dying blood bat as his spirit beast. Without the hassle of igniting beast blood, he quickly discovered that compared to the dragonfly scouts he used for illumination before, the bloodbat's ultrasonic detection was truly a formidable weapon. Each sound wave release, bounce, and rebound would piece together a vivid virtual space in his mind. Walls, floors, and even the withered bat corpses hanging on the walls could be depicted in minute detail, though it required the bloodbat to continuously emit sound waves to maintain this three-dimensional model. Unfortunately, this bloodbat was just an ordinary beast with weak vitality, looking like it was on its last breath. Jiang Fan immediately spent 10,000 yuan to forcibly evolve it to Grade 2. In mere moments, the Grade 2 dragon bat's body swelled more than 10 times larger, reaching half of Jiang Fan's height. Its originally dull membrane regained its luster, and its life force was obviously vigorous. Most importantly, its detection range expanded to nearly 1,000 meters in radius, almost instantly scanning the surrounding environment, clean much more useful than the dragonfly scouts in this pitch-black darkness. He leaped onto the back of the bald husky, keeping the dragon bat's sonar active, no longer needing to worry about running blind. As long as he ensured no enemies within 1,000 meters, Jiang Fan could race forward without restraint. While running, he estimated how large this eerie dragon corpse pit actually was, calculating in his mind that as long as he followed the pit walls, he would eventually find his way back to Tianqing Town. The bald husky's forepaws flew like the wind, covering dozens of kilometers in just a few minutes. Suddenly, a strange stationary object appeared in the virtual space feedback from the dragon bat. The thing remained completely motionless, yet its shape was twisted and bizarre, like a pile of shattered giant logs scattered haphazardly across the center of the passage. Jiang Fan immediately reined in his mount, found a crevice along the wall to squeeze through, and signaled the dragonfly scout to take a few ants forward to detect spiritual energy fluctuations. The dragonfly scout's flight of over 1,000 meters should have taken several minutes. But barely a minute after takeoff, Jiang Fan's heart suddenly tightened violent, and terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations swept over, with an intensity that easily crushed any Grade 5 beast king he had ever encountered. almost certainly a grade 6 fierce beast. That massive body size made one's scalp tingle even through spatial sensing. Staying any longer would mean certain death. Jiang Fan turned around without hesitation. Along the way, following the principle of wrong turns can be retraced, he had barely made any turns, but now he could only make a sharp right into a side corridor. After walking only a short distance, ghostly wails and wolf howls suddenly filled his ears, mixed with deep rumbling sounds. The noise seemed to press in from all directions simultaneously, making it impossible to distinguish the direction, yet choosing the wrong exit would mean eternal damnation. He stood at the crossroads, cold sweat beading on his forehead, unable to determine the sound source. Zhang Ma on the bald husky's back remained unconscious, unable to offer counsel. Just then, the grade 2 dragon bat suddenly shrieked, "Zhi zhi zhi," flapping its wings and pointing toward the dark corridor ahead on the right, indicating that this path was safe. Jiang Fan froze for a moment, his expression shifting slightly. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the second-grade dragon bat. Before him, this spirit beast was 100% loyal to him, making any betrayal theoretically impossible. Yet its claws pointed precisely toward the path he had just abandoned. There, massive spiritual energy fluctuations were erupting at this very moment, clearly unsafe by any reasonable standard, yet the second-grade dragon bat nodded with unwavering certainty. Rustle, rustle. Before Jiang Fan could make up his mind, several dragon bats swooped down from the shadows ahead, their wing tips scraping against the stone walls and producing ear-piercing metallic grinding sounds. Further in the distance, that sharp scraping noise was approaching in waves, the sound crashing like hailstones in a storm, hammering relentlessly against eardrums in the narrow valley. Any more hesitation would be fatal. Jiang Fan steeled himself and decided to trust his spirit beast. He patted the bald husky. Run. The husky bolted through the darkness on all fours, carrying him in a desperate sprint. Having started slightly late, hundreds of dragon bats swarmed toward them almost simultaneously, their high-frequency, buzzing, vibrations merging into a continuous din, like dense hailstones pounding against his back, deafening and spine-chilling. Faster! Jiang Fan shouted, his gaze fixed ahead. If those creatures caught up, he would likely be torn to bare bones. However, before escaping the threat behind him, he sensed an even more terrifying presence without needing to use his amp perception. A tremendous spiritual energy accompanied by a pungent bloody stench rushed toward them like a massive wave threatening to swallow everything whole. Damn it! Jiang Fan nearly strangled the second-grade dragon bat on the spot. The great terror ahead was clearly several times more formidable than the dragon bat swarm behind them. Retreat? Too late now. The second-grade dragon bat was also trembling, yet it mustered courage to flap its wings forward, signaling its master to continue advancing. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, urging the bald husky to charge forward. The husky also caught the scent of death, its fur standing on end, yet it continued accelerating desperately through the darkness. It knew that ahead might be an abyss, but behind lay certain death. However, its master had given the order, and it had no choice but to obey. Fighting with all his might to keep his four legs from trembling, he charged forward. Following the spatial coordinates outlined by the second-grade dragon bat's echolocation, they were now dangerously close to that unknown terror. A blood-soaked spiritual energy, so thick it seemed ready to drip, descended like a massive curtain. With each breath, his chest felt as if pierced by red-hot iron, his skin burned, and his blood vessels churned violently. Jiang Fan's heart pounded wildly as he immediately sealed his pores and reversed his basic cultivation technique, desperately trying to block this ferocious spiritual energy. Even so, thread-like forces still seeped into his body, racing along his meridians with pain that felt like flames dancing through his bone marrow. Just this tiny amount nearly made him unable to stand. If he had actively absorbed it earlier, he would have been instantly crippled, or even exploded on the spot. At this thought, a chill ran down Jiang Fan's spine. What is this place? This blood aura, it's like refined beast blood. He suppressed his racing heart and glanced back, only to discover that the dragon bat swarm that had been relentlessly pursuing them had vanished without a trace. At the edge of the wasteland, the bald Era and the second-grade dragon bat lay prostrate on the ground, their entire bodies tense, not even daring to lift their heads. Jiang Fan wanted the second-grade dragon bat to use echolocation again, but it remained rigid as stone, not daring to move an inch. With no choice, he recalled both spirit beasts into his spirit beast space. In the darkness, he gritted his teeth and used the remaining beast blood on his sword tip to ignite a flame. Crimson fire burst forth with a whoosh, the circle of light pushing back the night and instantly dyeing the surrounding dozens of meters in dark red. Though this illumination was far from enough to reveal the full picture, the corner caught in the firelight was sufficient to make Jiang Fan's hair stand on end. Before him rose a hill constructed entirely of massive bones. Rolling spiritual energy was emanating from these pale, white skeletal remains. The bone mountain was intricately intertwined, appearing chaotic yet complete in number and perfectly fitted in structure. In the dancing firelight, Jiang Fan caught sight of an enormous dragon head. The dragon skull seemed to have been forcibly twisted into the torso, its posture distorted and eerie. There really are dragon clans. Jiang Fan's throat tightened. Cough, cough, cough. On his back, Mama Zhang suddenly awakened. The overwhelming blood aura lashed into her lungs like an invisible whip, yanking her from unconsciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she was stunned by the scene before her. The incomparably massive body, the coldly gleaming dragon fangs, the blood aura pressure reaching toward the heavens all proclaimed its former status as ruler of the wasteland. The dragon clan, hidden in the deepest parts of the wasteland, remained an invincible symbol to this day. The ability to command dragons was also the highest honor for beast tamers. Now, Jiang Fan and Mama Zhang stood before a complete dragon skeleton. Mama Zhang trembled with excitement, her dry coughs coming in rapid succession. She patted Jiang Fan's shoulder and struggled to slide down from his back, staggering several steps before lunging toward the dragon bones. Seeing her ashen complexion and thread-like breathing, Jiang Fan couldn't help but worry. Could this be a warrior's final burst of energy before death? Mama Zhang, you. Good stuff, cough, cough. All good stuff. Mama Zhang ignored his inquiry, feeling a sweetness in her throat as she coughed up several mouthfuls of bloody foam, even mixed with fragments of lung tissue. Jiang Fan didn't dare rashly intervene and could only follow closely behind. Mama Zhang climbed onto one of the pale white vertebrae like a woman possessed, pressing her palm against the bone and taking a deep breath. The next second, dark blue light patterns illuminated her body's surface, the radiance flowing along her meridian pathways like living serpents. The outline of that cultivation technique bore some resemblance to the basic formula, yet was far more profound and substantial. It was somewhat like the basic formula, but seemed more advanced. Zhang Ma was absorbing the blood essence and spiritual energy clinging to the dragon's bones. Violent crimson mist surged from between the pale skeletal frame, like magma vaporized by intense heat, more scorching than flames, yet she inhaled it mouthful by mouthful. After all, she was a fourth-grade martial artist with bones as strong as refined steel and broad meridians. So even though this power capable of igniting air churned within her body, she could barely suppress it. Suddenly, a scene that could only be called miraculous appeared. Her originally withered, cracked, and nearly depleted body seemed to be infused with new vitality, rapidly swelling. The sunken skin was lifted by the crimson energy, purple wounds emitted wisps of white smoke, torn muscles instantly fused together, and the regeneration was visible to the naked eye. The surrounding blood essence quickly thinned by several degrees. As if devoured by a giant beastan, that beast was Zhang Ma herself. The hoarse, low growl she made while absorbing echoed through the stone cave, strange and viscous, making Jiang Fan's scalp tingle repeatedly. If the sounds came from a young girl, perhaps he might appreciate them, but Zhang Ma was over 15. No matter how comfortable she felt, she should show some restraint. He sighed inwardly, wanting nothing more than to plug his ears, as the sound was simply a form of mental torture. After continuing for a long while, Zhang Ma's breathing gradually stabilized. Her clouded eyes regained some luster, and she finally looked up at Jiang Fan. I never expected that you would be the one to save me. Her voice carried genuine shame initially. She had regarded Jiang Fan as the culprit who delayed the young Mrs. return to the city, self-righteously assuming he had used some sinister methods. But reality was that this young man had desperately dragged her to this cave during a life-or-death moment, saving her from certain death. Though I don't know what this place is, at least it's temporarily safe. She tidied herself up a bit, and seeing Jiang Fan still looked puzzled, added an explanation. Dragon spiritual energy possesses extremely strong restorative properties, related to their innate talents. Dragons are known as the immortal race, possessing nearly infinite self-healing abilities. By absorbing their residual spiritual energy, I can repair my injuries and replenish my life force. Speaking of this, Zhang Ma couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes bright. What incredible luck! Or rather, Jiang Fan's luck was heaven-defying. I never imagined we'd stumble upon such a treasure. Even if we scoured the entire Shisha wasteland, we might not find a hall like this. Jiang Fan stared at the dragon, remains radiating flame-like spiritual energy before him, feeling waves of heat washing over him. To Zhang Ma's eyes, that spiritual energy looked more like an incredibly rare and precious elixir. When this dragon was alive, was it 6th grade? Jiang Fan lowered his voice. Zhang Ma carefully searched her memory, but ultimately shook her head. I'm not certain, but at least 6th grade, quite possibly even higher. Beyond 6th grade? Jiang Fan sucked in a sharp breath. He gazed at those fractured and twisted massive bones, growing more alarmed the longer he looked. This was definitely not a natural death. It looked more like something had been brutally snapped by unimaginably powerful hands. Combined with the fact that this dragon corpse pit beneath their feet was artificially excavated, Who could possibly be capable of breaking apart a fierce beast of 6th grade or higher? Can humans really kill fierce beasts above 6th grade? Jiang Fan muttered to himself. Zhang Ma smiled bitterly. Legendary fighters are considered top-tier powerhouses in Yuehua City, and 6th grade already qualifies as a grandmaster. The entire city has only one grandmaster. As for what lies beyond 6th grade, the Star Moon Federation should have higher realms, but I don't know what they're called. Jiang Fan's heart trembled, then understanding dawned on him. 5th grade was already looked up to like a towering mountain in Tianqing Town, but in Yuehua City, or before the Star Moon Federation, one of the 28 great cities, it barely caused a ripple. Even someone like Chao Jingguang was nothing more than a speck of dust in the eyes of higher powers. At this thought, he suddenly felt a sense of his own insignificance, like a grain of dust surrounded by countless more powerful beings. However, reality was more pressing. The more blood and spiritual energy Zhang Ma absorbed, the thinner the spiritual energy on the bones became. The dragon bats circling the perimeter could barely contain their hunger, their eyes glowing red in the darkness as they wheeled about, their breathing sounds like grinding blades. The bonfire, fueled by beast blood, could only illuminate a few dozen meters beyond that lay pitch-black night, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Rustle, rustle. Zhang Ma cocked her ear but couldn't see into the distance. What's that sound? Just a colony of dragon bats. Jiang Fan's tone remained calm. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Ma's face went pale and her spiritual energy absorption froze. Her mind raced through her memories. Dragon bats, though rarely mentioned in human records, always appeared alongside the term dragon lair. This is a dragon corpse pit. Her voice was hoarse. You know about it? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, dragon bats often appear around dragon lairs and dragon corpse pits, but most commonly in dragon corpse pits. Zhang Ma answered through gritted teeth. What's the relationship between dragon corpse pits and dragon lairs? Jiang Fan pressed. Dragon lairs are ancient dragon breeding and nesting grounds. If you're lucky, you might find dragon eggs there. Dragon corpse pits. Zhang Ma paused. Are dragon graveyards, places of great evil. Coming from the Su family, she possessed considerable secret knowledge. Dragon corpse pits were built by humans, most likely burial grounds after dragon slaying. In other words, these dragons were all trophies from human hunts. Legend had it that in ancient times, there were clans that specialized in dragon slaying. Hiss! Jiang Fan drew in a cold breath, feeling his spine chill. How terrifying. Dragons that modern humans feared like natural enemies were actually hunted prey in ancient times? Rustle, rustle. The sounds were getting closer and closer. Zhang Ma felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but whisper, why do I feel like they're coming this way? Your instincts are right. Jiang Fan remained calm. Originally, they were wary of the blood essence emanating from the dragon bones, but you've absorbed quite a bit of it. Now that the blood essence has weakened, they're no longer afraid. Zhang Ma's face instantly turned pale. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What good would it have done to tell you earlier? Would knowing have stopped you from absorbing it? You would have died if you hadn't. The argument was irrefutable. Without that blood essence spiritual energy, she would have already met her maker. Still, if she had known earlier, she certainly wouldn't have absorbed so much. In fact, she had already recovered about 70 to 80% after escaping the brink of death. Behind them, the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of wind mixed with rustling sounds, quickly transforming into spine-chilling shrieks, and how some massive swarm of dragon bats was swooping down. Let's get out of here. Zhang Ma gripped the bald blue cat's fur tightly, ready to drag Jiang Fan into a mad dash. There's no time to worry about absorbing more blood essence spiritual energy. Get on and ride. Jiang Fan quickly extinguished the campfire. Light or darkness made no difference to the dragon bats. He simply wanted to conserve what little beast blood remained. Earlier, he had tried to extract blood essence spiritual energy from the dragon bones, only to discover that this substance could only be absorbed directly, not refined. Perhaps a soul master could manage it. Thinking of the waste, he felt secretly regretful. Zhang Ma mounted the bald blue cat. Jiang Fan straddled the 4th grade iron-eating ant, whose speed far exceeded that of spirit beasts of the same rank. On his shoulder perched the 2nd grade dragon bat, serving as a scout for the path ahead. Thick darkness rushed toward them. Zhang Ma was left trailing behind, able only to clutch desperately at the cat's fur as cold wind howled past her ears, the ghostly wails and howls quickly fading into the distance. This meant the 4th grade iron-eating ant was already running at full speed. The question was, how was it managing to do this? How could anyone navigate in such complete darkness? It was simply incredible. Jiang Fan seemed to move through this place as if it were his own backyard. Zhang Ma clutched tightly to Jiang Fan's waist, still puzzling over this mystery, when the bald blue cat ahead suddenly slammed on the brakes, its sharp claws scraping against the rock surface in a shower of sparks before executing a smooth turn. Caught off guard, Zhang Ma nearly flew off, her knuckles white as she gripped on for dear life. She marveled at how this cat could not only navigate in pitch darkness, but also maneuver so gracefully. Jiang Fan truly was an enigma. On the surface, his spirit beasts appeared mediocre in talent, even downright ugly, yet he had an extraordinary number of them. With just a glance from him, they could display the most peculiar abilities. If she possessed such skills, wilderness expeditions would be 80% less dangerous. Zhang Ma couldn't help but wonder, had the young miss already recognized Jiang Fan's potential? Hold on tight. There's a huge pit ahead we need to jump across. Jiang Fan's voice drifted back from the front, calm and composed as always. His unshakable composure left Zhang Ma in complete admiration, especially since her heart was currently pounding from being chased by dragon bats, and she barely dared to breathe too heavily. But just as the bald blue cat leaped into the air, Jiang Fan, seated on the back of the fourth-grade iron-eating ant, felt his face freeze. He gripped the carapace with white knuckles, wishing he had a rope to tie himself down completely because below yawned an bottomless chasm. Without the occasional rocky outcroppings on either side, the bald blue cat would never have made the jump. The further they went, the more treacherous the path became. Sudden sinkholes here, swarms of dragon bats there. Jiang Fan cursed silently. How the hell do we get out of this godforsaken place? Though Zhang Ma was no longer on death's door, the sense of impending doom in his chest only grew stronger. The passage alternately sloped downward and curved back up, with mountain fissures embedded in the sides. Clearly this place connected to the outer mountain ranges. The wilderness mountains had always been lairs for fierce beasts, and the deeper you went, the more dangerous they became. If they encountered other beasts besides dragon bats, that would spell true despair. Suddenly, the second-grade dragon bat perched on his shoulder trembled all over, poked out its head, and let out a silent shriek, followed by fearful chittering. What's wrong? Jiang Fan's mind reached out instantly, reading its feedback. An extremely terrifying presence lurked ahead. Not dragon bones, but a living dragon bat of horrifying power. How strong? The second-grade dragon bat's answer weighs at least 5th grade. Shit. Run. Jiang Fan barely managed to shout back. Change direction. Hold tight. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant spun around sharply, carrying the bald blue cat into the nearest side passage. But they were still a beat too slow. A overwhelming malevolent aura exploded outward, and piercing shrieks erupted through the corridor like sonic cannons. In the tremendous shockwave, both the 4th-grade iron-eating ant and the bald blue cat stumbled. Even Jiang Fan felt as if steel needles had pierced his eardrums, his vision going black. Though Zhang Ma fared slightly better, she still grimaced in pain. Not knowing what had happened, she didn't dare speak, placing all her hopes on Jiang Fan. After all, he had been the first to sense this fierce beast, and she prayed he could work another miracle. A 5th-grade dragon bat was nothing like those ordinary dragon bats. They had to move faster. Getting caught meant certain death. Turn left, Jiang Fan commanded in a low voice. The second-grade dragon bat beside him flapped its wings, using sharp screeches to relay the latest positioning information. He immediately used this living map to adjust their route. In terms of straight-line speed, they could never outrun the Dragon Bat King, but in these maze-like intersecting corridors, they had the advantage of agility. Jiang Fan knew that the 5th-grade dragon bat's massive size made these passages feel like narrow tubes. To it, each additional turn would diminish its momentum. So he deliberately designed their route with sharp consecutive turns, forcing the monster to brake and change direction repeatedly. Behind them, the 5th-grade dragon bat's roars echoed endlessly, the sound waves hammering against the walls like sledgehammers, shaking loose debris from the ceiling. Jiang Fan's expression grew increasingly grim. Those roars were echolocation, continuously tracking their position. This escape was destined to become a prolonged chase. I should have grabbed a dragon bone while I had the chance, Jiang Fan cursed under his breath. If he had that bone in hand, the Dragon Bat clan's natural fear of it might have made them give up the pursuit. Roar! A sudden bellow exploded from the left corridor. Jiang Fan's heart sank. They were in serious trouble. He had still underestimated this 5th-grade beast. Though cumbersome, it possessed keen intelligence and intimate knowledge of the terrain, actually knowing how to take shortcuts and flank them. Sweat trickled down his neck and back, soaking into his collar. He had witnessed 5th-grade beasts in pursuit before, like a tidal wave sweeping everything away. Any hesitation would only result in being swallowed whole. Jiang Fan. Zhang Ma's urgent shout came from behind. Let me stay and hold it off you run. Jiang Fan didn't slow his pace, but whipped his head around to glare at her, fury rising to his throat. Shut up. Stop making noise and disrupting my thinking. He had gone through so much trouble to rescue her from this place. If she went and got herself killed now, wouldn't all his previous efforts become a joke? He had already guessed why Zhang Ma had appeared in the wasteland. Most likely Su Qingcheng had secretly sent her here. If he couldn't bring Zhang Ma back safely, it would mean owing Su Qingcheng an enormous debt of gratitude. Jiang Fan could accept being a kept man, but he absolutely refused to be such a pathetic kept man. Zhang Ma immediately fell silent. She suddenly realized that she didn't dare show even the slightest bit of anger. Jiang Fan had saved her life and repeatedly displayed incredible abilities that made it impossible for her, a supposed senior, to maintain any sense of authority. Jiang Fan suddenly smiled, because not far ahead, he had discovered another pile of dragon bones. That was their only way out at the moment. With this thought, he rushed forward. The blood essence and spiritual energy emanating from this pile of dragon bones was far more intense than what they had encountered before. As soon as Jiang Fan approached, his exposed skin felt like it was being branded with fire, the pain so severe it seemed to smoke. He immediately closed all his pores and forced his breathing to the absolute minimum. Each breath felt like red hot, swords piercing and stirring inside his lungs. Clearly, this dragon had been far more powerful when alive. Still about 100 meters from the dragon bones, Jiang Fan's knees began to tremble. The rolling blood essence and spiritual energy in the air pressed down on him like a crushing weight. Meanwhile, the fifth-grade dragon bats pursuing them had stopped in the shadows behind, their gazes cold and menacing, yet they dared not approach closer, seemingly very wary of these dragon remains. More dragon bats continued to circle overhead. Zhang Ma noticed Jiang Fan's suffering and, after a moment's hesitation, said softly, "You seem to have only practiced the basic cultivation formula." Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and endured, too exhausted to respond. "I cannot give you the Su family's cultivation formula, even though you saved my life." "I'm sorry." Zhang Ma felt guilty. That formula was more important to her than life itself. Jiang Fan simply nodded. From the moment he had seen Zhang Ma perform that mysterious technique, he understood he couldn't ask for it. "However, I do have a mystic-grade cultivation method. While it's not as good as the Su family's, it's much stronger than the basic formula." Zhang Ma reached into her robes and pulled out a dark red scroll. Jiang Fan was slightly stunned. Mystic-grade cultivation method? Cultivation methods had grades? School had never taught this. Even the basic formula was beyond the reach of ordinary students, let alone higher grades. The basic formula doesn't even qualify as yellow grade? He wondered to himself, but without hesitation, he reached out to take it. "Good stuff, give it to me." He knew well the power of the basic formula. In just a few days, combined with large amounts of beast blood, he had reached the first grade. With a mystic grade method, perhaps he could endure longer before these dragon bones, or even advance further. In the distance, the fifth-grade dragon bat remained motionless, its wings twitching slightly in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment, while the wing beats of more of its kind echoed all around. Zhang Ma explained, "This method is called the beast blood formula. It's not particularly rare. The basic formula was actually simplified from it. It converts beast blood to spiritual energy much more efficiently." "What's this beast blood formula worth?" Jiang Fan asked casually, unable to hide his excitement as he eagerly unrolled the scroll. The moment the blood-red characters met his eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his eyeballs. His spirit seemed instantly drained. An overwhelming drowsiness swept through his body, making him stagger. Zhang Ma was stunned. How is this possible? This beast blood formula scroll was written with high-grade beast blood. Reading it consumes mental energy, but it also strengthens the mind. It's better suited for comprehension through spiritual power than regular printed versions, so you should master it faster. But hasn't your mental strength always been very strong? Zhang Ma was genuinely puzzled. In her view, Jiang Fan's mental power must be terrifyingly strong. To simultaneously control so many spirit beasts, with their reaction speed and coordination being nothing short of textbook perfect. The way that fourth-grade iron-eating ant had just executed a sharp turn to shake off the fifth-grade dragon bat was still vivid in her memory. She was certain that ordinary fourth-grade beast tamers could never reach Jiang Fan's mental level. The fourth-grade beast tamers she had encountered in the past could barely maintain stable control over a single fourth-grade spirit beast, and even then they needed constant rest. Yet Jiang Fan's expression was as casual as someone moving a few chess pieces, showing not the slightest strain. However, Jiang Fan was smiling bitterly to himself. His mental power was actually no different from an ordinary person's. But who would believe such a thing if he said it out loud? Just as he was worrying about how to explain this, Mama Zhang had already found a reason for him. "Is it because you've been controlling spirit beasts for so long that your mental power has been drained too severely?" "Exactly, that's it." Jiang Fan quickly seized the opportunity, nodding repeatedly while feeling secretly grateful. Seeing that he no longer refused, Mama Zhang pressed a scroll of beast blood technique into his hands. Jiang Fan's eyes immediately lit up as he carefully stored it away. "I'll keep this technique for now and learn it once my mental power recovers." This was truly a treasure. Not only could he learn the technique, but it could also enhance his mental power. Methods that could directly improve mental power were extremely rare in this world, making such technique scrolls incredibly expensive. Jiang Fan silently marveled at how people from big cities really had deep pockets. Watching his careful manner, Mama Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you said Jiang Fan was poor, he kept 2 fourth-grade spirit beasts, both money-devouring monsters. If you said he was wealthy, his penny-pinching attitude couldn't fool anyone. The more she looked, the more mysterious he seemed. With her own vigorous chi and blood, she simply positioned herself beside the dragon's corpse, using the surging blood chi and spiritual energy to temper her muscles and bones while healing her remaining injuries. The bottleneck of the mid-fourth grade had trapped her for a long time, and this pure power might help her break through and rebuild. Jiang Fan had nothing to do but glare helplessly at the fifth-grade dragon bat circling in the distance. Suddenly, he remembered the dragon egg he had borrowed from the guard unit's warehouse. That egg required massive amounts of blood chi power to revive, and whether it could succeed was still uncertain. If he could channel the boiling blood chi and spiritual energy from within the dragon's bones to it, wouldn't the revival efficiency be much higher? On a sudden whim, Jiang Fan pulled out the dragon egg. The dark shell looked like a charred lump of coal if he hadn't witnessed that eerie divine light with his own eyes. No one would believe this was the legendary dragon egg. The moment the shell touched the blood chi spiritual energy permeating the airbus, a deep, urgent tremor suddenly erupted, like a sleeping heart being abruptly awakened. Dark red light traveled along the patterns inside the shell, glowing faster and more vibrantly than when he had first used warrior blood sacrifice. As the dragon egg appeared, the nearby drifting blood chi spiritual energy actively gathered around it, swirling like tidal waves around the egg. When the spiritual energy gently brushed against the shell, the dragon egg responded with a light tremor, like an infant being comforted. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted slightly. This egg is practically becoming sentient. It's already this restless before even hatching. In an instant, more turbulent blood chi spiritual energy rushed in from all directions, pouring into the dragon egg like a raging torrent. Zhang Ma opened her eyes at this moment, glancing at him with confusion. Jiang Fan deliberately turned his back to her, not out of excessive wariness, but from habitual caution. Today's friend might be tomorrow's enemy, and one's trump cards should never be casually revealed. He casually kicked the bald blue cat beside him, muttering, "I told you not to absorb so much. You're going so fast. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Meow. The bald blue cat looked completely bewildered. Absorb? It didn't even want to touch this blood chi spiritual energy, desperately trying to avoid it. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to explain and continued staring at the dragon egg, letting the cat give him disdainful looks. Zhang Ma secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a spirit beast cultivating. No wonder she felt large amounts of blood chi spiritual energy being drawn away. She knew little about the beast taming field. Different trades were like different mountains, and those beast tamers wouldn't share their core secrets with her. Seeing that Zhang Ma didn't probe further, Jiang Fan felt more at ease. Did she know he had a dragon egg? Perhaps she did, perhaps she didn't, but he would never voluntarily confess. The dragon egg continued greedily absorbing blood chi spiritual energy, its shell patterns glowing faintly from the red light emanating within. The spiritual energy from the dragon corpse was far purer than the blood essence from warrior sacrifices. Yet even so, the dragon egg's revival showed no qualitative change. It seemed its awakening level wasn't as high as he'd imagined. Perhaps this dragon egg had been obtained by certain people long ago, who had been secretly attempting to revive it for years. Maybe when it was first discovered, its state had already stagnated at this point. Whether it could truly hatch remained unknown. Whatever, might as well try first, Jiang Fan thought to himself. The dragon corpse pit was abundant with blood chi spiritual energy that would eventually dissipate with time anyway. If it still couldn't be revived in the end, he could always sell this, about a hatch, dragon egg. Someone would definitely be willing to pay big money for it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but praise himself. Hey, I really am a genius. Can't lose when it's free anyway. Boom. Zhang Ma's body suddenly erupted with a muffled explosion, as if shattering an invisible barrier. Powerful spiritual energy was released. This was a breakthrough? She felt incredibly powerful, even stronger than Qiao Jingguang now. Qiao Jingguang claimed to be at the mid-fourth rank, which meant Zhang Ma had clearly stepped firmly into the late fourth rank. Intense joy nearly spilled from her brows and eyes. She had truly broken through. The baptism in the dragon corpse pit had not only healed all the hidden injuries in her body, but forcibly pushed her cultivation to a new level. This unexpected blessing was enough to make any powerful cultivator's blood boil with excitement. To outsiders, the dragon corpse pit was a death trap, but following Jiang Fan into its depths had brought her nothing but benefits, as if she were blessed by fate itself. At this thought, Zhang Ma turned her gaze and looked sincerely at Jiang Fan. He simply nodded slightly, his expression carrying a hint of congratulation, but he didn't claim credit for himself ultimately. This was all Zhang Ma's own achievement. Anyone else facing the pit, filled with white bones and swirling blood mist, would have been stunned like he was initially, with no hope of extracting anything useful from that chaotic spiritual energy. Zhang Ma's surge in power was tremendously beneficial for the entire team. Jiang Fan pulled back his thoughts and focused on the dragon egg before him. The shell continued to pulse with blood-red spiritual energy, its brightness barely different from before, like a bottomless pit absorbing all the dense power around it, while remaining at the same stage, neither cracking nor falling, completely silent. Thump thump. An extremely faint heartbeat suddenly reached Jiang Fan's ears. His heart jolted as he immediately crouched down, squinting as he leaned closer to the shell. Red light refracted through the thin mist onto his retinas, and he seemed to see a blurry core deep within the shell, surrounded by countless blood-colored threads slowly extending and connecting. Could this dragon egg still be underdeveloped, stuck in the embryonic stage? Jiang Fan's heart raced with shock. If his guess was correct, this would be a monumental discovery. It meant the dragon egg wasn't dead, but could still be saved. Its seemingly endless absorption of blood spiritual energy would make perfect sense. After all, an embryo desperately needed nutrients to sustain life. Good heavens, the vitality of the dragon race is truly formidable. Jiang Fan marveled silently. A half-developed dragon egg could actually survive for so long. It could even continue developing itself by absorbing external spiritual energy from the surroundings. This was simply incredible. Such vitality had never been seen before, not in humans or any other race. Go ahead and absorb. Drink your fill of blood essence and spiritual energy. Jiang Fan pressed his hand against the dragon egg, whispering encouragement. The dragon egg seemed to truly understand, its surface runes flickering as streams of blood essence and spiritual energy swirled into the shell like a vortex. Jiang Fan was stunned. An embryo showing intelligence? No wonder dragon tamers were all among the elite. Dragons were truly terrifying creatures. While stabilizing her cultivation, Zhang Ma kept stealing glances at the bald blue cat. She couldn't understand how this spirit beast could absorb so aggressively without fear of bursting from spiritual energy overload. In the distance, the fifth-grade dragon bat grew increasingly restless. It sensed the dragon clan's oppressive aura gradually weakening around the area. Soon, it would be able to swoop down and tear these intruders apart. Another day passed. All civilians had been evacuated from Tianqing town. The streets were sparsely populated, but every remaining figure was a powerhouse, rows of white-robed enforcers and well-equipped armored troops. These were true regular forces, completely different from local garrison units, each radiating an intimidating presence. However, they weren't today's main characters. What truly drew attention were those standing at the pinnacle of power and strength, along with representatives from major families and influential factions. Roar! The clear sky suddenly changed as dark clouds rolled and lightning serpents danced wildly. A thick silver bolt of lightning raced through the cloud layers with deafening thunder. Everyone looked up to see a young man with a straight back standing atop that lightning. The talented young women instantly screamed. Ah, it's Long Hao. Long Hao really came. I can't believe I get to explore the dragon's lair with him. So handsome and powerful, how can such a perfect person exist in this world? The male prodigies could only feel envy and shame with Long Hao present. They were destined to become mere background characters. Top-tier genius, high-grade beast seal, 1 in 10th sand dragon tamer. Multiple halos combined to place Long Hao at the peak of his generation. His face remained expressionless, his handsome features sharp and defined, until his gaze fell upon a certain person and revealed a rare gentle smile. That person was Su Qingqing. The talented young women instantly burned with jealousy. Rumors said that to pursue Su Qingqing, Long Hao had even stirred the dragon god temple, willing to offer a dragon egg and generous betrothal gifts. What young woman could resist such sincerity? Yet Su Qingqing refused to accept, which was baffling. Could there really be a more outstanding genius than Long Hao in this world? Of course, Su Qingqing herself was dazzling enough. Born with multiple high-grade beast seals, backed by the powerful Su family that rivaled even the dragon god temple, neither could claim superiority over the other. Everyone thought they were a perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman, made for each other, yet they continued waiting for results that never came. At this moment, Su Qingqing stood alone on a high building's platform, coldly gazing at the horizon. Her figure was tall and graceful, her bearing absolutely stunning, causing countless male prodigies to instantly fall for her. After seeing her, they could hardly remember any other woman's face. Beside her stood a dragon mastiff radiating golden light, its head held high with majestic dominance. The dragon mastiff stared intently at the thunder dragon in the clouds, growling low in obvious provocation. Since its master disliked the thunder dragon's master, it disliked him too. The thunder dragon looked down at the dragon mastiff with mockery in its eyes. A mere third-grade creature dared to act arrogant? If not for its master's sake, it would have devoured the mastiff long ago. As a fourth-grade, S-level qualified beast, its strength far exceeded the dragon mastiff's. The two spirit beasts faced off across the distance, tension thick in the air. Long Hao gently patted the thunder dragon, dismounted, and walked towards Su Qingqing, his voice tender. Qingqing, I'm sorry I'm late. In that instant, countless young women blushed, and their hearts raced. Such tenderness was reserved for Su Qingqing alone. Yet Su Qingqing seemed not to hear, her gaze cold as ice. Long Hao said in a deep voice, about Zhang Ma, I heard what happened. When you needed me most, I wasn't by your side. I'm truly sorry. But rest assured, I will definitely help you find her. Hearing Zhang Ma's name, Su Qingqing finally showed emotion, her speech slightly hurried. Do you have leads? Not yet. Long Hao shook his head, his expression grave. But according to my investigation, Zhang Ma might still be alive. She may have already entered the dragon's lair. What? Our people discovered massive collapses in the wasteland outside Tianqing town. Zhang Ma might have fallen underground during that incident, and that location could very well be another entrance to the dragon's lair. Su Qingqing nodded slightly. Thank you. Before her words had fully faded, she had already turned around, her slender figure darting toward the wasteland, clearly intending to enter the dragon's lair immediately. Long Hao moved swiftly, blocking her path with his body. His tone was cold yet tinged with concern. You cannot. The entrance hasn't been stabilized yet. It could collapse at any moment. Su Qingqing's brow furrowed. Over the past few days, teams from Yuehua City had been excavating the dragon's lair at the foot of Gulf Mountain, with their first priority being to reinforce the passages. At least stabilize the entrance first, she murmured softly. If everyone goes in and there's a caveat, the consequences would be unthinkable. At the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Law Enforcement Bureau's high-rise, several figures watched the distant dispute. Su Xingshan let out a long, weary sigh. It seems Long Hao is the only one who can handle this. Behind him, an elderly man in purple robes adorned with dragon patterns chuckled and shook his head. You clearly discovered Zhang Ma's whereabouts yourselves, yet you let Long Hao deliver the news. What's your intention? Su Xingshan spread his hands helplessly. Since her mother's disappearance, the family had forbidden Qingshang from going to the western sand wasteland, causing her to lose trust in the Su familia sentiment that persisted to this day. The elder nodded. Understandable. Qingsheng is a girl who values loyalty and righteousness deeply. Su Xingshan's eyes showed fatigue, yet he still smiled. I'm glad you understand. The burden on her shoulders is too heavy. The elder continued. Long Hao understands this too. They will eventually come together, whether as companions who grow side by side, or as future partners in exploring the western sand wasteland. Long Hao is the most suitable choice. Partners. Su Xingshan's brow creased slightly. The Dragon God Temple had always been proud, claiming to specialize in training dragon tamers, standing alongside evil sects and beast god temples outside official channels. Despite their apparent regard for Qingqing, they essentially still viewed this marriage as her marrying above her station. He fell silent, his expression remaining calm. The executor who had accompanied Long Hao on this journey was named Long Chong, a legendary soul master of unfathomable strength with deep expertise in dragon research. With various factions flocking to Tianqing town, Long Chong undoubtedly understood the dragon's lair better than anyone. If they could establish good relations with him, the Su family would surely gain priority access to the dragon's lair over others. When are we entering the dragon's lair? Suddenly, a hoarse voice interrupted. Everyone turned toward the speaker. It was Old Gua. Su Xingshan and Long Chong weren't familiar with this man, but they both knew his identity was extremely sensitive. He was a Shadow Division operative. The Shadow Division held the same rank as the Law Enforcement Bureau, with few members, but all elite, their identities classified. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau couldn't access their files. Most importantly, the Shadow Division represented the Star Moon Federation. The other Star Moon Federation personnel were still en route and had not yet reached Tianqing town. Exactly. Old Lin, stop dawdling. Another booming voice shook the window frames. The speaker was clad in full armor. Yang Jiang, deputy commander of Yuehua City's garrison, holding the same rank as deputy director Old Lin. Yang Jiang wasn't acquainted with Su Xingshan, or rather, as a legendary warrior, he had always despised the mysterious and scholarly soul masters, so he addressed the deputy director directly. The deputy director pondered for a moment. No rush, not everyone who should be here has arrived yet. It wouldn't be too late to enter once they're all gathered. Why wait for them? Let's go in first and grab all the good stuff. By the time they show up, there'll be nothing left but an empty shell. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Yang Jiang raised his hand in a grabbing gesture, his voice booming with an arrogance that barely concealed his naked greed. Deputy Director Lao Lin rubbed his temples and sighed. Brother Yang, I know the city guard is short on resources, but you should understand the principle of possessing a treasure invites trouble. Cut the nonsense. Can't you speak plain language? Yang Jiang interrupted roughly, his brow furrowed tight. Lao Lin had no choice but to explain bluntly. Regardless of whether there are treasures in the dragon's lair, entering is dangerous enough. We need to combine forces from all sides. Otherwise, even if we rush ahead and grab the treasures first, we'll be badly wounded. When we come out, we might just end up making wedding clothes for those who come after. Huh, they wouldn't dare. Yang Zhang's bell-like eyes widened suddenly. If they really dare to steal from us, that means they don't take the city guard seriously. Lao Lin was left speechless by this bull-headed stubbornness, sighing inwardly. Communicating with this thick-head brute is truly exhausting. Su Xingshan beside them chuckled softly, smoothing things over. Lao Lin is right. Let's lay our cards on the table first. Even if we turn against each other later, at least we'll have justification, won't we? Yang Zhang's eyes rolled around several times before he suddenly clapped his hands, the sound echoing off the mountain walls. I get it. Establish an agreement first. If anyone dares break it, I can righteously beat the hell out of them, right? Exactly. Su Xingshan nodded with a smile. Yang Jiang then patted Lao Lin's shoulder, his booming voice unrestrained. Lao Lin, learn from him. You're both scholarly types, but he explains things so much better with just one sentence. Lao Lin helplessly covered his face with his hand. When I get back, I need to have a serious talk with the city guard commander next time we recruit. We need to find people with some education. Otherwise, communication is just too exhausting. Old Gua glanced at the group of people. The unfamiliar faces left him feeling uncertain, as he only vaguely remembered that the head of Yuehua City's intelligence division was due to arrive soon, but he couldn't quite recall who that person was. His gaze swept past the window lattice, where he saw the endless wasteland beyond Tianqing Town, and he couldn't help but think of Jiang Fan. What was that kid's situation now? You'd better come back alive. Don't let Lu Huan keep suffering. Old Gua muttered to himself. Footsteps echoed from the doorway again. More people coming, the deputy director suddenly announced, and before he finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside. Roar. The violent sound wave seemed almost tangible, instantly extinguishing the beast blood flames and plunging the corridor into deathly darkness. Jiang Fan frowned. The dragon egg had absorbed excessive blood spiritual energy, weakening even the residual dragon power remaining on the dragon bones. In the darkness, a fifth-grade dragon bat was slowly approaching, its low growls continuously stirring up air currents that scattered the remaining blood spiritual energy. He couldn't stop now. Jiang Fan's mind raced as he patted the bald blue cat and the iron-eating ant, commanding them to continue their frantic escape with Zhang Ma, not giving the dragon egg even the slightest chance to absorb more spiritual energy. The moment he moved, the fifth-grade dragon bat behind them let out an enraged shriek. Jiang Fan cursed silently. These damn creatures had deliberately left some blood spiritual energy behind, not because they couldn't withstand it, but because fierce beasts naturally feared this aura that struck directly at bloodline and soul. Even though the dragons were dead, their power could persist for thousands of years, forcing the creatures to detour around the aura and find alternate routes for pursuit. Jiang Fan still rode the fourth-grade iron-eating ant at the front. As they ran wildly, he used the second-grade dragon bats to repeatedly establish spatial awareness, gradually discerning a pattern. This dragon bone pit contained dragon skeletons approximately every few dozen corridors. The entire complex was staggeringly vast, roughly rectangular in shape, about 10 kilometers wide, with seemingly endless length. If they were heading in the right direction, they might actually reach Tianqing Town directly. Along the way, they encountered swarms of dragon bats. These dragon bats each occupied separate building areas, with different groups unfamiliar with each other. If his assessment was correct, there was definitely more than just one fifth-grade dragon bat in this dragon bone pit. Soon, Jiang Fan's speculation was confirmed. While the dragon bat behind them hadn't been shaken off, another fifth-grade dragon bat burst forth from ahead, its fierce presence washing over them and instantly stiffening Jiang Fan's expression. An ominous place. A place of great danger, he cried out in his heart. If those people from Tianqing Town really dared to plunge headfirst into this place, they would likely face certain death. The scale of the dragon bat colonies already exceeded that of the spider colony outside, and the number of fifth-grade dragon bats was beyond imagination, enough to terrify any adventurer. Now, 2 fifth-grade dragon bats were in relentless pursuit. Zhang Ma repeatedly tried to stay behind to cover their retreat, buying Jiang Fan time to escape, but each time Jiang Fan used his superior positioning and agile movement to forcibly shake her off. After several rounds of maneuvering, even Zhang Ma secretly admired Jiang Fan's abilities, seemingly unremarkable, yet impossible for others to replicate. That kind of exploration ability, relying on sensing environmental gaps and deducing passage structures, would probably make even spirit masters feel inferior. However, Jiang Fan knew clearly in his heart that he wasn't worried about being unable to shake off the fifth-grade dragon bats, but rather concerned about his mounts. The bald blue cat and fourth-grade iron-eating ant were, after all, only fourth-grade spirit beasts, with their spiritual energy and stamina already pushed to the limit. Unfortunately, they couldn't absorb blood spiritual energy, and this place was relatively sealed, so their own spiritual energy recovered slowly. What should he do? After thinking it over, Jiang Fan could only send one beast back to the spirit beast space first. He would recover as much as possible, he silently encouraged himself. The carapace of the fourth-grade iron-eating ant gleamed coldly in the dim corridor. Jiang Fan gently patted the ant's back, signaling it to slow down while calling for Zhang Ma to leap onto its back. In the next second, the bald blue cat transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared into the spirit beast space. Even so, he knew that complete recovery for that creature would still be difficult, and could only hope the next dragon skeleton would linger a bit longer. Sure enough, Another dragon skeleton appeared among the dim stone walls ahead. Jiang Fan suppressed the urge to let Zhang Ma and the dragon egg absorb its energy, saying in a low voice, "Let's wait a moment." Zhang Ma nodded. She had already consolidated most of her internal spiritual energy, and without the stimulus of battle, her spiritual power was already saturated. Even forced absorption would yield little benefit. Though the blood essence and spiritual energy contained in the dragon skeleton could indeed strengthen the body, everything now had to follow Jiang Fan's judgment. Since Jiang Fan hadn't spoken, she wouldn't act on her own. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant was also recalled into the spirit beast space. But the moment this action was completed, Jiang Fan sensed something amiss of the two fifth-grade dragon bats that had been relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Only one remained. They hadn't given up. They had split up. His heart sank. The other one had most likely taken a detour to block their path ahead, attempting to trap them in this long, dark stone corridor. What a vicious strategy. We're taking the dragon skeleton with us. Jiang Fan blurted out almost instinctively. What? Zhang Ma stood frozen in place. Instinctively looking up, that dragon skeleton was coiled in the center of the stone corridor, its bones twisted into a pretzel-like shape by some sinister force, appearing both tragic and menacing. Its size showed no signs of diminishment. In fact, it was even larger than the fifth-grade dragon bats. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like something they could simply carry away. Jiang Fan summoned the fourth-grade iron-eating ant again, its carapace scraping against the ground with a rustling sound. The two mounted it, with Zhang Ma still full of confusion. Why was Jiang Fan being so cautious this time? Even if they wanted to transport it, they couldn't possibly take the entire skeleton. Her storage treasure only had a dozen cubic meters of space, enough for just a few dragon bone fragments at most, leaving the vast majority behind. Moreover, the remaining fifth-grade dragon bat behind them wouldn't dare approach easily. Logically speaking, they could absorb the energy on the spot or set up traps. Let's go. Jiang Fan spoke with extreme urgency. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant immediately spread its wings and launched forward like a projectile. At the same time, Jiang Fan swept his arm, and the massive dragon skeleton vanished with a sharp whoosh. The corridor, previously filled with remains, instantly became so empty that the wind could be heard echoing through it. Zhang Ma stood frozen in shock. Where did the dragon skeleton go? Had Jiang Fan stored it in his spatial storage? That would require enormous capacity, at least several hundred cubic meters. Even the fifth-grade dragon bat pursuing from behind slowed down in bewilderment. How could this dragon skeleton, which had been lying here for who knows how many years, just disappear like that? Taking advantage of its distraction, Jiang Fan had already ridden the iron-eating ant far ahead. The deceived fifth-grade dragon bat roared in fury, its wingspan exploding outward as spiritual energy surged, accelerating into a frenzied pursuit. Cunning human, damn you. While fleeing at full speed, Jiang Fan divided his attention to check his storage space. The system's generous gift of 10,000 cubic meters easily accommodated one dragon skeleton, let alone one. It could hold 100 without issue. The dragon egg he had placed inside was now absorbing blood essence and spiritual energy at a visibly accelerating rate without Zhang Ma's interference. Jiang Fan silently encouraged it. Absorb all you want, maybe I'll become a dragon tamer myself, which sounds pretty impressive. However, he never held dragon tamers in high regard. If dragons were truly invincible, how could they have been driven back to the depths of the wasteland? Being overlords of the wasteland sounded formidable, but he didn't believe there weren't even more fearsome creatures lurking in those desolate lands. Hold tight, there's another abyss ahead, Jiang Fan warned. Zhang Ma complied without hesitation, her obedience rivaling that shown to Su Qingqing. With Su Qingqing, she obeyed due to status. With Jiang Fan, she obeyed due to capability. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant increased its wing frequency again, sweeping over the abyss like a gale. Below, frigid air currents rushed up to meet them, like invisible giant hands trying to drag them downward. Jiang Fan squeezed out a drop of beast blood, ignited it, and flicked it into the depths. The flame fell like a flare, continuing until it was completely swallowed by darkness without ever reaching the bottom, terrifyingly deep. Zhang Ma sighed in amazement. Who built this underground palace? It's simply miraculous. Jiang Fan was even more astounded internally. Just how powerful were the ancient humans? Yet now, humanity as a whole seemed to be in a weakened state. Wastelands everywhere were expanding, and fierce beasts continuously slaughtered cities. The famous Western Sand Wasteland near the Starmoon Federation had even devoured Lin City, comparable in size to Moonflower City, along with over 20 towns just a few years ago, turning hundreds of millions into blood food. From ancient times to now, why had humanity's strength plummeted so drastically? What exactly had happened in between? Before his thoughts could settle, powerful spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the left fork ahead, followed immediately by a towering chill rising from the right fork. Combined with the one behind them, 3 fifth-grade dragon bats were now converging from different directions. Jiang Fan's face immediately turned pale. How long had these underground beasts gone without meat? The two of them wouldn't even be enough to pick their teeth. Jiang Ma's composure was on the verge of collapse if not for Jiang Fan's presence. She might already be screaming. Being pursued by one fifth-grade beast was already rare. Facing three was an absolutely unprecedented situation in the Su family, save perhaps for the family head himself. But seeing Jiang Fan remain calm, she forcibly suppressed her panic and casually remarked, "Shake them off." Jiang Fan's face darkened. Easy for you to say, but he understood that stopping meant death. The iron-eating ant was already exhausted but had no choice but to push on. As the fifth-grade dragon bat from the front fork was about to emerge, he instinctively raised his arm and hurled a massive dragon bone. The bone was thick as a roof beam and heavy as a boulderous section the dragon egg had nearly finished absorbing, still retaining the majestic blood essence of the dragon clan. Carried by the iron-eating ant's charging momentum, the bone cut through the air with a deep whooshing sound as it crashed toward the intersection. In that instant, the fifth-grade dragon bat that was about to emerge suddenly halted, forcibly intimidated by the dragon bone's blood essence pressure. The iron-eating ant seized the opportunity to speed past the intersection. In that brushing moment, Jiang Fan and Jiang Ma felt bone-chilling cold whistling past their ears, as if they had brushed shoulders with death itself. Jiang Ma secretly felt relieved. If Jiang Fan had been half a second slower and failed to throw the dragon bone in time, the fifth-grade dragon bat would have blocked the front of the passage, forcing them to face attacks from both sides. In such a situation, even if Jiang Fan could work miracles, they would surely die. As soon as they reached another straight corridor, Jiang Fan immediately had the bald blue cat replace the iron-eating ant. The bald blue cat was ultimately a bit slower than the iron-eating ant, and as it pushed off the ground with all four limbs at full force, it nearly jolted them so hard their bones felt like they were coming apart. Behind them, the three fifth-grade dragon bats regrouped and swooped down with piercing shrieks, their sound waves echoing off the stone walls and making their heads throb. Jiang Fan rubbed his temples while calculating in his mind. Just how far had they been running around in this underground palace? There was no concept of day and night here, but by his estimation, they had been fleeing for at least a full day. A fourth-grade spirit beast running at full sprint through winding passages could cover several hundred kilometers in a day, yet they still hadn't reached Tianqing town? Or perhaps the dragon corpse pit didn't connect to that town at all. If that were true, they might very well perish here. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Fan's second-grade dragon bat's ultrasonic echolocation suddenly picked up a faint signaling extremely small outline that flashed by in an instant. Compared to the fifth-grade dragon bats, its size was too small, roughly the same as a human. Though the ultrasound could scan up to 1,000 meters, the farther the distance, the blurrier the outlines became. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Could there be people underground? Or humanoid creatures? Jiang Fan muttered to himself. That's impossible, right? Jiang Ma shook her head, though she felt uneasy inside. If there really were, that would be terrifying. Before she finished speaking, a second figure swept past the edge of their detection range. Immediately after, two figures appeared side by side, rapidly approaching them. Jiang Fan's scalp instantly went no more than one. "Jump," he shouted. The bald blue cat didn't question him and leaped up immediately. At the same time, he ignited a beast blood fire orb and threw it backward. As the firelight flared up, he finally saw the approaching figures, clearly two strangers wearing pitch-black scale armor. People from the fierce beast temple? His first thought was of that organization, but Jiang Ma's face turned deathly pale. No. There. The Dragon Armor Army, they actually exist. The Dragon Armor Army? Jiang Fan's mind exploded with a thunderous roar. The legendary ancient iron-blooded legion that swept across the 8 wastelands, with each soldier wearing armor forged from dragon scales. If this were true, how many dragons had they slaughtered? The mere thought made his scalp crawl. Boom. One fifth-grade dragon bat was slashed apart in a spray of blood and flesh, the explosive sound shaking the entire corridor. But immediately after, two muffled thuds followed as the two dragon armor soldiers were also torn apart by the bat swarm's counterattack. Jiang Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So they weren't immortal after all. As long as they could be killed, they weren't that terrifying. However, the next second, a clatter-clatter sound came from the distance, like scattered armor pieces reassembling themselves. Though the bald blue cat had already carried him far away, that sound still made his heart race with fear. Logically speaking, even if ancient remnant soldiers had survived until now, they should be decrepit with age, but judging by that sound, Jiang Ma exhaled heavily. Looks like the Dragon Armor Army has been dealt with. She knew she wasn't foolish enough to consider ancient people as allies. Across countless eras, what did shared bloodline matter? But Jiang Fan couldn't let his guard down. Are they really dead? He vaguely felt things weren't that simple. Clang, clang, clang. Heavy and urgent iron boot sounds suddenly came from the side wall. Only then did he notice that two dust-covered suits of dragon armor were standing upright against the wall. At this moment, the armor pieces shook off their dust, as if they had heard their heartbeats, slowly coming back to life. They can resurrect from death. Jiang Fan's breathing became labored. This completely defied common sense. In the pitch-black corridor, the two dragon armor soldiers made the ground tremble with their clanging steps, moving at a terrifying speed. The unknown was more frightening than strength itself. If they had shouted that they were grand elders of the fierce beast temple, he wouldn't have felt this chilled. But now, he didn't know whether they were human or ghost. Think about it. A dark underground palace, dragon bones everywhere, and suddenly several ancient warriors capable of fighting fifth-grade dragon bats burst out. What kind of feeling was that? Where were the dragon bats? Jiang Fan looked back and discovered that the dragon bats had actually stopped pursuing them. Damn it. They chased us all this way, cornering us with nowhere to run, and now they just stop. He cursed, turning around to head back. Let's go back and find them. Zhang Ma was dumbfounded. After finally shaking off the dragon bats, he actually wanted to go back? This guy had some serious guts. Jiang Fan knew clearly in his heart, without the fifth-grade dragon bats as shields, they wouldn't stand a chance against the dragon armor army. The two retraced their steps along the original path. As soon as they reached the intersection where the battle had taken place, they found two fifth-grade dragon bat corpses lying scattered on the ground, with lower-grade dragon bat remains littering the entire route, but the two dragon armor soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Fan's expression instantly darkened, and without hesitation, he had the bald blue cat turn around and run at full speed. If three fifth-grade dragon bats couldn't stop those two iron-armored monsters, he and Zhang Ma definitely weren't their match. Zhang Ma's eyes had been burned by dragon qi, leaving her completely blind. She could only smell the thick stench of blood. Hearing Jiang Fan's rapid breathing, more agitated than ever before, she didn't dare ask questions. Jiang Fan entered crazy turning mode, taking almost every fork in the path, making Zhang Ma dizzy from all the sharp turns. She couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly are we going?" "Looking for the boundary," Jiang Fan answered in a low voice. He recalled, the dragon armor army first appeared in a specific corridor. After that, no dragon bats were seen. Clearly, the dragon bats feared that area. Now with more than 10 dragon armor soldiers behind them, getting caught would mean instant death. He had to find the boundary of these creatures' territory. While fleeing, he casually collected a dragon skeleton exposed in the passage into his storage space. The dragon egg drained several more dragon bones, and he randomly arranged the empty bones as roadblocks. However, when the dragon armor army passed by, they simply blasted through them with their hands, sending bone fragments flying. They showed almost no fear of draconic pressure. Jiang Fan ran while loudly pleading for mercy. "Seniors, this junior accidentally intruded here and means no offense." But the dragon armor army showed no reaction. After another sharp turn, he suddenly heard deafening dragon bat roars from a side corridor. The dragon armor soldiers following closely behind collectively changed direction, thundering toward that area. Jiang Fan instantly realized, the dragon armor army tracked targets by sound. If they could remain completely silent, they might avoid pursuit. He immediately recalled the bald blue cat into his spirit beast space. Zhang Ma stared at Jiang Fan in shock. "What's the meaning of this? We're not running anymore." "Shoo." Jiang Fan raised his finger, listening intently. Violent combat erupted in the distance. Angry dragon bat shrieks, armor clashing and shaking, the commotion even greater than before, clearly indicating more than one fifth-grade dragon bat had joined the battle. Jiang Fan held his breath, wondering who would emerge victorious. He pondered the dragon armor army's mechanics. If controlled remotely by spiritual power, their blood qi intensity was hard to explain. If powered by blood qi, how could they maintain such vitality? Could there actually be people inside the armor? Moments later, the battle sounds abruptly ceased, and the deathly silence was suffocating. After a long while, the clang 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 of iron boots resumed, and Jiang Fan's heart sank to the bottom. The dragon armor army had won. He became increasingly convinced, in this dragon corpse pit, the dragon bats were only a secondary threat. The real rulers were the dragon armor army. Though the dragon bats had evolved powerfully after years of soaking in draconic blood qi, they were ultimately outsiders. Despite being weakened by countless years, the dragon armor army still dominated the dragon bats completely. If this was the dragon armor army in its prime, who in the world could match them? Silence returned, and Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma dared not breathe. The absence of footsteps was even more terrifying, as they had no idea where the iron-armored monsters were hiding. The two remained frozen in place for over half an hour. Suddenly, another clang 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 echoed clear, heavy, and monotonous. Through his remaining dragon bat perception, Jiang Fan detected a lone dragon armor soldier slowly approaching their location, moving very slowly with extremely heavy footsteps. Like a warrior whose oil has run dry and whose lamp is flickering out, burning through the very last moments of life. The dragon armor soldiers now staggered forward, the runes on their armor dim and their steps so sluggish it seemed they might collapse at any second. This was definitely not their peak condition. Jiang Fan keenly caught this detail, and the bold idea of killing the dragon armor soldiers instantly flashed through his mind. "Mama Zhang." Tell me, are the dragon armor soldiers truly immortal? He deliberately raised his voice, letting it echo through the empty mountain pass. What are you doing? Can't you hear those footsteps? Mama Zhang's first reaction was shock, her eyes widening as she lowered her voice. I don't know if dragon armor soldiers can die, but if we attract them over here, we'll both be dead. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly understood Jiang Fan's intention. Those weathered eyes flashed with a sharp gleam amid the clanging of armor. You bold little rascal, you actually dare to set your sights on the dragon armor soldier. See if he got your eye on that dragon armor, don't you? Then she raised her voice and declared loudly. Legend says the dragon armor soldiers are the dragon-slaying army, built on legendary foundations with masters everywhere, truly an invincible force. Wow, so they're that powerful. Jiang Fan exclaimed in cooperation. Can the dragon armor soldiers also live for thousands of years without dying? Their alternating loud conversation was clear enough for anyone who wasn't deaf to hear. This was exactly the effect Jiang Fan wanted, needed to see what lay beneath that cold armor. Man or ghost? Sure enough, the heavy footsteps suddenly changed tempo, shifting from slow to thunderous in the blink of an eye. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of metal striking ground pierced the night like drumbeats hammering at their nerves. The speed made Jiang Fan's heart skip a beat. Was their earlier weakness just an illusion? Did the dragon armor soldiers only explode into action when they locked onto an enemy? A chill crept up from the back of his neck. This provocation seemed to have trapped him in a deadly situation. But Mama Zhang stepped forward like a solid barrier. I'll go fight it. Wait, you're no match for it. That thing can slay even 5th grade fierce beasts. Jiang Fan urgently warned. Mama Zhang's lips curved slightly, clearly having made up her mind. Don't underestimate me. You've been protecting me all this way. It's time I showed what I can do. As her words fell, the aura within her body suddenly surged. Huh. With a light roar, icy spiritual energy exploded outward like a cold wave washing over their surroundings. Completely different from Wu Dayang's blazing fire spiritual energy, this power carried bone-chilling coldness. Mama Zhang had already stepped into the threshold of elemental spiritual energy, and it was ice-attributed. She threw a punch, and the air in the wake of her fist instantly frosted over. Even dozens of meters away, faint ice crystals appeared. The crystals quickly spread across the ground into azure ice vines, with frost flowing along the surface. When the dragon armor soldier stepped onto them, its pace clearly faltered, its speed forcibly suppressed. Jiang Fan was secretly amazed, so these ice vines had a built-in slowing effect. But the dragon armor soldier seemed completely unconcerned, still charging forward relentlessly. It gripped a regulation longsword with a gleaming blade and flickering golden patterns that cast cold light. The weapon was several grades above Wu Dayang's precious sword, truly a killing instrument forged specifically for the dragon armor soldiers. Mama Zhang also drew her sword, silver light flashing as she charged forward to meet it. Jiang Fan didn't sit idle. With a thought, he summoned his strongest fighter, the bald blue cat. The robust spiritual beast shot out like a blue shadow, following beside Mama Zhang, with lightning crackling beneath its paws. One person and one cat faced the fearlessly advancing dragon armor soldier. Without hesitation, it brought its sword down with howling force. Clang! Mama Zhang clashed with it directly, but after just one strike, she was shaken back dozens of steps. The wild wind stirred up by their colliding blades roared like a gale, instantly extinguishing the surrounding beast blood flames. The wind generated by the clashing blades directly blew out the beast blood flames. Darkness engulfed them once again. Jiang Fan's heart sank. This is bad. With the flames extinguished, Zhang Ma was fighting blind. How could she possibly continue? He prepared to reignite the beast blood in his palm. Clang, clang, clang. Dense, rapid metallic clashes erupted through the corridor like dozens of great bells ringing simultaneously. Jiang Fan froze in amazement. Zhang Ma could still wield her sword? No, she must be judging the attacks by the frequency of the dragon armor guard's footsteps and the sound of its blade cutting through the air. This fighting by sound technique could only be mastered by top-tier warriors who had survived countless battles. The Su family truly was terrifying to employ such a person as a mere servant. The flames blazed to life again as Jiang Fan raised the beast blood high. In the flickering crimson light, Zhang Ma had already exchanged hundreds of moves with the dragon armor guard. A horrifying gash tore across her shoulder, deep enough to expose bone just a few centimeters off, and her entire arm would have been severed. In contrast, the dragon armor guard's pitch-black scales didn't bear even a single scratch. What excellent armor! Jiang Fan exclaimed with genuine admiration. Zhang Ma nearly choked on her own blood in frustration. Here I am about to be hacked to death, and you're standing there critiquing equipment? Jiang Fan simply shot a meaningful glance at the bald blue cat. The blue-gray figure immediately understood attack from behind. The dragon armor guard was in the midst of a fierce assault when suddenly, the bald blue cat leaped up, claws extended like hooks. Meow! A piercing cat cry split the darkness as the dragon armor guard was knocked flat. Seizing the opening, Jiang Ma swung her sword with one hand, cold steel flashing. Clang! The blade struck the black dragon armor, producing only a harsh scraping sound as the edge was forcibly deflected. The bald blue cat furiously swiped several more times, but still couldn't penetrate the armor. Beneath the helmet, those ghostly purple eyes flickered violently with raging fury, but after struggling for several moments, they quickly dimmed. Crash! The heavy armor plates lost their support and scattered across the ground in an instant. From within the layers of the black armor, a pale purple crystal rolled out, emanating an eerie glow. Jiang Ma pressed against her bleeding shoulder wound and took a deep breath. It was actually a dragon crystal. The pale purple dragon crystal fell from the dragon armor and shattered into pieces on the ground. Just like that, it was broken? Jiang Fan stared at the crystal fragments scattered across the floor, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Although he had no idea what a dragon crystal actually was, the sound of it smashing to pieces still made him feel like he'd suffered a massive loss. Seeing his anguished expression, Mama Zhang couldn't help but explain. Dragon crystals are the demon cores of the dragon clan. Only high-grade fierce beasts can produce demon cores. However, demon cores that have been drained of energy are worthless and extremely fragile. They shatter at the slightest touch. But this explanation did little to ease Jiang Fan's heartache. He picked up the fragments and muttered, "Still, it's a dragon crystal. Plenty of wealthy people love spending big money to collect these things." "Really?" Mama Zhang shook her head. "I wouldn't know about that. The Su family isn't some nouveau riche clan that got rich by showing off. We're an established family that doesn't waste money on meaningless trinkets. Though those wealthy households trying to curry favor with the Su family might indeed be like what you described." Jiang Fan crouched down, about to pick up the scattered dragon crystal fragments piece by piece. Mama Zhang sighed softly. "Shouldn't you take a look at this dragon armor first?" This reminder snapped Jiang Fan back to reality. He paused, looked up at the scattered dragon armor nearby, immediately dropped the crystal fragments in his hands, and picked up an armor plate with both hands. The armor plate looked heavy, but wasn't actually that intimidating to hold only a few pounds in his hands. However, the dragon armor structure was extremely complex, with a complete set containing over 100 pieces. Even the finger joints were individually crafted, and when assembled, it resembled a precision mechanical battle suit. Put together, the entire set would weigh at least several hundred pounds, though for Jiang Fan, it was still manageable if he gritted his teeth. Mama Zhang also picked up an armor piece, examining it from every angle before exclaiming with genuine admiration, "I've seen a set of dragon armor at the Su family, but it was so damaged it was barely recognizable. Nothing like this set's condition. How much could it sell for?" Jiang Fan blurted out. Mama Zhang was stunned. "Are you kidding me? Such a precious treasure, and you're thinking of selling it?" She wanted to emphasize that divine weapons and armor like this were irreplaceable. Encountering a complete set was incredible fortune, and who would be willing to part with it? Back then, the city guard commander had come to the Su family several times with generous gifts, trying to purchase their damaged dragon armor, but the family head had never agreed. Jiang Fan smiled, but he knew better. This wasn't the only set of dragon armor available. Earlier, he had sent his second-grade dragon bat to scout ahead. In the fierce battle that had erupted in that corridor, several sets of dragon armor had fallen, along with several fifth-grade dragon bats. Though the dragon armor troops had ultimately won, he had reaped the benefits of their conflict. "What's this called?" "When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits," Jiang Fan muttered to himself. When Jiang Fan brought Mama Zhang to that devastated battlefield, broken walls and collapsed pillars were everywhere, with armor pieces and bat corpses scattered about. Mama Zhang's eyes widened. "My goodness. There must be 5 or 6 sets of dragon armor here. All the dragon crystals are drained, theory, all ownerless now." But she didn't step forward. These were all Jiang Fan's spoils of war. Only now did she realize that when Jiang Fan had been running frantically through the darkness, making turn after turn, he had deliberately led the dragon armor troops to the dragon bat swarm, forcing the two groups to clash. He had done almost nothing and made his enemies destroy each other. At this thought, Mama Zhang felt a chill down her spine. Anyone who crossed Jiang Fan probably wouldn't meet a good end. Everyone in the Su family had likely underestimated this convenient grandson-in-law that the old master had chosen. Jiang Fan efficiently collected 4 sets of dragon armor, leaving 2 sets outside. He pointed to one of them and said to Mama Zhang, "Put it on." For me?" Mama Zhang was flattered beyond belief. "You have to understand, even the dragon armor in the family head's collection pales in comparison to this set. Could it be that she was the only one in the Su family to possess such a treasure?" Jiang Fan waved his hand, cutting off Zhang Ma's daydreaming. "What are you thinking? I'm having you wear this to test whether the dragon armor can conceal your aura. These few dragon armor soldiers definitely aren't all of them. I'm not generous enough to give away all my spoils of war. You want some? Go grab them yourself." Zhang Ma was left speechless and couldn't lift her head. She had been nothing but dead weight the entire time, and indeed had no right to make demands. Fine. She took a breath and began putting on the dragon armor. The dragon armor's components were intricate and numerous, each piece requiring a perfect fit against the body. The outer shell was cold and hard sword blades couldn't even strike sparks from it. The inner lining was surprisingly soft, feeling like silk against the skin. The two spent considerable effort fastening all the components. Jiang Ma flexed her wrist and couldn't help but marvel. Ancient artifact crafting techniques are truly heaven-defying. How could they forge something so refined? Jiang Fan appeared calm on the surface, but deep down he was just as amazed as she was from materials to craftsmanship. This armor set not only showed no signs of age, but radiated a sharpness that transcended the present world. With the final mask piece secured, Jiang Fan tilted his head slightly and found he couldn't sense Jiang Ma's aura at all. It really does block aura. Jiang Ma was also stunned. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she never would have believed it. No wonder that dragon armor unit could come and go without a trace. They relied on this protective layer. The two exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Jiang Fan raised his hand to extinguish the beast blood flames, and the corridor instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. Clang! He stepped forward, his heavy boot soles striking the stone slabs, the echo reverberating through the empty passage. Jiang Fan froze in place. He hadn't expected the sound to be so loud. Listen to those dragon-armored soldiers clank, clank, clank. Their footsteps rang out with perfect rhythm. Only after Jiang Fan put on the dragon armor himself did he realize that even though the suit wasn't particularly heavy, it still made him stumble with each step, making it difficult to control his strength. In contrast, Jiang Ma seemed to have suddenly sprouted wings, excitedly jogging and leaping about, moving so lightly it was as if the armor didn't exist at all. All right, let's go. Jiang Fan lowered his voice. He judged that they had already broken into an area guarded by the dragon armor army, most likely the legendary dragon's nest. According to ancient texts, the dragon armor army only appeared in the dragon's nest. Who could have imagined that the dragon's nest here was actually connected to a dragon corpse pit? A horrifying image flashed through Jiang Fan's mind. At some ancient moment, the dragon armor army had launched a surprise attack here, and the entire dragon's nest had been wiped out. Then, these iron-blooded soldiers had dug a pit nearby, casually discarding the remains of the dragon race. The sheer tyranny of it sent chills down his spine. As they moved forward, he and Jiang Ma casually collected a few dragonback corpses. Despite the short length of the corridor, Jiang Fan walked slowly, forced to exert his blood energy just to keep up. Along the way, he discovered 2 more dragon bones, which he unceremoniously added to his storage space. Jiang Ma, seeing this, simply gave up questioning how much that space could hold. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the two peered ahead. At that moment, Jiang Fan felt a chill run through him, his body stiffening. Jiang Ma sensed the cold as well and hurriedly leaned in to look. At the end of the corridor, the light was dim, with the wicks made from ancient dragon crystals, casting only a faint glow. In that light, shadows loomed, figures clad in black dragon armor, their numbers roughly estimated to be in the dozens. They both quickly withdrew their heads, hearts racing. One member of the dragon armor army could match a 5th-grade ferocious beast. Now, with so many gathered, they could easily destroy Moonlight City and even threaten the Star Moon Federation. Did the Federation really have that many 5th-grade powerhouses to counter this? Clearly, they were not on the same level. To make matters worse, a series of synchronized footsteps were drawing near. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of iron boots striking the ground was rhythmic, like a war drum. The corridor was straight with no turns. They had already come this far with no place to hide. Given the mobility of the dragon armor army, escaping was now too late. Jiang Ma placed a hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder and gently shook her head. It's a gamble. We rely on this set of dragon armor to blend in. If we manage to blend in, we live. If not, we die. Jiang Fan looked at Jiang Ma and noticed that after putting on the dragon armor, her courage seemed to have melded with the steel, strengthening her resolve. Clank, clank, clank. The black-armored army was getting closer. Jiang Fan and Jiang Ma pressed against the wall, almost holding their breath. Would they make it through? This was an exceptionally wide road, and the dragon armor army appeared to be patrolling. They were orderly and disciplined. When the dragon armor troops passed by them, their footsteps suddenly stopped. Jiang Fan and Jiang Ma's hearts lurched, their heartbeats racing as if about to burst from their chests. Jiang Fan forced himself to take deep breaths, but it was useless. His heart only beat faster. The dragon armor squad leader slowly turned his head, and those eyes embedded in the metal helmet glowed with an intense purple light, brighter than the other dragon armor soldiers, as if harboring some kind of thought. Jiang Fan's heart sank. We're done for. We're about to be exposed. His fingertips had already moved toward his waist, ready to summon his spirit beast for a desperate fight. However, the next second, the leader only paused briefly before leading several dragon armor soldiers in a different direction, their metallic footsteps clanging as they departed. The air returned to deathly silence. After a long moment, Jiang Fan finally exhaled a heavy breath, his back soaked with sweat. They had survived. 1 second later, and they would have been dead for sure. Even more surprising was that the dragon armor on their bodies had successfully concealed their aura, making the dragon armor troops mistake them for their own kind. This also confirmed another judgment. The dragon armor troops weren't very intelligent, more like mechanical puppets programmed with simple commands identify dragon armor. Anyone not wearing dragon armor, whether fierce beast or human, would be killed without question. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma looked at each other, excitement flashing in their eyes. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Clang! The metal boot struck the dark blue-black ground, the sound echoing far and wide. Yet the distant dragon armor troops showed no reaction. Those sleeping continued to sleep. Those patrolling continued to patrol, with no eyes turning their way. It worked. Jiang Fan was ecstatic, his clenched fists nearly trembling. With this set of dragon armor, wouldn't he be able to move freely throughout the dragon's lair? Emotions surging, he couldn't help but turn in a circle, as if about to break into dance. Zhang Ma covered her face with one hand, muttering quietly, "Stop fooling around." She reminded him in a low voice, "Jiang Fan, it seems the dragon armor troops only judge by aura, not by sound." Jiang Fan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I misjudged earlier." He looked up at those cold, emotionless armored soldiers, contemplation flickering in his eyes. The dragon armor troops' mechanisms were unexpectedly simple, yet to completely crack them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. The dragon armor they had collected was all thanks to the dragon bats. Unless other intruders could also provoke a battle between the dragon armor army and the dragon bats, it would be impossible for them to claim such spoils of war. Jiang Fan was certain that no one else possessed the same capabilities. To incite a war between the dragon armor army and the dragon bats, one would first need to navigate the pitch-black, winding corridors with ease, then forcibly control fierce beast-level dragon bats right in front of their swarms. Which beast tamer would dare attempt such a feat? Even if someone were willing to waste precious beast seals to contract common beast-level dragon bats, it would be futile. With all these harsh conditions combined, it was destined that in this underground palace, only Jiang Fan held an absolute advantage. At this moment, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma had infiltrated the ranks of the dragon armor army. The black iron armor gleamed with cold light, their synchronized footsteps like the beating of a single heart. Zhang Ma was secretly amazed. Even the most elite city guards of Yuehua City paled in comparison to these warriors. Jiang Fan, meanwhile, was calculating if each dragon armor soldier possessed 5th rank combat power. Then such coordination and discipline was truly terrifying. 2 could form an army, 3 would be instruments of slaughter, and 10 could massacre an entire city. She didn't understand the specific levels of 5th rank powerhouses in the outside world, but it was common knowledge that human 5th rank warriors struggle against fierce beasts of the same rank. Naturally, the dragon armor army, with individual combat power comparable to 5th rank fierce beasts, stood above human warriors of the same level. Thinking of this, Zhang Ma grew increasingly anxious. Miss must not enter this place. This was no longer just a dragon's den or tiger's lair, it was more like purgatory. She knew that the Dragon Nest Gate in Tianqing Town was about to open, and soon waves of explorers would pour in. When those people encountered the dragon armor army, it would be a moment of mountains of corpses. The real danger wasn't for the most elite powerhouses, they could at least escape, but for those slightly weaker intruders, especially the arrogant young prodigies who relied on their talents. In every wilderness exploration, quite a few geniuses died, and the root cause lay in those 2 words, underestimating the enemy. Suddenly, Jiang Fan asked, could there be even greater treasures in the dragon nest? Zhang Ma was startled. Didn't he already possess several sets of dragon armor? Weren't those considered treasures? Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't press further, she could only shake her head. She truly didn't know. After all, within the Star Moon Federation's territory, Tianqing Town had the only publicly known dragon nest, and while the western sand wasteland beyond the Federation was rumored to have dragon nests, she had never had the chance to venture there. Zhang Ma was merely Su Qingqing's maid and bodyguard. The Su family kept their young miss under tight watch, not even allowing her to visit ordinary wastelands, let alone explore dragon nests, so it wasn't surprising that she had never encountered such things. Rumble. A collapse suddenly echoed from the distance. Jiang Fan's hearing was average, only catching the reverberations of the cavian, but Zhang Ma heard clearly before the collapse. There had been cannon fire, the distinctive thunderous sound of human artillery. The people from Tianqing Town have begun their assault. Zhang Ma lowered her voice. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. They still hadn't made it in time. The tremors traveled through the stone walls like the beating of great drums. In the silent barracks, suits of armor suddenly awakened. Beneath the heavy black armor, purple pupils opened in unison. Clang, 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 clang. They assembled at lightning speed, rapidly converging toward the source of the explosion. Oh no, Tianqing Town was in danger. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma hurried forward, trying to keep up with the dragon armor army. However, they had seriously overestimated their own stamina and underestimated the wind-like advance speed of the dragon armor army. Within just a few breaths, the dragon armor army had vanished into the darkness ahead. running frantically. When Jiang Fan and Jiang Ma turned a corner at a fork in the road, they could no longer see the cold gleam of armor. The pitch-black corridor stretched empty and deep, with moisture seeping from the walls and occasional water drops echoing. Having lost their guides, they could only grope their way through the maze-like passages in the gloom. This is troublesome. Jiang Fan lowered his voice, his heart tightening with anxiety. He silently prayed, "Dad, please don't overestimate yourself and follow us in here." Tianqing Town, at the foot of Gulf Mountain. The gray-blue sky had not yet revealed the first light of dawn, but chaotic bonfires and camps had already risen at the mountain's base. Different banners swayed in the breeze, belonging to opposing factions. The sudden thunderous roar set the quiet camp ablaze with activity. The artillery unit of Yuehua City's garrison had arrived, using ultra-high spiritual energy cannons to blast the peak of Gulf Mountain into fragments. After the thunderous bombardment, the mountaintop looked as if it had been swept away by a giant hand, revealing a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter. The crater walls glowed red-hot with white smoke rising. Gunpowder smoke mingled with rock dust, creating a choking sulfurous stench. Several young women coughed while covering their noses, turning their heads away in disgust. This smell is awful. Around the great crater, various powerful figures gradually assembled. High-ranking warriors, mages, and mercenaries mingled together. Though numerous, only a few truly dared to be the first to descend into the pit. At the camp's periphery, Old Gua and Lu Huan stood on a slope far from the commotion, not joining the clamor. Beside them, a rotund fat man grinned foolishly, though his smile carried a hint of sleaziness. Finally opened, the fat man excitedly rubbed his hands together. "According to the agreement, after the blast we need to clear out the dust and smoke inside, about half an hour." Old Gua surveyed the surroundings and sneered. Quite a crowd showed up, and many unfamiliar faces too. The fat man shrugged. "That's normal. The more mysterious things get, the more cautious everyone becomes, unwilling to easily expose their true strength." Someone nearby immediately chimed in. "You're talking about yourself there." "Exactly. Who would have thought a restaurant owner would actually be the head of the secret division?" The speaker was a woman in a qipao with an absolutely stunning figure. The dress hugged her waist tightly, accentuating her exaggerated curves. Her light makeup made her delicate features even more striking, and every gesture carried an innate seductive charm, as if the word enchantment was written into her very bones. No wonder she managed to run Yuehua City's Evolution Materials Trading Center so efficiently at such a young age. Most men would empty their wallets on the spot just hearing her soft, slightly husky voice. The moment she appeared, all eyes were instantly drawn to her, and the sound of gulping could be heard throughout the air. Even old Gua, steady as a rock, took several extra glances and cursed inwardly. This woman is practically a vixen. Her name was Tangya, director of Yuehua City's Evolution Materials Trading Center, playfully called Fairy Tangya by countless admirers. Those watery eyes of hers could make anyone's heart itch with just a casual glance. Fatty secretly wiped away sweat and instinctively stepped back half a pace. Don't bring up the director thing. I'm just an acting deputy director." He knew all too well that while this woman appeared pitiable on the surface, she was essentially a classic femme fatale. Countless promising young talents in Yuehua City had turned against each other for her, even signing death pacts. Everyone said Tangya was unfathomable, yet waves of men continued to throw themselves at her. "Deputy director. Even a deputy director would have to be 5th grade, right?" someone whispered. Tangya laughed so hard her whole body shook, and that trembling shoulder line made the surrounding men's blood rush backward. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, they probably would have looked for somewhere to cool down. Fatty didn't respond, which was taken as confirmation, causing an uproar among the crowd. Really was 5th grade. The mysterious nature of the shadow department ran even deeper than the rumors suggested. In fact, this Fatty was quite a figure in Yuehua City. His family owned a 5-star restaurant where prestigious families were regular guests. Who could have imagined that this fathead, big-eared guy who looked so ordinary would actually be a shadow department deputy director? In terms of rank, he was on the same level as the Enforcement Bureau chief and the city guard commander, definitely a big shot. Tangya shifted her gaze to Old Gua and Lu Huan beside the fatty director. She lingered on Lu Huan for a moment, then spoke with a smile. "What a lovely girl. I heard you work at the Tianqing Town Trading Center? What a waste. Why don't you become my capable assistant instead? The pay would be several times better, and I could introduce you to some outstanding young men too." Lu Huan frowned. She didn't like this woman. The fatty director quickly waved his hands. "Cut it out. Lu Huan is an elite trained by the shadow department. The trading center work is just temporary." Tangya smiled again, and the room temperature seemed to rise once more. Then she stared at Old Gua, focusing particularly on the rolling pin in his hands. The surface of the rolling pin no longer showed any traces of dried dough, revealing its pure black metallic body as staff, broken in half. She narrowed her eyes slightly. "A few years ago, that newly promoted Grand Executor Moonfire from the evil sect died by your hand, didn't he?" Old Guo remained expressionless, looking just like a simple old man. Tang Yi didn't pause. Although Moonfire had just been promoted, he forcibly pushed Li Gong off the stage to become the grand executor of the evil sect's Yuehua City branch. His strength was formidable. Old Guo raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl had quite a bit of intelligence. After Moonfire's death, the evil sect sent Reverse Ghost to take over. Actually, Moonfire and Reverse Ghost's strength was roughly equal both late 4th grade. Yet you were able to kill a late 4th grade warrior. Tang Yi continued pressing. Old Guo just smiled without responding, wanting to see how far her analysis would go. Going back further, about a dozen years ago, a legendary powerhouse emerged from Lin City. When his Monkey King staff appeared, it could split heaven and earth. All the major forces in Yuehua City competed to recruit him, but all failed. Later, Lin City was destroyed in the wasteland, and the Monkey King staff disappeared with it. Everyone thought that legendary warrior had died in battle. Before she could finish, Lu Huan was already looking sideways at Old Guo. Could she be talking about Master? Old Guo sighed softly and said to Lu Huan, Master didn't intentionally hide this from you. I was severely injured in the Lin City battle. My cultivation was cut in half, and the Monkey King staff could only exert 10 to 20% of its power, so I stopped mentioning the past. Lu Huan nodded. She understood that the Lin City battle was a heart-wrenching memory for Old Guo. Only now did she learn that her master had actually been a legendary warrior. No wonder he could fight 2 opponents at the late 4th grade level. And Reverse Ghost and Li Gong couldn't gain any advantage against him. Having analyzed this far and gotten the answer she wanted, Tang Yi smiled even more brilliantly. However, Old Guo developed a certain respect for this young woman. A woman who could manage Yuehua City's trading center and control countless assets at such a young age was indeed no simple matter. They had thoroughly investigated his background, uncovering details that others might not even know. I wonder if she harbors ill intentions or simply enjoys watching drama unfold. Speaking of which, do you want to hear some juicy gossip about Su Qingqing, Miss Su? Tang Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Gossip? Old Guo scratched his head. When did Su Qingqing start growing melons? What kind of melons? Everyone turned to stare at him in unison. Lu Huan sighed. Eating melons means listening to gossip. Gossip? Old Guo looked even more puzzled. Has the Su family mastered some profound and mysterious gossip technique? When did this happen? Tang Yi was left speechless and could only forcibly ignore Old Guo, continuing her revelation. Su Qingqing wants to explore the wasteland, but the Su family refuses, insisting she advance to at least a 4th-rank beast tamer first. Yet they won't provide her with the resources needed to evolve her spirit beasts. So in a fit of rage, Su Qingqing left Moonlight City and came to Tianqing Town. She lowered her voice mysteriously. Do you know why she came to Tianqing Town? The group remained silent, their cold indifference completely deflating Tang Yi's attempt at suspense. Aren't you interested in Su Qingqing's affairs at all? She persisted. Because of the arranged marriage set by old Master Su, Lu Huan said flatly. You know about it? Tang Yi raised an eyebrow. We're from the Shadow Division. Our intelligence isn't inferior to yours, Lu Huan replied with the same indifferent tone. Tang Yi snorted. Then do you know that Su Qingqing's betrothed has also awakened his beast seal? The group still showed no reaction. Disappointed, Tang Yi gave up on building suspense. Fine, you all know. So where is he now? I'd like to interview him. What does it feel like when your betrothed is publicly confessed to by a dragon tamer? He led Wu Daong into the depths of the wasteland to save us, Lu Huan said gravely. Tang Yi paused, then immediately dropped her excitement, her expression turning cold and elegant. Oh, then he's probably dead. Spider colonies have appeared outside the city. Even Wu Daong might not survive, let alone him. Dead people have no gossip value, especially just some small-town youth who recently awakened his beast seal. Moonlight Beast Taming Academy has plenty of those. Not necessarily. Lu Huan's voice turned icy. Jiang Fan is no ordinary person. Huh. In the wasteland, everyone's the same. Tang Yi retorted defiantly. The two locked eyes, their gazes crackling like lightning and thunder. Old Guo and the chubby director could only shake their heads helplessly. Roar. A deafening dragon's cry suddenly thundered through the air. Everyone looked up to see the thunder dragon soaring skyward, with Longhouse standing atop its head, gazing down at the massive crater that had been blasted open. On the other side, an equally earth-shaking roar came from a tall building's rooftop. The dragon mastiff stood proudly on the roof tiles, fiercely confronting the thunder dragon. The two prodigies faced off like peaks in opposition, overlooking all the heroes of Moonlight City. Tang Yi's eyes brightened slightly, her expression showing a hint of longing. Despite controlling countless assets, her personal strength wasn't particularly formidable. Apart from her business acumen, her talents in other areas were quite ordinary. If the Su family hadn't deliberately suppressed her and restricted her cultivation resources, Su Qingqing's current strength would certainly not be inferior to Long Hao's. Tang Yi knew this all too well. At this thought, her tone unconsciously carried a hint of inexplicable strangeness. The Su family treated Su Qingqing as a chess piece to be manipulated at will, willing to personally shackle her growth to consolidate their family interests. In Tangya's eyes, such behavior was no different from that of other major families. Tangya refocused her attention on the current situation. In this dragon lair exploration, what truly piqued her interest was neither Su Qingqing nor Long Hao, but rather the young man who had recently arrived in Tianqing Townloki, yet sharp-edged Nangongji. Nangongji had arrived without fanfare, making no effort to curry favor with any faction, yet when he first made his move, all onlookers were stunned. Accompanying his debut was a fourth-grade azure-striped sky python. Its triangular, iron-like head held high in the air, for azure stripes extending backward along its scales, gleaming with cold light. In terms of bloodline, it might be slightly inferior to Long Hao's Thunder Dragon and Su Qingqing's Dragon Mastiff, but it had at least reached grade, and quite possibly touched the threshold of a grade. Such assessments weren't easy to make. Only evolution masters specializing in spirit beasts could discern this at a glance, and none present, including the considerably skilled Su Xingshan, belonged to this specialty. To Nangongji's left stood an elderly man with silver hair but a ramrod-straight posture, while several armored guards followed behind on his right. The heavy alloy plates gleamed with subdued luster under the lights, each bearing the Star Moon Federation's emblem on the chest. They were a true personal guard unit, an elite force dedicated to protecting the Federation's royal family. From his surname alone, people could deduce that Nangongji was connected to the Nangong royal bloodline. After arriving in Tianqing Town, this group acted with restraint, never initiating contact with any faction, as if secretly planning something. The more they behaved this way, the more others grew wary. No one knew what cards Nangongji truly held. While Long Hao and Su Qingqing were already dazzling enough, Nangongji's appearance added yet another variable to the situation. It seems this dragon lair exploration is destined to be exceptionally exciting. Tangya narrowed her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably, blood surging as if heated. Tangya was getting excited again. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma rode their fourth-grade iron-eating ants in swift pursuit, but they still lost the trail and found themselves trapped in an even more bewildering maze of corridors. The thick stone walls appeared menacing under the dim spiritual lamps, and the winding passages formed a giant web that ensnared them both. As Jiang Fan controlled the iron-eating ants' movement, he pondered, what exactly did those dragon armor soldiers use for navigation? Sound-based positioning alone was unrealistic. Even living beings would struggle with such precision, let alone these ancient mechanical soldiers that resembled puppets. Someone must have pre-installed programs that had been running for thousands of years within their bodies. But programs shouldn't be this accurate. There had to be a more direct targeting method hidden somewhere. While he was deep in thought, Zhang Ma's eyes suddenly lit up as she picked up the dragon armor fragment she carried. Try channeling your spiritual power into this. Oh, what did you discover? Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. Just inject a little bit, and you'll see. Zhang Ma exclaimed with the excitement of someone who had discovered a new continent. Jiang Fan complied, but his severely damaged spiritual seat could only squeeze out less than 0.1 units of power before instantly depleting. My spiritual power is nearly exhausted. Zhang Ma snapped back to reality and quickly explained. After channeling power into it, the dragon armor actually revealed the entire underground palace's layout, showing every twist and turned crystal clear. So that was it. The dragon armor itself served as the underground palace's map chip. No wonder those dragon armor soldiers were impossible to shake off. They knew the place better than anyone. Jiang Fan suddenly understood. You guide the route, and I'll have the iron-eating ant pursue at full speed. Zhang Ma immediately pointed out the direction. Compared to the second-grade dragon bat's blind exploration, her route was precise and targeted, never missing a single junction. As they raced through the passages, dried dragon bones occasionally scattered along the corridor walls. Though their blood essence and spiritual energy were nearly depleted, leaving only gray-white skeletal frames, Jiang Fan still collected them into his spatial bag. Zhang Ma couldn't help but ask, you want these broken bones too? Jiang Fan smiled with his eyes crinkling. Complete dragon skeletons become premium specimens once assembled. Wealthy collectors fight over them. How could I not pick them up? Zhang Ma once again revised her understanding of Jiang Fan. Just how money-hungry was this guy? He could think of monetizing everything. But upon reflection, she found it strange 2 4th-grade, 2 3rd-grade, and 1 2nd-grade spirit beasts. Just maintaining these creatures would cost an astronomical sum. Was he really poor? Suddenly, faint vibrations came from ahead. Jiang Fan patted the iron-eating ant and immediately stopped. Through the second-grade dragon bat's ultrasonic scanning, he detected 2 human figures in the corridor ahead. Their silhouettes were clearly different from the dragon armor soldiers. Could they be another type of mechanical soldiers? Jiang Fan raised his hand to signal Zhang Ma to remain silent, and they both pressed against the wall to hide. Moments later, footsteps approached from the opposite direction, accompanied by low whispers. Thanks to those idiots from Tianqing Town, making such a commotion exploring the dragon's lair and drawing all the dragon armor soldiers away, our sacred clan's operation has become much smoother. Evil sect members. Jiang Fan frowned. Why had the evil sect infiltrated earlier than other forces? And judging by their direction, they definitely hadn't entered through the Tianqing town entrance. Perhaps, like himself, they had stumbled upon another crevice by accident. The two figures walked through the corridor without making a single footstep sound. If it weren't for the dragon bat continuously emitting silent ultrasonic waves, Jiang Fan probably wouldn't have known when they would pass by. As the subtle yet sharp vibrations drew closer, the rage in his chest burned even fiercer. The nightmare of Tianqing town was all unleashed by the evil sect. Zhang Ma also caught the footsteps and casual conversation of those two people. For them to be so relaxed in the depths of the dragon's lair, they were most likely fifth-rank powerhouses. Under normal circumstances, such legendary fighters would be impossible to defeat, but she wore dragon armor that could completely block spiritual energy fluctuations. If she quietly gathered her strength, the moment she struck would be enough to severely wound her opponents, and, if Jiang Fan cooperated, they might even have a chance to kill one of them. She dared to think this way because Jiang Fan had always been bold. Sure enough, without any communication, both reached the same decision in their hearts. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? One of them said in a low voice. Be careful, I feel it too. The other immediately fell silent. Their footsteps stopped in the pitch-black corridor. In the space where they couldn't see their own hands, they couldn't detect any movement around them. Whoosh! Beast blood flames ignited, crimson firelight leaping up, clearly high-grade fuel that illuminated several yards. Under the firelight, two dragon armor guards stood quietly against the wall, their dark gold armor plates reflecting cold, menacing light in the dancing flames. Dragon armor guards. Both men's faces changed drastically as they retreated several hundred meters, their speed and reactions undoubtedly matching fifth-rank level. As the dark figures retreated, Zhang Ma tightened her grip and secretly signaled to Jiang Fan. Hold steady. Hold steady. If they exposed themselves now, they would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, she noticed that Jiang Fan remained completely motionless. It seemed he was also setting a trap. She silently praised him. What remarkable composure. To have such patience at such a young age, he's countless times stronger than those pampered geniuses in Yuehua City. Jiang Fan had already concluded that the two men would return simply because they had their eyes on the two sets of pristine dragon armor worn by him and Zhang Ma. Sure enough, before long, the figures who had left earlier emerged from the thick fog once more. This time, they moved with extremely light steps, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, clearly wary of whether the dragon armor soldiers might revive. If these two dragon armor soldiers could truly awaken, they would have chased us earlier, one of them whispered, his voice barely containing his wild excitement. By the looks of it, this is an incredible windfall. With these two sets of precious armor, the two of us together could face 1,000 troops. The two grew more excited as they spoke, unconsciously quickening their pace. They firmly believed the dragon armor soldiers before them were stone dead, and forgot that one must always guard against others. Everyone has selfish desires. Even blood brothers, when faced with rare and priceless treasures, cannot guarantee they won't develop greed. The one walking ahead was called Old Duan, extremely thin, but with quick and steady steps. Old Pan, who was slightly plump and trailing behind, suddenly lost his patience and reached out to grab his companion. Old Duan, don't walk so fast. It's just the two of us here, one set each, split evenly, right? Old Duan didn't look back. Of course, we're brothers, naturally we'll split any treasure evenly. But his pace didn't slow in the slightest. Old Pan's face darkened as he lunged forward to grab him. Old Duan, what exactly are you thinking? Old Duan deflected the plump hand with a backhand slap. Old Pan, I'm just scouting ahead for you. Why are you so anxious? Despite his words, Old Duan's guard remained up, immediately enraging Old Pan. This is too much. In the next instant, the two fifth-rank experts exchanged punches like rain, their spiritual energy making the very air hum. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma, not far away, watched in stunned amazement. Disciples of the same evil sect were this disunited? Zhang Ma glanced at Jiang Fan from the corner of her eye, her face ashen. Her spiritual energy continued circulating through the dragon armor, carrying bone-chilling cold, but was nearing its limit. The original plan was to strike when one of them got closest, but their scuffle made it impossible for her to lock onto the optimal moment. Fifth-rank experts had keen perception. The slightest disturbance would alert them, making a rash attack inadvisable. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. These two might not be truly fighting, they could be putting on an act. They were indeed cautious, not even daring to casually touch the unresponsive dragon armor soldiers, fearing an ambush. Whether prey or predator would prove more cunning would be decided by the next move. Zhang Ma was still holding on desperately, frost forming along her cheeks, light mist emanating from her fingertips. If she delayed any longer, her spiritual energy would leak out, greatly reducing the power of her killing move. She lightly touched Jiang Fan's arm, signaling that if they didn't act soon, it would be too late. Jiang Fan's heart stirred. He had to make them come closer. Suddenly, as if swept away by an undercurrent, he crashed to the ground with a loud clang. The sound of armor meeting stone particularly jarring. The two men fighting immediately stopped, their gazes snapping to the fallen dragon armor soldier. The dragon armor remained motionless, showing no signs of revival. Old Pan's eyes lit up as he grinned. Looks like we really are getting two sets of treasure for free. The one who smiled fastest was precisely the one who had struck most viciously before. Old Pan, who had fought most fiercely earlier, now changed his tune the quickest. It really had been an act after all. Old Pan rushed to help the fallen dragon armor soldier, his eyes filled with greed. Meanwhile, Old Duan approached the dragon armor soldier who remained standing, running his hands over the gaps in the armor and exclaiming in admiration. Teske, this dragon armor is truly magnificent. The components are so intricate. How on earth do you put on all these parts? He was completely absorbed in his examination. Suddenly, Jiang Ma raised the dragon-slaying sword high, its blade pointing toward the sky. The spiritual energy she had been accumulating for so long erupted in that instant, and ice vines formed from condensed cold air coiled around the sword's edge. The ice vines moved like living creatures, instantly wrapping around Old Duan's limbs and chest, freezing him layer by layer. Old Duan's pupils contracted sharply as he realized he had fallen into a trap. He tried to dodge, but found his muscles stiff from the cold. There was no time to escape, only to block. In a flash, he flipped his right palm and conjured a short blade. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out violently, followed by a teeth-grinding crack. The incomparably sharp, dragon-slaying sword shattered the short blade in two with just one touch. In the next breath, the sword's edge swept upward through Old Duan's body, cutting straight through his centerline to the crown of his head as blood gushed forth. Old Duan. Old Pan watched helplessly as Old Duan was split in half, his heart pounding wildly. Even Jiang Ma herself hadn't expected the dragon-slaying sword to so easily cleave through a fifth-grade expert's body. It was as simple as cutting vegetables. Seeing that Old Duan showed no signs of life, Old Pan spun around to flee. But the moment he moved, the grass behind him burst apart with a thunderous crash, and a bald blue cat and a fourth-grade iron-eating ant blocked his path. Two fierce beasts. Old Pan froze instantly. Even if there were fierce beasts in this place, they should be dragon bats. How could these two completely unrelated monsters appear here? On the other side, Jiang Fan also drew his dragon-slaying sword. Having witnessed its power, he thought he might be able to defeat his enemy with a single strike. However, before he could swing the blade, Old Pan suddenly spun around and kicked Jiang Fan's dragon-slaying sword away. The fierce wind carried a chill as Jiang Fan, sword and all, was knocked back several meters and crashed heavily to the ground. Old Pan retreated dozens of steps, staring at everyone with a suspicious expression. You're not dragon armor soldiers? Real dragon armor soldiers aren't this weak. Jiang Fan struggled to his feet, the heavy dragon armor making his breathing labored. Hearing Old Pan's questioning, rage instantly consumed him, and he burst out with profanity, felt utterly humiliated. You think I'm weak? Jiang Fan was furious. When Jiang Ma had made her move earlier, this guy hadn't shown the slightest suspicion, but the moment it was Jiang Fan's turn to act, the opponent immediately saw through. This made Jiang Fan's blood boil with rage. Old Pan's eyes widened in shock. The team before him was actually a fake dragon armor army? How was this possible? By all logic, the dragon armor army should have been the first to enter the dragon's lair, and for those pursuers behind to reach this place, they would have had to break through the dragon armor army first. He stared at Jiang Fan, his tone ominous. Just how did you get in here? You're about to die, and you still dare ask questions. Jiang Fan roared. The expert image he had carefully cultivated along the way had nearly been torn apart by Old Pan on the spot, and now hatred surged within him. Meow. The bald blue cat raised its paw and struck fiercely. Old Pan didn't dare to meet it heat, not because he truly feared this cat, but because the surroundings were pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and any mistake could send him tumbling into an even more terrifying trap. To escape with his life, he had earlier extinguished the beast blood flames, plunging the entire corridor into darkness, forcing him to rely on instinct as he charged blindly through the blackness. Yet that bald blue cat managed to land almost every strike with precision. The reason was simple. Jiang Fan, wearing the dragon armor, was commanding from a distance. 45 degrees to the left front, 50 degrees to the right rear. Hearing those incredibly calm callouts, Old Pan cursed in frustration. This had to be fake. How could the angles be so precise? He even began to suspect that perhaps only he couldn't see, while everyone else actually could. Soon, he realized the key. In this dark corridor, the only one moving as if in an empty realm was that suit of dragon armor. Whoever was controlling it must possess extraordinary abilities. This instructor can't be bothered with you lot. Before his words had finished, Old Pan turned and ran. Bang! His body slammed hard into a solid wall, the impact creating spiderweb cracks across the surface. Though Jiang Ma was blinded by the darkness, she clearly heard that dull thud and thought, that must have hurt badly. Ow! Old Pan's eyes watered from the pain. The icy stone wall had hit him so hard his bones felt ready to fall apart. Whatever the ancients had built was tougher than a spiritual energy nuclear bomb. Jiang Ma moved with lightning speed, following Jiang Fan's directions as she wielded the dragon-slaying sword, cleanly severing Old Pan's hand and foot tendons. Hidden within the dragon armor, she trembled with excitement. Killing evil sect instructors was nothing new to her, but an executive-level instructor and a fifth-rank powerhouse at that, this was her first time taking one down. Jiang Fan arrived shortly after, reigniting the beast blood flames. Orange-red firelight filtered through the dragon armor's faceplate as he examined Old Pan sprawled on the ground. The excruciating pain of severed tendons made Old Pan grimace, sweat pouring down like rain as he stared at them in terror. Jiang Fan looked at those cuts, and his heart skipped a beat. Could he still heal himself? When ordinary weapons severed tendons, a legendary warrior's physique would certainly regenerate them quickly, but the dragon-slaying sword seemed able to block this ability while adding a burning effect. He leaned down for a closer look and saw the severed areas continuously sizzling with smoke, as if some invisible high temperature was persistently destroying Old Pan's healing ability. Yet that temperature didn't feel like real heat, it was more like some eerie, high-temperature form of curse power. Old Pan's face turned deathly pale, his voice hoarse. He was racked with spasms from the pain. His bone-deep agony was unbearable even for a legendary warrior. Forget severed tendons. Even if his heart were carved out, a legendary-level fighter could hold on for a while. But the Dragon Armor Army's sword was like it had been dipped in deadly poison, sending wave after wave of piercing pain through him. Curse power. Jiang Fan was astonished at so there really was such a force. He truly hadn't known. Jiang Ma suddenly had an epiphany. I understand now. This dragon-slaying sword has been tempered with some special substance. It carries accursed poison. Her eyes blazed with excitement as she lowered her voice and explained rapidly. The reason the dragon-slaying sword can specifically kill dragons isn't just because it cuts through iron like butter, but because it can directly sever the dragon's nearly invincible healing abilities. The more she thought about it, the more thrilled she became. Even legendary warriors' healing powers are nothing compared to dragons. This is true dimensional suppression. In other words, under this sword, even legendary warriors are just ordinary mortals. Jiang Fan replied. You could say that. That's incredible. Jiang Ma couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Fan raised the sword and swung it a few times. His movements were stiff and clumsy, like a complete novice handling a sword for the first time, with techniques that barely resembled proper form. Jiang Ma instinctively stepped back half a pace. Despite wearing dragon armor that was supposedly impenetrable, she wasn't sure whether her armor was stronger or this unstoppable dragon-slaying sword was more formidable. If she got accidentally injured, who could she complain to? Old Pan was even more terrified, cold sweat streaming down his temples. The gleaming blade passed dangerously close to his neck several times, the icy metallic aura making his knees tremble. The more Jiang Fan looked like a novice, the more frightened he became. It was like facing a master archer with perfect accuracy, which would actually be reassuring. If they wanted to kill you, you couldn't escape. If they didn't want to kill you, their arrow would stop within a hair's breadth. But facing a novice archer, even if they were just trying to intimidate you, their high chance of accidents was truly terrifying. Spare my life, heroes. Old Pan's voice trembled as he desperately begged for mercy. Swoosh. The dragon-slaying sword suddenly stopped beside his neck, the chill instantly penetrating his skin like ice needles piercing his throat. Jiang Fan then realized his hands were empty. He hadn't even gripped the hilt properly. The situation became awkward for a moment. Seeing both Old Pan and Jiang Ma staring at him, he cleared his throat and tried to maintain his composure. I did that on purpose. You're already scared by just this? Are all evil sect members this cowardly? Old Pan's mind was racing with 1,000 curses. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm stupid? You clearly messed up, he grumbled internally, though he could only force himself to stay calm. Even Jiang Ma was secretly shaking her head. This guy really had some nerve. What's with that look? Are you looking down on me? Jiang Fan's gaze turned dark as he raised the dragon-slaying sword with a sharp clang. The cold gleam reflected off the cave walls like frost. No. Old Pan broke out in a cold sweat, shaking his head frantically. A sword novice with a hair-trigger temper who drew his blade at the slightest provocation, absolutely terrifying. He mentally ranked Jiang Fan as super scary, number 1. Where did you come in from? Jiang Fan pressed. Old Pan hesitated. The blade glinted, radiating even more menace. We came through a cave system that the Spider Clan excavated outside Tianqing Town. Old Pan shuddered and quickly spilled everything. Spider Clan. Jiang Fan murmured thoughtfully. The Spider Clan had occupied this area for ages. They should have known about the underground dragon corpse pit. Perhaps they'd been too wary of the dragon bat colony to venture deeper. How did you know the spider caves led here? Jiang Fan continued his interrogation. It was actually just a coincidence. Old Pan swallowed hard. We originally came to hunt down Wu Daong, but couldn't find him and stumbled into the spider caves by accident. His face twisted with hatred. Damn the beast god temple. Our holy clan spent over 10 years planning, only to have them steal our prize. Jiang Fan nodded, thinking it was indeed about revenge. The grudge between the evil sect and the beast god temple ran deep. This time, they'd only sent two 5th-grade experts to ambush Wu Daong after hearing he'd appeared alone in Tianqing town, never expecting to accidentally fall into the Dragon Corpse pit. What do you know about this Dragon Corpse pit? Jiang Fan continued. Come on, if we'd known there was a Dragon Corpse pit here, we never would have entered. Dragon Corpse pits bring misfortune, that's common knowledge. But we have heard some things about the dragon nest. Besides the egg that was discovered before, there are at least 3 more dragon eggs hidden in the nest. At the mention of dragon eggs, Jiang Fan quietly checked the one in his chest. The red glow on the shell was growing more intense, and the embryo inside was becoming clearer and noticeably larger. Delicate blood vessels connected to a miniature heart that beat powerfully. Each pulse seeming to strike his eardrums. Revival was imminent. But it pained him. The blood essence and spiritual energy from 2 dragon skeletons had been completely drained, more than Zhang Ma had absorbed in total. Zhang Ma had only absorbed a third and was fully healed, even advancing from mid-4th grade to late 4th grade. Yet the dragon egg still wasn't fully mature. The vitality of the dragon race was truly monstrous, requiring massive amounts of spiritual energy. Not for their freakish constitution, mother dragons would probably die from exhaustion after laying eggs. Reviving dragon eggs requires enormous amounts of spiritual energy. How do you manage it? Jiang Fan asked. You know about that too? Old Pan seemed surprised, but considering this person had infiltrated the dragon nest first and stolen 2 sets of dragon armor, he was probably no ordinary individual. So he answered honestly. All dragon eggs are sent to a special spiritual sanctuary built by our holy clan, where spiritual energy is virtually limitless. Only there can dragon eggs be revived. Ordinary people simply can't do it. Currently, besides official organizations, only a few transcendent forces have such capabilities. I see, limitless spiritual energy. Your evil sect has quite the foundation. Jiang Fan sneered. Of course, our holy clan is vast and boundless. Old Pan began boasting enthusiastically. Jiang Fan's gaze turned cold, as if saying, keep talking. Old Pan wisely backed down. Let's just finish him off, Zhang Ma suggested. Old Pan immediately tensed up. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Fan said coolly, a dead evil sect member isn't as valuable as a living one. Exactly, exactly. Old Pan nodded eagerly. Capturing holy clan members alive brings high bounties. Many places have posted rewards for us. Zhang Ma was speechless again. Jiang Fan's enthusiasm for making money was truly bone deep. To prevent him from escaping, cut him a few more times, Jiang Fan casually ordered. Please don't. Old Pan's face went ashen. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Ma struck cleanly and efficiently, her blade flashing as blood splattered against the cave walls. Old Pan's wrists, knees, and hip joints were severed one by one, along with both arms, instantly eliminating his mobility. The excruciating pain from the cursed power contorted his expression, his whole body convulsing as he nearly foamed at the mouth. Jiang Fan casually tossed Old Pan onto the back of the bald blue cat. The bald blue cat shuddered with disgust, then opened its mouth to grab Old Pan between its teeth, dragging him like a filthy rag. Jiang Fan watched with amusement, thinking to himself that even the cat found this guy repulsive. Come on, let's hurry to the entrance of Tianqing town. He called to Zhang Ma to quicken her pace, kicking up a trail of dust as Tianqing town appeared faintly on the distant horizon. At Gulf Pass in Tianqing town, the smoke from the mountain collapse had gradually cleared, though the air still carried a burnt smell. The crowd around the cave entrance had grown even larger, with 2 more factions having arrived: the evil sect and the beast god temple. Yang Jiang, deputy commander of the city guard, stood at the front with his spear's icy tip pointed at the newcomers. You actually dare to come? He snorted coldly, his killing intent radiating outward. The evil sect instructors were uniformly dressed in white robes that bore some resemblance to the Enforcement Bureau uniforms from a distance, while the beast god temple members wore black armor, creating an ominous presence like harbingers of death that kept nearby civilians at bay. The evil sect remained silent, but a thin-faced elder from the beast god temple spoke with a smile. We're only here to lend you all a helping hand. The dragon's lair is extremely dangerous. Cooperation is the wisest strategy. Yang Jiang recognized this man, his eyes turning cold. Who wants to cooperate with you? You're nothing but a bunch of scoundrels who can't stand the light. His voice rang out with righteous authority. The thin-faced elder remained unperturbed, still smiling. Huh. Speaking of those who can't stand the light, I'd say that group over there is even worse. For such a major event, they only sent 1 5th-rank cultivator, quite an underestimation of everyone here. After being called out, the lead instructor from the evil sect's face darkened. He had remained silent and kept his distance precisely because of his weak position. Though his numbers matched the beast god temples, he was their only 5th-rank fighter, while the opposition had brought 2. Wu Dalu, don't stir up trouble. Push me too far, and I'll wipe you out first, the instructor shouted coldly. The thin-faced elder was indeed Wu Dalu, whose name was similar to Wu Dayang's. Wu Dalu laughed heartily. Chu Hong, you're all alone. Where do you get the nerve to threaten us 3 Wu brothers? The 3 Wu brothers were infamous. They had made their name in the Star Moon Federation, but for their evil deeds. Eldest brother Wu Dalu controlled a city as its lord, second brother Wu Dayang served as enforcement bureau chief, and youngest Wu Debao commanded the city guard. Together, they had seized control of an entire major city. Eventually, their power grew so great that they engaged in murder, pillage, and rape with impunity, until the Federation stripped their authority and issued warrants for their arrest. They then fled to join the Beast God Temple, a haven for villains. All 3 brothers were powerful cultivators who always stuck together, which had fostered their current arrogance. This time, Wu Dayang hadn't come. Wu Dalu and Wu Debao were holding down the fort. Chu Hong coldly retorted. You 3 brothers will soon become 2 brothers. As his words fell, Wu Dalu's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? Chu Hong chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming. Did you really think our evil sect lacked manpower? That we'd only send me? Pan Yu and Duan Rongxing should have already dealt with Wu Dayang by now. You. Wu Dalu's eyes widened in shock, a chilling aura emanating from him. Anyone who dares interfere with our sacred clan's achievements deserves death. Chu Hong's voice was ice-cold, even carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Wu Dayang's expression shifted unpredictably, and after a moment, he chuckled. We're all 5th-rank cultivators here. Who's going to intimidate whom? 5th-rank warriors don't die that easily. Chu Hong nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He gazed out at the wasteland, where jagged rocks and thorny brambles concealed countless dangers. Yet this place was not the western sand wasteland where high-rank ferocious beasts roamed freely. The chances of 5th-rank experts perishing here were extremely low. The confrontational atmosphere between the 2 factions quickly dissipated. Weapons were subtly withdrawn, spiritual energy restrained, and no one continued the provocation. Strictly speaking, they might well be on the same city, at least those self-righteous orthodox sects would never associate with them. Su Xingshan crossed his arms and coldly assessed these 2 forces. His snort seemed casual, but everyone present understood it was deliberately meant for all to hear. 6 5th-rank cultivators stood together, their sharp auras on full display, silently flaunting their formidable strength. This combined power was indeed formidable. Currently, various factions had gathered in Tianqing Town, and while other forces might collectively possess more 5th-rank cultivators than these 6, once the evil sect and beast god temple truly joined forces with each faction harboring their own ulterior motives, the outcome of any real conflict would be difficult to predict. All these developments fell within Deputy Director Lin Tan's expectations. The Dragon Nest's opening had been repeatedly delayed, ultimately waiting for this very moment. The evil sect and beast god temple had already laid their groundwork in Tianqing Town and would never remain idle observers. Their emergence only made the situation more complex. 6 5th-rank cultivators plus those black armored guards and white-robed instructors, if united, would form the most powerful force aside from Lin Tan and Yang Jiang. Lin Tan and Yang Jiang belonged to Yuehua City's Enforcement Bureau and City Guard respectively, naturally allies who feared no confrontation. The trouble lay with the peripheral forces, such as the Su family. Originally, the Su family could still contend with Lin Tan on equal footing, but with these 2 troublemakers in the mix, it seemed the Su family would have to cooperate with Lin Tan, if only for self-preservation. Su Xingshan glanced at Lin Tan, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. The current situation made it clear that Lin Tan had deliberately delayed discussing cooperation, knowing full well that the 2 factions would clash at this very moment. What a cunning schemer. Lin Tan seemed oblivious to Su Xingshan's scrutinizing gaze, his eyes deep as an abyss, revealing not a trace of emotion. Within Yuehua City's law enforcement division, he had always maintained a low profile, yet he was undoubtedly the true mastermind behind the scenes. Calculating and unfathomable, even the typically domineering Yang Jiang preferred to avoid direct confrontation with him, let alone Su Xingshan. Now, with all negotiating leverage lost, the Su family found themselves in such a passive position they could barely make a move. A silent sigh churned within Su Xingshan's heart. Standing beside him, Su Qingcheng noticed the change in her uncle's expression and could roughly guess why he was frowning. But at this moment, her thoughts were more focused on Mama Zhang. And that person, could he really be dead? As these thoughts swirled, her chest felt crushed by a heavy weight. She couldn't bear to experience that kind of agony again. From a short distance away, Long Hao looked toward the uncle and niece, each lost in their own concerns, and called out loudly, Qingcheng, let's move together later. I'll keep you safe. His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone present perfectly clearly. Lin Tan raised his eyes meaningfully, seeming somewhat surprised. Dragon God Palace was publicly siding with the Su family? Long Hao's pursuit of Su Qingcheng hadn't yet succeeded, and this display of favoritism made quite a few young ladies stamp their feet and envy if they were to die of jealousy. It would be a sweet death indeed. Behind Long Hao, the elderly Long Chong hesitated slightly, wanting to step forward and stop him, but it was already too late. Long Hao was far too impulsive. Worse still, Su Qingqing was incredibly proud and had not yet agreed to Dragon God Palace's marriage proposal. Taking a step back, even if she did agree, so what? While Su Qingqing was indeed a 1 in 10,000 beast taming prodigy, she would have to serve Dragon God Palace's interests before they would generously offer a dragon egg. Should the palace acquire another dragon egg in the future, this marriage arrangement could be discarded at any time. Dragon eggs were far more precious than any genius. Unfortunately, Long Hao had already declared his position, and if they backed down now, Dragon God Palace would lose all face. Su Qingqing didn't even lift her head, merely responding with a flat, whatever. Those 4 plain syllables failed to stir even the slightest ripple from Long Hao's enthusiasm. Forget being moved. She didn't even bother with courtesy. Everyone was stunned. Rumors of Su Qingqing's cold and heartless nature proved true upon meeting her today. Such decisiveness turned Long Hao's devoted affection into an instant laughingstock. Long Hao himself showed no sign of anger, as if he had long grown accustomed to her indifference. Not far away, Nangong Ji wore a faint, mysterious smile. As a royal prince, his bearing and demeanor were in no way inferior to Long Hao's. It was only because Long Hao's reputation in Yuehua City was so formidable that most people considered the latter superior. Suddenly, Nangong Ji spoke up clearly. Miss Su, if you don't mind, we would like to explore the dragon's nest together with the Su family. The entire scene fell silent as death. Then he added an even more earth-shattering statement. All gains within the dragon's nest shall belong to the Su family. The Nangong royal clan always keeps its word. Long Hao's eyes darkened abruptly, a trace of gold reflecting in the depths of his pupils as he stared intently at Nangong Ji. Even Lin Tan looked at Su Xingshan with surprise, as if asking, since when did the Su family have connections with the royal family? A string of question marks instantly popped up in Su Xingshan's mind, as he also turned his gaze towards Su Qingqing in bewilderment. The young woman's expression remained calm, simply lifting her eyes to utter a single word, whatever. Her indifferent tone was almost identical to how she had dismissed Long Hao earlier in her heart. Neither Long Hao nor Nangong Ji was worth mentioning. Others couldn't help but wonder secretly, what kind of person could truly capture Su Qingqing's heart? Nangong Ji sensed Su Qingqing's attitude and consciously moved toward the Su family's side, completely ignoring Long Hao's almost fire-breathing glare. Long Hao's aura suddenly erupted, his pale golden pupils gleaming with dangerous light as they locked onto Nangong Ji. Beside Nangong Ji, the middle-aged guard frowned and roared angrily. How dare you? To show such disrespect to royalty. Royalty. Long Chong stepped forward, his voice like iron. Before the Dragon God Temple, there is no such thing as royalty. His presence was no less imposing than the middle-aged guards. The middle-aged guard narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying a threat. Dragon God Temple. Just how strong can your branch temple in the Star Moon Federation really be? Want to find out? Long Chong sneered coldly, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Feel free to try. The air seemed to freeze instantly, the tension even more explosive than when the evil sect and Beast God Temple had faced off earlier. The auras of both sides surged with undercurrents, needing only one final spark to ignite. Enough. We're about to descend into the dragon's lair. Whatever issues you have, settle them down there. Lin Tan finally spoke, his voice not loud, but instantly causing the agitated atmosphere to pause. This was the eve of entering the dragon's lair. Any meaningless conflict would only waste their strength. If they were going to fight, it should at least be worthwhile at minimum. It should draw out the dangers lurking within the dragon's lair. Everyone's attention immediately turned to the entrance of the dragon's lair. This was what truly mattered. The scouts who went down never came back up. This was the most troublesome situation they could face. No return, no word at all. Only 2 possibilities remained. Either they were lost in the dragon's lair, completely cut off from contact, or they had encountered deadly danger and been wiped out entirely. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, especially since the team that had just entered wasn't lacking in strong fighters. There was even a 4th-rank cultivator among them. If it truly was the second scenario, and even a 4th rank could vanish without a trace, it could only mean this dragon's lair was far more terrifying than anticipated. While 4th rank wasn't the pinnacle, it still represented mid to high-tier combat power, already surpassing most of those present. Everyone began discussing in hushed tones. Commander Yang Jiang snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Exploring dragon lairs has always been a matter of life and death. Forget 4th rank, countless 5th rank cultivators have died in these places. He immediately proposed a plan. Each major faction would send one 5th rank cultivator with 30 men to scout ahead, preventing a complete massacre. This also served to pressure the smaller factions. If you couldn't produce a 5th rank, you'd have to join someone else's team. Want to fish in troubled waters? Dream on. Chu Hong pondered for a moment before saying, Why not just go in with full force? It might be dangerous inside, but splitting our strength could be more troublesome. Absolutely not. Lin Tin immediately rejected the idea. The situation inside is unknown. We might encounter those things. If everyone charges in together, we'll just die faster. At this point, his gaze shifted to Su Xingshan. Those things, the Su family knows them best, don't they? Su Xingshan smiled in response. Dragon armor soldiers. My elder brother once killed one with his own hands. At these words, some looked confused while others' faces changed dramatically. Lin Tan added, that's the only confirmed kill of a dragon armor soldier in the Star Moon Federation's history. Everyone understood perfectly the name of the dragon armor soldiers was legendary, but only the Su family head could actually kill them. However, the Su family head wasn't present today. Before I left, my brother repeatedly warned me that if we encounter dragon armor soldiers, we must never engage in battle. Flee immediately. Su Xingshan's tone was grave. Against them, we have no chance of victory. This information was crucial, enough to prevent some people from foolishly provoking forbidden entities. Long Chong quickly asked, if we really encounter dragon armor soldiers, how do we avoid battle? Dragon armor soldiers identify enemies by their aura. Su Xingshan didn't hide anything. As long as you completely conceal your own aura, there's still some chance of avoiding them. This usually requires special magical treasures. Those who came here for adventure wouldn't come empty-handed. Door concealing treasures were standard equipment. Hearing this, everyone felt somewhat reassured. All right, let's assign people. Lin Tan made the final decision. Each faction quickly nominated their 5th rank cultivators in total, with the remaining 300 all below 5th rank. Such a luxurious lineup was rarely seen except when venturing into the most dangerous wastelands. Chu Hong didn't personally participate. He secretly instructed a 4th rank black armor. Once inside, hide immediately. No matter what happens, don't expose yourself, and never trust the evil sect. Yes, the 4th rank black armor responded solemnly. Wu Dalu watched as 30 black armors gathered toward his side. He said nothing, merely nodding slightly, no words spoken, but tacit approval given. Chu Hong would definitely not enter the fray himself. Otherwise, by the time he emerged, the black-armored soldiers outside would have been slaughtered long ago. On Yuehua City's side, Lin Tan remained seated in the rear, while Yang Jiang took charge of field command. The Su family was led by Su Xingwu. Although Long Hao and Nangong Ji had verbally agreed to merge with the Su family, each had actually sent out a 5th-rank expert, clearly intending to charge in with the first wave. Before departure, Su Xingshan pulled Su Qingqing aside and quietly gave her 2 options. First, absolutely do not go in. Second, wait for the second group before entering. Choose for yourself. Neither path suited Qingqing's intentions, so she simply nodded without saying a word. Seeing this, Su Xingshan assumed she had agreed as long as he was around, she would be safe. Enter the dragon's lair. Lin Tan commanded. 10 5th-rank experts led hundreds of followers, leaping into the massive crater in predetermined formation, with black-armored warriors following closely behind, instantly kicking up clouds of dust. Watching the figures quickly disappear into the deep pit, Su Xingshan's heart tightened. The dragon's lair was no ordinary wasteland. It was filled with countless dangers, and he truly worried whether Su Xingwu could handle it. He turned to advise. Qingcheng, you'd better return to Yuehua City first. Tianqing Town will be turned upside down because of this dragon's lair, and this is just the beginning. Before he could finish speaking, he froze. She was gone. The area around him was completely empty. Where was Su Qingqing's shadow? Su Xingshan's heart jolted, and instantly his vast spiritual power spread like a tide, enveloping all directions. Everyone caught in his probe tensed up, exchanging glances, but seeing Su Xingshan's dark expression tinged with anger, they could only endure silently, not daring to make a sound. Lin Tan frowned and asked quietly, what's wrong? Did Qingqing go in? Su Xingshan nodded heavily. After a moment's thought, Lin Tan offered comfort. She should be fine. Qingqing is clever and knows how to protect herself. But Su Xingshan still sighed. Clever or not, she had never set foot in the wasteland and had no experience whatsoever. He could only hope the first group would quickly send back good news, so he could lead the second group in. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma were hiding in a corner. Suddenly, a battle erupted ahead, with flames lighting up the dark corridor as a group of black-armored warriors poured fuel into the beast's blood, creating a sea of crimson fire. The black-armored troops were engaged in a fierce fight with a swarm of dragon bats, yet there was no sign of the dragon armor army. Is this the beast god temple? Jiang Fan frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Where were the others? Could it be that Tianqing Town had truly fallen to the beast god temple? Although Wu Daong had perished at the hands of the Spider King, it was entirely possible that the beast god temple had sent more experts to infiltrate. The leader of the black-armored group was a thin, short man, yet he exuded a powerful aura, clearly at the 5th rank. 5th rank should be legendary, but now it seemed like 5th ranks were running rampant like cheap goods. These dragon bats can't hold them off. Zhang Ma whispered urgently. Before she could finish, a large number of dragon bats were cut down by the black-armored warriors, who suffered almost no casualties, clearly composed of elite fighters. As the enemy pressed deeper, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma seized the opportunity to slip away. At the forefront of the black-armored team was the thin, middle-aged man Elder Bao, Wu Daba. Elder Bao, this dragon nest is way too easy. One of the black-armored warriors exclaimed excitedly. I thought we would have to fight fiercely, but the danger was easily resolved. Don't let your guard down, Wu Daba replied with a sharp gaze. These beasts are likely just squatters, not the original inhabitants of the dragon nest. Behind them followed a group of white-robed cultist, evil sect members. The two groups temporarily joined forces, marching together with over 30 people, their footsteps echoing, the flames of beast blood crackling, almost driving away all shadows. The leader of the evil sect whispered, that person from Shiwang Mountain said the dragon armor army can identify people by their aura. Although we have treasures to conceal our presence, with such a commotion, it might not help. Indeed, Wu Daba pondered. There are many passages in the dragon nest. We should advance separately, but in the same direction for easier regrouping. Understood. The evil sect leader immediately led his team down another side path. Watching the white-robed figures disappear, Wu Daba snorted coldly. In the end, they still refused to trust me. Around the corner, he suddenly spotted a soldier in black armor, standing against the wall. At first glance, it looked similar to the black armor, but upon closer inspection, it was far more intricate, making the black armor seem like a crude imitation. The dragon armor army. Wu Daba's scalp tingled. The black-armored warriors immediately halted, gripping their weapons tightly. The nightmare of the Dragon Slayer Invincible Legion was already etched in everyone's hearts. The still dragon armor soldiers' eyes lit up, roaring to life as they raised their dark dragon-slaying swords, their presence as imposing as a mountain. However, in the next moment, this dragon armor soldier unexpectedly turned and fled. Huh? The dragon armor army can run away. Wu Daba was taken aback. Elder Bao, should we pursue? Someone asked eagerly. The dragon armor was said to be a treasure. If they could obtain it, their combat power would soar. Wu Daba's eyes gleamed with greed. Chase. He just revived, and his strength may not even be at the 5th rank. As long as we get that set of dragon armor, it would be worth it even without the dragon egg. The black-armored team immediately surged forward, pursuing into the depths. In the shadows, Jiang Fan observed quietly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Good, Zhang Ma has succeeded. Next, let the beast god temple clash with the dragon armor army. Zhang Ma, clad in dragon armor, was safe. He needed to find another way, as it would be troublesome if his straightforward father barged in. Jiang Fan carried the unconscious Lao Pan and hurried down the corridor. Although he couldn't see the dragon armor map, the sounds of battle around him were enough to guide his direction. There were many infiltrators this time. Besides the black armor, he also encountered the white-robed evil sect members. The white robes bore star insignias indicating their ranks, and the leader in blue robes held a higher status. The red-robed Grand Instructor was at the 4th rank, while the blue-robed one was likely at the 5th. With the Beast God Temple having a 5th rank, the evil sect naturally couldn't fall behind. But for now, he couldn't afford to think about that. Ahead, the sounds of battle grew even more intense. Just as he passed through a long corridor, Jiang Fan suddenly felt a jolt of fear. An overwhelming swarm of dragon bats was frantically flapping in the corridor. It seemed these people had awakened the entire dragon bat colony. The piercing shrieks pierced through Jiang Fan's skull like sharp awls, making his vision blur with darkness. Even with his dragon armor protection, he was still knocked down by the tide of dragon bats, layer upon layer pressing him to the ground, making it difficult to breathe. Ah! Old Pan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Unlike Jiang Fan, he had no dragon armor for protection, and the dragon bat's attacks were filled with savage, flesh-tearing ferocity. These beasts want to gnaw my flesh and drink my blood. Stop screaming. They're just ordinary beasts. Jiang Fan barked. Old Pan shuddered at the rebuke and immediately fell silent. Though his bones were broken, he still possessed the body of a 5th-rank martial artist, so the pain wasn't fatal. However, the stench nearly made him faint. Dragon bats flapped their sticky wings against his face, even defecating on the spot, their hot waste bringing unbearable humiliation. Jiang Fan summoned several spirit beasts with a wave of his hand, his spiritual power forming a net that completely surrounded the frenzied dragon bats. Even ordinary beasts have their uses, he thought to himself. The dragon bats were numerous, taking a full half-hour to completely subdue. Hundreds of dragon bats now lay prostrate on the ground, arranged in orderly rows with heads held high, a bizarre yet magnificent sight. Old Pan was completely stunned. What does this mean? He couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Fan had actually controlled all the dragon bats? He knew that each ordinary beast required one beast seal. Hundreds of them would mean hundreds of beast seals. His Adam's apple bobbed as he desperately tried to suppress his emotions, but his trembling eyelids betrayed him. He tried to convince himself, Perhaps like insect masters, controlling the king of a colony could command all beasts of the same species. Otherwise, no historical records, official or unofficial, had ever documented a beast master possessing hundreds of beast seals. Such a person could single-handedly command an army. Jiang Fan glanced back indifferently, and Old Pan quickly closed his eyes, playing dead. I saw nothing. Please don't kill me. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered with him, stored the dragon bats in his spirit beast space, and continued forward. Several dim corridors flashed by, their damp stone walls covered with moss. When they stopped again, a spacious hall suddenly appeared ahead. In the center, 3 dragon-armored soldiers paced back and forth, clearly searching for their missing targets. Jiang Fan looked back to find that Old Pan had somehow donned a gray-black cloak, wrapping himself, so only his eyes were visible. I'm cold, Old Pan said with an awkward smile. Jiang Fan glanced at him. A treasure for concealing one's aura. Not bad. He could take it later when this person became useless. He peered into the hall. It was empty except for a few flickering torches on the pillars, their ghostly red flames seeming to burn with dragon blood oil, continuing to burn without extinguishing. The 3 dragon-armored soldiers kept patrolling inside and outside the hall, guarding it impenetrably. Jiang Fan casually tossed Old Pan behind him and strode boldly into the hall. Under the dim light, dust swirled around decayed tables and chairs that had long since rotted away. The hall contained several pillars and some decayed objects that looked like former furnishings. So decayed they were unrecognizable from their original forms. The debris scattered across the ground could only be assumed to be everyday items carelessly dropped by craftsmen during the construction of this underground palace. The truly valuable treasures, dragon armor and dragon-slaying swords, remained blindingly bright despite the passage of countless years. What was strange, however, was that aside from these gleaming sets of armor, the surroundings were completely empty. What were they doing here? Jiang Fan looked up to survey the area, but the moment his gaze reached the dome, he froze in place. Then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. There were people on the pillars, and almost every pillar had someone hanging from it. The forces came from all directions. Black armor from the fierce beast temple, white-robed instructors from the evil sect, white-clad members of the enforcement division, and what appeared to be guards from the garrison. Jiang Fan recognized the standard uniforms of the enforcement division, but was unfamiliar with those brown armor sets. Their style resembled the garrison's, yet appeared more formal. He locked eyes with the crowd on the pillars, all of whom remained expressionless, forcing themselves to play dead. But didn't the dragon armor corps track prey by scent? Could they also hunt by sight? Yang Jiang, perched on another pillar, likewise held his breath while staring intently at that strangely behaving dragon armor soldier. The next moment, something even more astounding happened. That dragon armor soldier actually began climbing up the stone pillar. 3 black-armored figures crouched at the top of Jiang Fan's pillar. Seeing the dragon armor soldier approaching, they instantly panicked. Had they'd been discovered, they couldn't just sit there waiting for death. One immediately leaped down, swinging his blade in attack. The blade scraped against the dragon armor, sending out a long trail of sparks. The violent noise alerted the dragon armor corps outside the hall. Clang, 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 clang. Heavy iron boots struck the ground as a squad of dragon armor soldiers charged into the hall with a terrifying rhythm. The 3 exposed black-armored figures, unwilling to be the only ones discovered, immediately launched indiscriminate attacks in all directions, forcing others hiding on the pillars to engage in battle. In an instant, all the lurking infiltrators in the hall were exposed. 3 dragon armor soldiers joined forces, delivering a single sword strike that instantly killed one of the black-armored figures. The speed was so fast, there was no time to react. 5th rank. Yang Jiang was stunned. Another dragon armor soldier charged at him with a blade, its edge so cold it seemed ready to slice through the air itself. Don't get entangled. Retreat. Lin Tan's warning from before their departure still echoed in his ears. If they encountered dragon armor soldiers, they must never fight to the death. These creatures were suspected to be immortal, so escape when possible, and if necessary, let others take the hit for them. Lin Tan hadn't specified who these others were, but there were perfect scapegoats right at hand. Several white-robed cultists were frantically running to escape the hall. Yang Jiang grabbed the 2 nearest ones and hurled them at the dragon armor soldier like throwing sacks. At the same time, he positioned himself in front of another dragon armor soldier, buying his comrades time to escape. You go first. I'll be right behind you, he roared, and the entire hall erupted into chaos. 4 dragon armor soldiers attacked simultaneously, instantly putting their team at a severe disadvantage. So this is the dragon armor army. Yang Jiang smiled bitterly to himself. Despite his extensive battlefield experience, he had never witnessed such terrifying individual combat power. He couldn't imagine how formidable the ancient dragon armor must have been. Jiang Fan pretended to pursue the fleeing soldiers and left the hall. 4 dragon armor soldiers were more than enough to keep that group thoroughly occupied. Couldn't care less how many would survive. These people were nowhere to be found when Tianqing town was under attack. Yet now they swarmed in when the dragon nest opened. They deserved whatever fate awaited them. He continued searching for his father's whereabouts. After turning through several passages, he entered another spacious hall. No dragon armor soldiers guarded the entrance, but clearly someone was hiding inside. Faint breathing sounds and the rustle of clothing reached his ears. The hidden person had also detected his presence and was now holding their breath. Following routine, Jiang Fan first conducted a standard patrol around the hall. No one. He leisurely made several more rounds. Still no one. He simply leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and pretended to sleep. His armor clinked against the ground with low, resonant sounds. At that moment, 3 people hiding behind massive pillars were nearly going insane. Other dragon armor soldiers would leave after finding no one, but this one decided to take a nap on the spot. On the pillar, the younger man frantically signaled to his companions, while another looked utterly miserable. The dragon armor soldier could awaken at any moment, and moving even slightly meant death. Rustling footsteps passed by outside as several people quickly crossed the hall. Though their footsteps weren't exactly quiet, they didn't provoke any reaction from Jiang Fan. After a long while, the young man on the pillar carefully whispered, "Gua Chao. It seems like sounds don't activate them." Gua Chao? Only then did Jiang Fan clearly see that on the pillar were indeed Gua Chao, Lu Yu, and Lin Mei, whom he had previously worked with. They hadn't left Tianqing town, but had instead broken into the dragon nest. What a small world. Gua Chao and Lu Yu were third-rank martial artists, and Lin Mei was a second-rank soul master. Not exactly weak, yet they felt utterly insecure in the dragon nest. Forget about dragon armor soldiers. Encountering even a single dragon bat would be more than enough trouble for them. If he weren't urgently searching for his father, he would have loved to mess with these 3. Jiang Fan automatically reactivated, his armor clanking as he walked out of the hall. A few minutes later, he changed into black robes and ran back to the hall. Footsteps of a black armor patrol echoed from outside, so he leaped onto a pillar, facing Gua Chao's trio from across the space. The 3 maintained expressionless faces, trying hard to preserve their expert demeanor. Jiang Fan feigned surprise. "Gua Chao? You came in too." Gua Chao's body stiffened, and after a long moment, he tentatively asked, "Brother Qin Fan?" "It's me." As if seeing a long-lost relative, Gua Chao immediately jumped down from his pillar and rushed to the base of Jiang Fan's pillar, embracing it with mixed emotions. "Brother Chun, you have no idea how dangerous it was for us just now. There was a dragon armor soldier just standing right there." "Oh." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "You weren't afraid?" "That was a dragon armor soldier." "What? Dragon armor soldier?" Jiang Fan deliberately raised his voice, achieving the obvious effect. Gua Chao swallowed hard and lowered his voice. "Don't panic. It's already gone, just before you arrived. You're truly our lucky star." Jiang Fan chuckled dryly and then asked, "How did you manage to get in here?" "We snuck in. Our teacher didn't want us in the first wave, but nothing could stop our determination to grow stronger. The strong must lead from the front. How can we improve? By always following behind others and eating dust." "Stop." Jiang Fan interrupted his passionate speech. "Did everyone from the academy come?" "Yes. Not just the martial arts academy, but also the Soul Academy and Beast Taming Academy." "Who else?" Lin Tan, the deputy director of Yuehua City's law enforcement department, Yang Jiang, deputy commander of the city guard, several members of the Su family nobility, and people from the evil sect and Fierce Beast Temple. Long Hao from the Dragon Temple came too, and even Nangong Ji from the Star Moon royal family. Gua Chao rattled off a long list of names. Jiang Fan only recognized the Su family. He had never heard of the others. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Did anyone from the Tianqing Town Guard come in?" "The Tianqing Town Guard Corps?" Gua Chao was stunned for a moment. He really had no idea about that. Lin Mei added from the side that their people had already been settled in Yuehua City. They were too weak to be of any help. Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt slightly relieved. Since they were in Yuehua City, his parents were temporarily safe. He suddenly remembered something and pressed further. "Did the Su family come too? Is Su Qingqing here?" "She's here, but the Su family won't let her enter the dragon's lair." Lin Mei shook her head. "Good that she didn't come in." Jiang Fan murmured to himself. If Zhang Ma knew Su Qingqing was in danger, she would definitely lose sleep over it. And the fact that his father hadn't entered the lair made him secretly breathe another sigh of relief. "All right, let's go. It's safe now." Jiang Fan was the first to leap down from the stone pillar. Gua Chao looked around the pitch-black cavern, still uneasy. "How can you be sure? Those dragon armor soldiers come and go without a trace, practically invisible in the darkness." "I said it's fine, so it's fine. Believe it or not, that's up to you." Jiang Fan offered no further explanation. Several dragon bats under his command had already been released, continuously scouting with ultrasonic wave. She could detect any disturbance at the first moment. "I believe you. Of course I believe you." Gua Chao quickly jumped down, also calling Lu Yu and Lin Mei to land beside Jiang Fan. Sticking close to the big shot was the way to get benefits. Last time, thanks to Jiang Fan, They had brought back a large number of hunter tokens to the academy and exchanged them for plenty of resources. Following this genius certainly wouldn't lead to any losses. After landing, Jiang Fan first dragged the unconscious old Pan into the dim light. When the three gathered around to look, they all gasped in unison. Black robe. Guo Chao's voice trembled. What about the black robe? Jiang Fan lifted his foot and kicked old Pan, who lay there like a piece of dead meat, burying his face in the dirt, too ashamed to lift his head. Guo Chao took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. The evil sect has a strict hierarchy: white-robed instructors, yellow-robed deacons, red-robed grand deacons, blue-robed sect masters, and above that are the black robes. Grand sect masters. This guy. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Old Pan didn't dare make a sound. He had been ambushed and severely wounded by the dragon-slaying sword. Otherwise he would never have ended up in such a state. But he absolutely couldn't voice this excuse. How did he end up like this? Guo Chao still couldn't believe it. I cut him down, but I held back, Jiang Fan said casually. Another person of his rank is already dead. A grand sect master of the evil sect is dead. Guo Chao's eyes went wide. This was a federal-level powerhouse with a fearsome reputation spanning thousands of miles. He looked at Jiang Fan, suddenly feeling both familiar and strange. Jiang Fan waved his hand. I didn't do it, someone else did. Guo Chao understood it must have been a legendary-level expert. Otherwise it would be impossible to simultaneously kill one grand sect master and severely wound another. He wanted to ask more, but Jiang Fan had already raised his hand to stop him. You'll know when the time comes. Since he had confirmed his parents were safe, he no longer delayed. Into the dragon's lair, let's see what treasures there are. Excellent. Guo Chao's spirit soared. The dragon's lair was rich in hidden treasures, and with Jiang Fan as their backing, he felt completely confident. There are many treasures in the dragon's lair. He enthusiastically listed them. The dragon armor soldiers you've seen, their armor and dragon-slaying swords are all top-tier treasures. Jiang Fan looked up, speechless. Mass-produced equipment also qualified as top-tier? If the ancient ancestors heard this, they'd probably be angry enough to bang on their coffin lids. Guo Chao continued. There are also dragon crystals, spirit stones, vast amounts of gold and silver treasures, various medicinal herbs. A pile of money? Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. The three were stunned, showed no interest in dragon armor or dragon-slaying swords, but perked up at the mention of gold and silver. This genius beast tamer was truly unconventional. In fact, dragon armor and dragon-slaying swords were what grandmasters dreamed of, and many adventurers came specifically for them. As for dragon eggs, that depended on luck. Most eggs in the dragon's lair had already died, and even if they could be revived, it wasn't certain they'd get their turn. However, beast tamers had the best chance of striking it rich. No wonder Long Hao and Nangong Ji were among the first to break into the dragon's lair, surrounded by powerful experts, keeping a low profile, now only to build up for an explosive moment. Guo Chao didn't dare share this speculation with Jiang Fan, worried he might also set his sights on dragon eggs. He knew full well, once a living dragon egg truly appeared, the entire dragon's lair would boil over. Dragon eggs would absolutely cause a tremendous uproar. Guo Chao was thinking of Jiang Fan's best interests, unaware that Jiang Fan's enthusiasm for dragon eggs had actually waned considerably. A dragon egg lay quietly in Jiang Fan's storage space, its embryo nearly mature, with pale golden cracks spreading across its surface like a spider's web. Once it hatched, he too would become a dragon tamer. The real problem was that reviving a dragon egg required massive resources, far more than he could afford. Risking his life to steal another simply wasn't worth it. Better to earn more money and steadily improve his own spirit beasts, much better value for the effort. As for dragons? Sure, they were generally powerful, but among strength creatures, were dragons necessarily stronger than other strength species? Jiang Fan didn't think so. Deep within the dragon's lair, the sounds of battle rumbled like distant thunder, shaking dust from the stone walls. Occasionally, roars mixed with the rhythmic clang, clang, clang of metal striking metal echoed through the passages, the distinctive sound of dragon armor guards in combat. Someone was clearly fighting them, and the battle seemed evenly matched. Who could that be? Jiang Fan looked up. Can't tell. Guo Chao listened intently, frowning. Doesn't sound like Yang Jiang, and it's not one of the academy teachers. Probably some expert who followed us in. Roar. A thunderous dragon's cry tore through the corridor, lightning arcing across the stone ceiling. Thunder Dragon. That's Long Hao. Lin Mei immediately recognized it. Long Hao has encountered the dragon armor guards. Long Hao. Jiang Fan looked puzzled. You all keep mentioning him. Who is he? Wait. Brother Chen Fan. As a beast tamer, you don't know Long Hao. Guo Chao was stunned. Should I? He's a dragon tamer. Oh. Jiang Fan's expression remained indifferent. That roar was certainly loud enough. Guo Chao added. He's also pursuing Su Qingqing. You know Su Qingqing, right? The most beautiful and talented woman in Moonlight City. Also a beast tamer. What? Jiang Fan's brow twitched, displeasure rising within him. That's right. The Dragon God Temple is even willing to offer a dragon egg as dowry to arrange a marriage between Long Hao and Su Qingqing. Guo Chao gossiped excitedly. It's practically common knowledge in Moonlight City. The Dragon God Temple. Jiang Fan had heard of this transcendent power that ranked alongside the evil sect and the Beast God Temple. But hearing that Long Hao was openly pursuing Su Qingqing still ignited his anger. Su Qingqing was his betrothed. Long Hao's actions were clearly disrespecting him. Jiang Fan made his decision instantly. You all hide in that main hall, and don't come out until I return. With that, he shoved Old Pan toward Guo Chao and pressed a sword into his hands. Keep an eye on him too. If he tries to run, use this sword to kill him. The instructions came so quickly that Guo Chao couldn't react immediately. When he looked down, Old Pan was trembling, and the black sword at his feet made his whole body go numb. The blade was black as ink, radiating sword energy that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. From the hilt came what sounded like low dragon roars, but they weren't roars of power, they were the death wails of countless dragons. The dragon-slaying sword? Guo Chao's throat bobbed. He wanted to ask more questions, but Jiang Fan's figure had already disappeared into the dim corridor. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Guo Chao suddenly understood. He had been enthusiastically telling Chen Fan what a treasure the dragon-slaying sword was. No wonder Chen Fan hadn't seemed very interested. He had originally thought Chen Fan lacked confidence in obtaining the dragon-slaying sword. I already have it. What's wrong? Lu Yu noticed Guo Chao suddenly spacing out and frowned as she pressed for an answer. Guo Chao gripped the heavy sword, instinctively scanning their surroundings as his voice dropped to barely a whisper. The Dragon Slayer sword. Lu Yu froze, her gaze fixed on the blade. Silver patterns snaked along the dark spine like dragon scales gleaming in the shadows. It wasn't just similar to the standard Dragon Slayer sword of the Dragon Armor Army. It was identical. Guo Chao was certain. His warrior's instinct told him this was that legendary weapon renowned throughout the realm. That's impossible. Lu Yu questioned aloud, though her eyes had already lit up. Want to test it? Guo Chao's palms grew hot with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. How do we test it? Lu Yu asked reflexively. All three of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward Old Pan, who lay bound tightly on the ground. Old Pan, who had been stubbornly holding out, immediately paled as his composure crumbled and his eyes reddened, was completely devastated. The mighty Grand Master of the Holy Clan had now become someone's sword-testing target. Just thinking about it made him want to cry from the humiliation. Don't. It is the Dragon Slayer sword. That's what wounded me. Using me to test the sword again is just ridiculous. Old Pan pleaded through tears. It really is the Dragon Slayer sword. Lu Yu excitedly snatched the sword and swung it a couple of times, the cold light whistling through the air and frightening Old Pan into curling up into a ball on the ground. Old Pan whispered a reminder. Stop swinging it around, it seems like someone's coming. Huh. Just as Guo Chao was about to argue, Lin Mei suddenly leaned against the doorframe with a serious expression. Indeed, someone is approaching rapidly, a whole squad. Lin Mei was a soul master whose detection abilities were terrifyingly precise. Guo Chao didn't dare doubt her, immediately sheathing the sword and dragging Old Pan toward the adjacent hall. Hide in there. Also, keep a close eye on this guy's detection is suspiciously sharp. I suspect he's pretending to be weak. Old Pan grumbled internally. My tendons may be severed, but my brain isn't freed. Off course, I can still detect things. His spiritual power was at least comparable to a second-rank soul master. Jiang Fan naturally knew that a group of people had headed in that direction. From a distance, he could see the crowd dressed in luxurious silk robes, their every gesture exuding an innate air of nobility. The young man leading them strode forward with his head held high, his eyes filled with the arrogance of one who looked down upon the world, most likely the Star Moon royal family that Guo Chao had mentioned, someone called Nangong Ji or something like that. That clever kid Guo Chao was sharp enough to handle the situation, so Jiang Fan didn't pay much attention to the royal group. Instead, he focused on another person, Long Hao. Rumors said that Long Hao was already a fourth-rank beast tamer. The only fourth-rank beast tamer Jiang Fan had ever encountered was Yi Chinghua, and he had even provided her evolution plan himself. The prospect of meeting another expert of the same rank immediately piqued his interest. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar rolled from the distance, mixed with the crackling sounds of high-voltage electricity. Before anyone drew near, the air filled with the acrid smell of electrical burns, and tiny arcs of lightning danced between the walls. Even wearing his dragon armor, Jiang Fan could feel a slight tingling sensation. Though weak, it was enough to prove that lightning power had some restraining effect on the dragon armor core. He quickly moved to the corner of the corridor, about to peek around when a muffled shout suddenly exploded. Terrifying mental power surged like a tide, followed immediately by dense arcs of lightning roaring through the air. In the next second, a dragon armor soldier was blasted backward by the lightning, crashing heavily into the stone wall as sparks flew from his metal armor plates. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had seen the dragon armor core in such a sorry state. The soldier's dragon armor was wrapped in blue-purple electrical currents that writhed across its surface like serpentine arcs, blazing with blinding light. Following the source of the lightning, at the end of the corridor, a massive dragon with a silver-white body and scales like forged steel was rearing its head in fury. Its whiskers danced as lightning crisscrossed around it, creating a terrifying presence. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. A fourth-rank spirit beast. He had seen Yi Chinghua's fourth-rank spirit beast and had spent considerable time with his own iron-eating ants and bald blue cat. But whether in appearance or aura, this silver-white thunder dragon was completely on another level, even faintly surpassing many fifth-rank powerhouses. Under the attribute restraint, the dragon armor core was forced to retreat step by step. The scene almost once said this was the dragon clan's might that all beast tamers dreamed of. In front of the thunder dragon, Long Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, an elderly man with heterochromatic pupils and several attendants stood quietly, their gazes filled with awe and admiration. Though young, this youth was frighteningly powerful. Long Hao seemed to ignore the armored giants before him, calling out contemptuously, "Mere dragon armor core, nothing more than this." Jiang Fan squinted, trying to see clearly how many spirit beasts Long Hao had contracted, but the distance was too great and the battle pace too fast. He could only glimpse that this single thunder dragon was enough to secure the man's position at the pinnacle. However, he soon noticed that only 2 dragon armor soldiers were actually engaged in combat, with the rest nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they were guarding other key locations. What's there to be arrogant about? I've taken down more dragon armor soldiers than you've ever seen, Jiang Fan muttered under his breath. Although those achievements weren't accomplished by his own hands, they were certainly connected to him. Moreover, the dragon armor soldier who had just been knocked back by the thunder dragon merely shook his head before charging forward with his shield again, clearly not having lost his fighting capacity. Just 2 dragon armor soldiers were far from enough to put real pressure on Long Hao. Jiang Fan sneered and immediately released the hundreds of dragon bats he had recruited earlier. These common beasts flapped their black membrane wings, flying chaotically through the narrow corridor with piercing shrieks that made one's scalp crawl. Go, bring more dragon armor soldiers here. With the command given, the dragon bats scattered. Moments later, the rhythmic clang 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 of metal footsteps echoed from behind. To lure the pursuers, the dragon bats were continuously slaughtered by the dragon armor soldiers' spears and shield blades along the way, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Jiang Fan glanced back just once and felt his scalp tingle. You asked for a few to come over, but you brought a whole swarm. They're everywhere, densely packed. There must be over a dozen of them. And these doesn't have explosive combat power. Jiang Fan pressed himself against the wall, putting on an obedient appearance and remaining perfectly still. The dragon armor soldiers roared past without even glancing at him. Once they locked onto Long Hao and his group in the distance, they charged forward like a violent storm. Terrified screams erupted instantly, as the Dragon God Palace members were completely unprepared for such a massive gathering of dragon armor soldiers. Even Long Hao himself was stunned. His previously demonstrated formidable strength was more than enough to handle 1 or 2 dragon armor soldiers, but facing over a dozen gathered together made even his scalp tingle. Scatter and take cover. Long Chong behind Long Hao shouted desperately. However, the dragon armor soldiers moved too quickly, breaking into their formation in an instant. Several dragon-slaying swords flashed with cold light, and multiple companions were killed on the spot. Long Hao gritted his teeth and commanded his thunder dragon to engage. The thunder dragon opened its mouth and spat out a light orb as bright as daylight, which crashed into one dragon armor soldier with a thunderous boom, sending him staggering back hundreds of steps. But another dragon armor soldier had already closed in, his dragon-slaying sword sharp and merciless. With a wet thud, it pierced through the thunder dragon's front claw. Those claws, sharp enough to rival magical treasures, now seemed as fragile as paper. The thunder dragon roared skyward in pain. His was its first injury, and it was severely wounded. Retreat quickly. Long Hao finally faced reality, having the thunder dragon grab him as they burst out of the encirclement. As they rushed past, he and the thunder dragon swept by Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's gaze swept over them, catching sight of the thunder dragon's front claw with its bone-deep sword wound, blood flowing steadily with traces of silvery white radiance. Long Hao also looked at Jiang Fan with puzzlement. Was this guy an unawakened dragon armor soldier? Or was he simply incapable of awakening? The thought flashed by as he had no time to ponder further, with pursuers closing in behind him. Long Hao and Long Chong successfully broke through, but the others met tragic fates. Several fourth-rank warriors were powerless against the dragon armor soldiers and fell one by one. Just as Jiang Fan was about to quietly slip away, he suddenly heard a familiar roar. Roar! Turning around, he saw a dragon mastiff radiating brilliant golden light, desperately running at full speed. The dragon mastiff was fast, but the 3 dragon-armored soldiers pursuing it were even faster. In just an instant, the flesh on the dragon mastiff's hind legs was torn to shreds. Despite its strength potential, it was still inferior to the Thunder Dragon in grade, and even more so in speed. This meant one thing: there was no escape. Su Qingcheng, wasn't she supposed to stay out? At the corner, Jiang Fan frowned and muttered under his breath, cursing the trouble in his mind. 3 dragon-armored soldiers, even he feared those monsters. After a brief moment of thought, he could only make a desperate gamble, commanding a swarm of dragon bats to charge straight at them. Su Qingcheng, lying flat on the dragon mastiff's back, first frowned in confusion. Why would mere common beasts dare to block her path? The next moment, she saw the swarm of dragon bats dive straight toward the dragon-armored soldiers. Sharp swords flashed with cold light, and the dragon bats were instantly slashed to pieces. But in that split second of hesitation, the dragon mastiff finally broke free from its relentless pursuers. Rounding the corner of the long corridor, a dark figure suddenly leaped onto the dragon mastiff's back, wrapping an arm around Su Qingcheng's slender waist. Su Qingcheng turned back in surprise, only to meet the gaze of a dragon-masked dragon-armored soldier. Her face instantly paled. "It's me." "Put the dragon mastiff away." A familiar voice reached her ears. "Jiang Fan." Su Qingcheng was stunned. Jiang Fan was urgent, and she had no time to think further, immediately recalling the dragon mastiff into her spirit beast space. Instinctively, she caught what he thrust into her hands: cold, dark, with intricate components. It was unmistakably a complete set of dragon armor. Even Su Qingcheng, worldly as she was, froze for a moment. This armor was almost identical to the one hanging in her father's home, only appearing newer. "Put it on," Jiang Fan urged in a low voice. Su Qingcheng nodded, her movements so practiced it seemed she had rehearsed this countless times. Within moments, the armor was in place. Meanwhile, the 3 dragon-armored soldiers had already appeared at the edge of their vision. Jiang Fan raised his hand to fasten her mask. As the covering fell into place, Su Qingcheng felt a warmth in her chest. The gesture reminded her of Jiang Fan gently stroking her hair. A faint blush appeared on her face beneath the mask. The 3 dragon-armored soldiers seemed momentarily confused, then began searching the area like they had lost their target, circling several times, but unable to lock onto Jiang Fan and Su Qingcheng. Finally, they turned and rushed toward the depths of the passage, clearly going to hunt other intruders. "It's fine," Jiang Fan explained softly. "Dragon-armored soldiers only identify enemies by their armor. You're safe now that you're wearing it." Su Qingcheng nodded obediently, while Jiang Fan's hand remained on her head. Strange, yet not unpleasant. She even wished that warmth would linger a little longer. After a while, the 3 dragon-armored soldiers completely disappeared. In the silence, Jiang Fan finally asked quietly, "Weren't you supposed to stay out? I was worried about you all." Su Qingcheng also lowered her voice. "By the way, did you see Zhang Ma? She went looking for you." Jiang Fan's expression grew heavy. "I saw her. When I found her, Zhang Ma had already been run through with Wu Deyang's sword." As his words fell, Su Qingcheng's body went rigid. The heavy mask couldn't hide her flooding tears, which fell in crystal drops from her chin. What she had always feared had finally come to pass. Throughout her life, she had spent even more time with Zhang Ma than with her own parents. Besides her mother, Zhang Ma was the person in the Su family who cared most about her feelings. But now, Jiang Fan let out a low sigh, his mind racing through the harrowing journey. Had first killed Wu Deyang with his own hands, avenging Zhang Ma's blood debt. Then, carrying the severely wounded Zhang Ma on his back, he had fallen from the jagged cliff into this abandoned dragon lair. To save her life, he had scoured the depths of the cavern, painstakingly gathering and refining the scattered remnants of the dragon clan's lost blood essence and spiritual energy, forcibly driving back Zhang Ma's fatal injuries while elevating her cultivation to the late 4th rank. Su Qingcheng listened in stunned silence, her red lips parted and unable to close for a long moment, as if only now comprehending what had happened. She reached out and removed the mask from Jiang Fan's face, then took off her own mask as well, her eyes reddened from prolonged worry, locking onto his with an intensity that made his heart race. "You did this on purpose?" she suddenly demanded. "What?" Jiang Fan was caught off guard. Bang! The girl's fist cut through the air, striking Jiang Fan's abdomen. It didn't really hurt, but the solid force made him step back. Su Qingcheng saw his expression clearly, confirming that he had indeed deliberately concealed everything. Yet she didn't press further. She lowered her fist, her expression softening, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. "Thank you. Zhang Ma means a lot to me." Jiang Fan nodded solemnly. "Thank you too. You sent Zhang Ma to help me, so of course I had to bring her back." He wasn't skilled with flowery words, simply speaking his honest thoughts. Yet this unexpectedly touched Su Qingcheng's heartstrings. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to grow warm around them. For the first time, Jiang Fan felt a strange warmth rising from deep within, tingling and making him almost want to pull the girl before him into his arms. Su Qingcheng's fingers curled slightly, as if preparing for something. Cough, cough. An ill-timed cough echoed from the cave entrance, shattering the intimate moment. Jiang Fan spun around to see a soldier in tattered dragon armor standing nearby. the firelight reflecting off the armor plates as she quietly observed Themit was none other than Zhang Ma, whom he had carried back. Zhang Ma. Su Qingcheng rushed over with rare, childlike joy, throwing herself into Zhang Ma's embrace. Zhang Ma patted her shoulder, her eyes misting over, having already guessed that her young mistress had risked entering the dragon's lair to find her. Miss, it's all thanks to young Master Jiang Fan. Without him, this old life of mine would have been lost. Su Qingcheng thanked Jiang Fan once again. Jiang Fan scratched the back of his head with an honest smile. No need to be so polite. That's right, we're all family, Zhang Ma chimed in. After going through life and death together these past few days, she no longer felt distant toward Jiang Fan as she had initially, and was actually more familiar with him than Su Qingcheng was. Jiang Fan silently grumbled to himself. Family? Have you forgotten how arrogant you were when you first came to my house? He held back from saying anything and instead asked, Qingcheng, my parents have already gone to Yuehua City, right? Su Qingcheng nodded. Yes, I personally saw Uncle and Annie off at the station. They should be settled in by now. Jiang Fan sincerely thanked her. Thank you. Zhang Ma added again. Like I said, we're all family. No need to be so formal. The back-and-forth pleasantries made both Jiang Fan and Su Qingcheng feel somewhat awkward, though Su Qingcheng didn't say anything more, and didn't even object to Jiang Fan calling her Qingcheng directly. The three of them put on their dragon armor, greatly increasing their safety. Just as they were about to set off, Jiang Fan suddenly remembered the other three people. Oh right, there are others waiting. Let's go together. He returned to the agreed-upon main hall. The hall was empty, with footprints from the dragon armor soldiers who had just left still visible on the ground. Behind several thick pillars, Guo Chao, Lin Mei, and Lu Yu were still obediently hanging there. It seemed they had followed his instructions quite thoroughly. The three had just breathed a sigh of relief when the patrolling dragon armor soldiers left, only to see 3 more sets of dragon armor burst in. Their hearts immediately jumped to their throats. 1 group left, and 3 more arrived. It was devastating. Jiang Fan looked up toward the top of the pillar. Guo Chao was clinging tightly to the pillar, still carrying the unconscious old Pan with one hand. He was frantically chanting in his mind. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Like some kind of spell. Jiang Fan sighed helplessly. This guy was sometimes clever, sometimes ridiculously stupid. All right, come down. There are no dragon armor soldiers nearby. The familiar voice came from inside the armor. Guo Chao's body stiffened, and he whispered in panic to the 2 women beside him. Holy crap. Dragon armor soldiers can talk? It's me, Jiang Fan's voice rang out again. Guo Chao didn't believe it, suspecting this was some kind of mental skill that mimicked familiar voices. He turned to ask Lin Mei, who just shook her head. She neither knew nor cared to explain. Jiang Fan sighed and lifted his face mask. Guo Chao was stunned, had never seen Jiang Fan's true face. Are you done fooling around? Jiang Fan's face was dark with annoyance. Only then did Guo Chao accept reality. Inside this dragon armor was actually Brother Chen Fan. The dragon-slaying sword, dragon armor. He had the complete set. Brother Chen Fan, which Grandmaster are you really? Are you some big shot pretending to be a newbie? Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to respond and threw 3 sets of dragon armor on the ground. Stop talking nonsense and put these on. 6 sets of dragon armor, 1 for each person. Guo Chao immediately shut up and grabbed a set to put on with dragon armor in hand. Nothing else mattered. Lu Yu and Lin Mei were equally excited, carefully stroking the texture of the armor plates, and couldn't help but marvel at their craftsmanship. The 3 put them on haphazardly. Su Qingcheng stepped forward, bending down to help them adjust the buckles and secure the joints. Only then did Guo Chao, Lin Mei, and Lu Yu notice that Su Qingcheng was also there, wearing Chun Fan's dragon armor as well, and they became somewhat more reserved. Su Qingcheng might not recognize them, but they recognized Su Qingcheng in Yuehua City. She had always been the center of attention, a genius among geniuses, unlike them who were just mid-tier talents. Wherever she went, she was the darling under the spotlight. However, ever since Su Qingcheng's mother, that legendary beast tamer, disappeared in the western sand wasteland, Su Qingcheng rarely appeared in public. When she occasionally showed up, she wore a face so cold it seemed frosted over, as if isolated from the world. Outside the dragon's lair, banners now fluttered in the wind, and fresh cracks scarred the rock walls. The second group of cultivators permitted to enter the dragon's lair had all assembled, gazing up at the bottomless pit while awaiting news from the first group of scouts. Su Xingshan and Lin Tan stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes locked on the pitch-black entrance, tension radiating from them so intensely it seemed almost tangible. Sudden footsteps shattered the silencio. City guard clad in brown armor burst from the cave entrance, his body covered in blood. This was a centurion-level commander, certainly no weakling among 4th-rank cultivators, yet now his right arm was severed at the elbow, and a fist-sized bloody hole gaped in his abdomen. Blood trickled down through the gaps in his armor, dripping onto the sand and stone with sticky sounds. Clearly, a vicious battle had erupted inside. What's the situation in there? Someone urgently demanded. Dan, dangerous. The brown-armored guard staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, gasping violently, as if he had crawled back from death's door. The onlooker's anxiety instantly spiked, and Su Qingshan was particularly frantic. It was now almost certain that Su Qingcheng had secretly infiltrated the dragon's lair. If something happened to that girl, how could he face his elder brother? Not to mention, there was also a group of young people who had recklessly ventured inside, overconfident in their talents. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the brown-armored guard added hoarsely, "There's a dragon bat colony inside, enormous in number, with fifth-rank beast kings, at least 5 or more." Everyone collectively gasped. Such a scale would be considered a high-danger level major colony, even in the western sand wasteland. The brown-armored guard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling. "And there's also the dragon armor army." What? Shock struck everyone present. Su Qingshan immediately pressed, "How many dragon armor soldiers?" I'm not sure. Quite a few. People were being attacked by dragon armor soldiers almost everywhere." The brown-armored guard shook his head, blood spattering and mixing with the dust into sticky mud. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingshan spun around and barked orders at the Su family guards. "Follow me into the dragon's lair." His eyes were cold and sharp, his voice low but resolute. "This is the worst-case scenario. The dragon armor army is far more terrifying than the dragon bat colony. They are the legendary Undead Legion." What was most terrifying was that his elder brother had once stated with absolute certainty that the dragon armor army operated in pairs, and 3 could form a military unit. Their strength was all above the 5th rank. If the dragon armor army's numbers exceeded a certain threshold, it was highly likely that commander-level dragon armor soldiers would emerge, and those were grandmasters. "Qingshan, what's the situation? What do you know?" Lin Tan furrowed his brow. "This nest must not be explored." Su Qingshan merely dropped this warning and offered no further explanation. He had given his warning. Whether Lin Tan heeded it was none of his concern. With that, he led the Su family members into the giant pit, their dark silhouettes quickly disappearing into the entrance. Lin Tan watched the Su family vanish, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He immediately turned and shouted orders. "Quickly, go request a grandmaster from Yuehua City." "A grandmaster?" The surrounding enforcers all changed color in unison. A high-ranking white-robed enforcer questioned in a low voice. "Why must it be a grandmaster?" "Grandmasters are a city's final trump card, never deployed unless facing the crisis of total destruction. Moreover, if the grandmaster leaves the city, Yuehua City itself will be exposed to danger." Lin Tan said gravely. Only a grandmaster-level enemy could make Su Qingshan lose his composure like this. After a brief silence, he laughed self-mockingly. "The dragon armor army's legendary dominance over ancient battlefields have been achieved by mere 5th-rank warriors? In that era of countless powerhouses and flourishing civilization, uniformly 5th-rank forces would never have been sufficient to forge an undefeated legend." "That's right. There must be 6th-rank grandmasters hidden within the dragon armor army," he murmured. "A single grandmaster could sweep through 100 5th-rank warriors. If that commander appears, no one present could stop them." Everyone was stunned by his reasoning and said no more, immediately contacting Yuehua City. The city officially had only one grandmaster, a current city lord, but everyone understood. The previous city lord, the current lord's father, was also a grandmaster. Who would be dispatched was anyone's guess. Deep within the dragon's nest, Su Qingshan's figure darted through the darkness. Every few dozen zhang forward, the ground revealed fresh carnage. Broken dragon bat corpses lay scattered, the air thick with the sweet stench of blood and the acrid smell of burning. Shattered black armor was strewn about, yet no bodies of the black-armored warriors could be seen. The fierce beast temple had clashed with the dragon bats, and they had won. Not far ahead, the scene changed dramatically. Black-armored corpses lay sprawled everywhere, even mixed with several remains of 4th-rank powerhouses. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with few signs of struggle, as if their opponents had been clean and efficient, killing with single strikes. The dragon armor army was here. Qingshan narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the scene. Wu Debao's body isn't here, so he must have escaped. Where's Qingcheng? The depths of the dragon's nest grew increasingly dark. Corridors twisted and turned, with occasional halls emitting faint phosphorescent light, while everywhere else was pitch black. Yet Qingshan didn't have anyone light beast blood torches. The dragon armor army identified enemies by scent and had poor hearing, but they could see in the dark. The brighter the light, the faster they'd be exposed. As a soul master, he had no need for light. His surging spiritual power condensed like substance, mapping every brick, stone, and wisp of scent within a 1,000-meter radius into clear outlines in his mind. Suddenly, he detected a considerable human presence ahead, more than 30 people, with one aura, most familiar: Xingwu. "Follow me." He led his people forward swiftly. Soon, the two groups converged in a collapsed hall. Su Xingwu leading the Su family members, while Long Hao brought the remaining 7 or 8 Dragon God Temple members, all looking disheveled and defeated. Fury blazed in Su Xingwu's eyes. Xingwu, what happened? Su Xingshan asked gravely. Qing came in. Su Xingwu said urgently. As I suspected. I know. Where is she? I didn't see her. Xingwu shook his head. She was with them earlier, but got separated when the dragon armor army attacked. Su Xingshan's heart sank, his voice turning ice cold. Where were you separated? Long Hao's face was full of self-reproach. We went back to look, but there was no trace of her. Su Xingwu said in a muffled voice. When the dragon armor army struck, they didn't take Qing with them. As his words fell, Su Xingshan's gaze suddenly sharpened, a chilling gleam flashing in the depths of his pupils. Long Hao felt the world spinning, a bone-deep chill rising from his heart. This was the legendary Soul Master. His own spiritual power was no weak force, either. Controlling thunder dragons required considerable mental strength. The Dragon God Temple had specifically gathered countless rare treasures to refine his soul, and now his spiritual power was comparable to a third-grade master, reaching a formidable 100 units. Yet with just one cold glance from Su Xingshan, his fortress-like mental defenses crumbled instantly. Long Chong immediately flashed in front of Long Hao, sleeves whipping through the air as he blocked that overwhelming pressure, explaining in a deep voice. Calm down. We didn't mean for this to happen. The situation was just too urgent. Even as he spoke, he felt wronged on behalf of the Dragon God Temple. Originally, there had only been 2 dragon armor soldiers on the battlefield, and he and Long Hao fighting together could have held their own. But in the span of half a breath, over a dozen more dragon armor soldiers had burst forth, catching them completely off guard. With more than 10 dragon armor soldiers attacking together, the Dragon God Temple had suffered heavy casualties as well. The more Long Chong thought about it, the more irritated he became, his gaze involuntarily roaming over Su Xingshan's figure. This man was far too arrogant, showing no respect for the Dragon God Temple whatsoever, suppressing them without a second thought. When his spiritual pressure was dissolved, Su Xingshan's brow furrowed, and an even more torrential flood of soul power came surging forth. Long Chong prided himself as a legendary soul master and hadn't believed Su Xingshan could be much stronger than himself. But when that ocean-vast spiritual force came crushing down, even this 5th-grade powerhouse felt his mind go blank. Immediately after, Su Xingshan's figure seemed to grow and expand in his perception, like a black mountain pressing down from above. Those eyes flickering with eerie light made every muscle in his body freeze solid, unable to move even a finger. In the next instant, a massive foot seemed to fall from the heavens. Long Chong cried out in terror. He's going to crush me. However, the towering phantom suddenly dissipated, yet Long Chong had already collapsed to his knees, arms raised high as if desperately trying to hold up a mountain of immense weight, still screaming at the top of his lungs. The surrounding crowd watched with strange expressions. What exactly had Su Xingshan done to him? Coming back to his senses, Long Chong found his face flushed red, eyes bloodshot, sweat soaking through his cloak, his body still maintaining that kneeling posture. He stared at Su Xingshan in disbelief, had been completely crushed. Long Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. He had originally suspected that Long Chong might not be Su Xingshan's match, but hadn't expected the gap to be this vast. Su Xingshan was even stronger than the Dragon God Temple's highest estimates. He truly lived up to his reputation as the Su family's second-in-command, which meant the mysterious family head's true combat power likely far exceeded their intelligence as well. The title of Yuehua City's premier clan seemed well-deserved indeed. With Long Chong suppressed, Long Hao could only let out a few sardonic laughs. Long Hao had always been arrogant toward the Su family. Even while pursuing Su Qingqing, he still looked down on this clan in his bones. Su Xingshan cast him a cold glance. Long Hao's character and sense of responsibility were far from even adequate. In his eyes in moments of crisis, this man would abandon Qingqing without hesitation to save himself, utterly selfish. How could Qingqing ever be happy married to such worthless trash? This engagement needed serious reconsideration. With this thought, he turned to the Su family members and commanded, "Split up and search. We must find Qingqing. If anything has happened to her, I'll show you the fury of Su Xingshan." Though he seemed to be addressing the Su family, everyone understood who these words were really meant for. A cold gleam flashed in Long Hao's eyes. Our Dragon God Temple will also spare no effort in searching for Qingqing. Our people should be entering soon. Su Xingshan said nothing. What was this supposed to mean? Threatening Su Xingshan in return? Huh. Su Xingshan almost wanted to laugh. The most urgent matter at hand was still finding Su Qingqing. Other grudges could be settled later. He quickly arranged for his clan members to retreat, leading the Su family away at high speed. Once Su Xingshan's figure completely disappeared, Long Hao's gaze instantly turned ice cold. None of these people can be allowed to return alive. The evidence of him abandoning Su Qingqing to save himself was ironclad. The only way to erase this stain was to ensure all witnesses were silenced forever. But the Su family brought quite a few people this time. I'm afraid we can't handle them all. Long Chong still showed hesitation. The shadow of being crushed by Su Xingshan's mental power lingered, and he was almost certain that upon seeing Su Xingshan again, the image of that giant figure striding across the heavens would resurface. Don't worry. Long Hao's voice was low and menacing. There are plenty of forces that consider the Su family a thorn in their side. I heard the Beast God Temple was once deceived by the Su family during their exploration of the wasteland years ago. The Long wished to slaughter the entire Su clan. Cooperate with the Beast God Temple? Long Chong instinctively looked around. Such words absolutely couldn't be overheard by outsiders. The Dragon God Temple and Beast God Temple had similar names and shared origins. The Dragon God Temple had actually split off from the Beast God Temple to distance themselves from past connections. The Dragon God Temple had always maintained their separation, yet Long Hao was now actively proposing an alliance. There are no permanent enemies, Long Hao said indifferently. When goals align, temporary friendship becomes possible. Long Chong nodded silently. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and his 5 companions crossed the broken stone steps and reached a dark blood pool. The pool water was dark red like ink, with occasional bubbles rolling to the surface, and an intense bloody stench hit them. Heated. Ugh! Even the dragon armor can't block this smell. Guo Chao covered his nose, his voice muffled. Jiang Fan frowned but remained composed. The smell was unpleasant, but not unbearable. This pool had existed for age 7. If it was dragon blood, most of its power had likely dissipated. Ugh! Finally, he too dry-heaved. Truth be told, this stench was indeed nauseating. The other 5 glanced at Jiang Fan, and only Guo Chao couldn't hold back, retching along with him. To everyone else, this ancient dried blood seemed both worthless and disgusting to look at, but Jiang Fan's gaze still lingered on that pool of dark red worthless. He frowned. Dragon blood would definitely make an excellent pot of dragon blood spicy hot pot. Mama Zhang sighed, casting a helpless look at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing smiled gently. I don't know. I've never tried it, but it should be pretty good. Mama Zhang's eyes widened. Miss, how could you also? Guo Chao, Chen Fan, and the other 3 were completely speechless. Ever since entering the dragon's lair, Jiang Fan had been acting like a scavenger, stuffing shattered dragon scales and weathered bone fragments into his clothes, even wanting to take the sticky mud from the dragon's lair, claiming it would be perfect for growing heavenly treasures back home. Most ridiculous of all, he had planned to bottle some dragon lair air to take back so everyone could experience dragon's might up close, only giving up because he couldn't find absolutely airtight containers. Yet he still fancied himself a business genius. Brother Chun, Jiang Fan, you really don't seem like someone short on money. Didn't you raid the guard corps' warehouse before? Guo Chao muttered. After the group reunited, the mystery of identities was completely revealed. The Chen Fan, who had raided the warehouse that night, was actually Jiang Fan standing before them. Jiang Fan let out a long sigh. The guard corps was dirt poor. Most of their resources had already been plundered by the evil sect and the Beast God Temple. I only managed to get some beast blood, spirit stones, and a dragon egg. The beast blood had been given to his father and others, and the rest was completely used up treating old Gui's injuries. Even the spirit stones were nearly gone. Now all he had left was 1 dragon egg, a few sets of dragon armor, several dragon-slaying swords, some dragon bone remains, and a mystic-grade beast blood manual. That Mama Zhang had given him was truly dirt poor. If Guo Chao could hear his thoughts, he'd definitely strangle the guy. Any one of those items was priceless, yet he claimed to be poor. Then there would be no rich people in the world. Just as they were talking, a brilliant light suddenly blazed ahead, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. What is that? Guo Chao instinctively drew his sword. Jiang Fan raised his hand, signaling them to stay calm. I see it too, but it's strange. How could there be light in an underground dragon's lair? Are we approaching the surface? The group hurried closer, the blinding light forcing them to squint. When their vision adjusted, they found themselves facing a lush, verdant forest almost identical to the woods outside Tianqing town, with crisp birdsong and intertwining floral fragrances. A warm sun shone down from above, seemingly sweeping away all the lingering gloom from the dragon's lair. Refreshing. So refreshing. Guo Chao stretched lazily, and everyone's previously oppressed mood lifted. We're out just like that. Jiang Fan frowned, hardly believing it. Maybe we accidentally found our way out of the dragon's lair? Su Qingcheng was equally puzzled, taking out the blue sensing stone as she spoke. The gem's surface remained calm and still. The sensing stone that Uncle Xingshan refined can detect illusions created by soul masters of the same level. Since it shows no reaction, this place must be real. Unless the opposing soul master's cultivation far exceeds Uncle Xingshan's. But there are only a handful of people in the entire Star Moon Federation who could surpass him. Her voice was full of confidence. However, to Jiang Fan, such certainty seemed somewhat unreliable. There were always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. He had always thought this way, perhaps because of his humble origins. Or perhaps, as others had suggested, was Tianqing Town's ceiling simply too low? Jiang Fan turned this thought over and over in his mind. But one thing he was certain of: the path beneath their feet could never lead to the surface. Throughout their journey, he had been relying on the dragon bat for navigation. His companions Guo Chao, Lu Yu, and the others assumed they were walking on level mountain paths, but according to the small creature's holographic positioning, their trajectory was slowly spiraling downward. Only Jiang Fan, with the projection suspended in his mind, could keenly detect this subtle yet continuous descent. He looked up at the blinding sunlight, filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting warmth on his skin. The warmth was real enough, yet it carried an indescribable strangeness. Have I been away from the sun too long? He murmured quietly. Something about this sun feels off. Jiang Fan's unease infected his companions. Everyone tilted their heads back, their gazes collectively focusing on the bright orb hanging high above. Guo Chao rubbed his eyes and shrugged. It does seem a bit strange, but we've been trapped in that underground palace for so long. It's normal to feel unfamiliar with the sun. This light makes us feel warm and comfortable. If it's not the sun, what else could it be? The others nodded in agreement. The air was filled with the sweet, fresh fragrance of lush vegetation, and their ears caught the sounds of insects chirping and wind rustling. They truly couldn't sense anything wrong. Only Jiang Fan remained deeply troubled, his brow furrowed as he surveyed their surroundings once more, his gaze sweeping across the vibrant greenery. Still unable to detect any flaws, his intuition grew stronger. The path beneath led to an abyss, and the light above was certainly not the true sun. So what's your assessment? Lu Yu finally spoke up. Jiang Fan took a breath and lowered his voice. I think we've reached an extremely deep area, and what's above us might not be the sun at all, but large-scale spirit stones, or even dragon crystals, creating an artificial light source. Impossible. Guo Chao immediately shook his head. To fake a sun using spirit stones or dragon crystals would require an unimaginable quantity, numbers so vast they'd be beyond human comprehension. Jiang Fan fell silent for a moment, feeling his speculation was indeed nearly insane. Maybe you're right. Yet the strange feeling in his heart refused to fade. Had seen dragon crystals before. That crystal had burned through the ages until only a faint glow remained. After countless years of burning, its energy had become extremely diluted. So if what hung above truly was a dragon crystal, wouldn't its energy at full power have been capable of incinerating everything? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.